I thought awakening as an F-rank warrior meant becoming a useless wretch, enduring ridicule from the whole school, betrayal by my girlfriend, and abandonment by my brothers. Little did I know, my class change altar had 4 hidden options. Casually dismissing the worthless warrior, ignoring the S-ranked goddess of fate, I directly locked in the SSS plus Necromancer. Talent, undead dominion, unlimited summoning of an undead army. The skill, Death Chant, controls life and death within its dominion. An orange legendary phenomenon enveloped the entire city. The undead cataclysm emerged, turning a former genius into a living myth in seconds. However, this was merely the beginning of my multifaceted career choices. As the Eagle Coalition forces pressed their invasion, the true world-ending power had only just awakened. Chapter 1, F-rank occupation. F-rank class? Warrior? Isn't that just cannon fodder? The person I've admired for 3 years of high school turns out to be trash? Who would have thought that the genius of Huaxia Shangjing Academy, the 3-time consecutive champion in all subjects, would actually awaken to an F-rank profession? Might as well go home and farm the land. The key point is, he doesn't even own any land, the place he lives in belongs to the state. Ha! I thought today would finally mark the birth of a legendary profession at our Shangjing Academy, but who knew Linyi would end up becoming the laughingstock of our institution? Huaxia, Shangjing Academy's Job Transition Plaza. Today, Shangjing Academy's Job Transition Plaza is packed with a massive crowd. Although only 300 students from Shangjing Academy are undergoing job transitions, the spectators have surrounded the academy so densely that it resembles a human sea, numbering in the tens of thousands. Today, everyone has gathered to witness the job transition process of Shangjing Academy's legendary student, Lin Yi, and to observe the birth of a new legendary profession. As the pride of Shangjing Academy, having topped the national rankings in all subjects for 3 consecutive years of high school, his fame is truly deafening. However, when the announcement rang out from the transfer platform that Lin Yi had been assigned the F-rank profession of warrior, the entire venue erupted. Disappointment, mockery, ridicule, and schadenfreude, the full spectrum of human emotions was on vivid display at this moment. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he not only ranked first nationwide in every subject but also dedicated himself to studying the obscure field of aberrant beast combat analysis. Through Lin Yi's research, this once niche discipline became a mandatory course for all major guilds and essential knowledge for dungeon runs. The 4 great guilds, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, had long begun secret bidding wars, all for the chance to recruit Lin Yi after his profession assignment. Even if Lin Yi failed to awaken a high-tier profession, he would undoubtedly be a right-hand man on par with a military strategist. However, the long-awaited day finally arrived, yet Lin Yi awakened with an F-grade profession warrior. The gap between a genius and a waste is as vast as a chasm. Amid the jeers and sighs from below, Lin Yi remained utterly unfazed, standing on the job change altar as steady as an old dog. Because he realized his class change seemed a bit different from others. For others, after stepping onto the awakening platform, only one matching class would appear on the divine class change altar, or they would fail the awakening. But after Lin Yi's awakening, there were 4 options displayed on the divine class change altar before him. The first option revealed, Warrior, F-tier. Talent, none. Skill, / Warrior, F-rank class, cannon fodder. As a transmigrator who has been in this world where alternate realms descend into reality for 10 years, growing up in an orphanage, enduring disdain and bullying from others, he had no one to rely on and could only carve out a path for himself through sheer effort. Only he knows how hard he has worked since arriving in this world invaded by alternate realms. While others call him a genius, it was his tireless diligence that earned him such acclaim. After all, this world is never short of geniuses. Take Shanghai University, for example, there are 5 students hailed as geniuses, just like me. The prodigy student Zhao Peng, ranked 2nd nationwide in academic performance, is second only to Lin Yi. For all 3 years of high school, Lin Yi held him down, earning him the nickname Eternal Runner-Up. Today, he awakened as an S-class profession, the Shadowblade. This profession is among the very best of the S-class, wielding the power of shadow to vanish into darkness like a phantom. It's the pinnacle for assassins. Zhou Hong, ranked 3rd nationwide, awakened today as an A-plus class profession, Death Hunter. This profession is second only to S-rank professions, excelling in ranged combat, strong attack power, both single target and area of effect damage, covering all aspects. The Ghost Bow, empowered by the Death Curse, can achieve a 10-fold amplification. At full rage, a single arrow can even kill an S-rank professional, surpassing levels truly terrifying. Ranked 4th nationally among students, Wu Changsheng is Lin Yi's childhood friend and closest brother. The two grew up together in an orphanage, sharing everything. Though often underestimated, today he awakened to the S-rank profession, immutable underworld king. This profession is the only mysterious type class, possessing formidable mental manipulation abilities. It can use psychic power to create an absolute domain. Within this domain, it grants combat power enhancements comparable to an S+ class, and even bestows the ability to revive from death once. He is today's most unexpected high-tier professional and the center of everyone's attention. Ranking 5th is Liu Rushuang, the campus belle of Shangjing Academy. The jewel in the crown of Qinglong Guild, the largest guild in Huaxia, Lu Qingyang's cherished daughter grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Blessed by the heavens with a graceful figure and peerless beauty, she is also universally acknowledged as Lin Yi's official girlfriend. Today, Lu Rushuang awakened the A+ great profession, Nature's Force. Mage, possessing the power to manipulate natural elements, Nature's Force is considered one of the weaker professions among mages. However, awakening an A-grade profession alone is already a reason for immense pride. At the top-ranking Shangjing Academy, which gathers the nation's elite, the last 4 candidates all successfully awakened their professions. Only the highly anticipated prodigy, standing on the career transition platform, became the laughingstock. Watching Lin Yi standing on the transfer platform, Zhao Pang, the perpetual runner-up, finally revealed a faint smile. Lin Yi, it's been 3 years. Do you know how I've survived these 3 years? I despise the title of eternal runner-up, and I detest you even more, you cold, aloof bastard. Indeed, Lin Yi rarely interacted with others and seldom spoke, as he preferred to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge whenever he had the time. From today onward, you can only look up to me. You're not even qualified to lick the soles of my shoes. Zhou Hong also looked at Lin Yi on the job transfer platform with a face full of disdain. What's the use of being good at studying? In the end, you'll still become a beast of burden, never able to hold your head high again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's best friend, Wu Changsheng, watched him on the platform with an expressionless face that seemed calm at first glance, but upon closer observation, one could see his body trembling slightly from excitement. At last, I am no longer your green leaf, no longer the weakling in your shadow. Today, he became the center of attention, the dazzling protagonist, the sheer contrast, the exhilaration, was something he had only dared to dream of until now. No one knew that although he and Lin Yi were brothers and close friends, he had always harbored jealousy and hatred toward Lin Yi. Because others only mentioned Lin Yi, no one ever looked at him properly. Nowadays, the tables have turned. How could he possibly look up to Lin Yi? Lu Rushuan, Lin Yi's official girlfriend, had a somewhat dramatic expression on her face at that moment, watching the hammer emblem on the job transition altar, now dull and lifeless. Amid the jeers and mockery from the crowd, she seemed to have made some sort of decision, and only then did a faint smile bloom on her strikingly beautiful face. A trash with an F-grade warrior profession, how could he be worthy of me? Lu Rushuang's words drew the gazes of her classmates. Lu Rushuang raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Why are you all looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Lin Yi and I are just friends, it's not what you're imagining. For the past 3 years, it's just been him pestering me non-stop. Whispers and murmurs broke out. Chapter 2, Another Profession. Actually, everyone knows it very well. Lu Rushuan's academic performance only improved dramatically after her sophomore year of high school, all because she devoted herself to pleasing Lin Yi, even refusing to let other girls get close to him. Originally indifferent to a pampered girl like Lu Rushuan, Lin Yi ultimately succumbed and entered into a relationship with her. From being at the bottom of the class, Lu Rushuan's grades soared like a rocket, making her the so-called genius ranked 5th nationwide. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi's tireless efforts, working day and night. Now, it has all become a past too painful to recall. Clearly, Lu Rushuan wouldn't stay with a worthless professional, and the Azure Dragon Guild had no need for a useless son-in-law. Even as an errand boy in the Azure Dragon Guild, the F-rank Lin Yi is utterly unqualified. Now, Lu Rushuang has set her sights on a new target. That target is today's most talked about supreme professional, Wu Changsheng, an S+ ranked professional with boundless prospects. With just a little refinement, he could become a top-tier powerhouse in Huaxia. If he could become the son-in-law of the Azure Dragon Guild, the guild would firmly hold the position of Huaxia's #1 guild for the next century. On the viewing platform, the principal stood with his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. For Lin Yi, the legendary prodigy, and for this job awakening ceremony, the school had prepared a speech days in advance. The speech was almost entirely filled with the glorious achievements of Lin Yi. Today, the school invited the mayor of Beijing City, along with representatives from the 4 major guilds to attend the ceremony. As Lin Yi stepped onto the job transfer platform, he could hardly wait to brag to the mayor. However, he never expected that the outcome would be so astonishing. It wasn't until he overheard the hushed whispers of the representatives from the 4 major guilds that he snapped out of his daze. It seems all the efforts our 4 major guilds have made over the past 3 years to win over Lin Yi have turned into nothing but a joke. Today, I cancelled many partnership meetings, hoping to witness a miracle. I overthought it. This kid has no strengths beyond his brains. Listening to the whispered discussions of the representatives from the 4 major guilds, Principal Pei Yong's face turned alternately pale and red, so embarrassed that he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Turning his head and seeing Lin Yi's homeroom teacher Han Qianxue standing beside him, equally stunned, Pei Yong lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Teacher Han, can you give me a reasonable explanation?" Principal, Pei Yong snorted coldly and said, "So this is the outstanding student your sex spent 3 years painstakingly teaching." Han Qianxue felt deeply distressed at this moment. Seeing the hammer totem symbolizing the warrior on the transition platform, she found it utterly inconceivable. Over these 3 years, she had watched Lin Yi grow, witnessed his diligence in studies, knew exactly how much effort he had put in, and seen him help classmates improve their grades. She firmly believed that Linny was destined to rise above the ordinary today. However, the ending was quite disappointing. That psychological letdown left her unable to calm her emotions for a long time. Faced with the principal's stern demeanor, she had no choice but to lower her head. Though resentment simmered within her, what else could she do? The principal had initially wanted to complain, but upon seeing Han Qianshui's expression, he could only sigh and shake his head. Meanwhile, on the job transition platform, Linny stared at the divine transition altar with a deep frown. Die, you F-rank warrior. For the past 300 years, job awakening and transition have been rigorously explained in textbooks. Ever since the other world descended 3 centuries ago, pioneers discovered that humans could awaken and transition professions upon turning 18, ushering in a new era. Anyone has the chance to rise from obscurity to soaring heights after their profession transition at the age of 18. The better your academic performance, the deeper your understanding of the profession transition, and the more you will be favored by the gods. To some extent, academic performance represents the level of one's future achievements. However, the appearance of 4 options for profession transition has never been mentioned in textbooks. Linny didn't hesitate at all and directly eliminated the F-grade trash warrior. Linny directly reached out and swiped his hand over the job selection options on the divine altar. No matter what the other 3 options might be, Linny believed nothing could be lower ranked than this profession. The second option, Wheel of Fortune, S rank. Talent, Reincarnation, Second Life, upon death, time rewinds half an hour earlier. Skill, Grasp of Fate, on the battlefield, holds absolute domain control, manipulating destiny. Hiss, looks promising. At least, this goddess of the Wheel of Fate is female, with a smoking hot figure. However, I don't particularly like being controlled by women. Linny curled his lips disdainfully. Mortal, mind your words, I am the one who controls. No, you cannot control me. Right now, I'm the one choosing you, not the other way around. Linny directly retorted. Indeed, after seeing 3 options on the divine altar, Linny realized his job change was different from others. Others are chosen by deities, while he gets to choose his own allegiance among the gods. The goddess of fate felt cheap for the first time, yet she was powerless all because this mortal was simply too exceptional. However, in Linny's eyes, it was just an ordinary multiple-choice question, yet the job transfer plaza erupted in chaos. Buzz. As the class change altar emitted a faint hum, a purple radiance blossomed from the altar of reincarnation, enveloping the entire Kyoto Academy. The sudden turn of events instantly silenced the noisy scene, and everyone turned their gaze toward the transfer platform in unison. What's wrong? Look, what's that? Purple, isn't that the divine purple glow only S-rank professions possess? What's going on here? Linny? Him? How could it be? Didn't he awaken as an F-rank warrior class? How could he also have an S-rank class? The entire audience was stunned. Never in history has anyone awakened 2 professions. Even the principal was left gaping, his face full of disbelief. Wu Changsheng stared at the sky filled with purple light, his face wearing an expression of disbelief. No, there must be a mistake with the career altar. How is it possible to awaken to 2 professions? S rank. It's S rank. I knew it, Linny is exceptional. Homeroom teacher Han Qianxue jumped up in excitement. The principal swallowed hard. I always knew Linny couldn't possibly be talentless, he was bound to shock everyone, but I never imagined he'd awaken to 2 professions? Han Qianxue glanced at the headmaster. That's not what you said earlier. The headmaster. However, the exclamations from the crowd in the square didn't distract Linny in the slightest. His fingers slid across the altar, directly moving the goddess of fate into the selection pool. The purple glow above the altar completely dissipated, and the noisy square fell silent once more. Chapter 3, The Transformation Phenomenon. What's going on? Linny isn't an S-class profession? Was that just a glitch? Wu Changsheng finally broke into a smile. Ha! I knew it. The job change altar must have malfunctioned. That was just an illusion. Worthless. Utterly worthless. The expressions across the entire crowd were nothing short of spectacular. It felt like riding a roller coaster. The extreme highs and lows were almost too much to handle. As the purple light faded, the cacophony grew even more piercing. The barrage of mocking voices was even more deafening than when Linny had first awakened his F-rank profession. This year's Shangjing Academy has certainly given us plenty of surprises. Indeed. Even the job change altar malfunctioned? How careless and disappointing. Representatives from the 4 major guilds whispered among themselves on the viewing platform. 3 years of national spotlight, hefty scholarships. I bet Principal Pei is regretting it by now. Heh, I wonder how Linny passed the simulation tests these past 3 years. Besides cheating, I can't think of any other explanation. Amidst the murmurs, Linny on the job change platform clicked the 3rd option. Necromancer SSS+. Talent, Necromantic Dominion, summon undead creatures without quantity limits, determined by the caster's mental strength. Skill, Death Chant Death Whisper controls life and death within the mental domain, using death incantations to strangle all enemies within the domain. Young man, you have excellent discernment. Upon the divine altar, the necromancer god appeared as an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Wearing an innocent smile, he addressed Lin Yi. At that moment, an orange radiance erupted from the altar, enveloping the entire capital city. The cacophony of jeers abruptly fell silent. Even the citizens within the capital city dropped their tasks and rushed out into the streets to investigate. What is that? Orange divine light. Legendary SSS plus. What's happening now? Wait, could it be Lin Yi awakening a third class? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In 300 years, not only has no one awakened 3 professions, but not even 2 have ever been awakened. Whispers erupted once more. The earlier roller coaster of emotions had left Lu Ruxiang's heart racing. Seeing the orange legendary divine light again, her mouth formed an O of shock as she stared at Lin Yi atop the job change platform, utterly incredulous. He couldn't have awakened 3 professions, could he? No, impossible. No one has ever awakened 3 professions. Wu Changxing's words cut off Lu Rushuang. Hearing his voice, Lu Rushuang quickly fell silent. She bit her lip lightly, sweeping her hair back over her shoulders to reveal her snow-white, crystal-clear neck. She shifted her feet, moving closer to Wu Changxing. Yes, I agree. It must be a malfunction of the job change altar. How could a worthless F rank like him awaken multiple professions? Lu Rushuang's words drifted toward him on a fragrant breeze. Wu Changxing turned his head to look at her. The distance between them was barely 10 centimeters. He could even feel the warmth radiating from her body. Such a scene had only ever existed in Wu Changxing's dreams before. For a moment, restlessness stirred within him, and certain unsavory thoughts surfaced. Changsheng, where are you going after the job change ceremony ends? Home. Lu Rushuang drew closer, her arm brushing against Wu Changxing's body. Today, my family is hosting my coming-of-age ceremony. Why don't you come with me? My father is warm and hospitable, he'll welcome you with open arms. How many people would kill for an invitation like Lu Ruxiang's? In the past, only Lin Yi had ever received such treatment. Now, Lin Yi was a thing of the past. Wu Changxing couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He whispered into Lu Ruxiang's ear, "Sure, I'll go with you." The warm breath on her ear made Lu Rushuang's cheeks flush crimson, and countless thoughts began racing through her mind. For instance, how to arrange things for Wu Changxing, how to strengthen ties with Zhou Hong, this year's most unexpected dark horse. She absolutely had to secure him. On the job change platform, Lin Yi wore a solemn expression. Legendary tier. Not bad at all. Indeed, young man. Legendary tier is the pinnacle of existence on Blue Star. Even among the entire pantheon, they stand as supreme beings. Become my follower. Kneel and receive my baptism. You shall gain my blessing and power to fight for me. As he spoke, the god of the dead spread his arms wide. A swirling black mist began to spread across the altar. No, to be precise, it wasn't merely black mist, for within that darkness, piercing screeches echoed. The black mist spread from the altar, instantly engulfing the sky and completely obscuring the orange light that had filled the heavens. Within the darkness, skeletal forms flickered in and out of view, howling, screaming, and surging forward in a tumultuous wave. Like the apocalypse descending, carrying the terror of death, it instantly filled the scene with shrieks of horror. Heavens, what is that? The realm of the dead, the legendary forbidden zone of death. Lu Rushuang's face drained of color in terror, and she stumbled, half intentionally, half accidentally, into Zhou Hong's embrace. Zhou Hong seized the moment, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The feel of her. Lin Yi, you never expected this, did you? Your woman will also submit beneath my hips. Zhou Hong thought to himself, his joy evident on his face. Yet suddenly, the cloudless sky darkened as if eclipsed, plunging the world into pitch-black darkness. A black fog enveloped the entire capital city. Lightning surged within the darkness, churning the murky mist and forming terrifying scenes. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions of skeletal skulls roared within the darkness, carrying the stench of death. These undead skeletons were merely low-level undead creatures, yet the sheer terror of their overwhelming numbers weighed heavily upon the soul. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. What lay within the black mist was an even more terrifying undead creature. For instance, the undead black dragon. Its entire body was covered in black scales, the gaps between them flickering with a dark red glow that flickered in and out of view within the black mist. It churned the mist into a vortex, its imposing presence and overwhelming aura of death making it difficult for people to breathe. An anomaly. That's a class change anomaly. Good heavens, Lin Yi, could he truly have awakened multiple professions? Principal Pei Yong's voice trembled as he spoke. The appearance of orange light might not necessarily signify a legendary tier profession, but the manifestation of an anomaly could only be triggered by the awakening of a legendary tier profession. Class advisor Han Xianxue murmured, in 300 years of Huaxia, only 2 individuals have ever transferred to legendary professions. Now, it's the Dragon Nation's Guardian General, the highest authority in the land, second only to the sovereign himself. Lin Yi, have you truly awakened a legendary class? Han Xianxue gazed at Lin Yi, who stood immovable on the job change platform, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 4, You're Dreaming. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia State Security Bureau. Report, Commander. A soldier rushed into the conference room where an emergency meeting was underway. Inside the conference room sat 8 individuals, each holding immense power and influence within China. Any one of them possessed the authority to turn the nation upside down with a single word. They were currently holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to the Eagle Nation's alliance with China's neighboring countries to encroach upon China, a situation that could potentially trigger war. All eyes turned sharply toward the panicked officer. Commander Qin Jimu's brow furrowed. I made it clear that no matter what happens, this meeting must not be interrupted. You? The soldier gasped for breath, struggling to steady himself. Commander, it's urgent. I had no choice. Chen Jimu cut him off coldly. What could possibly be more important than the nation's security at this moment? Rustle. The soldier pulled open the tightly drawn curtains in the conference room. He knew that unless the commander saw the current situation, he wouldn't grasp how urgent it was, how it even overshadowed this meeting. Chen Jimu's voice abruptly halted. The leaders inside the conference room gasped in unison, each rising to their feet. Outside the window, the sky was now shrouded in darkness, resembling the apocalypse. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and dragon-like creatures flickered in and out of view, accompanied by terrifying roars and shrieks. The entire city of Shangjing now resembled a living hell. The sky-darkening black fog completely blocked out the light, while the air was filled with all manner of shrill howls. Citizens were gripped by extreme panic, and chaos erupted on the streets. Even Chen Jimu, a level 30S+ class professional, was so shocked by the scene before him that cold sweat poured down his back. It took him a long while to regain his composure, the shock on his face gradually giving way to excitement and exhilaration. This is the aura of a transferee. This is the aura of the necromantic realms, mightiest mage. In the 300 years of our Huaxia nation, such a magnificent and colossal power has only appeared once before 2 centuries ago. That legendary figure has long since fallen. Now, has another legendary tier professional finally emerged? The entire crowd gasped in awe. The emergence of a legendary tier professional was undoubtedly a thrilling development for China. Over the past 3 centuries, countless adventurers had awakened in China, yet high-level practitioners remained scarce. This scarcity had emboldened former invaders to once again eye the Dragon Nation with covetous intent. Recently, the Eagle Nation had been provoking China with increasing frequency, even forming alliances with smaller neighboring countries to encircle China, clearly signaling their intent to take action. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Chen Jimu immediately turned and issued orders to the soldiers. Quickly! Immediately relay the order. All professionals within the State Security Bureau, regardless of whether they are on leave, are to return to their posts immediately. Additionally, seal off all information. Chen Jimu realized something extremely grave was unfolding. The supernatural phenomenon outside was overwhelmingly powerful, causing the dark clouds to spread relentlessly. At this rate, it wouldn't just affect Shangjing City, it could engulf all of China, perhaps even the entire world. The terror of legendary tier professionals sent a chill down one's spine. Yet now, the emergence of a legendary tier professional in China, though immensely uplifting, must not be allowed to reach foreign ears. Legendary tier professionals were indeed formidable, but they were still newly transferred legends like infants in swaddling clothes. They required extensive time to level up and temper themselves before gradually becoming unstoppable powerhouses. Should foreign powers learn of China's awakening of a legendary tier transferee, they would undoubtedly launch frenzied assassination attempts against transferees. Therefore, the news must be sealed. At that moment, at the capital city Transfiguration Plaza, dozens of media reporters had already set up their cameras and microphones. This is Lu Fong, reporter for Shangjing Television, bringing you live coverage from the Shangjing Academy Job Change Plaza. Today, a suspected legendary tier job changer has appeared at Shangjing Academy, triggering supernatural phenomena. Viewers, we now interrupt our regular programming with an urgent bulletin. An anomaly has occurred at the Shangjing Academy job change site, potentially heralding the emergence of China's second legendary job changer in 3 centuries. Chaos erupted at Shangjing Academy's job change plaza. The terrifying supernatural phenomena left students gasping for breath under the oppressive aura of death. 20 military vehicles sped down the street, heading straight for Shangjing Academy. The roar of engines grew louder as they approached the academy. Screeching brakes echoed repeatedly as hundreds of armed Huaxia soldiers surrounded the entire job change plaza. Secure all media personnel at the scene. Additionally, confiscate every communication device from everyone present, including cell phones, cameras, and any other recording equipment. A square-jawed officer with a stern expression stepped out of the vehicle and immediately issued the order. The military's arrival and control of the scene turned the already chaotic situation into complete pandemonium. We're reporters from Shangjing TV. What right do you have to confiscate our equipment? Hey, you! The soldiers paid no heed to their identities, obeying orders to confiscate all recording equipment. Even those belonging to the school's administration and principal were not spared. Within 10 minutes, over 300 professionals had gathered within the compound of the State Security Bureau. These individuals were the backbone of China's defense, its guardians. Though not the entire force, they represented the elite who could be mobilized at the fastest possible pace. Chen Jimu surveyed the professionals in the compound and issued his command. Now, I need everyone to work together to contain the anomaly within the boundaries of Shangjing City and prevent it from spreading further. Linny, choose him. Choose this legendary profession. The principal's roar was drowned out by the cacophony. Meanwhile, Linny on the job change platform frowned slightly at the third option displayed on the divine altar. Kneel and receive baptism? Linny smiled. Having traveled through 10 years, he had pored over every document, record, and book until he grasped the core of this world's job change system. Upon turning 18, one awakened to bind a profession and became a professional. However, professionals were chosen by the gods, requiring them to sign a contract with a deity and become its devotee. Through their achievements, they earned the worship of the people, which was converted into faith power to nourish the deities. In return, they could obtain greater abilities from the gods. Each party got what they needed, nothing wrong with that. Yet Lin Yi knew he was different. While other job changers were chosen by the gods, he held the power to choose among the gods himself, commanding complete control over the situation. The first two options ranged from F to S, then to legendary. Lin Yi was even more curious about what the final option might be. That wasn't the main point. Truthfully, Lin Yi was already deeply tempted by the legendary tier. But to make him kneel and accept a baptism? Bro, I kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents, but you? I'd never bow to you. Dream on. My ass. Without hesitation, Lin Yi slid his hand across the altar. Chapter 5, Choosing to Slay the Gods. The swirling black mist vanished instantly. The bustling job change plaza fell deathly silent. What's going on? Where's the phenomenon? All eyes turned to Lin Yi standing before the altar. He stood before the altar, where the hammer symbolizing the F-rank warrior class remained unchanged. In truth, this was merely because the first option displayed was F-rank warrior. Since Lin Yi hadn't made a choice, the emblem remained unchanged. Principal, send someone to inspect the altar. There must be something wrong with it. Wu Changqing's heart couldn't take it. The orange glow representing a legendary class and the black mist phenomenon had convinced him that Lin Yi had truly awakened multiple classes. He couldn't allow this to happen. He couldn't let Lin Yi continue to be that dazzling sun. He rushed to find the principal, who was still in a daze. The principal snapped back to reality, his excitement fading completely as disappointment washed over his face once more. He sighed deeply. Teacher Han, go notify them. Inspect the altar. Sigh. Han Xianxue, who had been thrilled moments ago by the legendary phenomenon, found herself unable to calm down long after it faded. Could it really just be a malfunction of the altar? After a brief silence, the scene erupted into chaos once more. What's going on? Where's the phenomenon? Why is Lin Yi still an F-rank profession? Ha ha ha, I told you no one could awaken 3 professions at once unless they were a god. See? A loser is always a loser. Schadenfreude, mockery, and various voices once again filled the square. Within the compound of the State Security Bureau, Chen Jimu had just mobilized all personnel, preparing to deploy national resources to contain the spread of the anomaly. Yet, without warning, the anomaly vanished. Everyone froze in place. Director, what just happened? Chen Jimu stared at the sky, unable to recover for a long moment. Huff. Let's go to the transfer square. Upon the divine platform, Lin Yi remained as steady as an old dog. However, upon seeing the fourth option, Lin Yi lost his composure. The fourth option appeared, displaying neither a class nor a character. The box contained only a question mark. Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply. What's this supposed to mean? Is this a blank option? No, something must be wrong. Lin Yi was convinced the fourth option held something significant, yet he couldn't make heads or tails of it. He tapped the question mark lightly. A golden divine light flared within the box. Select Awakening Class. Option 1, Random Legendary Class. Option 2, Huaxia Candle Dragon, Godslayer. Wait. Huaxia Candle Dragon? Lin Yi had been fascinated by the classic of mountains and seas in his previous life, having read every record about it. The Candle Dragon was an ancient deity described in the classic of mountains and seas, typically depicted with a human face and serpentine body, possessing the power to control the cycles of day and night and seasonal changes. When the Candle Dragon opened its eyes, light filled the world. When it closed them, darkness descended. Of course, such mythological descriptions are not concrete, but it is certain that the Candle Dragon embodies a law representing light and darkness, or, in essence, the law of life and death. Moreover, Lin Yi held a profound reverence and fascination for the deities of myth and legend. The very phrase, China's Candle Dragon, was enough to set one's blood boiling. In this present world, after the descent of the otherworldly realms, the Huaxia civilization has been obliterated. Those ancient legends and records have long become dust in the annals of history. No one knows the true extent of the mysterious power of ancient China. These two choices, one is a random legendary class, the other is the fixed Huaxia Candle Dragon, with the additional annotation Godslayer. Though Linny didn't know what Godslayer meant, he could tell just by thinking about it that it must be incredibly awesome. Linny extended his finger, hesitated briefly, then tapped on option 2. Golden light erupted. From the divine altar, golden light erupted violently. In an instant, the radiating golden light enveloped the entire Class Change Plaza, the entire capital city, and even the entire Huaxia. Boom! 1,000 miles away, the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Dragon Chi violently shattered millennia-old seals. The Tokyo astrological disk shattered, and the statues in the Western Temple cracked. The dormant fragments of the classic of mountains and seas roared to life with the bronze cauldron, foreshadowing the return of China's divine beings to the chaotic age. All the slander, mockery, and ridicule ceased abruptly in that instant. Gold! What is that? All eyes went blank as they gazed upon the golden light filling the sky. Bathed in its radiance, it felt as though a mysterious force was cleansing their souls. Linny, standing before the divine altar, was enveloped in the golden radiance, radiant and resplendent like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Representatives from the 4 major guilds rose to their feet, speechless at this unbelievable spectacle. The headmaster was utterly dumbfounded. Golden light? What does this signify? Neither textbooks, nor historical records, nor any existing materials contained any mention of golden light associated with divine transformation. Orange tier, legendary grade that was already the pinnacle of existence. Worldwide, the number of individuals who had awakened to legendary grade power after class change could be counted on one hand. 2 from Eagle Land, 1 from Cherry Blossom Country, 1 from the West, and 1 from China. Only 5 had appeared in 300 years. But this golden light shattered everyone's understanding. Soon, voices echoed across the plaza. The job change altar malfunctioned. What is this golden light? How could it possibly appear? Right. That must be it. Get lost, UF rank loser. Stop wasting everyone's time. Once someone started, others joined in, their jeers rising and falling. Some students even began hurling plastic water bottles at the altar of transcendence. Yet every piece of trash hurled upward was blocked by the golden shield radiating from Linny's body. Linny stood before the altar with eyes closed, feeling that indescribable sensation. Boundless power surged into his body, gathering within him mighty and vibrant with life. It felt as though he himself had become the master of this world. 2 voices emerged from the altar. Ignorant mortal, I am the Necromancer, the mightiest being in this world. I slay the god? Just as the Necromancer roared, a voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Slay the god? Though Lin Yi didn't understand the meaning, the key point was clear from the literal interpretation. Can I slay a god? Lin Yi murmured the question. Sacrifice oneself to slay a god. The ethereal voice echoed back, though its tone remained ambiguous. Sacrifice, slaying gods. These 2 concepts felt jarring when paired together. Sacrifice meant death. But if he died, how could he slay a god? Lin Yi was stunned. But Lin Yi knew that voice meant him no harm. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi's brows furrowed. God slaying. Chapter 6, The Sacrifice begins. The mysterious youth awakening the bloodline of the Candle Dragon. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted. An unprecedented, colossal force surged into Lin Yi's body in an instant. The sensation felt as though the power of the entire world was rushing toward him. Yet accompanying this influx of power came an indescribable agony. Ah! Lin Yi couldn't help but cry out in agony. He could feel his body being torn apart, flesh, bones, meridians, even his soul all crumbling to dust in that instant. Was this the sacrifice? Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He never imagined the so-called sacrifice would be like this. But regret was useless now. Having chosen this path, he would see it through to the end. On the transformation platform, Lin Yi's body began to turn transparent, like glass, revealing every vein and bone within him. What is happening? Why is Lin Yi's body turning into this? Oh my god, he's not going to die, is he? The scene erupted in chaos. Even those who had been mocking him fell silent. Han Qianxua clenched her fists. She had never witnessed anything like this before. As a teacher, she was deeply worried about her students' well-being. Principal, should we? The principal waved his hand dismissively. Do nothing for now. We can't intervene in this situation. At that moment, Lin Yi could no longer sense his own existence. His consciousness drifted like clouds in the sky, yet felt as though it were sinking to the ocean floor. It was as if his entire being had been broken down into its most fundamental particles, scattered across the heavens and earth. In this strange state, he suddenly saw a golden dragon. The dragon shimmered with radiant gold, each scale as if cast from molten gold. Its eyes blazed like 2 suns, dazzling and brilliant. Could this be the Candle Dragon? Before Lin Yi could ponder further, the golden dragon had already plunged toward him. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yi felt his consciousness shatter into fragments before reassembling itself. At the same time, the spectral form of the Necromancer materialized upon the divine altar. No, this can't be. How could you? Before he could finish, the Necromancer's apparition was torn apart by a burst of golden light. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi felt an immense power surge into his body. This is the Necromancer's divine power? He understood now. The so-called god-slaying was the act of devouring the power of other deities. Sacrificing oneself was meant to shatter the barrier between mortals and gods. He just hadn't expected the process to be this agonizing. Yet this agony was worth it. For he could feel his power surging at a terrifying rate. Below the transformation platform, the crowd stared in stunned silence at the spectacle. They witnessed Lin Yi's body first turn transparent, then gradually solidify once more. Now, however, he was enveloped in a faint golden glow. That aura, that overwhelming pressure, compelled one to kneel in reverence. What class is this? No one could answer that question. For no one had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Just then, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the bloodline of the Huaxia Candle Dragon. Ding! Title acquired, Godslayer. Ding! Acquired skill, Godslayer power. Ding! Acquired special ability, Laws of Heaven and Earth. A series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Yi's mind. He could feel the colossal power within him rapidly transforming into energy he could command. Yet, standing atop the divine altar, Lin Yi remained, in others' eyes, the same worthless who had awakened as an F-rank warrior. For after the golden light faded, the class emblem displayed on the divine platform remained the hammer symbolizing an F-rank warrior. No one knew that at this very moment, Lin Yi had become a true god. Ha ha ha. A burst of mocking laughter shattered the brief silence. I thought some extraordinary class would appear, but it's still that F-rank warrior. Zhou Hong was the first to step forward with his mockery. Moments ago, he'd been nearly suffocated by that golden aura's pressure, but now that he saw Lin Yi was still just an F-rank warrior, his confidence returned instantly. Lu Rushi, her arm linked through Zhou Hong's, covered her mouth and giggled softly. I knew it. There must be something wrong with the job change altar. Otherwise, why would there be so many strange phenomena? Lin Yi stood on the job change platform, silently sensing the surging power within him. Ding! Host has completed Candle Dragon Bloodline Awakening. Ding! Initiating analysis of the laws of heaven and earth. Warning, abnormal fluctuations detected. Host advised to immediately evacuate densely populated areas. Just then, the alert sounded again in Lin Yi's mind. He frowned slightly. It seemed his current state was unstable. Lin Yi, your current state is truly disappointing. Wu Changsheng stepped forward, gazing at Lin Yi with an air of arrogance. Since you've awakened as an F-rank warrior, don't bother coming to see me anymore. I have no interest in befriending a useless person. Lin Yi gave him a faint glance but said nothing. Just then, the principal approached. Lin Yi, even though you've awakened an F-rank profession, your learning ability is exceptional. If you're willing, you could stay on as a teacher at the academy. Clearly, the principal was offering Lin Yi an escape route. But Lin Yi shook his head. Principal, I'd like to go back and rest first. With that, he prepared to leave the job change platform. Just then, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his heart. Oh no! Lin Yi knew this was the Candle Dragon bloodline awakening within him, about to trigger a transformation. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he hurriedly descended the transformation platform. What? Scared now? Zhou Hong sneered coldly. Well, I suppose an F-rank warrior really has no business staying here. Lin Yi ignored him and continued walking toward the exit. But Zhou Hong blocked his path. Thinking of leaving already? Why don't we have a little contest? Let everyone see just how useless you so-called genius really are. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He could feel the power within him growing increasingly unstable. If it erupted here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Move aside, Lin Yi said coldly. What? Afraid? Zhou Hong taunted. Aren't you supposed to be so formidable? What's this now chickening out? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. He knew he couldn't fight now, but Zhou Hong clearly had no intention of letting him leave. Just then, a gentle voice spoke up. Zhou Hong, please let Lin Yi go. He does seem unwell. It was Han Qianxue. Though she didn't know what had happened, she could tell Lin Yi was clearly not in his right state. Zhou Hong sneered. Ms. Han, mind your own business. I'm determined to spar with him today. Chapter 7, After Awakening. The mysterious youth's transcendent transformation. The power surging within Lin Yi grew increasingly unstable, raging through his veins like boiling water. If he didn't leave immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Zhou Hong's stubborn expression, Han Qianxue's tone turned stern. Zhou Hong, this is class time. Unauthorized duels are forbidden, and besides, what's the point of watching an S-rank duel in F-rank? A mocking voice cut through the crowd, sparking a wave of laughter. Principal Pei Yong approached at that moment. Alright, the job change ceremony is over. Everyone, please return to your classrooms. Zhou Hong, I understand your desire to demonstrate your strength, but now is not the time. Zhou Hong snorted coldly, reluctantly stepping aside to make way. Lin Yi said nothing, striding swiftly away from the advancement plaza. He could feel the stares of contempt and mockery following him, but he had no energy left to care. Look at him rushing off like that, he must be scared. A loser is a loser doesn't even have the guts to face reality. 3 years of dreaming about being a genius and now he's just a laughingstock. The taunts echoed around him, but Linny didn't look back. Just then, Lu Rushi, her arm hooked through Wu Changxing's, deliberately raised her voice. Changsheng, how come the people from your orphanage are so vastly different? Wu Changsheng smirked smugly, it's just a natural gap. Some people are destined to look up to others. That's fate. Their conversation reached Lin Yi's ears clearly, but he merely paused briefly before quickening his pace. After leaving campus, Lin Yi headed straight for a desolate wasteland on the outskirts. This rarely visited place was where he used to train. The moment he arrived, the excruciating pain within him reached its peak. Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Yi collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing violently. He felt his blood burning, his bones reshaping, every cell undergoing death and rebirth. Ding! Candle Dragon Bloodline Awakening. Ding! Detecting unstable energy within the host. Initiating automatic adjustment. Ding! Integrating Necromancer's divine power. Golden patterns emerged on Lin Yi's skin, flowing like streams across his entire body. These patterns gradually merged into a single, intricate design. In the distance, the State Security Bureau's convoy roared toward the scene. Chen Jimu stood before the vehicle, gazing at the youth kneeling in the center of the wasteland, his body shimmering with golden light. Is that him? Chen Jimu asked. Yes, Director. His name is Lin Yi, a student at Shangjing Academy. He triggered an anomaly during the class change ceremony just now. Chen Jimu frowned. Seal off this area. No one is to approach. Also, investigate Lin Yi's background. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the school was in an uproar. Does anyone know where Lin Yi went? The principal paced anxiously. I saw him heading out of the campus earlier, a student replied. The principal's face darkened. Contact him immediately. Military personnel have arrived. The commander wants to see him. Han Xianxue stood nearby, her concern evident. Principal, I noticed something was terribly wrong with Lin Yi earlier. I'm worried. What's there to worry about? Zhou Hong scoffed. What danger could a mere F-class warrior face? He probably just ran off because he couldn't bear the shame. Han Xianxue ignored Zhou Hong and turned to leave. I'll go find him. On the sports field, Lu Ruzhuang stood alongside the Qinglong Guild representative, smiling warmly as she introduced him to Wu Changsheng. This is my father's assistant, Uncle Li. He's very interested in meeting you. Wu Changsheng, flattered, promptly extended his hand. Hello, I'm Wu Changsheng. The Qinglong Guild representative smiled and nodded. Immovable nether king of formidable profession. The Qinglong Guild is always seeking exceptional talent. Might you be interested in joining us? Wu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Absolutely. It would be my honor. Lu Ruzhuang leaned against Wu Changsheng, glancing smugly at the envious stares around them. Who would have thought that yesterday she was still Lin Yi's girlfriend and today she had already become Wu Changsheng's new flame? But she couldn't care less about others' opinions. In this world, strength was the only measure that mattered. In the wasteland, Lin Yi's agony finally reached its peak. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar shook the surrounding trees. Golden light erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky and forming a massive golden vortex. Ding! Candle Dragon Bloodline Awakening complete. Ding! Necromancer Divine Power Integration complete. Ding! Acquired skill, Necromantic Dominion. Ding! Acquired skill, Eye of the Candle Dragon. Lin Yi felt the power within him finally settle, like a docile dragon coiled within his body. He slowly rose to his feet, sensing the energy coursing through him. Is this the power of a god? Lin Yi raised his hand and gave it a light flick. A golden blade of light materialized out of thin air, slicing through a massive boulder before him. The stone instantly split cleanly in two. This is truly incredible. Just then, a squad of heavily armed soldiers surrounded Lin Yi. Freeze, a voice barked. Lin Yi turned to see a middle-aged man in military uniform standing a short distance away. Are you Lin Yi? The man asked. Lin Yi nodded. I am. I'm Chen Jimu from the State Security Bureau. The middle-aged man stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Yi closely. The anomaly you just caused has alarmed the entire capital city and may even impact the international situation. I need to know what class did you awaken? Lin Yi looked at Chen Jimu and suddenly smiled. F-class warrior. Chen Jimu narrowed his eyes. Don't joke around. An F-class warrior couldn't possibly cause such an anomaly. It really is just an F-class warrior, Lin Yi shrugged. Maybe the divine platform malfunctioned. Chen Jimu stared intently at Lin Yi. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. Soldiers, stand down. Once the soldiers had retreated to a safe distance, Chen Jimu lowered his voice. Lin Yi, I know you're not an F-class warrior. I've seen your vision, it's a sign reserved for legendary tier professions, perhaps even stronger. With the nation facing crisis, if you truly possess formidable power, I hope you'll serve our country. Lin Yi looked into Chen Jimu's sincere eyes and nodded. Commander Chen, I am not an F-rank soldier. But right now, I need time to adapt to my abilities. Give me a little time, and I will prove my worth to you. Chen Jimu pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright, I'll give you time. But remember, the nation needs you. With that, Chen Jimu turned and walked away. Just then, Han Xianxue came running up, panting heavily. Lin Yi. Are you okay? Seeing Lin Yi unharmed, Han Xianxue breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're okay. The principal was nearly beside himself with worry. The military was searching for you. I've already met with Commander Chen, Lin Yi replied. Han Xianxue stared at him in surprise. Then, are you coming back to school? Lin Yi shook his head. Teacher, I might be away for a while. I need some time to adjust. Chapter 8, Awakening the Legacy. Day and night, life and death under control. Though Han Xianxue didn't understand what had happened, she sensed an indescribable change in Lin Yi. It was like facing a dormant volcano, calm on the surface, yet harboring astonishing power within. I understand. Then, where are you going? Lin Yi gazed toward the distant Kunlun Mountains. I want to go somewhere, to seek some answers. Han Xianxue nodded. All right. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. Lin Yi looked at Han Xianxue gratefully. Thank you, teacher. Han Xianxue turned to leave, then paused as if remembering something. She spun back around. Oh, right. The principal mentioned there'll be a dungeon trial tomorrow for all newly transferred warriors. I'll participate, Lin Yi said with a smile. After all, I want to see just how far an F-rank warrior can go. Han Xianxue caught the deeper meaning in Lin Yi's words and couldn't help but smile. Alright, then I'll be waiting to see how you perform. Watching Han Xianxue's retreating figure, Lin Yi took a deep breath and turned toward the Kunlun Mountains. Meanwhile, rumors about Lin Yi had already spread throughout every corner of the school. Did you hear? Lin Yi was taken away by military personnel. I bet he must have done something wrong to get arrested. Or maybe it's because of that trashy profession of his, even the military couldn't stand it and just expelled him. Wu Changshun listened to the gossip, feeling a secret thrill of satisfaction. He had already signed a contract with the Qinglong Guild, his future looking bright. As for Lin Yi, that genius who had once towered over him, he had now become a laughingstock. How the tables have turned, Wu Changxing thought. Lin Yi, this time I'm finally above you. Lu Ruzhuang leaned close to Wu Changxing and whispered, I heard there's a dungeon trial tomorrow. Are you ready? Wu Changxing smiled confidently. Of course. With the power of the immovable Nether King, what dungeon could possibly challenge me? Lu Rushi gave him a charming smile. I look forward to seeing you in action. Within the Eagle Ambassador's embassy in China, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man reported during an emergency meeting. According to our intelligence, an unusual phenomenon occurred today in Shangjing City, China. It appears a legendary tier practitioner may have awakened. A high-ranking embassy official frowned. Have we confirmed who it is? Not yet, but our agents are investigating. Speed it up. If China truly has another legendary tier professional, our plan must be accelerated. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had arrived at the entrance to the Kunlun Mountains. Standing at the mountain's base, gazing up at the towering peaks, Lin Yi felt the bloodlines within him stir, as if responding to some unspoken call. Candle Dragon. I'm here. Lin Yi murmured softly before stepping into the forest. He didn't know what he would discover, but he knew that from this day forward, his life would be forever changed. And those who had once mocked him and betrayed him would one day realize just how utterly wrong they had been. Kunlun Mountains. Lin Yi traversed the mountains, and with each step, the Candle Dragon bloodline within him resonated more intensely. This feeling is strange, Lin Yi murmured to himself. It's like coming home. He had been walking all night, yet felt not a trace of fatigue. On the contrary, his body grew lighter and lighter, his strength surging ever more abundantly. Ding! Detecting Kunlun Mountain Dragon energy. Candle Dragon bloodline resonance active. Ding! Strength increased by 10%. A thought struck Lin Yi. He raised his hand and flicked it lightly. A beam of golden light shot from his fingertips, effortlessly pulverizing a massive boulder ahead into dust. Holy, this is too awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Back when he read those scenes in novels where protagonists flexed their power and humiliated others, he always found them too unrealistic. But now, he himself had become that person with overwhelming strength. Still, this power came on too suddenly. I need to figure out exactly what it can do first. Lin Yi continued climbing the mountain, testing his various abilities as he went. He discovered he not only possessed the power of the Candle Dragon but had also inherited the abilities of a necromancer. With a single thought, he could summon countless undead creatures to serve him. This is what they call starting as the final boss. Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Just then, Lin Yi abruptly halted. Something ahead was drawing him in. That is... Lin Yi quickened his pace, pushing through a dense forest until he reached a hidden valley. In the valley's center stood an ancient stone platform, its surface covered in intricate runes. Drawing on memories that suddenly surfaced in his mind, Lin Yi recognized the runes as ancient Chinese characters. This is the Candle Dragon altar? Linny stepped forward, gently tracing the runes with his fingers. As his touch grazed them, the runes began to glow, and the entire stone platform began to tremble. Holy crap, don't collapse! Linny scrambled back a few steps. Just then, a crack opened in the center of the platform, and an ancient text slowly rose from within. Ding! Candle Dragon ancient text detected. Ding! Accept? Accept! Linny declared without hesitation. A flash of light erupted as the ancient text dissolved into specks of golden radiance that merged into Linny's body. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Candle Dragon Legacy acquired. Acquired skill, Breath of the Candle Dragon. Acquired skill, Day-Night Shift. Acquired skill, Life-Death Judgment. Linny closed his eyes, processing the flood of knowledge. It turned out the Candle Dragon wasn't merely a mythical creature but an ancient guardian beast of Huaxia governing the laws of light and darkness, life and death. And those abilities forgotten by modern humans had now become his skills. Day-Night Shift, manipulating light and shadow, Life-Death Judgment, commanding life and death. Linny murmured to himself, this is like having cheat codes. Just as Linny was immersed in his newly acquired powers, his phone suddenly vibrated. Who is it? There's actually signal out here in the mountains? Pulling out his phone, Linny saw a message from Han Xianxue. Linny, the trial dungeon has been moved up to 2 p.m. today. The principal insists you must participate no matter what, or it will be counted as withdrawal and affect your graduation. Also, military personnel will be observing. Where are you? Do you need help? Linny glanced at the time. It was already 11 a.m. Looks like I'll have to head back and deal with this trial first. Linny replied, Teacher, I'm fine. I'll be there on time this afternoon. After sending the message, Linny scanned his surroundings, committing the location to memory before hurrying down the mountain. Meanwhile, at Shangjing Academy, the atmosphere was tense yet buzzing with excitement. Did you hear? The dungeon trial's been moved up apparently because military personnel are coming. Really? This is definitely going to be intense. Who cares? With Wu Changsheng, the S-rank classmate, on our side, our class is golden. Wu Changsheng was surrounded by a crowd of classmates, basking in the adulation like a star surrounded by satellites. Chapter 9, Crushing the Competition. An unrivaled performance in the undead labyrinth. Lu Rujuang linked her arm through his, proudly declaring her status to everyone. Changsheng will definitely set a record today. My dad said the Qinglong Guild might sign anyone who performs well in this trial. Zhou Hong rolled his eyes nearby. Who cares? My White Tiger Guild already has me locked in. The White Tiger Guild compared to the Azure Dragon? Lu Rushi scoffed. What did you say? Zhou Hong's eyes widened. Just as tension mounted between them, Han Xianxue approached. Enough arguing. Go prepare yourselves, the trial is about to begin. Only then did Lu Rushiang notice Han Xianxue seemed to be searching for someone. Teacher, who are you looking for? Linny. He said he'd come for the trial. Ha? That F-rank loser dares to show up? Zhou Hong sneered. Does he want to embarrass himself in front of everyone? Wu Changsheng chuckled along with them. Probably afraid it'd mess with their graduation, or they wouldn't dare show up. Han Xianxue shot them a cold glance. Don't get too excited too soon. Linny isn't as simple as you think. How simple could an F-rank warrior be? Lu Rushiang scoffed. Teacher, you're being way too biased. Han Xianxue offered no reply, simply turning and walking away. The trial grounds were set up in a special area on the mountain behind the school. There was an entrance to a secret realm here, specifically prepared as a trial site for newly transferred students. At 1:30 p.m., students began arriving at the assembly point. Principal Pei Yong and several teachers were already waiting there. More conspicuous were several individuals in military uniforms standing nearby, among them Chen Jimu. See that? That's Director Chun from the State Security Bureau. He's way more handsome in person than in photos. I heard he's an S+ class professional, level 30. The students buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. At 1:45 p.m., nearly everyone had arrived except for Linny. Looks like that F-rank loser doesn't dare show up, Zhou Hong declared loudly, drawing a wave of laughter. Wu Changsheng smugly wrapped his arm around Lu Rushuang's waist. A loser is a loser. He knows he doesn't stand a chance, so he just skipped out to avoid embarrassment. Lu Rushuang giggled, you're right. An F-rank warrior entering a dungeon? That's just asking for death. Principal Pei Yong glanced at his watch and frowned. Teacher Han, did Linny really say he'd come? Han Xianxue nodded. He promised he would. Give him 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, we'll count it as a forfeit, the principal declared. Just then, a commotion erupted from the outer edge of the crowd. Excuse me, let me through, thank you. The crowd parted, and a figure slowly made his way through. Linny. He wore a simple black tracksuit, a calm smile on his face, as if he were merely attending an ordinary event. Oh, look who's here, the loser, Zhou Hong sneered sarcastically. Linny didn't even glance at him, walking straight up to Han Xianxue. Teacher, I'm here. Han Xianxue nodded with relief. Good to have you here. The principal cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, I will announce the rules for this trial. The trial takes place in the level 30 secret realm, the undead maze. Each participant enters alone. Your mission is to traverse the maze in the shortest time possible and defeat the final boss. Upon completion, the system will record your time and performance. Level 30, someone gasped. That's way too high. We've only just changed jobs. The principal smiled faintly. Don't worry. This is merely a test of your potential, there's no risk to your lives. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you may use an emergency teleportation scroll to exit immediately. Additionally, the military has specifically requested that this trial be ranked by performance. The top 3 finishers will receive special rewards. This announcement immediately sparked a stir. What kind of special rewards? They must be incredible. No doubt about it, Wu Changsheng will take first place. Wu Changsheng's face broke into a broad smile at the praise. Just wait and see what I can do. Linny stood nearby, silently listening to the boastful remarks, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Next, we'll enter the secret realm in order of class rank, the principal announced. Starting with S rank, then descending. Zhou Hong immediately piped up, Principal, doesn't that mean Linny goes last? He's only F rank, he probably won't even make it past the entrance. Why not let him go first so we don't have to wait too long? The principal hesitated, glancing at Chen Jimu. Chen Jimu nodded. Alright, let him go first. The principal seemed surprised but announced, very well. Linny will enter the secret realm first. Linny stepped forward and stood before the entrance to the secret realm. Hey, loser! Wu Changsheng suddenly shouted. You wanna make a bet? Linny turned his head. What kind of bet? I bet you'll be teleported out within 5 minutes. If I win, you publicly admit you're a loser and call me grandpa whenever you see me. If you win. If I win, you'll kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and publicly admit you're unworthy to be my brother, Linny said calmly. Wu Changsheng froze, then burst into laughter. Fine. It's settled. Lu Rushiang laughed too. Linny, you're overestimating yourself. An F-rank warrior? I don't think you'll last a minute, let alone 5. Linny ignored her and turned to the principal. May I proceed? The principal nodded. You may. Remember, if you sense danger, use the teleportation scroll immediately. Linny smiled without reply and stepped directly into the secret realm's entrance. A flash of white light erupted, and Linny vanished from everyone's sight. Outside the secret realm, a large screen lit up, displaying Linny's status within the realm. This should be entertaining. Zhou Hong rubbed his hands together. Wu Changsheng grinned smugly. Guys, the timer's on. All eyes were glued to the screen, waiting for the moment Linny would make a fool of himself. However, what unfolded next left them utterly dumbfounded. Within the secret realm, Linny stood at the entrance of a gloomy labyrinth. Decayed bone walls surrounded him, and the air was thick with the stench of death. A level 30 secret realm? Let's see just how difficult it really is. Linny swept his hand forward, and a golden light swept across the area. The skeleton guards ahead instantly crumbled to dust. He strode forward, and wherever he passed, all monsters collapsed instantly as if made of paper. This is way too easy, Linny muttered to himself. Guess I'll have to wrap this up quickly. He quickened his pace, practically sprinting forward. Any monster that dared to block his path was reduced to ash under his golden light. The spectators outside were left speechless. How is he doing this? Impossible. How could an F-rank warrior possess such power? Could it be top-tier gear? The principal and teachers were also too stunned to speak. Lu Rushiang gaped, this can't be possible. Wu Changsheng's expression darkened, it must be a system glitch. Impossible. Han Qianxue, however, wore a look of satisfied relief. I knew it. Linny is no ordinary man. Chen Jimu stood nearby, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as expected. In just 1 minute, Linny had already traversed more than half the maze. 2 minutes later, he stood before the final boss. It was a colossal skeleton king, towering over 3 meters tall, wielding a massive bone-forged greatsword and radiating a terrifying aura. You call yourself a boss? Linny sneered with disdain, raising his hand to unleash a golden beam that pierced straight through the skeleton king's chest. The skeleton king didn't even have time to utter a scream before crumbling into a pile of bone dust scattered across the ground. Chapter 10, Flawless. The F-rank warrior's astonishing comeback. Ding. Secret realm trial completed. Time, 1 minute 57 seconds. Rating, perfect. Special achievement, cleared without taking damage. A flash of white light enveloped Linny as he was teleported back outside the secret realm. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at Linny in utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. 1 minute and 57 seconds. The principal murmured. That breaks the school record. And with 0 damage. Han Qianxue exclaimed excitedly. No new transferee has ever achieved this before. Linny walked expressionlessly toward Wu Changsheng. The wager. Time to settle it. Wu Changsheng's face drained of color, his legs trembling. Impossible. You must have cheated. An F-rank warrior couldn't be this strong. Linny sneered coldly, can't handle losing? The surrounding students began to jeer. Wu Changsheng, you made your bet, now honor it. Yeah, get down on your knees. You were so confident just now. Under the pressure of the crowd, Wu Changsheng had no choice but to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he banged his forehead 3 times on the ground, his face etched with humiliation. I am unworthy to be your brother. The words were practically ground out between his teeth. Linny stared at him expressionlessly. Get up. Seeing you like this makes me sick. Wu Changsheng staggered to his feet, his face ashen. He shot Linny a hateful glare before turning and running off. Lu Rushiang stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. She never imagined things would turn out this way. Linny didn't even glance at her, walking straight toward the principal and Chen Jimu. Principal, my trial is complete. The principal, still reeling, stammered, yes, completed and with outstanding results. Chen Jimu stepped forward with a smile. Linny, I'd like to speak with you privately. Linny nodded and followed Chen Jimu to the side. It seems you've mastered your power, Chen Jimu murmured. Linny smiled faintly, just scratching the surface. You know how critical the situation facing our nation is right now. If you're willing, we hope you'll join the State Security Bureau. Linny pondered for a moment. I need to finish my studies first. However, if the nation needs me, I'm always ready. Chen Jimu nodded. Alright, I respect your choice. By the way, the special reward for this trial is an opportunity to explore a genuine secret realm. Are you interested? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A real secret realm? Yes, a newly discovered greatest secret realm. We're assembling an exploration team. It's a prime opportunity to uncover more mysteries of these realms. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. I'm in. Chen Jimu smiled with satisfaction. Good. After the trial concludes, I'll notify you of the details. As the two spoke, other students gradually entered the secret realm. Yet not a single one could break Lin Yi's record, not even come close. In the end, Wu Changsheng placed second with a time of 17 minutes, while Zhou Hong came in third at 19 minutes. Lin Yi, however, claimed the undisputed top spot with a time under 2 minutes. After the trial concluded, the principal solemnly announced the results. Congratulations to Lin Yi for taking first place. Wu Changsheng is second, and Zhou Hong is third. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, but it was drowned out by murmurs of disbelief. This doesn't make sense. How could an F-rank warrior be this strong? Yeah, there must be some secret we don't know about. Could he have truly awakened multiple classes? Standing on the podium, Lin Yi met the gazes of the crowd with a faint smile. He knew this was only the beginning. Soon, the entire world would know the name of Huaxia's Candle Dragon. And those who had once mocked him would pay dearly for their ignorance. Wu Changsheng stood in second place, his face dark and sullen. He glanced at Lin Yi beside him, resentment spreading through his heart like a venomous snake. This can't be. You must have used some underhanded trick. Lin Yi turned his head and shot him a cold stare. Wu Changsheng, remember today's humiliation. Because what's coming next will make you taste even more. Wu Changsheng shuddered and fell silent. Just then, a uniformed officer hurried over to Chen Jimu and whispered something in his ear. Chen Jimu's expression immediately turned grave. After exchanging a few brief words with the principal, he hurriedly left the scene. The principal's expression also grew grave. Students, due to unforeseen circumstances, the remaining activities are cancelled. Please return to your dormitories to rest. What happened? Could it be another secret realm has appeared? I heard the boarder's been restless lately. Lin Yi keenly sensed something amiss. He quietly followed Chen Jimu and called out to him in an unoccupied corner. Commander Chen, what's going on? Chen Jimu hesitated before finally saying, the Eagle Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms have amassed a large fleet in the East Sea. The situation looks grim. Additionally, several secret realms have suddenly shown signs of disturbance. We may need to prepare sooner than expected. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. What do you need me to do? Chen Zimu patted his shoulder. No rush. Let's wait until we have more information. Get some rest first, but stay in touch. Lin Yi nodded, watching Chen Jimu's hasty retreat. An ominous foreboding settled in his heart. Seems the peaceful days are coming to an end. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, a fleeting golden light flashing in his eyes. Whether facing external invasion or secret realm crises, he was prepared. For he was no longer that weak, ordinary man. He was the Candle Dragon of Huaxia, the God Slayer. Whoever dares to trespass upon Huaxia shall taste the wrath of the Candle Dragon. After the trial concluded, Lin Yi did not return to his dormitory but headed straight back to his rented apartment. As an orphan, Lin Yi had always relied on state subsidies and part-time work to make ends meet. Though conditions were harsh, at least he had his own space. Finally, I can get some proper rest. Lying on his bed, Lin Yi reflected on the events of the day, a faint smile curling his lips. The sight of Wu Changsheng kneeling and kowtowing was truly satisfying. Ding! Host's physical condition detected as stable. Ding! Strengthening the Candle Dragon bloodline. Ding. Current level 1. Linny sat up abruptly. Only level 1? So I wasn't even using my full strength back in the secret realm? The thought made him chuckle aloud. This cheat is ridiculous. Just as Linny was about to close his eyes and begin cultivation, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Linny, it's me, Teacher Han. Han Xianxue's voice came through the phone. The principal asked me to notify you to be in the school conference room tomorrow at 10 a.m. There's an important announcement. Got it. I'll be there. Chapter 11, The Snobba School Beauty. A former lover desperately begs for reconciliation. After hanging up, Linny frowned. Normally, after the trials concluded, the rankings and rewards would be announced directly. The fact that a separate meeting had been arranged now meant something unusual was definitely happening. Is it because of something happening with Eagle? Linny shook his head, dismissing the thought. He closed his eyes and began to channel the energy within his body. Guided by his intent, golden energy began circulating through his body. So this is the power of the Candle Dragon? It truly is extraordinary. Lost in his cultivation, Linny didn't notice the deep night had fallen. Just as he was about to drift off, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Who is it? So late at night. Linny approached the door cautiously. Peering through the peephole, he saw a tall, slender girl standing outside. Su Qingyan? Linny was somewhat surprised. This girl was a first-year student at Shangjing Academy, born into a prominent family, the heiress of a major conglomerate in China. They had only met a few times before and weren't particularly acquainted. He opened the door. What brings you here? Su Qingyan wore a simple white dress, her jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating an aura of pure innocence tinged with nobility. Senior Linny, I apologize for the intrusion, Su Qingyan offered a faint smile. I heard about today's trial and came specifically to offer my congratulations. Linny raised an eyebrow. Just for that? Of course not just that, Su Qingyan's expression turned serious. I wish to discuss matters concerning the secret realm and class advancement. Linny hesitated briefly before stepping aside. Come in. Su Qingyan stepped inside, glancing around the modest apartment without a trace of disdain. No need to be formal. Just get to it. Linny casually poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Su Qingyan took the glass, took a deep breath, and said, Senior Linny, I know you're not just an ordinary F-rank warrior. Linny raised an eyebrow. Oh? My family possesses certain special perceptual abilities that allow us to sense powerful energy fluctuations. Today at the training grounds, I felt the power emanating from you. It was an aura, ancient and immensely potent. Linny lifted his cup and took a slow sip. And? So, I want to tell you something. Su Qingyan set down the cup and spoke earnestly. After the other world descended, our history was rewritten. Altered history? Linny perked up. Yes. The true history is that 300 years ago, it was the Western world that opened the gateway to the other world, releasing those deities. These deities promised power to humanity, but simultaneously enslaved us. And in the process, ancient deities of Huaxia like the Candle Dragon within you were forcibly sealed away. Linny narrowed his eyes. How do you know it's the Candle Dragon inside me? Su Qingyan smiled faintly, because I also carry a portion of the bloodline of the ancient Chinese divine beasts within me, though not as pure or powerful as yours. Our clan has long sought someone capable of awakening ancient Chinese power. We believe only by restoring China's own pantheon can we truly break the Western gods' control. I see. Linny nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Wait, you said the Western world opened portals to other realms? What about the secret realms? The secret realm is the passage they opened. These passages were supposed to close after completing their corruption, but for some reason, they became permanent. Linny pondered thoughtfully. That explains why the monsters in the secret realms all belong to the Western mythological system. Exactly. Su Qingyan nodded. Moreover, the recent unusual activities of Eagle Land and Cherry Blossom Nation are connected to this. They discovered a special secret realm that might contain an ancient artifact sealed away by Huaxia. They want to get their hands on it before we do. Linny slammed his hand on the table. That's why Commander Chen is so tense. Su Qingyan nodded. Uncle Chen is a friend of my father's and one of the people in the know. He's been searching for someone capable of inheriting China's ancient power. Today, he finally found you. What happens next? What is the nation planning to do? Tomorrow's meeting is convened for this very purpose. Su Qingyan stood up. I should go now. Saying too much might arouse suspicion. See you tomorrow, Senior Linny. Linny walked her to the door. Thank you for telling me all this. Su Qingyan turned back, smiling radiantly. You're welcome. We're on the same side. Oh, and from now on, just call me Qingyan. No need to be so formal. Watching Su Qingyan's retreating figure, Linny fell deep in thought. If what she said was true, then the significance of his awakening the Candle Dragon bloodline extended far beyond personal power. It held the fate of all Huaxia in its hands. Looks like tomorrow's meeting is going to be crucial. Linny returned to bed, but sleep eluded him. Early the next morning, Linny rose, washed up, ate a simple breakfast, and headed straight for school. The atmosphere on campus had noticeably thickened with tension. Yesterday's trial results had spread throughout the school, making Linny the focal point of everyone's conversations. Look, there's Linny! The freak who cleared a level 30 secret realm in under 2 minutes? Shoo, keep it down, he's coming. Linny paid no heed, walking straight toward the conference room. Along the way, he spotted Lu Rushiang staring blankly in the small garden. The once proud campus beauty now looked lonely and forlorn. After yesterday's trial, the scene of Wu Changqing kneeling publicly to apologize had left her utterly humiliated. As Wu Changqing's new flame, she had become a laughingstock. Linny intended to walk right past her, but unexpectedly, Lu Rushi called out to him. Linny. Linny halted and turned. Yes? Lu Rushi bit her lip, hesitating over what to say. I just wanted to say. I'm sorry. Sorry? Linny scoffed coldly. You think a simple sorry is enough? Lu Rushuan lowered her head. I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Another chance? Linny sneered. Lu Rushiang, have you forgotten that you were among those who publicly called me a good-for-nothing yesterday? I was momentarily confused. A momentary lapse? Linny shook his head. You weren't confused. You were just opportunistic. When I seemed utterly worthless, you couldn't wait to abandon me. Now that I've shown a shred of value, you're rushing back to me. Linny, I truly regret it. Tears welled up in Lu Rushiang's eyes. Linny looked at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Lu Rushiang, it's over between us. You can go find your next champion. As the heiress of the Qinglong Guild, you shouldn't be short of suitors. With that, Linny turned and walked away, leaving Lu Rushuang alone in the garden, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 12, The Candled Dragon Seal. The critical moment of the awakening of the Huaxia deities. Arriving at the conference room door, Linny took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was already filled with people. Besides the principal and several key teachers, Chen Jimu and several military personnel were present, along with the top 10 students from yesterday's trial. Su Qingyan was among them. She gave Linny a slight nod, gesturing for him to take a seat. Just as Linny was about to walk over, he was suddenly stopped. Well, the legendary F-rank warrior has arrived. It was Zhou Hong, his face twisted in mockery as he stared at Linny. You got pretty lucky yesterday, didn't you? Landed yourself in first place. Linny gave him a cold glance. If you think it was luck, we can have another go. Zhou Hong's expression darkened, and he grudgingly stepped aside. Linny walked over and sat down beside Su Qingyan. Are you ready? Su Qingyan whispered. Linny nodded. Let's go. Show me the truth of this world. Just then, Principal Peiyong rose to his feet, and the conference room instantly fell silent. Students and faculty, I have gathered you here today to announce a matter of utmost importance. The principal's expression was solemn and grave. According to the latest intelligence, Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation have jointly formed a secret realm exploration team. Their target is a newly discovered A+ level secret realm in our country's South China Sea region. While this appears to be a routine expedition, our intelligence indicates they have ulterior motives. According to materials provided by Commander Chen, this secret realm may contain ancient Chinese artifacts of immense research value. Should foreign powers acquire them, it would pose a severe threat to our national security. At this point, murmurs began to ripple through the students gathered in the conference room. What kind of relic could be that important? Could it be the legendary artifact? What's the eagle lady up to now? The principal raised his hand to silence the room. Therefore, the nation has decided to assemble an elite team to explore this secret realm and undertake artifact preservation efforts. And you, as the students who performed most outstandingly in yesterday's trial, have been selected for this mission. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room erupted in excitement. Us? To an A+ level secret realm? This is way too fast. We just got our new jobs. Isn't that too dangerous? Chen Jimu stood up. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I and other high-level professionals will accompany and protect you during this operation. Your primary tasks are to learn, observe, and gain experience. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to participate, you may speak up now. We won't force anyone. The meeting room fell silent. Though dangerous, such an opportunity was indeed rare. With a master like Commander Chen leading the way, safety should be assured. Linny glanced around. As expected, neither Wu Changqing nor Zhou Hong raised their hands to withdraw. They wouldn't pass up this chance to prove themselves before the military. Since there are no objections, I'll briefly outline the mission details, Chen Jimu continued. The secret realm we're exploring is called the Dragon Tomb, an underwater domain. Preliminary surveys indicate its entrance lies within a subsea cavern near an island in the South China Sea. The monsters within are primarily water type and dragon type, averaging around level 35, with the strongest potentially reaching level 45. This will indeed be challenging for you, but we will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety. Our primary objective is to locate and safeguard the artifacts within the realm while preventing foreign exploration teams from entering. The operation is scheduled to commence in 3 days. Return to your bases to prepare. Specific team assignments and equipment allocations will be communicated before departure. After the meeting, students dispersed in small groups, discussing the impending mission. Linny was about to leave when Chen Jimu called out to him. Linny, stay behind. Linny nodded and approached Chen Jimu. Commander Chen, what are your instructions? Chen Jimu glanced around to ensure no one else was present before lowering his voice. Linny, this mission is far more dangerous than I've indicated. I know, Linny nodded. Su Qingyan has already briefed me on some details. Chen Jimu looked surprised. What did she tell you? About the ancient deities of Huaxia being sealed away, and the possibility of Huaxia divine artifacts existing within this secret realm. Chen Jimu fell silent for a moment before sighing. Since you already know, I'll be blunt. The true purpose of this mission is to locate and activate the Candle Dragon Seal. The Candle Dragon Seal? Linny froze. How does this concern me? Of course. Chen Jimu nodded. The Candle Dragon bloodline within you is likely the key to unlocking the seal. According to ancient texts, the Candle Dragon was one of the most powerful divine beasts in ancient China, ruling over light and darkness, life and death. 300 years ago, when the otherworldly forces descended, the Western deities joined forces to seal the Candle Dragon, severing the connection between China and its own divine beings. And you, as the awakened bearer of the Candle Dragon bloodline, may be able to re-establish that connection. Linny pondered thoughtfully, so that's why Eagle Chicken and Cherry Blossom Country are so tense? They fear China restoring its own divine system? Exactly, Chen Jimu nodded. Once China restores its divine system, the Western gods' control over us will weaken. That's an outcome they absolutely cannot tolerate. Therefore, you are the key to this mission. You must locate the seal before they do an attempt to activate it. Linny took a deep breath. I understand. But I have one more question. What is it? Why am I still classified as an F-rank warrior? If the Candle Dragon bloodline is so powerful, why isn't it revealed directly? Chen Jimu smiled. That's precisely your greatest advantage. Outsiders can't discern your true strength, so neither Eagle nor Cherry Blossom Nation will take special precautions against you. We suspect it might be due to the Western deities' control over the class change system, preventing ancient Chinese powers from manifesting normally. But this has actually become our camouflage. Lin Yi nodded. I understand. What preparations should I make? Keep a low profile. Don't reveal your full strength. During this mission, only use your true power when absolutely necessary. Chen Jimu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Remember, you're not just fighting for yourself, you're fighting for all of China. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. I won't let the nation down. Leaving the conference room, Lin Yi felt a whirlwind of emotions. In just a few short days, he had transformed from an ordinary student into a pivotal figure bearing the fate of China. The feeling was both exhilarating and unsettling. As he stepped out of the academic building, Lin Yi suddenly spotted Wu Changsheng waiting nearby. What is it? Lin Yi asked coldly. Chapter 13, The Candle Dragon Bloodline. The Awakened One's Unparalleled Burden. A sinister smile played on Wu Changsheng's lips. Lin Yi, don't get too cocky. I'll make you pay for what happened yesterday. Oh? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. And how exactly do you plan to get it back? This secret realm expedition is fraught with danger. Who knows what unexpected events might unfold? Wu Changsheng said ominously. Lin Yi burst out laughing. Wu Changsheng, are you threatening me? You could interpret it that way, Wu Changsheng sneered coldly. Don't think a little power makes you special. In the secret realm, fate is in someone else's hands. Lin Yi's smile vanished as he fixed Wu Changsheng with a cold stare. Wu Changsheng, let me give you some advice, don't mistake your ignorance for courage. If you dare to play dirty tricks in the secret realm, I guarantee you'll regret ever being born. Wu Changsheng was shaken by Lin Yi's imposing presence, involuntarily taking a step back. I'm not afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Lin Yi dismissed him with a wave and turned to leave. Oomph. Just wait and see. Wu Changsheng gritted his teeth behind him. Lin Yi didn't look back, but his mind was made up. He would keep his wits about him during this secret realm expedition. A petty villain like Wu Changsheng would stop at nothing for personal gain. Back at the apartment, Lin Yi began preparing for the upcoming mission. He inspected his gear, not much, but it was all accumulated over the years. A short sword, several bottles of basic healing potions, and some essential exploration tools. Looks like I'll need to find a way to get some better gear. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Given his current strength, this gear was indeed rather shabby. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Lin Yi, it's me, Su Qingyan. What's up? My father wants to meet you. He has something important to discuss. Are you free right now? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Sure. Where should we meet? I'll send a car to pick you up. Be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Lin Yi pondered why Su Qingyan's father sought him out. Last night, Su Qingyan had mentioned her family had long been searching for someone capable of awakening ancient Huaxia powers. His current summons likely related to this quest. Half an hour later, a low-key black sedan pulled up beneath the apartment building. After Linny got in, the car drove straight to an estate on the outskirts of Shanjing City. It was an antique Chinese-style estate covering a vast area. The front courtyard featured a traditional Sihiyuan layout, while the rear housed a cluster of modern buildings. The entire compound was surrounded by high walls and heavily guarded. When the car stopped, Su Qingyan personally came out to greet him. "My father is waiting for you in his study." Linny followed Su Qingyan through several corridors to a spacious study. Inside, a man in his 50s sat reading ancient texts at his desk. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and smiled warmly. "So you're Linny? Please have a seat." Su Qingyan introduced, "Dad, this is Senior Linny I told you about." "Linny, hello. I'm Su Qingyan's father, Su Yuanming." Linny nodded. "Hello, Uncle Su." Su Yuanming gestured for Linny to sit down and got straight to the point. "Linny, Qingyan has told me about your situation. First, congratulations on awakening the Candle Dragon bloodline." "Thank you," Linny replied modestly. "I asked you here to offer some assistance." Su Yuanming stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and retrieved an antique wooden box. "This is our family's heirloom, the dragon scale armor, crafted from genuine dragon scales. Though it's only the size of a vest, its defensive capabilities rival S-grade equipment." Linny took the box in surprise. "This? Don't refuse it," Su Yuanming smiled. "The mission you bear is immense. This equipment is nothing in comparison. Also, take this." Su Yuanming produced a small vial. "This is the dragon blood pill, a potent elixir refined from genuine dragon blood. Taking it will temporarily boost your strength by 50% for 2 hours. It might prove invaluable in critical moments." Linny accepted these precious items and said sincerely, "Thank you, Uncle Su." "You're welcome." Su Yuanming's expression turned serious. "Linny, during this secret realm expedition, Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation will undoubtedly deploy their most elite forces. You must be cautious." "I will. There's one more thing I must warn you about." Su Yuanming lowered his voice. "There might be a mole among us." "A mole?" Linny froze. "Yes. Over the years, critical intelligence has consistently leaked to foreign powers. Given how well hidden this secret realm's location is, the fact that Eagle and Cherry Blossom Nation reacted so swiftly clearly indicates someone tipped them off in advance." Linny frowned. "Any suspects?" "Not yet. But you must stay vigilant, especially toward those who've had contact with foreign powers." Linny nodded. "Understood." Before leaving, Su Qingyan walked Linny to the door. "Senior Linny, please be careful." Linny smiled. "Don't worry. With my current abilities, I shouldn't have too much trouble." Su Qingyan hesitated, then finally said, "If you need any help, don't hesitate to contact me." Back at the apartment, Linny opened the wooden box and took out the dragon scale armor. It was a gold and red vest, cool to the touch yet incredibly sturdy. The dragon scales were arranged in perfect order, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the light. Linny tried it on and found it fit perfectly. Light as a feather, it didn't hinder his movements at all. What a treasure! Linny caressed the dragon scale armor, unable to put it down, his heart filled with gratitude. With this armor and the dragon blood pill, his chances of success in this secret realm expedition had significantly increased. Still, the matter of the mole warrants vigilance. Lying on his bed, Linny pondered Su Yuanming's warning. Who could the mole be? Someone from the Azure Dragon Guild? Or within the military? Or perhaps someone from the academy? After pondering for a long time with no leads, Linny decided to focus his attention on the upcoming secret realm expedition. Regardless, this mission was of paramount importance to Huaxia. And as the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline, he bore a heavy responsibility. Hope everything goes smoothly. Linny closed his eyes and entered his cultivation state once more. 3 days later would be the day of the secret realm expedition. And he must be fully prepared. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Linny packed his belongings, donned his dragon scale armor, and carefully stowed away the dragon blood pill and other equipment. Before departure, he checked his status once more. System status. Host, Linny. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-rank warrior. Level 2 Candle Dragon bloodline continues to strengthen. Skills, Breath of the Candle Dragon, Day-Night Shift, Life-Death Judgment, Undead Domination. Special ability, God Slayer power requirement, Sacrifice Self. 2 days of cultivation, and I've only risen from level 1 to level 2. This leveling speed is a bit slow. Chapter 14, Breath Clash. The Candle Dragon's Ultimate Strike. Linny stroked his chin, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the Candle Dragon was an ancient divine beast. Its power was too immense, making leveling up naturally difficult. Even at level 2, Linny felt confident about this mission. After all, he had cleared a level 30 dungeon effortlessly. At level 1 his power had only grown since then. Let's go. Linny slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the apartment. The rendezvous point was a secret airfield within the Shangjing garrison zone. When Linny arrived, he found most people were already present. Besides the top 10 students from the trial, Chen Jimu and several senior practitioners were also there. The most striking figure was a plainly dressed middle-aged woman standing beside Chen Jimu, her demeanor calm and reserved. "Who is that?" Linny whispered to Su Qingyan beside him. "The general of Huaxia's national defense Li Xianqing," Su Qingyan replied in a hushed tone. "An S-rank professional, already at level 42. She's one of Huaxia's strongest professionals right now." Linny was secretly astonished. The deployment of such high-level figures for this mission clearly signaled its extreme importance. Chen Jimu stepped forward to assign tasks and divide the team into groups. This operation will be divided into 3 teams. Team A will handle the frontal reconnaissance, led by myself and General Li. Members include Wu Changsheng, Zhou Hong, and 3 other students. Team B will handle flank security, led by Captain Wang. Members include Zhao Pang and 4 other students. Team C handles logistics and support, led by Instructor Zhang. Members include Linny, Su Qingyan, and 3 other students. Hearing he'd been assigned to logistics, Linny felt no surprise. Given his ostensible F-grade warrior status, frontline combat was indeed unsuitable for him. However, Chen Jimu's meaningful glance made it clear to Linny that this was a deliberate arrangement, granting him more opportunities for covert operations. Zhou Hong and Wu Changsheng, upon learning they'd been assigned to the main force Team A, immediately swelled with pride. "See? That's the gap in strength." Zhou Hong sneered at Linny. "Group A explores, while F-rank trash handles logistics. It's only natural." Wu Changsheng sneered in agreement. "Exactly. Some people should just stay put in the rear and stop causing trouble." Linny couldn't be bothered with these 2 clowns, merely offering a faint smile. Staying in the logistics group actually offered more freedom. It suited him perfectly. After the teams were finalized, a large transport aircraft stood ready. Everyone boarded and set off for their destination in the South China Sea. On the plane, Linny sat by the window with Su Qingyan beside him. "Nervous?" Su Qingyan asked softly. Linny shook his head. "Not really. My dad mentioned that during this secret realm expedition, we might encounter the Freedom Knights from Eagle Squad. They're all experts above level 30. Be careful." Lin Yi nodded. "Thanks for the heads up." After several hours of flight, the plane landed at a military base on a small island in the South China Sea. After disembarking, Chen Jimu gathered everyone for another meeting. According to the latest intelligence, the Eagle Squad exploration team has arrived ahead of schedule and begun preliminary reconnaissance. The good news is, they haven't located the dragon tomb deep within the secret realm yet. We must accelerate our pace. In half an hour, we'll board submarines and head for the secret realm's entrance. Everyone made their preparations and soon boarded 3 military submarines. The submarines moved slowly through the complex reefs beneath the sea, arriving at the entrance of a massive undersea cavern. This was the entrance to the secret realm known as the Dragon Tomb. The cave entrance was shrouded in a blue energy barrier, its surface flickering with strange runes. "This is the secret realm's seal." Li Xianqing stepped forward, took out a special badge, and gently pressed it against the energy barrier. The badge emitted a faint glow, and a small opening appeared in the barrier, just large enough for one person to pass through. "Quickly, enter one at a time." The group filed through one by one, passing through the energy barrier into the heart of the secret realm. The moment they entered, the sight before them stunned everyone. This was no longer the ocean floor, but a vast, open plain. Above them stretched a deep blue sky, while beneath lay lush, verdant grasslands. In the distance, peaks of bizarre shapes rose into the distance, their summits crowned with pristine white snow. "This is the secret realm's marvel," Chen Jimu explained. "It creates an independent space with its own geography and ecosystem." Just as the group prepared to split up according to their plan, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from the distance. What was that? Several people looked alertly toward the source of the sound, only to see a dark cloud rapidly approaching in the distant sky. "It's a dragon." Li Xuanqing's expression darkened. "The secret realm's guardian beast, the Black Dragon. Everyone, be careful." With her warning, the colossal figure within the dark cloud finally revealed itself. It was a colossal dragon over 50 meters long, its entire body pitch black. Its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky like a shadow. Its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, while its razor-sharp claws and massive fangs sent a chill down anyone's spine. "Level 35 Boss Titan Black Dragon." Chen Jimu shouted. "Team A prepare to engage. Team B secure the perimeter. Team C fall back and maintain distance." Everyone swiftly obeyed the orders. Linny fell back with Team C while covertly observing the battle. The Titan Black Dragon let out a deafening roar, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of black dragon fire. Li Xianqing stepped forward, forming hand seals that conjured a golden light shield before the group, blocking the dragon's breath attack. "Impressive." Linny silently marveled. Truly worthy of a level 42 expert, his prowess was extraordinary. Wu Changsheng and Zhou Hong also began demonstrating their prowess. Wu Changsheng's eyes turned a deep, unfathomable black. The surrounding space seemed to freeze as a 10-meter diameter black domain materialized. Within it, a colossal phantom gradually took shape, the immovable Nether King. Death control. Wu Changsheng roared, and the immovable king swung his massive fist, smashing it down hard onto the black dragon's head. The black dragon staggered back, letting out a furious roar. Zhou Hong drew a black longbow, nocked an arrow, and took aim. Death arrow. The arrow shot forth, transforming mid-air into countless black specks that pierced toward the black dragon's eyes. The black dragon, stung by the pain, grew even more enraged. It lashed out with its tail, sweeping toward the group. Li Xianqing intervened again, a golden light blocking the dragon's tail. Yet the immense force still sent several students who hadn't reacted in time flying. "I'll go help," Linny said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan watched him with concern. "Be careful." Linny charged toward the battlefield. Just as he reached the front lines, he saw Wu Changxing struck by the dragon's tail. His body slammed heavily against the rocks, and he collapsed, coughing up blood. Zhou Hong was also in dire straits, his arm torn by the dragon's claws, blood streaming freely. The rest of Team A were covered in wounds, with only Li Xianqing and Chen Jimu still desperately holding their ground. This strong? Linny was taken aback. Logically, Li Xianqing alone should be able to handle a monster of this caliber, yet he was struggling so fiercely now. Chapter 15, Bloodline Awakening. The Path of the Huaxia Guardian's Mission. Just then, the black dragon suddenly turned toward Linny, unleashing a powerful wave of oppressive force. Did it spot me? Linny startled, but quickly realized it wasn't his uniqueness that drew attention, he was simply the weakest target. After all, on the surface, he was merely an F-rank warrior. The black dragon opened its maw and unleashed a dragon's breath, hurtling straight toward Linny. "Linny, run!" Chen Jimu shouted urgently. But how could Linny run? He took a deep breath as the candle dragon bloodline within him began to boil. "If that's the case, let's see what you're really made of." Linny growled, and a layer of golden light erupted from his body, forming a protective barrier that completely blocked the dragon's breath. Everyone was stunned. This can't be possible. An F-rank warrior can block dragon breath? Who exactly is he? Even Li Xianqing wore a look of utter shock, she had never witnessed such a thing. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Linny raised his hand. A golden beam shot from his fingertip, piercing straight through the black dragon's right wing. The black dragon let out a piercing scream as its right wing, now pierced through, drooped limply. Candle dragon's breath. Linny struck again, a golden breath erupting from his mouth and striking the black dragon squarely in the head. The dragon's scales began to dissolve under the corrosive golden aura, exposing the flesh beneath. The black dragon writhed in agony, yet it could no longer withstand Linny's assault. Finally, Linny leapt upward, a golden longsword materializing in his hand. With a single thrust, he pierced the black dragon's forehead. "Die!" With Linny's commanding shout, the black dragon let out a final wail before its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was over. Silence fell over the entire arena. No one could believe their eyes. A warrior rated F-class had just slain a level 35 Titan black dragon with a single strike? This can't be. Zhou Hong's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Wu Changsheng was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "Linny, who exactly are you? Why did you conceal your strength?" Linny offered no reply, silently returning to Team C. Su Qingyan whispered urgently in his ear, "You've gone too far. What if your identity is exposed now?" Linny shrugged. "Better than watching everyone get incinerated by dragonfire." Chen Jimu walked over and patted Linny on the shoulder. "You did the right thing, but you'll need to be even more careful from now on." Li Xianqing approached as well, scrutinizing Linny from head to toe with a thoughtful expression. "Are you the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline?" Linny nodded. "Yes, General." Li Xianqing fell silent for a moment before speaking. "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of power. Come with me. I have something to tell you." Linny followed Li Xianqing to a secluded spot. "Linny, do you understand the immense weight of the mission you carry? Commander Chen has already told me I need to locate and activate the Candle Dragon Seal." Li Xianqing shook his head. "It's more than that. Once the Candle Dragon Seal is activated, you will become the new guardian of Huaxia, bearing the weighty responsibility of protecting the nation. Are you prepared?" Linny took a deep breath. "I'll do my best." Li Xianqing nodded. "Good. But from now on, you mustn't reveal your true strength carelessly. The Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations are present within this secret realm. If they discover your true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable." Linny nodded in understanding. At that moment, Chen Jimu approached. "Rest up. We'll press on. Intelligence indicates the Dragon Tomb lies at the heart of this realm. We still have a long journey ahead." The team regrouped and pressed deeper into the secret realm. This time, Linny was assigned to Team A, walking at the forefront alongside Li Xianqing and Chen Jimu. Though Wu Changsheng and Zhou Hong felt resentful, the recent battle had proven Linny's strength, and they dared not say another word. Along the way, Linny whispered to Li Xianqing, "General, why did you struggle so much against a level 35 black dragon when you're a level 42 expert?" Li Xianqing sighed. "This secret realm has a unique suppression effect that halved my power. Moreover, that black dragon wasn't an ordinary level 35 monster, it possessed ancient dragon bloodlines, making its actual combat strength equivalent to level 40. Linny understood immediately. No wonder it was so powerful. "But you don't seem affected by the suppression at all," Li Xianqing observed, looking at Linny with puzzlement. "That's very strange." Linny pondered for a moment. Could it be because the candle dragon bloodline has some connection to this secret realm? Highly likely, Li Xianqing nodded. "This further proves your crucial importance to this mission." The party pressed onward, crossing the plains and entering a dense forest. Within the woods, bizarre creatures appeared intermittently, some even launching attacks on the group. Yet with Linny and Li Xianqing clearing the path ahead, these minor monsters posed no real threat. After about 2 hours of walking, the team arrived at a raging river. "We must cross this river to proceed," Chen Jimu frowned, staring at the surging waters. "But something feels off about it." Li Xianqing plucked a twig and tossed it gently into the river. The moment it touched the water, it instantly turned to ash. "It's the river of death." Li Xianqing's expression darkened. "The water contains intense death energy. Ordinary people would die instantly upon contact." The group sucked in a collective breath. How could they possibly cross? "Is there a bridge?" someone asked. Chen Jimu shook his head. "No. According to the map, this river stretches hundreds of kilometers. Bypassing it is nearly impossible." Just as everyone was at a loss, Linny suddenly remembered something. "I have an idea." He walked to the riverbank, closed his eyes, and felt the candle dragon bloodline within him. Ding! Death energy detected. Candle dragon bloodline resonance activated. Ding! Temporary ability acquired, Death River Crossing. Linny opened his eyes and addressed the group. "I can attempt to control the river currents and guide everyone across safely." Chen Jimu and Li Xianqing exchanged glances and nodded. "Give it a try." Linny approached the riverbank, took a deep breath, and formed an odd seal with his hands before his chest. Life-death judgment. Golden light radiated from his hands, slowly extending toward the river's surface. A miraculous sight unfolded under the golden light. The river began to part, revealing the riverbed. A dry passageway appeared in the river's center, leading straight to the opposite bank. "Quick, hurry across the river." Linny gritted his teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The others hurriedly followed, swiftly traversing the dry riverbed. Linny brought up the rear, ensuring everyone crossed safely before slowly withdrawing his power. "Linny, you're incredible." Su Qingyan gazed at him with admiration. The others also wore expressions of admiration. Chapter 16, Before the Pyramid. The Huaxia squad's thrilling showdown. That kid. Wu Changsheng seethed with envy and resentment. He's been pretending to be an F rank all this time, turns out he's been playing dumb all along. Linny paid no heed to these thoughts. He could feel that using the life and death judgment skill had drained a significant amount of his energy. "Let's keep moving," he said to Chen Jimu. The team crossed the river and traversed the forest on the opposite bank, emerging into an open clearing. In the distance, a massive pyramid-shaped structure stood on the flat ground, gleaming with golden light and strikingly conspicuous. "We're here. That must be the dragon tomb," Chen Jimu exclaimed excitedly. However, just then, a group of figures clad in black combat suits emerged from around the pyramid, blocking their path. Leading them was a tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wielding a sword that flickered with electric light. A powerful aura radiated from him. "The Eagle's Liberty Knights." Chen Jimu's expression darkened. "It's their commander Thor, the god of thunder." Thor sneered at the Huaxia team. Well, you finally showed up? Too late. We've already found what you were looking for." Chen Jimu demanded in a low voice. "What did you find?" "The legendary Dragon Soul Crystal, of course," Thor declared triumphantly. "With it, we can control every dragonkin creature in the world, including your so-called candle dragon from Huaxia." Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. Dragon Soul Crystal? Control the candle dragon? This was not part of the plan. Chen Jimu and Li Xuanqing's expressions also turned unusually grave. "It seems a fierce battle is inevitable," Chen Jimu murmured. Li Xianqing nodded and slowly drew the long sword from his waist. "Prepare for battle." Before the pyramid, both sides stood locked in tense confrontation. Thor gripped his lightning-flashed sword, his face a mask of defiance. "Friends of Huaxia, if you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Don't make fools of yourselves. Dream on." Chen Jimu roared. "The Dragon Soul Crystal is a treasure of China. How could it fall into the hands of outsiders?" Thor roared with laughter. "Treasure? That depends on who has the skill to claim it. Besides, the crystal is already in our hands. If you want to take it back, it won't be so easy." Behind him stood over 20 fully armed members of the Free Knights, each formidable in strength, with even the weakest surpassing level 25. Linny surveyed his own forces. Aside from Li Xianqing and Chen Jimu, the rest were novices. The disparity in strength was stark. This battle wouldn't be easy. As the two sides faced off, Thor suddenly turned his gaze toward Linny, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "Young man, you seem quite remarkable. The abilities you displayed by the river earlier were quite unique." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Had this guy been watching them all along? "Cut the crap. Fight if you wanna fight or get lost," Lin Yi said coldly. Thor's smile broadened. "Interesting. A mere child with such bold words. But..." His tone abruptly turned serious. "If you are the one we seek, don't blame me for being ruthless." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sword in Thor's hand erupted with a blinding blue light, slashing toward Lin Yi. The strike was astonishingly fast, far too quick for an ordinary person to react. "Watch out!" Li Xianqing shouted, trying to shield Lin Yi, but it was too late. Lin Yi remained unflinching. Raising his right hand, a golden beam shot from his palm, colliding with the lightning-like sword with a thunderous crash. Boom! A powerful shockwave instantly rippled outward, cracking the surrounding ground. Thor was knocked back several steps, a hint of surprise finally flickering across his face. "It really is you. The heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline." Lin Yi's heart sank. It seemed the enemy had indeed come for him. "What? Surprised?" Thor sneered. "We knew an heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline had emerged in Huaxia, but we weren't sure who it was. Now, we've finally found you." Li Xianqing stepped beside Lin Yi. "Thor, don't get too cocky. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me first." Thor shook his head. "Generally, your power is suppressed by half in this secret realm. You might not be my match. If you know what's good for you, hand him over. I might consider letting you live." "Bull!" Chen Jimu roared. "How could we sons of China be threatened by you lot?" Thor shrugged. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." With a wave of his hand, the knights behind him advanced in unison, assuming battle stances. Chen Jimu ordered in turn, "Team A engage the enemy. Team B provide support. Team C cover us." A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Thor charged straight at Lin Yi, and Li Xianqing immediately intercepted him. The two clashed fiercely, their lightning and golden light colliding in a blinding display that made the surrounding air hum with the force of their battle. Chen Jimu led the rest of Team A against the elite knights. Wu Changcheng and Zhou Hong performed admirably this time, one using the immovable Lord's domain to control enemies, the other employing Death's Arrow for long-range sniping. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Lin Yi intended to join the fight, but noticed three Knights Order members stealthily circling around to the rear of the formation, preparing to ambush Team C's logistics personnel. "Damn it!" Lin Yi flickered forward, instantly appearing before the trio. "Thinking of ambushing? Get past me first." The three knights were visibly startled, clearly not expecting to be spotted. But they quickly regained their composure and launched simultaneous attacks at Lin Yi. Deathstorm, Soul Rip, Blood Blade Slash. Three devastating attacks converged simultaneously. For an ordinary practitioner, facing such a combo would be almost certain death. Yet Lin Yi merely sneered coldly. With a light flick of his right hand, a golden barrier materialized before him, deflecting all three assaults. "Is that all?" Lin Yi sneered. "Now it's my turn." He raised his left hand, flicked his fingers lightly, and three beams of golden light shot forth, striking each of the three directly in the chest. Put! All three knights spat blood and collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown. This can't be. One knight's face twisted in utter disbelief as death approached. Lin Yi paid no heed, turning his attention back to the main battlefield. The battle between Li Xianqing and Thor had reached a fever pitch. Thor's strength was truly formidable. Even though Li Xianqing was a 42nd level expert, suppressed within this secret realm, he could only barely hold his ground, even beginning to show signs of being pushed back. A sudden impulse stirred within Lin Yi, prompting him to step forward to assist. Yet, at that very moment, he felt an odd, compelling call. The sensation emanated from within the pyramid, as if something was calling to him, drawing him toward it. The Candle Dragon Seal? Lin Yi's heart stirred. He glanced at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to complete the primary mission first. After all, locating and activating the Candle Dragon Seal was the true purpose of this operation. Lin Yi discreetly signaled to Su Qingyan, then slipped toward the pyramid's entrance amid the chaos. What is he doing? Wu Changqing noticed Lin Yi's movement and wondered silently. Having just dealt with an enemy himself, he followed suit. Lin Yi effortlessly dodged several knights engaged in combat and soon reached the pyramid's entrance. Chapter 17, The Dragon Gate Opens. The mysterious resonance of the Candle Dragon bloodline. The entrance was a massive stone door, carved with mysterious runes and dragon patterns. Just as Lin Yi was about to study how to open the stone door, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Trying to sneak in? Not so fast. Turning, Lin Yi saw a sullen-faced middle-aged man clad in a black robe distinct from the other knights, wielding a jet-black staff. Who are you? Lin Yi asked warily. My name is Morris, chief researcher of the Eagle Sanctuary Research Department, the man sneered coldly. You must be that kid from Huaxia who awakened the Candle Dragon bloodline, right? Lin Yi didn't answer, merely staring back coldly. Morris continued, no need to be nervous. I mean you no harm. In fact, I admire your ability to awaken such ancient bloodlines. Then why are you blocking my path? Lin Yi demanded. Simple, Morris replied with a strange smile. I want to make a deal with you. Come with me, and I'll reveal every secret about the candle dragon, including how to fully activate the bloodline within you. Lin Yi scoffed. And then what? Let you study me, only to dissect me in the end? Of course not. Morris waved his hands hastily. We only wish to study the physiology of the candle dragon bloodline. We would never harm you. Think about it, if you fully activate your bloodline, you'll possess unparalleled power. You might even become the most formidable being in this world. Lin Yi sneered coldly, and then be controlled by you, right? Morris's expression darkened. So you already know the purpose of the dragon soul crystal. I didn't need you to tell me, Lin Yi retorted. I suggest you get lost now, or don't blame me for being rude. Morris sighed. Young man, why be so impulsive? Our goals are actually aligned, both aim to make humanity stronger. Only our methods differ. Cut the crap. Lin Yi had lost all patience. I'll say this one last time, move aside. The smile vanished completely from Morris's face. In that case, don't blame me. He swung his staff violently, unleashing a torrent of black mist that surged toward Lin Yi. The mist contained countless tiny black needles, each emitting a corrosive toxin. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes as the candle dragon bloodline within him activated automatically, a faint golden glow emanating from his entire body. The moment the black mist touched the golden light, it hissed and sizzled, dissipating rapidly as if encountering its natural enemy. Morris gasped in shock. This can't be. My death mist can kill even S-rank professionals. How could you remain unscathed? Lin Yi didn't bother explaining. He lunged forward in a single stride, his right hand forming a claw as he reached for Morris's throat. Morris scrambled backward, simultaneously swinging his staff to conjure a black barrier before him. Useless. Lin Yi sneered coldly. Golden light surged from his hand, piercing straight through the black barrier and seizing Morris's throat. Cough, cough. Morris's face turned blue as he struggled, gasping, Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Lin Yi loosened his grip slightly. What secret? The Dragon Soul Crystal isn't in Thor's possession. Morris gasped out, he's deceiving you. Lin Yi froze. What do you mean? The crystal remains deep within the pyramid. We merely sought to lure you into a trap. Lin Yi frowned, pondering for a moment. He sensed Morris was telling the truth. If Thor truly possessed the Dragon Soul Crystal, he wouldn't be wasting time outside. Then how do we open the stone door? Lin Yi pressed. Morris struggled briefly. Lin Yi loosened his grip slightly, allowing him to speak. It requires the bloodline of the Candle Dragon. Only you can open it. Lin Yi sneered coldly, so you just want me to open the door so you can reap the benefits? Morris gave a bitter laugh. The plan, you've seen through it, but it's too late now. Just then, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine as a dangerous aura rapidly closed in. He instantly released Morris and sidestepped to evade. Whoosh! A black spear whizzed past Lin Yi's ear, plunging into the ground. Black flames danced along its shaft, radiating a suffocating aura of death. Lin Yi turned to see a burly black man standing nearby, another identical spear in hand, a cold smile on his face. What a pity, the man said. You were so close to succeeding. Morris clutched his throat, coughing a few times. You're right on time, Oba. Oba? Lin Yi stared at the man. Looks like you eagles came prepared. Oba grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Of course. We've been preparing for this operation for a long time. But I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick. Lin Yi glanced at the spear in Oba's hand, then at the one on the ground, and inwardly realized things were looking grim. The aura of death emanating from this spear was overwhelming, even he wouldn't dare block it head-on. Kid, I hear you've awakened the Candle Dragon bloodline? Oba twirled the spear in his hand. Perfect. I've been short on rare materials to enhance my death spear lately. Candle Dragon blood should be just the thing, right? Lin Yi sneered coldly. You want my blood? You're not worthy. Arrogant brat. Oba roared, hurling his spear forward with blinding speed. The spear transformed into a black lightning bolt in midair, moving at an astonishing speed. Lin Yi dared not take it lightly, dodging with all his might while simultaneously drawing the short sword at his waist. He channeled the power of the Candle Dragon into it and swung at the spear. Clang! A thunderous clang erupted as the dagger collided with the spear, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Lin Yi felt a numbing shock in his arm as the short sword shattered into fragments. Though the spear had been deflected, it quickly regained its course and continued its assault. What the hell is this thing? Lin Yi cursed under his breath, dodging once more. Ha 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 ha! Oba roared with laughter. This spear is forged from the bones of an ancient death dragon, specifically crafted to counter all dragon bloodlines. Even as the Candle Dragon's heir, you cannot withstand its power. Lin Yi's heart sank. It seemed these two had come prepared, targeting him specifically. As he pondered his next move, Morris swung his staff again, unleashing a cloud of black mist that engulfed Lin Yi. Watch out! A familiar voice rang out, followed by a flash of azure as a figure darted forward, blocking the attack before Lin Yi. It was Wu Changsheng. His hands formed seals, instantly unfurling a black domain that completely enveloped the dark mist. Immovable domain. The black mist froze within the domain, as if suspended in time. Morris gasped in shock. What kind of ability is this? Wu Changsheng sneered coldly, the immovable Nether King specifically designed to counter spellcasters like you. Lin Yi looked at Wu Changsheng with some surprise. How did you get here? Chapter 18, Power Surge. Lin Yi's Tier 3 Ascension. Wu Changsheng didn't turn around, merely replying indifferently, the battle outside has temporarily stabilized. I saw you sneak in, so I followed to take a look. He paused before adding, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to rescue you. I just figured a guy as mysterious as you must be on a more important mission. Lin Yi chuckled. Alright, thanks anyway. Seeing this, Oba roared furiously, don't think one extra person will turn the tide. He raised his hand, and the spear on the ground instantly flew back into his grasp. Now wielding one spear in each hand, he assumed an aggressive stance. Wu Changsheng, can you hold off that black guy? Lin Yi whispered. I need to open that door. Wu Changsheng glanced at Oba and frowned. He's strong, but I can try. Alright, I'm going then. Be careful. With that, Lin Yi turned and sprinted toward the stone door. Morris tried to stop him, but Wu Changsheng's domain held him firmly in place, leaving him unable to move. Damn it! Oba, stop him! Morris shouted. Oba immediately hurled a spear, aiming straight for Lin Yi's back. Wu Changsheng, seeing this, instantly expanded his domain's range, attempting to cover the spear's trajectory. However, the spear carried an overwhelming aura of death that pierced through the edge of the domain, continuing its flight toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, watch your back! Wu Changsheng yelled. Without turning his head, Lin Yi merely shifted his body slightly. The spear whizzed past his shoulder and embedded itself in the stone door. Is that all? Lin Yi turned with a mocking smirk before continuing toward the stone door. Arriving before the stone door, Lin Yi carefully examined the runes and dragon patterns etched into it. In the center was a recess shaped like a palm print. This must be the mechanism to open the door. Without hesitation, Lin Yi pressed his right hand into the hollow. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his palm, resonating with the candle dragon bloodline within him. Rumble. The stone door slowly swung open, revealing a pitch-black passageway beyond. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped inside. Behind him, Wu Changsheng was locked in fierce combat with Oba and Morris. Quick, chase him! Morris shouted urgently. Oba tried to give chase but was held fast by Wu Changsheng. Think you can get past me? Wu Changsheng sneered coldly. After Lin Yi entered the pyramid's interior, the stone door automatically sealed shut, cutting off all external sounds. The passageway was pitch black, but this posed no problem for Lin Yi. His candle dragon bloodline allowed him to see clearly in the darkness. He advanced along the passageway and soon reached a spacious hall. At the hall's center stood a massive pool, with a stone platform in its center. Upon the platform lay a shimmering red crystal. Is that the dragon soul crystal? Lin Yi wondered silently. Just as he moved forward, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the pool. The water's surface began to churn violently and a colossal form slowly emerged. A dragon covered in golden scales, over 100 meters long, its eyes like two blazing suns, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. Is this the candle dragon? Lin Yi stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before him. However, the candle dragon was merely a phantom, not a physical entity. It gazed at Lin Yi and let out a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar carried a strange language, and to his astonishment, Lin Yi found himself able to understand it. Awaken one, you have finally arrived. Are you the candle dragon? Lin Yi asked. I am merely a fragment of my soul, my true form, sealed away. The candle dragon's voice was broken and halting. You must take the crystal to break the seal. Lin Yi pointed at the crimson crystal on the stone platform. That one? The candle dragon nodded. That is, the dragon's soul guide stone. It will lead you to find the true seal. Where is the seal? Lin Yi pressed. Deep within Kunlun, at the convergence of the dragon veins. The candle dragon answered. But beware. Eagle Swan seeks to control all dragons. Lin Yi frowned. How? The dragon soul guidance stone can guide, but it can also control whoever wields it, can command all dragonkin. Lin Yi suddenly understood. That explained why Eagle San and Sakura Nation were so desperate to seize the crystal. What should I do? Take the guiding stone. Find the seal. Release my true form. The candle dragon's voice grew fainter. Hurry, there's no time. They are coming. Lin Yi glanced back toward the entrance. Though the stone door remained sealed, he could sense the battle outside spreading closer. Alright, I'm going now. Lin Yi approached the stone platform and reached for the dragon soul guidance stone. Just as his hand was about to touch the crystal, a cold chuckle echoed from behind him. Thank you for finding it for me. Now, hand it over. Linny spun around abruptly to find Thor standing at the hall's entrance, an electric-bladed sword in hand, wearing a smug expression. How did you get in? Linny demanded in surprise. Sol waved a small device in his hand. This little gadget can temporarily disrupt the energy barriers of the secret realm, including this stone door. His gaze flickered toward the shadowy form of the candle dragon in the pool, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. What a magnificent creature. If only I could control it, how wonderful that would be. Linny stood before the stone platform, coldly fixing Thor with his gaze. Nice try. Sol shrugged. Don't be so tense, kid. We could work together and share this power. Do I look like a fool? Linny sneered. No, you look like a smart man, Thor coaxed. Think about it. With this crystal and your bloodline, we could control every dragonkin creature in the world. What do you desire? Power? Wealth? Beautiful women? All within your grasp. Linny gave a cold laugh. Sorry, I'm not interested in any of that. Then what do you desire? Thor pressed. To defend my country and protect my people, Linny declared firmly. Thor's expression turned impatient. Don't be so stubborn. Do you know how perilous your nation's situation is right now? The combined fleets of Eagle and Cherry Blossom Nation have already assembled in the East China Sea, poised to strike at any moment. And I can prevent all of this. Hand over the crystal, and I guarantee the Eagle Nation won't take any action against China. Linny laughed. You think I'd believe your bull? Thor sighed. Seems we'll have to resort to force. He raised his sword, its blade blazing with lightning that illuminated the entire hall. This is your final chance. Hand over the crystal stone, or else. Linny ignored the threat, turning directly to seize the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone. The instant the crystal touched his hand, a powerful surge of energy flooded into Linny's body, resonating with the Candle Dragon bloodline. Simultaneously, the illusory form of the Candle Dragon in the pool let out a joyful dragon's roar before dissolving into countless golden specks that merged into Linny's body. Ding! Acquired Candle Dragon Fragment. Ding! Candle Dragon Bloodline Enhancement in progress? Ding! Level up, 2-5. Linny felt the power within him surge explosively, his entire body brimming with inexhaustible energy. Awesome, he couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 19, Escaping the Death Trap, System Attributes Fully Enhanced. Self-destruct mechanism activated. This pyramid will collapse completely within 3 minutes. Before Thor could finish speaking, the entire pyramid began shaking violently, with debris falling from the ceiling. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Damn it, can't take losing, so you want to take us all down with you? Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the exit. But then, as if remembering something, he turned back to Thor. You chose this path to death. Go in peace. Sol burst into maniacal laughter. You think you can escape? Outside, it's swarming with my men. Linny ignored him completely, clutching the Dragon Soul Guide Stone tightly as he sprinted toward the pyramid's exit. System, check current status. Linny called out in his mind as he ran. Host, Linny. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as F-rank warrior. Level, 5 Candle Dragon bloodline continues to strengthen. Attributes, Strength 287, Agility 254, Constitution 312, Spirit 341. Skills. Breath of the Candle Dragon active, damage dealing, consumes 100 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, control type, consumes 200 spirit points. Life and Death Judgment active, control type, consumes 300 mana. Necromancy passive, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, grants insight into all illusions. Special ability, Godslayer power requirement, sacrifice self. Special item, Dragon Soul Guidance Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon seal. Holy, these stats are insane. Linny nearly laughed out loud upon seeing his stats. Newly minted practitioners typically only had attributes in the teens or 20s, while his were in the hundreds across the board. The gap was staggering. This isn't cheating, it's like instantly becoming a pay-to-win player. Before he could dwell on it, Linny had already sprinted back to the stone door. It remained firmly shut. He pressed his palm into the indentation where the handprint had been, but the door didn't budge an inch. Damn it, how am I supposed to get out? Just then, Linny suddenly remembered something. He pulled out the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone and placed it on the palm print recess. Sure enough, the stone door rumbled and slowly swung open. Outside, Wu Changshang was still locked in fierce combat with Oba, while Morris lay defeated on the ground. Wu Changshang! The pyramid is collapsing. Get out of here now! Linny shouted. Startled, Wu Changsheng immediately backed several steps to create distance from Oba. What's going on? Those lunatics triggered the self-destruct mechanism. The entire pyramid is about to collapse. Oba's face paled at the words, self-destruct mechanism? Damn Thor, has he lost his mind? Before Linny could respond, Oba tossed aside his spear, grabbed the barely conscious Morris off the ground, and began dragging him toward the exit. We're out of here too. Linny ordered Wu Changsheng. The two sprinted toward the exit. Along the way, the ground rumbled incessantly, cracks began appearing in the walls, and debris fell constantly. Is the battle still raging outside? Lin Yi asked as they ran. Wu Changxing nodded. It's pretty intense, but with General Li there, they shouldn't be at a disadvantage. We need to warn them to retreat immediately. This place is about to become ruins. Finally, they burst out of the pyramid entrance and saw the battlefield outside. The Huaxiao team and the Eagle Knight Order were locked in fierce combat. Li Xianqing grappled with several high-ranking knights, while Chen Jimu led the rest of Team A against another group of knights. Teams B and C provided support from the outer perimeter. Everyone retreat. The pyramid is collapsing. Lin Yi shouted. Hearing this, both sides froze momentarily before scattering into the distance. The Eagle Knights, seeing Oba carrying Morris to safety, accelerated their retreat, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Lin Yi, are you okay? Li Xianqing rushed to his side. I'm fine. Got the item. Lin Yi flashed the Dragon Soul Guide stone in his hand. Li Xianqing sighed in relief upon seeing the stone. Great. Let's go. The group swiftly retreated into the distance. Behind them, the pyramid shook violently, cracks spreading across the entire structure. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the pyramid collapsed completely, reduced to a pile of rubble. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. Hiding at a safe distance, the group watched the astonishing spectacle. Absolute lunatics. Chen Jimu shook his head. They destroyed the entire pyramid just to keep us from getting the guidance stone. Good thing we got out in time, Li Xianqing remarked, then turned to Lin Yi. Tell us what happened inside. Lin Yi briefly recounted their ordeal inside, encountering the remnant soul of the candle dragon, obtaining the guidance stone, and battling Thor. What about Thor? Chen Jimu asked. Lin Yi shook his head. He must have been buried inside. That's just his bad luck, Chen Jimu snorted coldly. But what matters most is that we got the guidance stone. He held out his hand toward Lin Yi. Hand it over. We need to study it thoroughly. Lin Yi instinctively took a step back. No. Ha? Chen Jimu froze. The guidance stone requires the Candle Dragon bloodline to activate, Lin Yi explained. The Candle Dragon's remnant soul already told me that. Plus, it's already resonated with my bloodline. Only I can activate it now. Chen Jimu and Li Xianqing exchanged glances before nodding. Alright, you keep it for now. But once we return, we'll still need to conduct some research. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and stowed the guidance stone away. By then, the Eagle Knight Order had completely withdrawn, leaving only a few corpses lying on the ground. We should depart as well, Li Xianqing stated. The mission is essentially complete. There's no point in lingering further. The group reorganized and prepared to leave the secret realm. Along the way, Lin Yi sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he saw it was Wu Changxing. What is it? Lin Yi asked. Wu Changxing hesitated before finally speaking up. Who exactly are you? You started off pretending to be an F-rank warrior, yet now you've demonstrated such formidable strength. Lin Yi smiled. I am who I am. Who else could I be? Cut the crap, Wu Changxing snapped, his expression darkening. You know that's not what I'm asking. Lin Yi sighed. Wu Changxing, some things are better left unknown. Because I'm not worthy to know, right? Wu Changxing sneered coldly. Lin Yi, you've always been like this, arrogant and condescending, never giving others a second thought. Lin Yi shook his head. You're wrong. I just didn't want to drag you into danger. Wu Changxing froze for a moment before his expression hardened again. Cut the crap. Who needs your protection? With that, he quickened his pace and walked ahead of the group. Lin Yi watched Wu Changxing's retreating figure and sighed inwardly. His childhood friend had changed so much it was truly lamentable. Su Qingyan took the opportunity to draw closer. He's always been jealous of you ever since we were kids. I know, Lin Yi nodded. He doesn't understand that true power is a responsibility, not something to flaunt. Chapter 20, One battle shocks the world, the power of the Candle Dragon shakes the 8 directions. Su Qingyan smiled faintly. You've changed. You're much more mature than before. Really? I hadn't noticed, Lin Yi chuckled. As they chatted, they unknowingly reached the entrance to the secret realm. Chen Jimu was organizing the evacuation order, prioritizing the injured members to leave first. Lin Yi, you and General Li go first, Chen Jimu said. The guiding stone is too important, its safety must be ensured. Lin Yi nodded and was about to step through the entrance when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He spun around violently, just in time to see a black spear streaking through the air, aimed straight for Chen Jimu's back. Watch out. Lin Yi lunged forward in a single stride, shoving Chen Jimu aside while swinging his right hand. A golden light met the black spear. Clang! The golden light collided with the spear, erupting in a blinding flash. The spear was knocked away, plunging into the ground nearby. Oomph, quick reflexes. A cold voice echoed from the distance. Oba stood atop a massive boulder, another spear in hand, watching the group with a sneer. You think you can leave this easily? Dream on. As his words fell, over a dozen knights suddenly burst from the surrounding bushes, completely surrounding the Huaxia team. Damn it, an ambush! Shen Jimu's expression darkened. Linny whispered, Commander Chen, escort the wounded away first. I'll hold them off. No, you can't handle so many alone. Shen Jimu shook his head. Linny smiled faintly. Don't forget I am the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline. Turning to Li Xianqing, he added, General, please lead everyone out first. I'll follow shortly. Li Xianqing surveyed the surrounding enemies, then looked at Lin Yi. Finally, he nodded. All right, but be careful. If you haven't emerged within 10 minutes, we'll come back for you. Don't worry, Lin Yi said confidently. Li Xianqing led his troops swiftly toward the entrance, leaving Lin Yi alone to face Oba and his knights. Just you? Oba sneered. Brave, but foolish. Lin Yi smiled. One man is more than enough to deal with a bunch of clowns like you. Arrogant brat. Oba roared. Brothers, kill him. Over a dozen knights charged Lin Yi simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of skills. Lin Yi remained unruffled. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened the system panel. Level 5. With stats like these, I'd be doing myself a disservice not to show them off. Lin Yi smiled faintly as the power of the Candle Dragon erupted within him, enveloping his entire body in golden light. Breath of the Candle Dragon. A golden aura erupted from his mouth like a surging river of gold, sweeping toward the charging knights. Ah! Screams echoed in rapid succession. Wherever the golden aura touched, knights collapsed to the ground, some even reduced to ashes instantly. In a single strike, over half of the dozen knights had fallen. Oba stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Yi sneered coldly, well? Convinced? In your dreams. Oba roared, gripping a spear in each hand as he charged toward Lin Yi. Dance of death. Two spears traced black arcs through the air, weaving a deadly net that closed in on Lin Yi. The technique's power was undeniable, and Lin Yi dared not take it lightly. He formed seals with both hands, conjuring a golden barrier before him. The black spears collided with the golden barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion. The two forces locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Not bad, Lin Yi acknowledged. Truly a weapon designed to counter dragon bloodlines. Oba sneered coldly, this is only the beginning. He suddenly surged his power, causing both spears to erupt with an even stronger aura of death. Cracks began to appear in the golden barrier. Is that all? Lin Yi sneered. Then let me show you what true power looks like. With a sweep of his right hand, the Candle Dragon power surged from within him, instantly making the golden barrier brighter and more solid. Day-night shift. With Lin Yi's low command, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. Day turned to night turned to day, cycling endlessly in a dizzying cycle. Oba felt his body grow heavy, his movements sluggish and cumbersome. Even the spear in his grasp seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. What kind of power is this? He demanded in horror. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The Candle Dragon governs light and darkness, life and death. Within my domain, I call the shots. With that, he flicked his wrist. A flash of golden light erupted, and the two spears in Oba's hands instantly crumbled to dust. Impossible. Oba stared in disbelief at his empty hands. Admit defeat? Lin Yi asked. Oba's expression flickered between anger and determination. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, You've got me today, but this isn't over. With that, he turned to flee. Thinking of leaving? Lin Yi sneered coldly. Since you came here, don't expect to leave so easily. With a flick of his right hand, a golden beam shot forth, piercing straight through Oba's left leg. Oba let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees as blood gushed from the wound. Lin Yi strode over and towered over him. Now, tell me. What exactly do you eagles want? Oba gritted his teeth. You're dreaming. Is that so? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Then don't blame me for being impolite. He raised his right hand, and an invisible force lifted Oba off the ground, suspending him midair. Life or death judgment. With Lin Yi's low command, Oba's body suddenly stiffened, his face contorting in extreme agony. He could feel his life force draining away bit by bit, his soul feeling as though it were being torn apart. Oba let out a heart-wrenching scream. Talk? Lin Yi asked coldly. I'll talk. Oba finally broke. Let me go. Lin Yi released his grip. Oba crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper. Speak. What is your true purpose? After several gasps, Oba managed to stammer out, We want to restore order, liberate humanity. Liberate humanity? Lin Yi sneered. You want to replace the Western deities and become the new rulers yourselves, don't you? Oba coughed a few times before saying, 300 years ago, another realm descended, the Western gods took control of this world, but their power is fading. This is our chance. By controlling the dragonkind, we can establish a new order. Lin Yi shook his head. How are you any different from the Western gods? You both seek to control and enslave humanity. Chapter 21, Dragon Soul Guidance Stone, Controllers and the Controlled. Oba suddenly laughed. Do you think your Huaxia people are any different? What do you suppose your nation awakened your candle dragon bloodline for? Of course, to protect the nation and its people, Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly. Oba sneered, naive. They only want to use you to fight the Western deities so they can take their place. Do you think Qin Jimu and Li Xianqing told you the whole truth? Lin Yi frowned. What do you mean? Oba coughed up a mouthful of blood before continuing. The Dragon Soul Guidance Stone isn't just for breaking the Candle Dragon seal, it can also control everyone who's awakened dragon bloodlines. Including you. Lin Yi's heart lurched. You're lying. If you don't believe me, ask your commander Chen. Oba's voice grew fainter. He knows everything. With those words, Oba's head lolled to the side as he lost consciousness, though faint breaths still escaped him. Lin Yi stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. Was Oba telling the truth? Had Chen Jimu truly been hiding something from him? Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed movement near the secret realm's entrance. Turning, he saw Li Xianqing returning with several soldiers. Lin Yi, are you alright? Li Xianqing asked with concern. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm fine. Everything's taken care of. Li Xianqing glanced at the bodies littering the ground and the unconscious Oba, surprise evident on his face. You did all this alone? MHM. Lin Yi nodded, then pointed at Oba. He's still alive. Take him back for interrogation. Li Xianqing nodded and signaled for the soldiers to carry Oba away. Let's go. Everyone's waiting for you. Lin Yi followed Li Xianqing toward the entrance of the secret realm, his mind still pondering Oba's words. Regarding the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone and the Candle Dragon Seal, had Chen Jimu been hiding something from him? If so, what should he do? These questions swirled in Lin Yi's mind, but he knew the most urgent task now was to leave the secret realm, return to China, and then gradually seek answers. Passing through the secret realm's entrance, Lin Yi returned to the real world. Chen Jimu was already arranging the evacuation. Seeing Lin Yi return safely, he visibly relaxed. Lin Yi, good work, he said, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Thanks to you getting the guidance stone, this mission was a complete success. Lin Yi looked at Chen Jimu, recalling Oba's words, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. But he didn't show it, merely nodding faintly. Commander Chen, what should we do next? Chen Jimu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. Once we return to Shangjing, we must immediately begin researching the guidance stone. Then we'll head to the Kunlun Mountains to locate the Candle Dragon Seal. Time is tight. Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation won't let this go. They'll definitely send more people to seize the guidance stone. We must activate the seal before they do. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. Chen Jimu patted his shoulder. Get some rest. The road ahead is long. With that, he turned and departed to attend to other matters. Lin Yi stood rooted to the spot, staring at the Dragon Soul Guiding Stone in his hand, lost in thought. Was this stone truly the key to saving China, or merely another form of shackle? The Candle Dragon bloodline had granted him immense power, yet it could also become a tool for manipulation. When you're in the world, you're not your own master. Lin Yi sighed, stowed the guidance stone away, and joined the group preparing to return to China. Regardless, he had already embarked on this path, he must see it through. For China, for the world, and most of all, for his own convictions. Throughout the journey back to China, Lin Yi remained silent. Oba's words pierced him like a thorn, lodged deep within his heart. The Dragon Soul Guidance Stone can control all who have awakened dragon bloodlines, including you. Was this enemy provocation, or an undiscovered truth? On the plain, Su Qingyan sat beside Lin Yi. Seeing his troubled expression, she asked softly, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Lin Yi shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking about what to do next. Su Qingyan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before whispering, "I heard you defeated Oba in the secret realm?" "Yes. I also extracted some information from him." Lin Yi hesitated briefly before deciding to tell Su Qingyan. He said the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone isn't just for breaking the Candle Dragon Seal, it can also control all bearers of dragon bloodlines, including me. Su Qingyan's expression changed. Is that true? I don't know, but before he lost consciousness, he said Commander Chen knows everything. Su Qingyan pondered for a moment before murmuring, "I can look into it for you. My father might know some inside information on this matter." Lin Yi nodded gratefully. "Thanks, but be careful not to let anyone find out." "Don't worry, I know my limits," Su Qingyan smiled. "By the way, how does that Dragon Soul Guidance Stone feel now?" Lin Yi touched the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone in his pocket, sensing its faint energy fluctuations. "It resonates with my bloodline, but I haven't felt any controlling effect. Then again, if it truly had such power, it probably wouldn't be so obvious. Why not let my father examine it first?" Su Qingyan suggested. "He's quite knowledgeable in this field. He might uncover something." Lin Yi shook his head. "Better not for now. This stone is bound to my bloodline. Separating us abruptly could be dangerous. We'll decide what to do once we're back in the capital." Su Qingyan nodded in understanding. At that moment, Chen Jimu rose from his seat at the front of the cabin and approached the group. "Everyone, I have an important announcement." All fell silent, awaiting his words. According to the latest intelligence, the joint fleet of Eagle and Cherry Blossom Nation has assembled in the East Sea. The situation is extremely tense. We must accelerate our operational pace. Upon returning to the capital, Teams A and B will immediately undergo 3 days of intensive training before preparing to head to the Kunlun Mountains for the next phase of the mission. Team C will handle logistics and intelligence gathering. Linny, Shinjimu turned to Linny, you will accompany me alone to the State Security Bureau headquarters. We need to thoroughly understand the situation regarding the guidance stone. Linny nodded, but his guard grew sharper. Was Shinjimu summoning him alone to study the guidance stone, or did he have other motives? The plane soon touched down at the military airport in Shangjing. The group disembarked and departed in separate vehicles. As Linny was about to follow Shinjimu, Li Xianqing called out to him. Linny, come here for a moment. Linny approached. What are your orders, General? Li Xianqing glanced around before whispering, regarding the guidance stone, I suggest you keep your wits about you. Chapter 22, Shocking Developments at the State Security Bureau Headquarters. Guiding stone research commences. Linny froze. What do you mean? I can't say too much, but I'm warning you, whenever anyone asks for the guiding stone, think carefully. What's at stake here goes far beyond just breaking a seal. With that, Li Xianqing patted Linny on the shoulder and turned to leave. Linny stood rooted to the spot, his confusion deepening. If even Li Xianqing was guarded about the guidance stone, this matter was definitely not simple. Linny, let's go, Shinjimu called from nearby. Linny nodded and followed suit. Once in the car, Shinjimu didn't rush to ask questions but closed his eyes to rest. Linny was glad for the quiet, watching the scenery rush by outside the window as he pondered his next move. The State Security Bureau headquarters occupied an unremarkable office building in downtown Shangjing City, its exterior revealing nothing unusual. The elevator descended directly to the third basement level, where the doors opened onto a heavily guarded security checkpoint. After passing through multiple security checks, Linny was led into a spacious conference room. Several people were already seated inside, including researchers in white lab coats and high-ranking military officials. Linny, this is our core research team, Shinjimu introduced. They will assist us in studying the guiding stone and the candle dragon seal. Linny nodded to the group before being seated at one end of the conference table. Alright, now please produce the guiding stone, Shinjimu instructed. Linny hesitated briefly before pulling the dragon soul guiding stone from his pocket and placing it on the table. The red crystal shimmered with an eerie glow under the lights, drawing gasps from everyone present. An elderly researcher donned special gloves and carefully lifted the guiding stone, placing it onto an instrument. This is an energy detector, capable of measuring the energy fluctuations of the guidance stone, Shinjimu explained. As the device activated, a stream of data appeared on the screen. The researchers immediately gathered around, whispering among themselves. Linny noticed that the guiding stone, now separated from him, began to dim and lose its luster, as if drained of vitality. After a moment, the senior researcher approached and respectfully returned the guidance stone to Linny. Mr. Lin, this stone is truly extraordinary. Its energy fluctuations are entirely different from ordinary secret realm artifacts. It resembles a key capable of unlocking some kind of seal. Linny took the stone back and saw it instantly regain its luster, radiating a warm energy. However, we also discovered something else. The researcher hesitated, glancing at Shinjimu. Shinjimu nodded. Go ahead. This stone appears to have formed some kind of connection with your bloodline, Mr. Lin. Forcibly separating it could cause harm to both parties. Hearing this, Linny breathed a sigh of relief. At least the State Security Bureau wouldn't forcibly seize the guidance stone for now. So, what should we do next? Linny asked. Shinjimu pondered for a moment before replying. According to the guidance of the Candle Dragon's remnant soul within the secret realm, the Candle Dragon seal lies at the convergence point of dragon veins deep within the Kunlun Mountains. We must locate that place swiftly and activate the seal. But this requires thorough preparation. Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation won't stand idly by. They'll definitely send forces to stop us. Therefore, Linny, I suggest you return to school for 2 days of rest to recover. Meanwhile, we will arrange for a special task force to ensure your safety. Linny nodded. Understood. Shinjimu gave him a few more instructions before arranging for someone to escort Linny back to school. On the way, Linny kept pondering Shinjimu's arrangements. On the surface, everything seemed perfectly reasonable, yet something felt off. By the time he reached campus, it was past 10 at night. The grounds lay silent, illuminated only by the faint glow of streetlights. Linny headed straight for the dormitory building but was stopped halfway. Back already? Wu Changsheng had appeared beside a roadside tree at some point, arms crossed, a cold smile on his face. What's up? Linny asked. Wu Changsheng stepped closer. Heard you got called in for a private meeting with Commander Chen? What did you talk about? Classified. Can't say, Linny replied indifferently. Wu Changsheng snorted derisively. Playing mysterious? Fair enough. You're a big shot now, no wonder you don't give a damn about us small fry. Linny ignored his sarcastic tone and started walking around him. Wait. Wu Changsheng grabbed Lin Yi's arm. I need to ask you something. After a moment of silence, Wu Changsheng suddenly said, Linny, I advise you to be careful. Chen Jimu isn't simple. The forces behind him are even less so. Wu Changsheng lowered his voice. They might have other plans for you, and for that stone. A chill ran through Lin Yi. What do you know? Wu Changsheng shook his head. Just rumors I've heard. Anyway, keep your guard up. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette appearing somewhat lonely under the dim streetlight. Lin Yi stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. Even Wu Changsheng was warning him to be wary of Chen Jimu. This situation was getting stranger by the minute. Back in his dorm, Lin Yi inspected the room thoroughly, ensuring nothing had been tampered with before relaxing. He took out the Dragon's Soul Guidance Stone and examined it closely. The red crystal emitted a faint glow in the darkness, like a beating heart. What secrets does it hold? Lin Yi murmured to himself. Closing his eyes, he attempted to probe the stone's interior with his mental energy. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes: the Kunlun Mountains, a colossal dragon silhouette, a golden seal, and a blurred human figure, seemingly manipulating something. Lin Yi snapped his eyes open, gasping for breath. That final image left him with an overwhelming sense of unease. Ding! Host psychic fluctuations detected as abnormal. Ding! Candle Dragon bloodline providing protection against external interference. Ding! Host advised to temporarily cease exploration of the Guidance Stone. The system's alert sounded in his mind, and only then did Lin Yi realize he was drenched in sweat. Looks like this stone really isn't that simple after all. Lin Yi carefully stowed the Guidance Stone away, deciding to seek out Su Qingyan tomorrow to see if she'd learned anything from her father. Just as he was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? Mr. Lin, hello. This is Dr. Zhao from the Kunlun Research Institute. A deep male voice came from the other end. I have something important to discuss with you regarding the Dragon's Soul Guidance Stone and the Candle Dragon Seal. Lin Yi grew alert. How do you know about these things? Because I am one of the guardians of the Candle Dragon Seal, Dr. Zhao explained. For 300 years, our lineage has guarded the seal, awaiting the awakening of the Candle Dragon's bloodline. Lin Yi remained skeptical. What proof do you have? The guiding stone has 7 crimson patterns that converge to form a dragon-shaped design, correct? Lin Yi gasped. That was indeed the guiding stone's defining feature, and he hadn't described it in detail to anyone else. Alright, what do you want to say? Can't discuss it over the phone. Meet me tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Longquan Tea House in the Shangjing Antique Market. Chapter 23, Secret Talks at Longquan Tea House. 3-century-old secrets unveiled. Why meet? Because Qin Jimu hasn't told you the whole truth. If you want to know the real secrets behind the Candle Dragon Seal and the Guiding Stone, come see me. With that, the other party hung up. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to meet this mysterious Dr. Zhao tomorrow. For safety's sake, however, he planned to bring Su Qingyan alone. Early the next morning, Lin Yi messaged Su Qingyan, arranging to meet her at the school gate at 9 o'clock. After gathering his belongings, Lin Yi was about to step out when he suddenly noticed an unusual mark on the doorknob. Someone's been here? He carefully inspected the room and found a miniature listening device under the bed. Spying on me? Lin Yi sneered coldly, crushed the device, and then left the dorm as if nothing had happened. At the school gate, Su Qingyan was already waiting. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, she looked fresh and charming. Why did you suddenly ask me out? Su Qingyan asked curiously. Lin Yi glanced around to ensure no one was following them before whispering, a Dr. Zhao from the Kunlun Research Institute contacted me. He claims to know the secrets behind the Guiding Stone and the Candle Dragon Seal. Su Qingyan's expression darkened. Kunlun Research Institute? That's a semi-official secret organization dedicated to studying ancient Chinese mystical powers. Even my father rarely mentions it. Is he trustworthy? Hard to say. But since he reached out to you, he must have an agenda. Better to be cautious. Lin Yi nodded. That's why I brought you along. More people mean more protection. The two hailed a taxi to the Shangjing Antique Market. This historic place offered a vast array of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and jade artifacts. The Longquan Tea House was tucked away in a narrow alley deep within the market, its interior decorated in a simple, elegant antique style. An old wooden plaque hung above the entrance. Upon entering, Lin Yi noticed only a handful of customers inside, mostly elderly patrons leisurely sipping tea and chatting. Is the private room reserved? The name is Zhao, Lin Yi asked the waiter. The attendant nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhao is already here. He's in the Orchid Pavilion on the 2nd floor, at the very end. Lin Yi and Su Qingyan ascended the stairs and approached the door of the Orchid Pavilion. Lin Yi knocked lightly. Come in. A hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Yi pushed the door open to find an elderly man in his 60s seated at a tea table, methodically brewing tea. With his hooked nose, piercing eyes, and a tuft of graying short beard, he exuded an air of otherworldly refinement. Dr. Zhao? The old man looked up at the two of them and nodded. That's me. You must be Lin Yi, the awakened one of the Candle Dragon bloodline. Then he turned to Su Qingyan with a faint smile. The Su family's heiress? How interesting. Su Qingyan froze. You know me? The daughter of Su Yuanming? Of course I know you, Dr. Zhao chuckled. Sit down. Have some tea. Lin Yi and Su Qingyan exchanged a glance before cautiously taking seats. Dr. Zhao poured each of them a cup of tea before getting straight to the point. Lin Yi, did you bring the guidance stone? Of course not, Lin Yi replied warily. I don't even know you. Why would I carry something so important with me? Dr. Zhao shrugged it off with a smile. Caution is a good thing. But without the guidance stone, you might find it hard to believe what I'm about to say. Then speak plainly. I'll judge its truth for myself. Dr. Zhao sipped his tea and spoke slowly. 300 years ago, another realm descended. Western deities invaded our world. At that time, China also had its own pantheon of gods, and the Candle Dragon was one of the most powerful among them. To resist the Western deities, Zhu Long and several other Chinese gods launched a great war. But they were defeated. Zhu Long was sealed deep within the Kunlun Mountains, while the other gods were imprisoned or annihilated. Shen Jimu should have told you all this. Lin Yi nodded. But what he didn't tell you, Dr. Zhao's voice suddenly grew hushed, is that the Candle Dragon's seal wasn't placed by the Western deities. It was imposed by the highest echelons of the Huaxia hierarchy themselves. What? Lin Yi and Su Qingyan exclaimed simultaneously. Dr. Zhao sighed. They feared the Candle Dragon's power was too great to control. So, amidst the chaos of the Western deities' invasion, they secretly set the seal to confine the Candle Dragon. Then they created the Dragon's Soul Guidance Stone, claiming it was for the day when the seal might be broken. But in truth, the Guidance Stone's real purpose is to control the Candle Dragon's power, making it serve us. Lin Yi felt his heart sink. So Oba was telling the truth? The Guiding Stone can control all those with dragon bloodlines? Not entirely, Dr. Zhao shook his head. The Guiding Stone does influence dragon bloodlines, but not through direct control. It works through resonance amplifying or suppressing the power of the bloodline. This influence can be beneficial or detrimental, depending entirely on the user's intent. So Chen Jimu and the others wanted to use the Guiding Stone to control me? Lin Yi asked. Dr. Zhao paused thoughtfully. Not just you. They intended to use you to control the Candle Dragon. Once awakened and subjugated, the Candle Dragon would become China's most potent weapon against the Western deities. But this control is two-way. If mishandled, not only could the Candle Dragon turn against them, but you, as the bloodline's inheritor, would suffer severe harm, even death. Lin Yi fell silent. The revelation was too staggering. And you, he stared at Dr. Zhao. What purpose do you serve by telling me all this? Dr. Zhao gave a bitter smile. I'm just an old scholar who's spent my entire life studying the ancient divine system of Huaxia. I refuse to see the Candle Dragon treated as a tool, and I certainly refuse to see you, its bloodline heir, exploited and harmed. Breaking the seal is right, but it shouldn't be for control. It should be to restore China's connection with its own deities and establish an equal relationship. Only then can we truly break free from the control of Western deities and rebuild an order that belongs to China itself. Lin Yi pondered Dr. Zhao's words, finding them somewhat reasonable. Yet he remained cautious. What evidence do you have to prove your claims are true? Dr. Zhao pulled a small, ancient-looking notebook from his robe and handed it to Lin Yi. This is our Kunlun Institute's ancestral record. It details the entire history of the Candle Dragon's sealing and the process of crafting the Guiding Stone. Lin Yi took the notebook and opened it. Inside, dense pages were filled with archaic script and numerous diagrams. Though the ink had faded slightly, the content remained legible. After a cursory glance, he confirmed the details matched Dr. Zhao's account. The description of the Guiding Stone, in particular, was nearly identical to the one he held in his hands. Alright, assuming what you say is true, what should I do now? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 24, The Candle Dragon Seal unveils a shocking secret. The State Security Bureau headquarters buzzed with activity as advanced equipment was urgently deployed and special agents darted back and forth. Lin Yi was assigned to a private room to rest and await departure. The door opened and Li Xianqing entered. What's the situation? Lin Yi inquired. Li Xianqing sat down on a nearby chair. Not looking good. Satellite monitoring shows elite forces from Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation have already assembled at the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. They're well prepared, heavily armed, and outnumber us significantly. What about our side? We've mobilized an elite squad of about 30 members, all S-rank or higher professionals. Additionally, 2 special forces teams have been detached from the military for backup. Li Xianqing paused before continuing, but to be honest, the real key lies with you. Only you can locate the seal using the Guiding Stone and attempt to activate it. Lin Yi nodded. I understand my responsibility. However, General, I still have some questions. Go ahead. Was the Candle Dragon seal truly set by Huaxia itself? To protect the Candle Dragon? Li Xianqing fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, yes. This is a secret unknown to outsiders. When the Western deities invaded, our ancestors had no choice but to seal away the candle dragon to protect it. The seal's design is ingenious, only the heir to the candle dragon's bloodline can break it. The guiding stone is the key to unlocking it. Then why keep it from me? Lin Yi pressed. Li Xianqing gave a bitter smile. It was a decision made at the highest levels. They feared that if you knew the full truth, you might hesitate or refuse to carry out the mission. I'm not that kind of person, Lin Yi shook his head. Besides, defending Huaxia is my duty. I know, but the higher-ups don't see it that way. They're accustomed to controlling everything, including information. Li Xianqing glanced at her watch. Departure is in 1 hour. Get some rest. This mission carries a high risk factor. The slightest misstep could ruin everything. With that, she rose and left the room. Lin Yi lay on the bed, eyes closed, reflecting on everything that had transpired recently. From awakening the candle dragon bloodline at the career change ceremony, to exploring the secret realm and obtaining the guidance stone, to now preparing to journey to the Kunlun Mountains in search of the seal. In just a few short days, the trajectory of his life had been completely altered. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Qingyan. My father just confirmed the seal was indeed set by China to protect the candle dragon. But the guidance stone is double-edged. It can help you control the candle dragon's power, yet it can also let others control you. Be wary of the researchers from the State Security Bureau. Also, I looked into Dr. Zhao's background. He is affiliated with the Kunlun Research Institute, but his ties to the military are complicated. In short, stay vigilant and trust your instincts. Lin Yi replied with a simple thanks before deleting the message. It seemed that neither Chen Jimu, Dr. Zhao, nor anyone else had been entirely truthful. Everyone had their own stance and agenda. Human nature is truly unpredictable, Lin Yi chuckled wryly. But one thing was certain: no matter what, he wouldn't let the power of the candle dragon fall into foreign hands. An hour later, Chen Jimu knocked on the door. Lin Yi, it's time to go. Lin Yi gathered his gear and followed Chen Jimu to the rooftop helicopter pad. 3 military helicopters stood ready, their rotors whirring as they prepared for takeoff. You'll take the middle one, with me and General Li. Chen Jimu pointed to the central helicopter. Lin Yi nodded and boarded the helicopter. Several people were already seated inside the cabin, including Li Xianqing and a few heavily armed special agents. One person caught Lin Yi's attention: Dr. Zhao. What are you doing here? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Dr. Zhao smiled faintly. Commander Chen invited me to join this operation. After all, I have some expertise regarding the Kunlun Mountains and the Candle Dragon Seal. Lin Yi looked at Chen Jimu, who nodded in confirmation. So you two already know each other? Lin Yi inquired. More than just acquainted, we're longtime partners, Chen Jimu explained. Dr. Zhao has served as a special consultant to the State Security Bureau, specializing in the study of ancient deities. Lin Yi frowned. Then why did he deliberately seek me out, claiming the guiding stone could control me? Chen Jimu and Dr. Zhao exchanged a glance. The latter sighed. It was a little test of ours, to see how you'd react to that kind of information. A test? Lin Yi scoffed coldly. Using me as a guinea pig? Not exactly, Dr. Zhao clarified. We needed to confirm your psychological stability, whether you could withstand various pressures and temptations. After all, the Candle Dragon Seal is of paramount importance. We can't take any risks. Lin Yi snorted, turning his gaze out the window and falling silent. Seemed like he'd been played. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The immediate mission was paramount. 3 helicopters took off, heading northwest. The helicopters raced through the high altitude, clouds churning outside the windows, distant mountain ranges appearing and disappearing. After roughly 2 hours of flight, the undulating peaks of the Kunlun Mountains came into view ahead. We're here, Chen Jimu pointed ahead. The Kunlun Mountains, sacred peaks in Chinese mythology, home to countless deities. The helicopters began descending, heading deeper into the mountain range. Suddenly, the helicopter shook violently. What's happening? Li Xianqing demanded sharply. General, enemy contact detected ahead, the pilot reported loudly. Eagle brand armed helicopters at 3 o'clock. Everyone looked out the right window and saw 3 black armed helicopters closing in. Damn it, we've been spotted. Chen Jimu cursed. Prepare for combat. The Special Forces personnel swiftly checked their weapons, ready to engage at any moment. The 3 black helicopters drew ever closer, their eagle insignia now clearly visible on the fuselage. They're firing. A barrage of bullets tore through the sky, striking the tail section of the 3rd helicopter. Boom! Thick smoke billowed from the 3rd helicopter as it began spinning out of control. Unit 3 damaged. Emergency landing, came the panicked voice over the radio. Cover 3's withdrawal. Li Xianqing ordered. 1. Return fire. The 1st helicopter immediately turned and charged toward the enemy aircraft, its machine guns opening fire. What should we do? Lin Yi asked. Keep moving forward. Chen Jimu declared firmly. We can't let them stop us from reaching the sealing site. Helicopter 2 accelerated forward, leaving the other two to engage the enemy aircraft. However, barely 5 kilometers into their flight, 2 more enemy helicopters appeared in the valley ahead. Chapter 25, Enemy Assault Reveals Divine Might. Underground Altar unveils its true form. Damn it, they were ready for us. Chen Jimu cursed. Evasive action, the pilot shouted, yanking the control stick upward. The helicopter climbed sharply, narrowly evading the missiles fired by the enemy aircraft. This is impossible. Continuing the flight is too dangerous. Li Xianqing declared. We must land and switch to ground operations. The pilot swiftly located a relatively flat hillside and landed with extreme caution. The group disembarked swiftly and established perimeter security. What now? Lin Yi asked. Chen Jimu pulled out a map. Per the original plan, we'll proceed on foot to the sealing site. Based on the coordinates, it's about 15 kilometers from here. But the enemy is already patrolling the skies. We'll be spotted easily, Li Xianqing said with concern. There's a way, Dr. Zhao suddenly interjected. This area has numerous hidden caves and underground passages left behind by ancient Huaxia people. I'm quite familiar with these routes and can guide us. Chen Jimu considered this, then nodded in agreement. Alright, let's proceed with this plan. The group organized their gear and began advancing deeper into the mountains under Dr. Zhao's guidance. Along the way, Lin Yi approached Dr. Zhao. Do you really know the route? Or are you just pulling my leg again? Dr. Zhao gave a wry smile. This time it's the truth. I've studied the Kunlun Mountains for over 30 years and know this terrain intimately. As for what happened earlier, I apologize. That was indeed Commander Chen's arrangement, but our intentions were good. Lin Yi shook his head. I hope you're telling the truth. No more tricks. The team advanced along the mountain path, occasionally hearing the distant roar of helicopters. After about 2 hours, Dr. Zhao led them to a concealed cave entrance. Enter here to evade the patrols outside. This underground passage leads directly to the heart of the mountain range. The group lit their flashlights and followed Dr. Zhao into the cave. The cave was cold and damp, the dripping sound echoing through the narrow passageway. Watch your step, the floor is slippery here, Dr. Zhao cautioned. The group advanced slowly. The cave gradually widened, eventually opening into a vast underground chamber. Wow! The group couldn't help but gasp in awe. This circular hall, approximately 100 meters in diameter, featured a soaring ceiling too high to see its top. The surrounding walls were covered in ancient runes and murals depicting dragons and various mysterious rituals. What is this place? Lin Yi asked curiously. An ancient sacrificial site, Dr. Zhao explained. The Kunlun Mountains contain many such places, used by our ancestors to worship the gods. Let's rest for a moment, then continue onward, Chen Jimu said. The group scattered across the hall, examining their surroundings. Lin Yi approached a wall, studying the murals intently. They depicted a colossal dragon surrounded by several humanoid figures, seemingly engaged in some ritual. What is this? A sealing ritual, Dr. Zhao explained as he approached Lin Yi. 300 years ago, our ancestors sealed the candle dragon within the heart of Kunlun to protect it. Who are these people? Lin Yi asked, pointing at the figures surrounding the dragon. The strongest practitioners of Huaxia at the time. Together, they completed the sealing ritual. Lin Yi nodded and continued looking down. Below the mural, he spotted a familiar red crystal, the dragon's soul guide stone. Is this guidance stone truly just the key to unlocking the seal? Lin Yi murmured. Dr. Zhao fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Not entirely. It is indeed the key, but it also serves as a control device. I knew it. Lin Yi sneered coldly. You were lying to me all along. We haven't deceived you entirely, Dr. Zhao countered. The guiding stone does help you control the candle dragon's power, preventing it from consuming you. But simultaneously, whoever holds the guiding stone can also influence the extent of your abilities. That's why Director Chen wanted the state to safeguard the guiding stone, not entrust it to you personally. Lin Yi snorted coldly. So I'm just a tool, right? It's not like that, Lin Yi, Dr. Zhao shook his head. You are the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline, the hope of China. We only wish to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Lin Yi said nothing more and continued studying the mural. Suddenly, he noticed a detail. After the dragon in the mural was sealed, a wisp of dragon energy seemed to escape, drifting toward the distance. What does this mean? He asked, pointing at the strand. Dr. Zhao leaned closer to examine it, his expression shifting slightly. This might indicate that before its sealing, the candle dragon released a portion of its essence, hoping one day to see the light of day again. And that essence is likely the bloodline within you. Lin Yi's heart jolted. This explanation was surprisingly plausible. No wonder he had awakened the candle dragon bloodline after his transmigration. Perhaps it was fate's design. Just then, Li Xianqing suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong." Everyone immediately went on high alert, drawing their weapons. What's happening? Chen Jimu hurried over. There are here at least 20 of them, fully armed, Li Xianqing whispered. Must be the eagle-wielding bastards and those cherry blossom country scum. Damn it, how did they find this place? Chen Jimu cursed under his breath. There's definitely a mole inside, a special agent whispered. Chen Jimu's expression darkened instantly. Now is not the time for that. Prepare for battle. The special agents swiftly established defensive positions at the entrance, everyone readying themselves for battle. Linny, you and Dr. Zhao go ahead first. Take the other passageway, Chen Jimu instructed Linny. We'll hold off the enemy here. Linny frowned. Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't worry. With General Li and me here, we'll be fine. Chen Jimu handed Dr. Zhao a map. Follow the route marked here. It leads directly to the sealing site. Dr. Zhao took the map and nodded. Understood. Remember, no matter what, you must reach the sealing site and activate the power of the candle dragon, Chen Jimu said solemnly to Linny. The fate of China rests on this. Linny took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. Let's go. Dr. Zhao grabbed Linny's arm and sprinted toward the passageway at the far end of the hall. Behind them, the sound of gunfire erupted. Linny and Dr. Zhao sped through the dark passageway. The corridor grew increasingly narrow, with some sections requiring them to squeeze sideways to pass. Does this path lead to the sealing site? Linny asked. It does, but it's a winding path, Dr. Zhao replied breathlessly. It might take about 2 hours. They quickened their pace, navigating the pitch-black passageway. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. Someone's coming. Linny halted sharply, alert. Dr. Zhao immediately switched off his flashlight and motioned for Linny to hide behind a nearby rock. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by low murmurs. It's too dark here. I can't see the path at all. Cut the crap and keep searching. That Chinese kid must have escaped this way. Judging by the voices, they were Eagle's men. Chapter 26, Unveiling the Mural's Secret, the Candle Dragon Seal, Underground Battle to Protect Huaxia. Linny clenched his fists, preparing for battle. Just then, he felt the guide stone in his pocket begin to heat up, emitting a faint red glow. Ha! What's glowing? A voice asked. Damn it! Linny cursed under his breath. The guide stone's glow had exposed their position. Over there! A powerful beam of light swept over, striking Linny and Dr. Zhao directly. We've found them! Several agents in black combat gear immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at the pair. Freeze! Hands up! Linny sneered coldly, think you can capture me? Not so fast. With a flick of his right hand, a golden beam shot through the air, striking the lead agent directly. Ah! The agent screamed in agony, crashing heavily to the ground with a large, charred hole in his chest. The other agents, seeing this, immediately opened fire. Bang! 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 Bullets streaked through the darkness like trails of fire, hurtling toward Linny and Dr. Zhao. Linny swiftly pulled Dr. Zhao to his feet and darted behind a nearby rock wall. Simultaneously, the candle dragon power within him began to boil. Candle dragon breath. A golden breath erupted from Linny's mouth, sweeping through the narrow passageway. Aya! Screams echoed in rapid succession as several agents were engulfed by the golden aura, instantly reduced to ash. Retreat! This kid's a monster, someone yelled, and the remaining agents began pulling back. Should we pursue? Linny asked Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao shook his head. No need. Our priority is to keep moving forward. Besides, they might call for reinforcements. The two pressed onward. The passage gradually widened, eventually opening into a vast subterranean cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a vast lake, its crystal-clear waters glowing with a faint blue light. In the middle of the lake stood a small island, upon which rose an ancient stone platform. We're here! Dr. Zhao exclaimed excitedly. This is the location of the Candle Dragon Seal. Linny felt it too, the bloodline within him pulsed violently, resonating intensely with this place. We have to cross the lake, Dr. Zhao pointed at the water's surface. How do we get across? Swim? Linny asked. Dr. Zhao smiled. Of course not. Look over there. He pointed to a small dock by the lakeshore where an ancient wooden boat was moored. So someone has indeed been here before, Linny mused. The two approached the dock and boarded the wooden boat. Dr. Zhao picked up an oar and began to row. The boat glided slowly across the blue lake, tracing a graceful arc on the water. Linny, Dr. Zhao suddenly spoke up, once we reach the island, you'll need to go up to the stone platform alone. Why? Linny asked, puzzled. Because only the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline can activate the seal. Others going up won't help, they might even disrupt the ritual. Linny nodded. Understood. What should I do? According to ancient texts, Dr. Zhao explained, you must place the guiding stone into the central groove of the stone platform, then drip your blood onto it. That's all? On the surface, yes. But in truth, this is merely the first step to unlocking the seal. Afterward, the will of the Candle Dragon will communicate with you, testing whether you are worthy to inherit its power. A trial? Yes. Each inheritor faces a different trial. Some are tests of strength, others of wisdom, and still others of character. No one knows what you will face. Linny fell silent, pondering this information. Soon, the wooden boat reached shore, and the two stepped onto the small island. The island was small, with a central stone platform occupying most of the space. The octagonal platform was engraved with ancient runes and dragon motifs all around its perimeter. At its center was a recessed groove, perfectly shaped to fit the dragon soul guide stone. Go, Lin Yi, Dr. Zhao encouraged from below the platform. Fulfill your mission. Lin Yi stood on the helipad, gazing at the military helicopter before him. He couldn't help but marvel at how efficiently government agencies operated. Are you ready? Chen Jimu approached and asked. Lin Yi nodded. We're ready to go anytime. At that moment, Li Xianqing arrived on the helipad, followed by a dozen operatives clad in specialized combat gear. Are you sure you want to go? Chen Jimu frowned. The situation in the East China Sea could escalate at any moment. If you're not there. Li Xianqing waved his hand dismissively. We have people covering that front. This operation takes priority. If the Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations locate the Candle Dragon seal first, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right. Chen Jimu nodded. More hands are always better. The group boarded the helicopter and flew toward the Kunlun Mountains. Inside the cabin, Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, silently checking his status. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 5 Candle Dragon bloodline continues to strengthen. Experience, 1245,000. Attributes, Strength 287, Agility 254, Constitution 312, Spirit 341. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.3, consumes 100 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, control type, LV.2, consumes 200 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, control, LV.2, consumes 300 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.1, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.1, grants insight into all illusions. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, sacrifice self. Special item, Dragon Soul Guidance Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon seal. Level 5 already. Still a ways to go before level 6, Lin Yi mused inwardly. But these skills are way too low level. Gotta figure out how to upgrade them. As he pondered, Lin Yi suddenly felt the guidance stone in his pocket grow faintly warm. He pulled it out to find the crystal emitting a faint red glow, as if responding to something. What's going on? Chen Jimu, sitting beside him, noticed the unusual occurrence. Lin Yi held the guide stone up for him to see. It seems to be reacting. Maybe it's sensing something. Chen Jimu leaned in for a closer look. We're approaching the Kunlun Mountains. Perhaps the guide stone is sensing the location of the seal. That's quite possible, Lin Yi nodded, then asked, by the way, about those things Dr. Zhao mentioned, is there anything else you're keeping from me? Chen Jimu hesitated for a moment before finally saying, actually, you're not the only one in history to awaken the Candle Dragon bloodline. Oh? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. In the 2 centuries following the last descent of the Otherworld, 3 awakened bearers of the Candle Dragon bloodline emerged in Huaxia. The first 2 perished while attempting to break the seal. Lin Yi's heart sank. Why? Impure bloodlines, weak wills. The power of the Candle Dragon is too immense. If the awakened one isn't sufficiently prepared, they're easily consumed by its backlash. What about me? Do you think I can succeed? Chen Jimu looked at Lin Yi and said earnestly, I believe you can. Your bloodline purity far surpasses those who came before. With the Guiding Stone's assistance, your chances of success are very high. Moreover, you possess an advantage none of the predecessors had. What is it? You're not a native of this world, you're a traveler from another time, right? Lin Yi snapped his head up. How did you know? Chapter 27, The Guiding Stone sinks to the lake bottom, the Candle Dragon seal awaits unsealing. Chen Jimu smiled. The State Security Bureau has its own intelligence network. You've been in this world for 10 years now, but we've still uncovered some clues from your life's trajectory. So what? The soul structure of a traveler differs from that of natives, it's more resilient, better able to withstand powerful forces. That's your advantage. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he had 4 class options during his job change while others only had 1. Perhaps it was precisely his transmigrator identity that granted him this special treatment. After roughly 4 hours of flight, the helicopter finally reached the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. The terrain here was rugged and steep, with endless peaks shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. After disembarking, Chen Jimu unfolded a specialized map. Based on the Guidance Stone's readings and our intelligence, the Candle Dragon seal should lie within this sector. He pointed to a section circled in red on the map. The terrain here is complex, with many areas inaccessible to helicopters. We'll have to proceed on foot. Li Xianqing studied the map and suggested, splitting up will be more efficient. I'll lead one team in from the east, while you approach from the west. We'll pincer them to prevent any sneak attacks from the eagle-wielding forces. Chen Jimu nodded in agreement. Good idea. Lin Yi will come with me after all, he has the guide stone. With the teams divided, both groups set off. Lin Yi followed Chen Jimu's group as they advanced along the mountain path. The deeper they ventured, the more intensely the guiding stone reacted. The crystal's glow grew brighter, even emitting a faint hum. "We should be close," Lin Yi remarked to Chen Jimu. Chen Jimu nodded and signaled the team to quicken their pace. After about 2 hours of walking, a broad valley opened up ahead. At its center lay a natural lake, its waters as blue as jade. Surrounding it stood a forest of bizarrely shaped rocks, forming a natural formation. The guide stone's reaction reached its peak, its light blazing so intensely it nearly pierced through Lin Yi's pocket. "This is the place," Lin Yi stated with certainty. Chen Jimu pulled out his walkie-talkie. "Generally, we've located the site. There's a lake in the center of the valley, it's likely the location of the seal." A crackling static came from the other end. "Copy that. We're on our way and should arrive in about half an hour. Stay alert, enemy ambushes are possible." No sooner had he lowered the radio than Chen Jimu suddenly detected unusual movement nearby. "Someone's there." Lin Yi also grew alert as the candle dragon's eye activated automatically, granting him enhanced vision that allowed him to see farther and clearer. Through the trees on the opposite side of the valley, several figures could be faintly seen moving swiftly. "Eagle's men?" Lin Yi asked. Chen Jimu's expression grew grave. "Very likely. They're moving faster than we anticipated." Just then, several smoke grenades suddenly flew out from the woods, instantly shrouding the entire valley entrance. "Watch out, ambush!" Chen Jimu shouted, drawing his weapon as he scanned the surroundings warily. Through the haze, a dozen heavily armed figures closed in rapidly. It's Eagle Sauce's Grey Eagle Task Force. An intelligence officer in the group recognized the arrivals. They're all high-level professionals, over level 30. Lin Yi's heart tightened. These were no easy foes to deal with. "Full alert, prepare for combat," Chen Jimu ordered. The enemy soon charged within striking distance. Leading them was a burly, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man wielding a long sword that glowed with a blue light. "Long time no see, friends of China," the giant declared in fluent Mandarin, his tone dripping with scorn. Chen Jimu stared at him coldly. "John, I didn't expect the Eagle to send you." John roared with laughter. "Of course. For such an important mission, we naturally send our finest." His gaze shifted to Lin Yi. "And this is the legendary heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline? You look quite young." Lin Yi remained silent, watching the man warily. John continued, "I hear you possess the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone? Why not hand it over to us? You Huaxia people wouldn't know how to use it properly anyway." "Dream on." Chen Jimu sneered coldly. "John, I advise you not to court trouble. This is Chinese territory. Your actions constitute an invasion." John dismissed the notion. Territory? What does territory matter in the face of absolute power? He surveyed the surroundings and continued, "I'll count to 3. Hand over the guiding stone peacefully, and I might consider letting you live. Otherwise." "Or else what?" A cold voice echoed from the opposite side of the valley. Li Xianqing arrived with her team just in time, surrounding the Eagle Sauce agents. John's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. "General Li, I've long admired your reputation. But even you won't stop us today." He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, more armed personnel appeared on the distant mountaintop, at least 50 or 60 of them. "See? We came prepared," John declared smugly. "Now, hand over the guidance stone immediately." Chen Jimu and Li Xianqing exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. The enemy held the numerical advantage and appeared thoroughly prepared. The situation looked grim. Just then, Lin Yi stepped forward abruptly. "I can give you the guidance stone." "Lin Yi!" Chen Jimu exclaimed. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Don't worry, let me finish." Then he turned to John. "But I have one condition." John raised an eyebrow. "What condition?" "You must personally receive the guidance stone." Lin Yi pulled the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone from his pocket. The red crystal glistened in the sunlight. John looked at the stone, then at Lin Yi, a skeptical expression crossing his face. "That's it? That's all there is to it?" Lin Yi nodded. John considered it for a moment, finding no issue, and nodded in agreement. "All right, deal." He took a few steps forward, reaching out to take the guidance stone. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly raised the guidance stone in his hand. A blinding red light shot out from the crystal, striking John squarely in the eyes. "Ah!" John screamed, clutching his eyes as he staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi swiftly retreated to Chen Jimu's side while shouting, "Generally, cover me. I need to activate the guide stone." Li Xianqing instantly grasped Lin Yi's intent and immediately ordered, "All units, protect Lin Yi." Seeing this, the Eagle Sauce agents swarmed toward Lin Yi, but were all blocked by the Huaxia team members. Lin Yi seized the moment, sitting cross-legged. Clasping the guidance stone in both hands, he closed his eyes and attempted to establish a connection with it. The guiding stone glowed brighter in his hands as a mysterious energy fluctuation began to radiate outward. Ding! Dragon Soul Guide Stone activation detected. Ding! Analyzing seal location. Ding! Dragon Vein Convergence Point detected, located at the center of the lake. The system prompts echoed in Lin Yi's mind, pinpointing the exact location of the seal. The center of the lake. Lin Yi opened his eyes and shouted, "The seal is at the bottom of the lake." Upon hearing this, Chen Jimu immediately ordered, "Cover Lin Yi as he heads to the lake." Chapter 28, Bloodline Awakens. Displaying divine might, the primordial candle dragon enters the body. Under his teammates' cover, Lin Yi charged toward the lake. John, his vision restored, roared in fury, "Stop him. He absolutely cannot reach the lake." A fierce melee erupted in the valley. Li Xianqing personally stepped forward, blocking Lin Yi's path as he sliced through several charging agents with a single sword strike. Chen Jimu provided flanking cover, ensuring no enemies could approach Lin Yi from the sides. Under their combined protection, Lin Yi finally reached the lakeshore. Without hesitation, he plunged into the lake and began swimming toward the bottom. The water was unusually clear, and Lin Yi soon spotted a massive stone platform at the lake's center. Intricate runes carved into the stone formed a ceiling array. At the center of the ceiling formation was a recess perfectly shaped to fit the dragon's soul guide stone. Lin Yi swam to the stone platform and embedded the guiding stone into the groove. Boom! The entire lake bottom suddenly trembled. Golden rings of light radiated outward from the stone platform, making the whole lake seem to boil. Lin Yi felt a powerful surge of energy erupting from the guiding stone, rushing directly into his body. Ding! The candle dragon's seal begins to break. Ding! The candle dragon's will is awakening. Ding! Host bloodline resonance detected. Initiating transmission of candle dragon memories. In an instant, countless images flooded Lin Yi's mind. The Great War 3 centuries ago, when Western deities invaded and the deities of China fought fiercely. Candle Dragon and several other Chinese deities joined forces to resist, but overwhelmed by superior power, they suffered defeat after defeat. A group of high-ranking Chinese officials in ancient attire convened a secret meeting and decided to seal the Candle Dragon, awaiting the right moment to release it. The Candle Dragon was led deep into Kunlun, where multiple layers of seals were placed upon it at the bottom of the lake. These memories surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming Lin Yi. Yet as the memories flowed, his understanding of the Candle Dragon deepened. The Candle Dragon, an ancient divine beast of China, ruled over light and darkness, life and death. It was not merely a creature whose opening of its eyes brought day and closing of its eyes brought night, as legend suggested. It possessed the power to manipulate the very laws of the world. Simultaneously, Lin Yi grasped a crucial truth: the Candle Dragon's sealing had indeed been imposed by the Chinese themselves, but its purpose was not domination, it was protection. Protection from the complete annihilation of the Candle Dragon by Western deities. As for the Dragon Soul Guidance Stone, while it could indeed influence those of Dragon bloodline, it functioned more like a key tool to help those awakening their bloodline better harness their power. So that's how it is, Lin Yi realized with sudden clarity. Just then, the stone platform at the lake bottom suddenly cracked open. A golden light burst forth from the fissure, surging directly into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi felt his body tear apart and reassemble, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to pass out. Yet as the golden light infused him, the Candle Dragon bloodline within began awakening and growing at an astonishing pace. Ding! Candle Dragon primordial energy infused. Ding! Candle Dragon bloodline awakening level increased 35% 68%. Ding! Level up 58. Ding! New skill acquired, true form of the Candle Dragon. Ding! All existing skill levels +1. Almost in an instant, Lin Yi felt his strength surge dramatically. The power within him surged like a raging torrent, nearly bursting through the confines of his body. Simultaneously, a mysterious voice echoed within his mind. "Child! My bloodline heir! I have finally found you!" To his astonishment, the speaker was none other than the Candle Dragon itself. Though most of its power remained sealed, its consciousness had awakened. "Ancestor Candle Dragon?" Lin Yi responded in his mind. "No need for formalities. From this day forward, you shall be my emissary in the mortal realm." The Candle Dragon's voice was faint yet resonated with authority. "My power shall become your power, and my mission shall become your mission." "What mission?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "To protect Huaxia, resist the Western deities, and restore our order," the Candle Dragon declared. "But now is not the time for my complete liberation. You still need more growth and preparation." "What should I do?" "Continue to strengthen yourself, gather more dragon energy. When you fully master the power of the Candle Dragon's bloodline, then come to break the remaining seals." As the words faded, the Candle Dragon's voice grew weaker and weaker until it vanished entirely. Lin Yi felt his lungs begin to suffocate, only then remembering he was still underwater. He swam frantically toward the surface. Splash! Lin Yi leapt from the water, gasping for breath. On the lake's surface, the battle raged fiercely. Eagle Sauce's agents outnumbered their opponents, and the Huaxia side was struggling to hold their ground. "Lin Yi!" Chen Jimu spotted him surfacing and shouted immediately, "Did you make it?" Lin Yi nodded, feeling the surging power within him, a faint smile curling his lips. "It's time to show them what real power looks like." Lin Yi leapt out of the lake and landed steadily on the shore. John sneered at Lin Yi's return. "Kid, where's the guiding stone? Hand it over." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "I've already used it." "What?" John gasped, his face darkening instantly. Damn brat, do you know what you've done? Of course I do, Lin Yi replied calmly. I've awakened the power of the candle dragon. And now, it's time for you to pay the price. As he spoke, the candle dragon bloodline within Lin Yi erupted fully. Golden light burst forth from every part of his body, forming a massive dragon-shaped aura that enveloped him. A golden aura, several times more powerful than before, erupted from Lin Yi's mouth, sweeping through the dozen agents before him and sending them all flying. In the next instant, Lin Yi flickered and appeared before John. You! John stumbled back in terror, reaching for his sword only to find himself frozen in place. Life or death judgment. Lin Yi's right hand flickered lightly and John's body instantly stiffened as if time itself had frozen. How? How is this possible? John managed to choke out, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Yi sneered coldly. This is the power of the candle dragon. Now, go back and tell your master that the gods of Huaxia have awakened. They'd better know their place, or else. At that moment, Lin Yi swung his hand violently. A flash of golden light sliced through the air, severing a chunk of muscle from John's right arm. Ah! John screamed in agony. Lin Yi released his hand, lifting the life or death judgment. Get out of here with your men. Next time you come back, it won't be as simple as cutting flesh. John clutched his wounded arm, both shocked and furious. But seeing the immense dragon-shaped specter behind Lin Yi, he knew today was hopeless. Retreat! John ordered, shooting Lin Yi a venomous glare. You wait, kid. This isn't over. The Eagle SWAT agents swiftly withdrew, and the valley returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 29, The Candle Dragon Legacy. The members of the Huaxia team exchanged stunned glances, unable to believe what had just transpired. One man? A single individual had intimidated dozens of elite agents into retreat? Was this the power of the Candle Dragon bloodline? Shen Jimu approached Lin Yi, exclaiming in awe, Holy crap, your power has skyrocketed. Lin Yi smiled. The power of the Candle Dragon's origin is no joke. Li Xianqing approached as well. The seal is broken? Lin Yi shook his head. Only partially. The Candle Dragon said now isn't the time for its full liberation. I need more growth and preparation. The Candle Dragon spoke to you? Shen Jimu and Li Xianqing asked in unison. Lin Yi nodded. Yes. Its consciousness has awakened, but most of its power remains sealed. It told me to protect Huaxia and resist the Western deities. Li Xianqing exhaled in relief. That's enough. With the Candle Dragon's aid, we stand a chance against the ambitions of the Eagle Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Shen Jimu pondered for a moment before saying, however, John won't give up so easily. We must prepare for greater dangers ahead. Lin Yi agreed wholeheartedly. The Eagle Nation may have been defeated this time, but they will return stronger next time, likely bringing even greater forces. Therefore, we must urgently strengthen our capabilities. Li Xianqing nodded. Exactly. But first, let's deliver this good news back home. The higher-ups in China will be delighted to hear it. The group packed their gear and prepared to return. Before leaving, Lin Yi glanced back at the lake one last time. Though most of the Candle Dragon's power remained sealed, this operation had been a tremendous success. The ancient deities of Huaxia were awakening, and he, as the bloodline heir of the Candle Dragon, would shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Huaxia. On the return helicopter, Lin Yi checked his status and found his power had increased significantly. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as F-Class Warrior. Level, 8. Experience, 2,158,000. Attributes, Strength 412, Agility 376, Constitution 435, Spirit 490. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.4, consumes 100 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.3, consumes 200 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control, LV.3, consumes 300 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.2, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.2, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, Transformation, LV.1, consumes 500 spirit points, duration, 5 minutes. Special ability, God Slayer power condition, sacrifice self. Bloodline Awakening, 68%. My stats have more than doubled, and I've even learned this new skill, True form of the Candle Dragon. Impressive. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. However, the true form of the Candle Dragon consumed too much energy and had a short duration. It seemed he'd have to use it cautiously. As he pondered this, Shen Jimu walked over and sat beside him. I just noticed something, Shen Jimu said in a hushed voice. The Dragon Soul Guidance Stone was embedded in the seal and never removed, right? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, it fused into the seal. Which means, without the guiding stone interfering, your connection to the Candle Dragon will be even stronger. Lin Yi finally understood. Indeed, I can sense the Candle Dragon's presence as if it were inside me. Shen Jimu smiled with satisfaction. That's excellent. Regarding your earlier concerns, I can assure you unequivocally, the nation will never use you as a tool. As the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline, you are our most vital strategic asset. We will spare no effort to protect and support you. Linny looked at Chen Jimu's sincere expression and nodded. I believe you. However, I hope to have more autonomy. After all, this power is mine, and I should decide how to use it. Of course, that is your right, Chen Jimu agreed. As long as your goals align with national interests, we will fully support your decisions. A tacit understanding formed between them, easing the tension for both. Upon returning to the capital, Linny received a high-level reception. The nation's highest leader personally met with him, expressing gratitude and expectations. Following the meeting, Linny was accommodated in a special suite at the state guesthouse, enjoying the highest level of protection and service. That evening, standing alone on the balcony, Linny gazed at the dazzling nightscape of Shangjing, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In just a few short days, he had transformed from an obscure high school student into the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline, entrusted with a national mission. This sudden change filled him with both exhilaration and apprehension. His phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Su Qingyan. Heard your mission was a success. Congratulations. Want to grab a bite sometime? Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he read Su Qingyan's message. After everything he'd been through, he could certainly use someone to talk to. Sure. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Same place as always, Lin Yi replied. Setting his phone aside, he lay back on the spacious bed, closed his eyes, and attempted to communicate with the Candle Dragon consciousness within him. Ancestor Candle Dragon, are you there? After a long pause, a distant voice echoed in his mind, Child, I am here. However, my current state is very weak. I have some questions to ask, Lin Yi said. Regarding my bloodline, how can I better control this power? Cultivation, trials, and most crucially unwavering resolve. The Candle Dragon's voice came in fits and starts. Your bloodline purity is high, but its awakening remains incomplete. You require more dragon energy. Dragon energy? Where can I obtain it? Secret realms, dragon-type monsters, or dragon-type artifacts. Lin Yi recalled the black dragon he had slain in the secret realm and the flesh he had later carved from John's body. Both seemed to have granted him substantial experience points. I understand. I need to hunt more dragonkin to strengthen myself. The Candle Dragon fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, not merely hunting. Absorbing, fusing. The essence of dragons lies in symbiosis. Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the Candle Dragon's philosophy wasn't merely about killing and plundering, but a higher form of symbiosis and balance. Elder, one more question. I was told that throughout history there have been other inheritors of the Candle Dragon bloodline, but they all failed. Is this true? Yes. Over the past 300 years, there have been 3 such individuals. Yet all impure bloodlines, equals ultimately perished, consumed by the backlash. Then why was I able to activate the seal? Because you are different. Your soul originates from another realm, making it more resilient and capable of withstanding immense power. Indeed, his status as a traveler through time granted him a distinct advantage. Lin Yi felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. Elder, could you tell me more about the Western deities? Chapter 30, Secrets from 3 centuries ago, the MO school trader reveals its true form. Zhu Lon's voice grew urgent, be cautious. They are everywhere. 300 years ago, they opened the gate to another realm and enslaved humanity. Now, while they appear to have stepped back into the shadows, they secretly manipulate everything. How do we fight them? Find the other Huaxia deities. Unseal them. Only by uniting do we have hope. Lin Yi's heart stirred. The other Huaxia deities are sealed too? Where are they? They are scattered everywhere. Some dwell within mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Others reside in ancient structures. Still others hide among the stars. Zhulong's voice grew fainter. Child, my power requires more than just slumber. Remember. Strengthen yourself and rescue your kin. This is your mission. With that, the Candle Dragon's consciousness fell completely silent. No matter how Lin Yi called out, there was no response. Seems it truly needed rest, Lin Yi murmured to himself. But I've gained crucial information. I must carefully plan my next moves. Early the next morning, Lin Yi rose, washed up, changed into casual attire, and prepared to leave. As he reached the doorway, he saw 2 agents in black suits standing guard outside. Mr. Lin, per protocol, we must accompany you for your protection, one agent said respectfully. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Chief Chen's orders? Yes, for your safety. Alright, but I'm just meeting a friend. You don't need to follow too closely. The 2 agents nodded. Understood. We'll maintain a distance and won't interfere with your activities. Lin Yi got into the special vehicle, heading to the location agreed upon with Su Qingyan, a cafe near Shangjing University. The cafe boasted a quiet atmosphere and minimalist decor, a popular meeting spot among college students. Su Qingyan was already there, seated in a corner with 2 cups of coffee in front of her. Been waiting long? Lin Yi walked over and sat down. Su Qingyan shook her head. Just arrived. I ordered you a latte. Remember you like this one? Thanks, good memory, Lin Yi smiled, taking a sip of coffee. How have you been lately? Su Qingyan glanced around before lowering her voice. My dad uncovered some information about the candle dragon seal. It's quite a lot to digest. Brace yourself. Lin Yi perked up immediately. Tell me. First off, the candle dragon seal was indeed set up by our own people in China, but the purpose wasn't as simple as Chen Jimu claimed. Oh? 300 years ago, a foreign realm descended, and Western deities invaded. Several great deities of China joined forces to resist, with the candle dragon leading the charge and turning the tide. But at the critical moment, someone betrayed them. Who? The last heir of the Mo school, the ancient masters of heavenly mechanics in China. He secretly colluded with the Western deities and launched a surprise attack on the candle dragon at the critical moment, leading to the defeat. Why betray them? Su Qingyan shook her head. The exact reason remains unknown, but it's speculated he sought greater power. The Western deities promised him immortality and supreme divine abilities in exchange for helping them eliminate or subjugate the Chinese deities. What happened afterward? Severely wounded, the candle dragon was forced to retreat to Kunlun. The other Huaxia deities scattered in flight. The remaining Huaxia cultivators, determined to protect the candle dragon, erected layer upon layer of seals. These served both to shield it from the Western deities and to buy it time to recover. And the traitor? He gained the power promised by the Western deities, but at the cost of losing his self. Now known as the Shadow Messenger, he serves as the Western deities' representative in Huaxia, hunting down any threat to their rule. Lin Yi frowned deeply. So, by activating the candle dragon seal, I've likely drawn the attention of this Shadow Messenger? Su Qingyan nodded. Not just you. Anyone involved in this matter could become a target. My father said to be especially cautious these days, particularly at night. What does the Shadow Messenger excel at? Stealth, assassination, mind control. He can manipulate weak humans to do his bidding without even lifting a finger. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. It seems the State Security Bureau's protection is indeed necessary. It's more than that. My father said your current situation is extremely dangerous. On one hand, the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation won't let this rest. On the other, if the Shadow Messenger sets his sights on you, you're in big trouble. What's the solution? Become stronger, Su Qingyan replied. My father said the only way to ensure safety is to rapidly enhance your own strength, ideally to a level where you can protect yourself. Lin Yi smiled. I know that. The candle dragon also said I need to absorb more dragon energy to enhance my bloodline awakening. Then let's get moving. Su Qingyan suddenly pulled a USB drive from her bag and handed it to Lin Yi. This contains data my dad collected on high-level secret realms across the country, with special markings on locations where dragon-type monsters roam. Lin Yi took the flash drive, surprised. Your dad supports me this much? Su Qingyan's expression grew complex. My father is actually a member of the Kunlun Research Institute. Their family has guarded the secrets of China's divine beings for generations, awaiting the emergence of those with awakened bloodlines. Wait, what about Dr. Zhao? He's my father's senior colleague, Su Qingyan nodded. There are different factions within the Kunlun Research Institute, but our goal is the same: to restore the glory of the Chinese deities. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So you approached me because... Su Qingyan hurriedly waved her hands. No. I didn't approach you because of the mission. We knew each other long before your bloodline awakened. Remember that math competition in our freshman year? Lin Yi recalled the memory. Indeed, he and Su Qingyan had met at that freshman math competition. Back then, she was still a junior high student, yet she had placed second in the high school division, just behind him. I remember, Lin Yi nodded. So you really just happened to be near me by coincidence? Not entirely, Su Qingyan admitted honestly. My dad did know beforehand that you might be a bloodline awakener, so he encouraged me to befriend you. But I genuinely enjoy spending time with you, that's true. Alright, I believe you, Lin Yi smiled. So what should I do next? Don't rush into anything, Su Qingyan advised. In the coming days, the nation may assign you an important mission. Once that's completed, then we can consider privately exploring the secret realm. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of the other Huaxia deities? I know a bit. Besides the candle dragon, there are several other great deities: Gongong, Zhiru, Putu, Xianming, all sealed away in different locations. But to find them, you must first strengthen your own power. Chapter 31, Dragon Hall Special Training unleashes divine might, underwater secret realm seeks true dragon. The two chatted about other topics, including school matters and their classmates' reactions. As they talked, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something. Hey, remember Wu Changsheng and Zhou Hong from the day we changed jobs? What's become of them? Su Qingyan chuckled. Guess what? Wu Changsheng got signed by the Azure Dragon Guild for a hefty sum. Now he's constantly flaunting his mansion and luxury cars online. As for Zhou Hong, he joined the White Tiger Guild and spends every day showing off at school, bragging about becoming the strongest professional in Huaxia. What about Lu Ruzhuang? She dumped Wu Changsheng and is now with Zhou Hong. Apparently, Zhou Hong impressed the higher-ups during a secret realm expedition by leveling up to 10. Linny shook his head. What a cold world. Speaking of which, your old friend teacher Han Qianxua has been all over the news lately, Su Qingyan suddenly remarked. Oh? Why? Because of a news story. It said she once taught a hidden genius an S rank or higher professional. Though she didn't name names, everyone knows it's you. Now she's become a celebrity, with universities scrambling to invite her for lectures. Linny smiled. Looks like I should find time to visit her and properly thank her for nurturing me. After chatting all morning, the two parted reluctantly. When Linny returned to the hotel, he found Chen Jimu waiting for him. Did you have a good chat? Chen Jimu asked with a smile. Linny shrugged. It was okay. Did you need something? Yes, an important mission. Chen Jimu handed Linny a file. Professionals from Sakura Nation discovered a unique undersea realm in the East China Sea. We suspect it seals a Chinese deity Xuanming. Linny flipped through the file, which detailed preliminary survey data on the realm. According to the records, it was an A++ rated realm, with average creature levels exceeding 40 and potential max levels reaching 50. Xuanming? The legendary northern god? Chen Jimu nodded. Exactly. The deity who governs water and ice. If we can break its seal, it would be a tremendous asset to us. What do I need to do? In 3 days, we'll assemble an elite squad to infiltrate the realm. As the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline, you're the pivotal figure. You may be the only one capable of sensing the location of Xuanming's seal. Do Eagle and Sakura Nation know about this operation? Chen Jimu's expression turned grave. Yes, and they've already dispatched an advance team. We must locate Xuanming's seal before they do. Looks like we're racing against time, Linny mused. But I have another question. If we find Xuanming, who will inherit its bloodline? Surely it can't all fall to me alone? Chen Jimu smiled. Of course not. Every Chinese deity has their own bloodline heir, most just haven't awakened yet. We've already found Xuanming as bloodline successor. Li Xiancheng. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. General Li? No wonder she bears the surname Li and has the character Xian in her name. Exactly. She carries Xuanming's bloodline, though it's barely awakened. If we can locate and activate Xuanming's seal, her power will surge dramatically. So General Li will be joining this operation? Of course. She's the main force. You'll work with her, one to locate the seal, the other to activate the bloodline. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. I'll give it my all. One more thing, Chen Jimu said, pulling an exquisite wooden box from his briefcase. This is a gift specially prepared for you by the state, a reward for your performance on the last mission. Linny opened the box to reveal a golden badge shaped like a coiled dragon, exquisitely crafted. This is a National Dragon level honorary medal. Fewer than 10 people nationwide possess one, Chen Jimu explained. With it, you can access significant national resources, including permission to enter certain high-level secret realms. Linny picked up the badge with delight. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. You're welcome. You've earned it. Chen Jimu stood up. See you in 3 days. Get some rest and recharge your energy. After seeing Chen Jimu off, Linny sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the golden badge in his palm and examining it closely. Under the lamp, it shimmered with an unusual glow, clearly more than just an ordinary symbol of honor. This thing feels strange. Linny pinched the badge and suddenly felt a ripple of energy emanating from it, faintly resonating with the Candle Dragon bloodline within him. This is interesting. He pressed the badge against his chest, closed his eyes, and attempted to sense its energy. In an instant, Linny seemed to see countless points of light flickering before him, forming a vast celestial map. Is this a celestial map? As his consciousness moved across it, certain points grew brighter, forming distinct patterns. Ding! Special item detected, Dragon Pattern Star Chart. Ding! This item can guide the host to locate sealed deities of ancient China. Ding! Detected potential divine sealing points near host. 3. The system's notification sounded in his mind, and Linny was overjoyed. Holy crap, this badge is actually a navigation device for finding Chinese deities? The government pulled off a pretty sweet move here. Linny scrutinized the 3 bright points on the star map, positioned in the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest directions of Shangjing City. The eastern point shone brightest, roughly aligned with the East Sea, likely the undersea realm Chen Jimu had mentioned. The western point lay deep within the Kunlun Mountains, likely the lingering aftermath of the Candle Dragon sealing. The northern point, however, was in a place Linny wasn't quite familiar with, Mount Changbai. Mount Changbai? Who is sealed there? Linny strained to recall the deities of Chinese mythology, but couldn't immediately associate Changbai Mountain with any particular god. Never mind. For now, the priority is to strengthen my abilities and prepare for the mission in 3 days. Linny stowed the badge, opened the system panel, and checked his current status. Level 8 already. That's way stronger than most newbie adventurers, but facing monsters over level 40 in the secret realm is still a bit tough. After a moment's thought, Linny decided to try upgrading his skill level first. He concentrated, gathering the power of the Candle Dragon into his right palm, forming a golden orb of light. Candle Dragon's Breath. A golden blast erupted from his palm, piercing straight through the wall opposite the room and leaving a scorched hole behind. Holy crap, that's powerful. Lin Yi was startled and quickly withdrew the energy. Looks like practicing this skill indoors isn't the best idea. He then tried Candle Dragon's Eye, a passive skill that consumed less energy and caused no physical damage. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi silently channeled the Candle Dragon's power. A strange energy immediately surged toward his eyes. When he opened them again, the world before him had transformed. Lin Yi could see energy currents flowing through the air, discern figures behind walls, and even observe activities within distant buildings. Is this the power of Candle Dragon's Eye? It's even more powerful than X-ray vision. Chapter 32. When the Midnight Assassin strikes, Lin Yi's divine might shakes the four directions. Lin Yi tried extending his vision further and quickly discovered the security deployment around the state guesthouse. At least 2 teams of agents patrolled different positions, while snipers lay in wait atop distant high-rises. Such heavy security? Seems the state really values me. Suddenly, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to a dark silhouette. Standing atop a building roughly 500 meters from the state guesthouse, the figure was cloaked entirely in black robes, its face concealed. Even more eerie was the air around the figure, which seemed twisted into a vortex-like energy field. What is that thing? Lin Yi focused intently, trying to see more clearly, but the shadow suddenly turned its head, as if locking eyes with him directly. No! Lin Yi immediately cut off the energy supply to the Candle Dragon's Eye, restoring his normal vision. His heart was already racing, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Was I spotted? What is that shadow? Could it be a shadow messenger? Recalling Su Qingyan's warning earlier that day, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel tense. If it truly was the shadow messenger, his current strength would likely be insufficient to handle it. I need to boost my strength immediately. Lin Yi pulled out his phone and sent Su Qingyan a message. Just spotted a cloaked figure surveilling the state guesthouse. Could be the shadow messenger. Warn your father to be careful. Soon, Su Qingyan replied, got it. My dad says you shouldn't go out alone lately. That guy is far more dangerous than you imagine. Lin Yi nodded and asked, any quick ways to boost my strength? The mission in 3 days might involve monsters above level 40. Su Qingyan replied, my dad said that since you have the National Dragon Medal, you can go to the Dragon Hall in the center of Shangjing. They have specialized training facilities for high-level practitioners. Dragon Hall? Where is it? How do I get there? I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and take you there. Lin Yi replied with a thanks, put down his phone, and continued pondering his next move. If the shadow messenger had already targeted him, the days ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. But danger often concealed opportunity. Defeating the shadow messenger would not only eliminate a threat but also grant massive experience points, boosting his strength. Still, now isn't the time for a direct confrontation. First, I'll check out this Dragon Hall and see if I can get a quick power boost. Lin Yi decided to rest for the night, conserving his energy to prepare for tomorrow's special training. Yet, just as he was about to fall asleep, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from outside the window. Lin Yi sat up alertly, his dragon's eye automatically activating as he scanned the window. A dark figure pressed against the window, attempting to unlock it. So quick to show up? Lin Yi sneered coldly, gathering the power of the Candle Dragon in his right hand, ready to confront the intruder. The window creaked open as the shadow slid silently inside. Without hesitation, Lin Yi launched his attack, a golden aura streaking toward the shadow. Clearly caught off guard by Lin Yi's immediate strike, the figure faltered, the golden aura grazing its shoulder with a muffled grunt. Who sent you? Lin Yi demanded coldly. The shadow offered no reply, instead suddenly drawing a dagger and lunging toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi sidestepped the blow while simultaneously sweeping his right foot toward the intruder's knee. Thud! The shadow stumbled backward several steps, crashing into the wall. In the moonlight, Lin Yi got a clear look at his opponent, a young man in his early 20s, clad entirely in black, tight-fitting clothing. His face was concealed by a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. So you're the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline? Looks like you're nothing special, the young man sneered coldly. Lin Yi didn't respond, instead focusing his energy, preparing to strike again. Don't bother. I'm not here to kill you tonight. I'm just delivering a message. What message? My master says you've touched what you shouldn't have. The power of the Candle Dragon is beyond your control. If you know what's good for you, give it up now. Otherwise what? Lin Yi sneered. Who is your master? The Shadow Messenger? The young man visibly faltered. You know the Shadow Messenger? Not only do I know him, but I also know he's a traitor who betrayed Huaxia, the last heir of the MO school. Lin Yi deliberately stated this, wanting to gauge the other's reaction. Sure enough, the young man's face paled. How do you know all this? Tell your master his tricks won't fool me. If he wants to stop me, let him come himself. Don't send these lowly minions. The young man flew into a rage, arrogant. Who do you think you are? A mere brat whose bloodline has just awakened, daring to challenge my master? With that, he raised his dagger once more and lunged at Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and murmured, "Life and death judgment." The young man's body froze instantly. The dagger halted mid-air, unable to advance another inch. What? What kind of power is this? The young man realized with horror that he couldn't move, and even speaking became difficult. Linny stepped before him, towering over the cowering figure. "Now, tell me. Where is the shadow messenger?" I don't know. The master never stays in one place. He contacts us through dreams." "Through dreams?" Linny frowned. "Explain in detail." "The master wields the art of dream manipulation. He can enter anyone's dreams and control their thoughts," the young man struggled to say, his facial muscles contorting under the pressure of this life or death interrogation. "How did you become his subordinate?" "I had a dream. A voice told me that if I served him, I would gain power. I agreed. Then when I woke up, I found myself stronger." Linny pondered for a moment before asking, "How powerful are you? What rank are you now?" "Level 15, C rank profession Dreamwalker." "Dreamwalker? Never heard of that class." Linny was taken aback. "It's a special class created by the master. It allows partial control over dreams." Linny nodded, understanding. It seemed this shadow messenger was indeed quite skilled, capable of creating classes and controlling subordinates through dreams. "How many others like you are there?" "I don't know. The master never lets us meet each other, but there should be quite a few." Linny asked a few more questions, but the young man truly knew little else. "Alright, one last question. How did you find me? The state guest house has such tight security. How did you get in?" The young man flashed an eerie smile. "The master gave me something. It can block perception." Linny noticed a black bracelet on his wrist, engraved with strange runes. "This?" The young man nodded slightly. Chapter 33, Shadow Envoy dispatches assassins, Linny outwits the nightmare poison. Linny reached out and removed the bracelet, examining it closely. The bracelet was made of an unusual material, cool and slippery to the touch. The runes on it seemed to be faintly writhing, causing an uneasy sensation. "Interesting. This deserves closer study." Linny tucked the bracelet into his pocket and addressed the young man. "Go back and tell your master that I, Linny, will see this through to the end. If he has the guts, let him come see me himself." The young man's face paled. You're letting me go?" "Of course not," Linny sneered coldly. "You broke into my room and attempted assassination. How do you propose we settle this debt?" As he spoke, Linny's right hand formed a claw, clamping down on the young man's throat. "But rest assured, I won't kill you. I merely seek to extract some experience points from you." Breath of the Candle Dragon. A slender golden breath shot from Linny's fingertip, piercing directly into the young man's forehead. "Ah!" The young man let out a piercing scream of agony before instantly losing consciousness. Linny felt a surge of energy flow out from the young man's body, entering his own and converting into experience points. Ding! Defeated a level 15 C rank professional. Gained 500 EXP. Ding! Absorbed partial abilities of the Sleepwalker, gaining an additional 300 EXP points. Ding! Experience points, 2,150 plus 800 is equal to 2,958,000. This was a huge win. Linny thought with quiet satisfaction. Even though this kid was only level 15, he dropped a lot of EXP. He checked the young man's status and found he was merely unconscious, with no life-threatening injuries. What should I do with this kid? Linny pondered briefly before deciding to hand him over to the State Security Bureau. He picked up the phone and dialed Chen Jimu's number. "Hello, Commander Chen? An assassin just broke into my room. I've subdued him. Please send someone to handle it." Chen Jimu sounded visibly startled. "An assassin? Who is this?" "Claims to be an agent of the Shadow Envoys. A specialized class called Sleepwalker capable of operating within dreams." "The Shadow Messenger?" Chen Jimu's voice grew grave. "Has he finally made his move? I'll send someone immediately." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. That kid was no match for me. But be careful when you arrive, he has a special bracelet that blocks perception." "Understood. We'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Linny glanced at the unconscious youth and felt a pang of thirst. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it down. Just as he finished drinking, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision. "Oh no, did I get hit?" Only then did Linny realize he might have been drugged. He quickly focused his mind, channeling the power of his Candle Dragon bloodline to resist the drug's effects. "Candle Dragon, save me!" The Candle Dragon's consciousness offered no response, but Linny could feel the Candle Dragon bloodline within him activating automatically, beginning to purge the toxins from his body. Just then, the young man who should have been unconscious suddenly opened his eyes, a sinister smile curling his lips. "You think you've won? How naive. This is only the beginning." As he spoke, the young man's body began to swell, as if something was writhing beneath his skin. "No!" Linny tried to retreat, but his entire body felt weak, his movements becoming painfully sluggish. The young man's body grew larger and larger until it finally exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that swiftly filled the entire room. What is this? Linny felt the black mist eroding his consciousness, making him grow increasingly drowsy. Must stay awake. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to stay alert while channeling every ounce of his candle dragon bloodline to resist the black mist's assault. Within the darkness, countless twisted faces seemed to sneer coldly, while innumerable hands clawed and scratched, sending shivers down his spine. Linny mustered a sliver of strength, expelling a golden breath that dispersed part of the darkness. But the fog quickly coalesced again, continuing its assault on his consciousness. Just as Linny was about to collapse, the door burst open. Several heavily armed agents stormed into the room. Mr. Lin. The lead agent, seeing the situation inside, immediately retrieved a specialized device and pressed a button. A blinding white light shot out from the device, instantly dispelling all the black mist. Linny felt his consciousness gradually clearing, though his body remained weak. Mr. Lin, are you all right? The agent helped him to his feet, asking with concern. I'm fine. What was that thing just now? Nightmare missed one of the Shadow Envoy's signature tricks. Shinjimu's voice came from the doorway. He hurried into the room and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Linny unharmed. Where's the assassin? Shinjimu demanded. It turned into black mist? Seemed like some kind of clone, Linny said with difficulty. Shinjimu nodded. Typical Shadowbringer tactics. Those sleepwalkers are essentially extensions of him. When defeated, they dissolve into nightmare mist and return to the main entity. Linny produced the bracelet he had confiscated earlier. This was on him. It seems to block perception. Shinjimu took the bracelet and examined it closely. This is a shadow concealment ring. It does indeed block most sensory abilities. Looks like the shadow messenger is dead set on taking you down. Why? Just because I awakened the Candle Dragon bloodline? Shinjimu nodded. The Candle Dragon is one of China's most powerful deities. It led the resistance against Western gods in ancient times. As agents of those Western deities, the shadow messengers naturally won't tolerate the Candle Dragon's power rising again. Linny pondered thoughtfully. I see. Looks like I'll have to be extra careful from now on. Exactly, especially when you sleep, Shinjimu said. The Shadow Envoy excels at invading dreams and manipulating subconscious minds. You must find a way to protect your dreams. Is there a way? Shinjimu pondered for a moment. There's a special talisman called the Dream Sealing Talisman that can block external interference in dreams. I'll have someone get one for you as soon as possible. Thank you. But the most crucial thing, Shinjimu emphasized earnestly, is to strengthen your own abilities. Only when you become powerful enough can you truly resist the Shadow Messenger's intrusion. Lin Yi nodded. Tomorrow I plan to undergo special training at the Dragon Hall. I hear they have facilities specifically designed for advanced practitioners. Dragon Hall? Shinjimu looked surprised. Who told you about that? Su Qingyan. Shinjimu understood immediately. I see. The Su family does have some connection to the Dragon Hall. But it's not that easy to get in, you need special qualifications. Lin Yi produced the National Dragon Medal. Is this enough? Shinjimu smiled. Absolutely. With the National Dragon Medal, you can directly access the core area of the Dragon Hall and receive the highest level of specialized training. That's good. Chapter 34, Night of Terror Dream Duel. Lin Yi outwits the Shadow Conspiracy. But you shouldn't stay here tonight, Shinjimu said, surveying the room. Since the Shadow Envoys found this place, they might strike again. I'll arrange for you to rest somewhere safer. Lin Yi didn't refuse. His recent ordeal had made him realize his current strength was insufficient to confront the Shadow Envoys alone. He needed the protection of the state. Escorted by agents, Lin Yi arrived at a secluded villa on the outskirts of Shangjing. The compound was heavily fortified, surrounded by high-tech surveillance systems and guarded by dozens of agents on rotating shifts. You'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to escort you to the Dragon Palace, Shinjimu stated. Alright, thank you for your trouble. After Shinjimu departed, Lin Yi finished washing up, lay down on the bed, and checked his status. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 8. Experience, 2,958,000. Attributes, Strength 412, Agility 376, Constitution 435, Spirit 490. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.4, consumes 100 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.3, consumes 200 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control, LV.3, consumes 300 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.2, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.2, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, Transformation, LV.1, consumes 500 spirit points, duration, 5 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.1, detects and partially resists dream invasions. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, Sacrifice self. Bloodline Awakening, 68%. HM? A new dream perception skill? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Did I gain this from that sleepwalker? He attempted to activate this new skill and immediately felt a peculiar energy fluctuation spread out, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped him. So that's how it works. It can sense and resist dream invasions. Should be useful against the shadow messengers. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, then closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown period, he found himself standing in a pitch-black void, surrounded by nothingness. Is this a dream? Lin Yi grew alert, instantly activating the candle dragon's eye to scan his surroundings. Sure enough, a shadowy figure was slowly approaching from the darkness not far away. Shadow messenger? The figure halted, emitting a low chuckle. Youngster, your perception is rather sharp to detect my presence. As the voice echoed, the figure gradually sharpened into focus. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his face pale and his eyes as dark as ink, devoid of any sparkle. A chilling aura emanated from his entire being. You are the shadow messenger? Lin Yi asked warily. Het, indeed, it is I, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Youngster, I hear you've inherited the bloodline of the candle dragon? Interesting. Lin Yi scoffed coldly. What? Coming into my dreams to seek attention? Isn't this like walking straight into a trap? Walking into a trap? The shadow messenger roared with laughter. Youngster, you clearly don't understand the rules of dreams. Here, I am God. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire space turned upside down. Lin Yi felt himself lose all sense of gravity, plummeting endlessly through the void. The surrounding darkness turned blood red as countless distorted faces materialized mid-air, emitting piercing, agonized screams. What the hell is this? Lin Yi forced himself to calm down, focusing his mind and channeling the candle dragon bloodline to resist this illusion. A golden aura erupted from his mouth, instantly dispelling the crimson mist and the distorted faces. The shadow messenger paused in surprise. Ha! You can actually wield candle dragon power within a dream? Not bad. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Yi continued to gather candle dragon energy, preparing his counterattack. But do you think that's enough? The shadow messenger sneered coldly. Watch this. With a sudden sweep of his hand, a massive vortex erupted from the void. Dozens of figures clad in military uniforms from various nations emerged from its depths. These are your enemies from Huaxia. They're plotting a war. Their goal is to utterly crush Huaxia's rise. The figures began moving, forming a conference scene. Lin Yi recognized their faces: high-ranking officers from the Eagle Nation, government officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation, and representatives from several European countries. They were discussing how to unite against China, planning simultaneous attacks from the East China Sea and South China Sea to force China into fighting on two fronts, leaving it unable to resist. Is this real? Lin Yi asked, astonished. Absolutely true, the shadow messenger declared smugly. These images come from their dreams. I can enter anyone's dreams to uncover their most secret thoughts and plans. Lin Yi frowned in thought. If this information was accurate, it posed a massive threat to China. But the question remained, was this the truth, or was it the shadow messenger's trap? Why are you telling me this? The shadow messenger smiled. Because I can help you. Help me? Yes. The Western deities merely use these nations to contain China's development. They care nothing for humanity's fate. As for me, though I serve the Western deities, I have my own agenda. The shadow messenger slowly approached Lin Yi. I can reveal all their plans to you, helping you prepare defenses in advance, even boosting your strength. What's the price? Lin Yi asked warily. Simple. Once you fully master the candle dragon bloodline, help me break a seal. What seal? The shadow messenger smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you about that when the time is right. For now, I'm simply here to meet the candle dragon's heir in this era. And by the way, I have a small gift for you. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, a black energy sphere appearing in his palm. What is this? A condensed form of dream power, the shadow messenger explained. It can help you enhance your control over dreams. Absorb it, and you'll be better able to defend against my dream invasions while gaining greater strength within your own dreams. Lin Yi hesitated. This was clearly a trap, yet gaining stronger dream abilities would undoubtedly aid him in countering the shadow messenger. What's the matter? Afraid to accept it, the shadow messenger sneered. I thought the heir of the candle dragon would be bolder than this. Lin Yi sneered coldly, a gift delivered right to your doorstep, why refuse it? With that, he strode forward and reached out to grab the black energy sphere. A flicker of surprise crossed the shadow messenger's eyes, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yi's directness. The black energy sphere trembled violently in Lin Yi's grasp, struggling as if possessed by a living force. Chapter 35, The Shadow Messenger's Hidden Hand, Night Assault by the Cherry Blossom Death Squad. Trying to escape? No chance. Lin Yi channeled the candle dragon bloodline, golden light surging from his body to envelop the black energy sphere. A golden breath erupted from Lin Yi's mouth, striking the core of the energy sphere directly. Boom! The black energy sphere exploded, scattering into countless tiny black particles that were swallowed by Lin Yi's golden light. What did you do? The shadow messenger stared in astonishment, his face etched with disbelief. Linny flashed a victorious smile. Thank you for the gift. I accept it, though perhaps not quite as you imagined. The shadow messenger's face darkened. You think this will defeat me? How naive. In dreams, I am the master. He lashed out with a violent sweep of his hand, warping the entire space once more. Countless razor-sharp black tentacles surged toward Linny from all directions. Life or death judgment. Linny formed a seal with his right hand. An invisible force instantly spread out, freezing all the black tentacles mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. What? The shadow messenger gasped in shock. How can you wield such power within a dream? Linny sneered coldly, simple. Because this isn't just your dream, it's mine too. Here, we're evenly matched. With that, Linny launched his attack. His right hand channeled the power of the candle dragon, transforming into a golden longsword that stabbed straight toward the shadow messenger's heart. Oomph, mere child's play. The shadow messenger flickered aside, effortlessly evading the strike while simultaneously launching a backhand palm strike toward Linny's back. Linny was ready. Twisting his body, he not only dodged the attack but also kicked the shadow messenger's knee in one fluid motion. Thud. The kick landed squarely on target. The shadow messenger grunted and stumbled back several steps. Not bad, the shadow messenger muttered, rubbing his knee with a hint of admiration. Truly worthy of being chosen by the candle dragon. Linny ignored the remark, maintaining his offensive as a series of candle dragon breaths erupted, forcing the shadow envoy to retreat continuously. Day-night shift. With Linny's low command, the entire dreamscape abruptly began cycling through light and darkness, like rapidly shifting day and night, dazzling the eyes. The shadow messenger's form blurred in this environment, becoming elusive and hard to pin down. Interesting. You can actually alter the environment within a dream, the shadow messenger's voice echoed from all directions. But that's not enough. Suddenly, Linny felt a tremendous force strike him from behind. With no time to dodge, he braced for the impact. A searing pain shot through him as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah, youngster, you're still too green, the shadow messenger declared triumphantly. You're nowhere near ready to challenge me within a dream. Linny struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the shadow envoy's power within the dream far exceeded his expectations. However, the shadow messenger suddenly remarked, your performance has exceeded my expectations. I've changed my mind. I won't rush to eliminate you just yet. Let's see how far you can grow. Linny watched him warily. What do you mean? It means I won't kill you just yet, the shadow messenger smiled faintly. Instead, I'll give you an opportunity to witness a far broader world. With a wave of his hand, the dreamscape shifted once more, revealing a vast celestial map. See this? It's the distribution map of the sealed deities of Huaxia. Besides the candle dragon, several other great gods are also imprisoned. Find them, break their seals, perhaps you can avert the impending catastrophe. Linny studied the star map intently, committing several key locations to memory. Why tell me all this? The shadow messenger smiled mysteriously, because the game has only just begun. If the protagonist dies too quickly, it would be rather dull. Game? You treat all this as a game? In a sense, yes. The shadow messenger slowly retreated, his figure gradually fading. Young one, grow strong. I look forward to your performance. But don't rush to break the seals just yet, tomorrow brings more urgent matters for you. What is it? The Shadow Dance Squad from Sakura Nation has infiltrated the capital. Their target is you. They're heading to your villa right now. Linny gasped in shock. What? Indeed. Assassination is their specialty. But this should be excellent practice for you. The shadow messenger chuckled. Don't disappoint my expectations, heir of the candle dragon. With that, his figure vanished completely from the dreamscape. Linny snapped awake, his eyes flying open. Shadow Dance Squad? He immediately rolled out of bed, dressed quickly, and checked his status. Experience, 3,258,000. Attributes, Strength 420, Agility 385, Constitution 440, Spirit 510. Dream Perception Passive, LV.2, allows sensing and partial resistance to dream invasions. Dream Manipulation Active, LV.1, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 200 spirit points. Bloodline Awakening, 69%. Gain 300 EXP and acquired the Dream Manipulation skill, not bad. Linny nodded with satisfaction. Seems the Shadow Messenger's gift actually has some use. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed the guard's number. Hello, emergency situation. Enemies may be approaching. Immediately increase security. A second of silence followed before a calm voice replied, Copy that, Mr. Lin. We've detected the anomaly and are responding. Remain inside your room. We'll handle this. Linny hung up, walked to the window, and quietly pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The night was as dark as ink, but with the candle dragon's eye, he could clearly see the surroundings of the villa. Sure enough, about 200 meters away in the woods, several shadowy figures moved swiftly, their movements eerie and ghostly. They're here, as expected. A thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind and he made a swift decision. Rather than passively waiting, he would take the initiative. This was a perfect opportunity to boost his strength and gain experience points. He gently pushed open the window, leaped out, and landed silently on the lawn in the villa's backyard. The villa's guards were all concentrated at the front, ready to respond to any potential intrusion. The backyard was a perfect blind spot. Lin Yi swiftly vanished into the bushes, creeping closer to the shadowy figures. The closer he got, the more he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from them. These were no ordinary individuals, each was at least a level 20 professional. Shadowdane's squad, reputedly Japan's most elite assassination unit, specializing in high-value targets, Lin Yi recalled the intelligence. Their specialty is silent killing. Once locked onto a target, few escape. Chapter 36, Shadowdane's squad unleashes their skills, Candle Dragon Bloodline breaks the killing intent. In the forest, the shadowy figures halted, seemingly conferring among themselves. Lin Yi used the Candle Dragon's eye to discern their forms. 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in form-fitting black combat suits. Various blades hung from their waists, while darts or poison needles strapped to their wrists. Their faces were smeared with black camouflage, blending almost seamlessly into the night. The target is in the farthest right room on the villa's second floor, guarded by 12 operatives and high-tech surveillance systems, the slender leader whispered, his voice barely audible, yet Lin Yi heard every word clearly. Then proceed as planned, the lean man continued. Shadow 1, distract the guards at the front door. Shadow 2 and Shadow 3, cut the power and disable surveillance. Shadow 4, follow me to infiltrate the second floor and eliminate the target. The other 4 nodded slightly before silently dispersing. So I've been sold out for a few $100? Lin Yi sneered coldly. Then let me show you what walking into a trap looks like. He didn't act immediately, instead silently following the lean man and the short man called Shadow 4. The pair skirted the villa's front, reaching a surveillance blind spot where they effortlessly scaled the second floor balcony. Impressive skills, Lin Yi silently assessed. An ordinary person would never have spotted them. The lean man deftly drew a small device from his waistband, pressed it against the window, and with a light tap, a circular cut appeared in the glass. He reached inside, effortlessly unlocked the window, and the pair slipped silently into the room. This was the very bedroom Lin Yi had occupied earlier. The quilt on the bed formed a human shape, suggesting someone was still fast asleep. Too easy, the lean man murmured, drawing a slender ninja sword from his back as he approached the bed slowly. The shorter man stood guard at the doorway, ensuring no one would burst in unexpectedly. The lean man reached the bedside, raised the ninja sword, and thrust it down with force. Thud! The blade pierced through the quilt and into the mattress, yet no blood spurted out. What? The lean man froze, abruptly yanking back the quilt to find only a pile of pillows stacked on the bed, no one there. Wrong place? Just as he was puzzling over it, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. You're just in time. I was worried I wouldn't find anyone to practice on. The gaunt man spun around abruptly, only to find Lin Yi standing in the center of the room, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. You, what are you doing here? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Why am I here? This is my room, after all. As for you two, you're uninvited guests. Shouldn't you be paying rent? The shorter man lunged from the doorway, darts already flying from his hand. Whoosh! 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 3 darts sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Lin Yi's face. Too slow. Lin Yi casually waved his hand, and a golden aura erupted from his palm, instantly incinerating the 3 darts to ashes. Reducing the 3 darts to ashes. Immediately after, an even more powerful golden aura surged forth, striking the short man squarely in the chest. The short man let out a piercing scream as a gaping hole burned through his body. He crashed heavily to the ground, dead on impact. The gaunt man's face paled. Who are you? Lin Yi sneered coldly, the heir to the Huaxia Candle Dragon bloodline. Greetings from Kunlun. With that, he flickered forward, appearing before the gaunt man in an instant. His right hand formed a claw, seizing the man's throat. The lean man's body instantly stiffened, as if bound by some invisible force, unable to move an inch. Now, Lin Yi demanded coldly, tell me who sent you. The gaunt man forced out a few words with great difficulty, Shadow. Shadow Dance Squad. We will not surrender. Is that so? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yi squeezed his right hand with force. The slender man's neck snapped with a crackling sound, breaking cleanly. Ding! Defeated level 25 a rank professional. Gained 1000 EXP. Ding! Absorbed partial shadow dance power. Agility plus 20. Ding! Experience points, 3,250 plus 1,000 is equal to 4,258,000. Whoa, that's a hefty XP reward, Lin Yi remarked with surprise. Seems these elites from the land of cherry blossoms are worth their weight in gold. Just then, the door burst open as 2 agents stormed into the room. Mr. Lin, are you alright? Lin Yi shook his head. I'm fine, but there are still 3 enemies outside. Be careful. The agents nodded and quickly searched outside. Soon, intense gunfire and explosions erupted outside the villa. Lin Yi walked to the window and saw the villa's front yard in complete chaos. Two men in black were locked in a fierce battle with the agents, the scene intense and chaotic. I should go help them, Lin Yi muttered to himself. He leaped from the window and landed steadily on the front lawn. The two men in black recognized him instantly, their expressions turning grim. Target spotted. One of them raised his hand, launching several darts toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't flinch or dodge, allowing the darts to strike him. Clink. 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 The darts struck Lin Yi's body, yet they bounced off as if hitting solid iron, scattering to the ground. What? The black-clad men were stunned. Lin Yi smiled faintly. My defenses aren't something these little trinkets can break. With that, he lunged forward in a single stride, his right fist clenched, smashing directly into the chest of one of the black-clad figures. A dull thud echoed as the man flew backward like he'd been hit by a truck, crashing heavily into the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth as he lost consciousness instantly. Seeing this, the other black-clad figure realized he was no match and immediately turned to flee. Trying to run? Lin Yi sneered coldly, flicking his wrist. A golden aura shot through the air, piercing clean through the fleeing figure's back. The figure screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground in convulsions before falling still. Ding! Defeated level 22A rank professional. Gained 800 EXP. Ding! Absorbed partial shadow dance power. Agility plus 15. Ding! Experience points, 4,250 plus 800 is equal to 5,058,000. The agents watched this scene, stunned into silence. They never imagined the person they were desperately protecting could be so powerful, effortlessly taking down two elite enemies. Mr. Lin, are you okay? An agent asked cautiously. Lin Yi smiled. I'm fine. No big deal. There's one more who got away. He shouldn't have gotten far. Go search for him. The agents immediately sprang into action, searching for the last remaining enemy. Lin Yi returned to the room and glanced at the two bodies on the floor, feeling a pang of emotion. This was the first time he had truly taken a life. Though they were enemies sent to assassinate him, they were still living beings. It seems this path is destined to be stained with blood and slaughter. Lin Yi sighed, but quickly regained his composure. To protect himself and his nation, he must grow stronger. Chapter 37, Shadow Dance Squad's Night Raid. Candle Dragon Power shatters the assassination plot. The agents returned swiftly with their report. The last enemy had escaped, likely to relay the situation to his superiors. It doesn't matter. Let him escape, Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. Let him go back and tell his master that China is not to be trifled with. After the events of that night, Lin Yi's strength had noticeably increased. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 8. Experience, 5,058,000. Attributes, Strength 425, Agility 420, Constitution 445, Spirit 515. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.4, consumes 100 Spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.3, consumes 200 Spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control, LV.3, consumes 300 Spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.2, summons undead creatures quantity scales with Spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.2, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, Transformation, LV.1, consumes 500 Spirit points, duration, 5 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.2, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.1, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 200 Spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.1, increases movement speed and stealth. Special ability, Godslayer Power Condition, Sacrifice Self. Bloodline Awakening, 70%. Another skill? Lin Yi examined the newly acquired Shadow Dance step with surprise. Killing those Shadow Dance squad members let me learn their ultimate techniques. What an unexpected bonus. At dawn, Chen Jimu hurried to the villa and received a detailed briefing on the incident. Shadow Dance Squad? Chen Jimu's expression darkened. They're Sakura Nation's most elite assassination unit, tasked with top-secret missions. For them to openly infiltrate China and attempt to assassinate our key figures, this is a blatant provocation. Lin Yi smiled. No problem. They came knocking, so I answered. Chen Jimu stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. You took out all 4 of them by yourself? Yes, except one got away. Chen Jimu fell silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. This incident is extremely serious. Sakura Nation won't let it rest. But it also presents an opportunity. We can use this to expose Sakura Nation's atrocities to the international community. Do as you see fit, Lin Yi shrugged. Oh, and I still have my special training at the Dragon Hall today. That won't be affected, right? Of course not. Chen Jimu shook his head. On the contrary, this incident only underscores how urgently you need to enhance your abilities. I've already made arrangements. Su Qingyan will pick you up and take you to the Dragon Hall. Lin Yi nodded. Got it. After Chen Jimu left, Lin Yi packed his belongings and prepared to head to the Dragon Hall. This encounter only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Only with sufficient power could he protect himself and his nation, standing against those enemies coveting China. Early the next morning, Linny waited at the villa entrance for Su Qingyan's arrival. Despite the fierce battle the night before, the villa had been meticulously cleaned, showing no trace of the fight. The bodies of those members of the Sakura Nation's Shadow Dance Squad had been taken away by State Security Bureau personnel, reportedly to be put to good use. Who knows how they'll use them, but it certainly won't be anything good, Linny murmured with a faint smile. A low-key black sedan pulled up slowly and stopped at the villa entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Su Qingyan's face inside. "Get in, troublemaker." Linny shrugged his shoulders. "What kind of talk is that? It's clearly others coming to pick a fight with me, okay? Taking out 4 Shadow Dance Squad members in one night? The whole of Sakura Nation is in an uproar," Su Qingyan said while driving. "My dad mentioned they've recalled their ambassador to China to lodge a strong protest." "Put. They sent people to assassinate me, yet they're the ones protesting first? That logic is beyond me." Su Qingyan shrugged. "Anyway, this has blown up big time. There'll definitely be a wave of international negotiations, but that's all the higher-ups' business. We can't control that. The most important thing right now is to quickly boost your strength." Lin Yi nodded. "You're right. Let the politicians handle politics. We just need to get stronger. By the way, what exactly is this Dragon Hall?" "Simply put, it's China's highest-level professional training base and a secret facility researching ancient Chinese deities," Su Qingyan explained. "Only those awarded the National Dragon Medal can access the core area." "How many dragon medals are there?" "No more than 10, Su Qingyan glanced at him. "You're the youngest among them. The others are mostly veteran powerhouses in their 30s or 40s. Does that make me a total oddball?" "You bet. An 8th-level rookie flaunting a national dragon medal around town? That's practically cheating." Lin Yi chuckled. "I am a cheat, after all. A transmigrator buff combined with the Candle Dragon bloodline. If I'm not cheating, who is?" Chatting and laughing, the two soon arrived at an ordinary office building in downtown Shangjing City. "We're here? This is the Dragon Hall?" Lin Yi was taken aback, having imagined some hidden, majestic ancient structure. "Of course not. This is merely the entrance." Su Qingyan led Lin Yi inside the building, swiping a special access card at the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside. But unexpectedly, instead of moving up or down, the elevator began moving backward. "Huh? Can this elevator move sideways?" Su Qingyan flashed a mysterious smile. "This isn't an ordinary elevator, it's a spatial transfer device." After about 20 seconds of movement, the elevator stopped. The doors opened once more, and the scene before them left Lin Yi utterly speechless. A vast underground space stretched out before them, covering an area at least as large as a dozen football fields. At its center stood a dazzling golden palace, its architecture reminiscent of an ancient imperial court yet infused with modern technological elements. Surrounding the palace were various training grounds, laboratories, and rest areas, bustling with people and activity. "Holy crap, this is what they mean by Dragon Hall. It's even more spectacular than the secret realm." Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. "Come on, I'll take you to register," Su Qingyan said, leading Lin Yi confidently toward the palace's main entrance. Along the way, many people greeted Su Qingyan, clearly recognizing her as a familiar face here. "Miss Su, conducting research again today," a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat inquired warmly. "Hello, Dr. Liu. I'm here to register a newcomer today," Su Qingyan replied politely. "Oh? A newcomer?" Dr. Liu looked at Lin Yi. "Is this the legendary heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline?" Lin Yi froze. "Am I that famous already?" Dr. Liu chuckled. "Of course. Word of you taking down the Shadow Dance Squad last night has already spread throughout the Dragon Hall. The young man shows great promise." With that, she nodded to Lin Yi and went back to her work. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Dragon Hall Reveals Itself, a sacred training ground hides secrets. "Seems I'm already a minor internet sensation," Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Qingyan shot him a disapproving look. "Don't get too cocky. Everyone in the Dragon Hall is exceptionally powerful. Your achievements so far barely scratch the surface." The pair approached the palace's main gate, where 2 guards clad in ancient armor stood sentinel, their imposing presence commanding attention. Su Qingyan presented her credentials to the guards before motioning for Lin Yi to produce his National Dragon Medal. Lin Yi retrieved the golden dragon-shaped medal and handed it to the guard. The guard accepted it, examined it carefully, then bowed respectfully. "Honorable holder of the National Dragon Medal, welcome to the Dragon Hall." He stepped aside to let them pass. The interior of the palace was even more magnificent and awe-inspiring. The golden dome was adorned with intricate patterns of mythical beasts, the most striking being a colossal dragon at its center. It appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to take flight at any moment. "That's the image of the Candle Dragon," Su Qingyan explained. "It's said to be a reconstruction based on ancient texts." Lin Yi looked up and nodded. "It does bear a striking resemblance, though it appears far more formidable than the one I encountered in my dreams." An elderly man dressed in luxurious robes emerged from the depths of the palace, his face adorned with a kind smile. Lin Yi, is it? I've long admired your reputation. I am Ouyang Yuan, the steward of the Dragon Palace. Lin Yi hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Steward Ouyang. No need for formalities, Ouyang Yuan waved dismissively. As the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline and holder of the National Dragon Medal, you possess the highest level privileges within the Dragon Hall. You're here today to undergo special training, correct? Yes, I've heard this place has the finest training facilities. Ouyang Yuan nodded. Exactly. The Dragon Hall houses China's most advanced training equipment and richest resources. Follow me. I'll show you around. Su Qingyan gave Lin Yi a thumbs-up gesture. I'll head to the archives to look up some information. You go with Chief Ouyang. Call me if anything comes up. Lin Yi nodded and followed Ouyang Yuan deeper into the palace complex. Along the way, Ouyang Yuan explained, the Dragon Hall is divided into 3 zones, the Outer Hall, the Middle Hall, and the Inner Hall. The Outer Hall primarily houses basic training facilities and laboratories, open to ordinary high-level practitioners. The Middle Hall is the advanced training area and secret realm simulation chamber, accessible only to those with special qualifications. The Inner Hall, however, is the core area of the Dragon Hall only holders of the National Dragon Medal may enter. What's so special about the Inner Hall? The Inner Hall houses China's most advanced secret realm simulation system, capable of replicating various high-difficulty combat environments. Additionally, it preserves vast archives and relics concerning ancient Chinese deities, making it a sacred site for researching the Chinese pantheon. Lin Yi's interest piqued. Could the records concerning the Candle Dragon be found in the Inner Hall? Certainly. Not only are there records on the Candle Dragon, but also accounts of several other great deities. Ouyang Yuan smiled mysteriously. More importantly, the Inner Hall houses a special cultivation site called the Divine Soul Pool. It is said to help bloodline inheritors awaken and master divine power more swiftly. The Divine Soul Pool? Sounds formidable. It is indeed powerful, but it carries risks. The Divine Soul Pool forces users to confront the will of the deities directly. If one's resolve is not strong enough, they can easily be assimilated by the divine will and lose their sense of self. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. We'll need to use it cautiously. The two traversed a long corridor until they reached a massive bronze door. 9 lifelike dragons were carved upon it, each in a distinct yet equally majestic pose. This is the entrance to the Inner Hall, Ouyang Yuan said, pointing at the bronze doors. Only the National Dragon Medal can unlock it. Lin Yi retrieved the medal and stepped forward. Before he could draw near, the medal emitted a dazzling golden light, resonating with the dragon carvings on the door. Rumble. The bronze doors slowly swung open, revealing the vast space beyond. Welcome to the inner chamber of the Dragon Hall, Ouyang Yuan gestured invitingly. From this moment on, you may freely use all facilities here. Lin Yi stepped into the Inner Hall and couldn't help but gasp. The inner chamber proved vastly larger than its exterior suggested, resembling a self-contained microcosm. At its center lay a vast plaza, surrounded by various training facilities and research laboratories. Dominating the plaza's heart was a deep, mysterious pool. Its surface shimmered with an eerie blue glow, appearing bottomless. That is the Divine Soul Pool, Ouyang Yuan explained. But now is not the time to use it. I suggest you first familiarize yourself with the other facilities in the Inner Hall, especially the Secret Realm Simulation Room over there. It's very helpful for improving combat abilities. Lin Yi followed Ouyang Yuan's gesture and noticed a row of translucent circular pods on the right, each flanked by a control console and monitoring equipment. That's our latest virtual secret realm system, Ouyang Yuan continued. It simulates various authentic secret realm environments and bosses. Injuries sustained inside won't harm your physical body, but you'll gain combat experience equivalent to real battles. Sounds great. Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Can I try it now? Of course. But before that, I'd like to take you to the archives first. The information on the Candle Dragon is crucial for your future growth. Lin Yi nodded and followed Ouyang Yuan to a side chamber within the Inner Hall. There, an antique-style study housed a collection of ancient texts alongside modern electronic devices. This collection contains all records concerning the divine beings of Huaxia, spanning from ancient myths to modern research. Ouyang Yuan approached a bookshelf and retrieved an ancient bound volume. This is the true scripture of the Candle Dragon, documenting its origins, abilities, and cultivation methods. It is essential reading for any heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline. Lin Yi took the book and gently opened it, discovering the text was written in an archaic script, much of it now obsolete. Strangely, however, he could understand its meaning. This is because the awakening of the Candle Dragon bloodline grants you the ability to decipher these ancient texts, Ouyang Yuan explained. The bloodline carries the memories and knowledge of your ancestors. Lin Yi immersed himself in the ancient text, growing more astonished with every page. It revealed that the Candle Dragon not only governed light and darkness but also controlled the very fabric of time. It could accelerate or slow the flow of time, and under specific conditions even briefly reverse it. That's just too godlike. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Controlling time? That's practically invincible. Yang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Theoretically, yes. But in practice, the Candle Dragon's power comes with immense limitations and costs. Records indicate that each time it wields its temporal abilities, it pays a tremendous price, sometimes even falling into slumber. This is one reason it was ultimately sealed away. During its battle against the Western deities, it overused this power, severely depleting its own strength. Lin Yi's eyes widened in realization. I see. So despite its immense power, the Candle Dragon isn't invincible after all. Chapter 39, Testing Skills in the Cherry Blossom Illusion. The Candle Dragon bloodline reveals its might. Nothing in this world is truly invincible. Every power has its limitations, Yang Yuan remarked meaningfully. Even the mightiest deities possess weaknesses and constraints. Lin Yi continued flipping through the ancient texts and discovered crucial information about cultivating the Candle Dragon bloodline. It states here that inheritors of the Candle Dragon bloodline can enhance its purity and awakening by absorbing various dragon energies. The remains or essences of ancient dragons prove particularly effective. Yang Yuan nodded. Precisely. That's why we established the Divine Soul Pool. The pool water is infused with essences from multiple dragon species, accelerating the heir's cultivation progress. Can I use the Divine Soul Pool now? Lin Yi asked impatiently. Yang Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, yes, but proceed with caution. The pool's power is formidable. Your first session should not exceed 10 minutes. Moreover, it's advisable to undergo training in the virtual secret realm beforehand to strengthen your resolve. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. I'll try the virtual realm first. The two arrived at the secret realm simulation room, where Yang Yuan demonstrated the system's operation to Lin Yi. Here you can choose virtual realms of varying difficulty, ranging from the most basic F rank to the highest SSS plus rank. Considering your current strength, I recommend starting with C rank or B rank. Lin Yi scanned the options and spotted an intriguing realm, Sakura Illusion. What's that? Oh, that's a virtual realm based on the myths and legends of the land of cherry blossoms. The monsters inside are all yokai and spirits from their folklore. It's rated B+ difficulty, suitable for practitioners around level 20. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. I'll take this one. I'm particularly interested in things from the land of cherry blossoms. Especially after being ambushed by their shadow dance squad, Lin Yi harbored no fondness for the land of cherry blossoms. The thought of thoroughly beating up monsters from that country in the virtual realm was thrilling. Yang Yuan finished setting up Lin Yi's parameters. Alright, just lie down in the pod and we'll begin. I'll monitor your status from outside throughout the entire process. If anything goes wrong, I'll pull you out immediately. Thanks. I'll begin then. Lin Yi lay down in the transparent pod as the door slowly closed. After a moment of slight dizziness, he found himself standing in a forest filled with blooming cherry blossoms. Pink-white petals drifted down, beautiful and dreamlike, yet Lin Yi sensed the hidden danger lurking within. Virtual Realm, Cherry Blossom Illusion. Difficulty, B+. Recommended level, 20+. Mission objective, defeat the final boss, Yamada no Orochi. Special rule, defeating monsters in this realm grants experience points, but does not inflict actual damage on your physical body in the real world. The system prompt echoed in Lin Yi's mind. He understood immediately, adjusted his state, and began exploring deeper into the forest. Before long, Lin Yi encountered his first enemies, a group of fox spirits clad in crimson kimonos. With human bodies and fox heads, they brandished various weapons, glaring at him menacingly. Well, a pack of fox spirits. Just what I needed to warm up. Lin Yi flexed his muscles and assumed a fighting stance. One fox spirit shrieked and lunged forward first, its sharp claws aimed straight for Lin Yi's face. Too slow. Lin Yi effortlessly sidestepped, seized the fox spirit's wrist, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming it to the ground. Breath of the Candle Dragon. A golden breath erupted from Lin Yi's palm, piercing straight through the fox spirit's chest. Defeated level 18 fox spirit. Gained 300 EXP. The other fox spirits, witnessing this, screeched in unison and lunged at Lin Yi. A smirk touched Lin Yi's lips. With a flick of his right hand, a golden blade of light swept out, cleaving 3 fox spirits in half at the waist. Defeated 3 level 18 fox spirits. Gained 900 EXP. The remaining fox spirits, sensing trouble, turned to flee. Think you can run? Not so fast. Lin Yi planted his foot firmly, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its string. He instantly caught up to the fleeing fox spirits, knocking each one down with a single punch. Defeated level 18 fox spirits 5, gained 1500 EXP. These guys are way too weak. B+ rank? Not even a warm-up, Lin Yi muttered to himself, slightly disappointed. But no sooner had he spoken than the ground erupted in violent tremors. A colossal figure burst forth from the forest steppes. It was a colossal cat demon, at least 5 meters tall, covered in jet-black fur. Its blood-red pupils glowed with savage intent. Its tail, bristling with sharp spikes, whipped back and forth with each step, radiating formidable power. Level 23 Elite Monster, Shadow Cat Demon. Now we're talking, Linny licked his lips. Come on, big kitty, show me what you've got. The Shadow Cat Demon roared furiously, lashing its tail violently. Dozens of spikes shot toward Linny like arrows. Unfazed, Linny casually waved his right hand. A golden barrier materialized before him, deflecting every spike. My turn. Linny planted his feet hard, launching himself skyward and diving straight for the cat demon's face. A thick golden aura erupted from his mouth, striking the cat demon squarely in the head. Roar! The cat demon let out a piercing scream, yet it didn't fall. Instead, it grew even more ferocious. Its claws glowed a purplish black light as it lashed out viciously at Linny. Linny sidestepped, the claws grazing the hem of his robe and snapping a nearby tree trunk clean in half. Impressive strength, Linny remarked, but still too slow. Seizing the demon cat's attack paws, he lunged forward in a single stride. His right hand clenched into a fist and slammed violently into the demon cat's chest. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the cat demon's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Life or death judgment. Linny formed a seal with his right hand, and an invisible force instantly immobilized the cat demon, rendering it unable to move. This is the power of the Candle Dragon bloodline. Feel it. With that, Linny raised his right hand, materializing a golden longsword that pierced straight through the cat demon's heart. The cat demon let out a final agonized scream, collapsing to the ground before dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Defeated Elite Monster, Level 23 Shadow Cat Demon. Gained 1200 EXP. Total experience points, 3900. Not bad. That's a pretty generous XP reward. Linny nodded in satisfaction and continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, Linny encountered various mythical creatures from Sakura Nation folklore Tengu, Kappa, Ana-Oni, and more. These monsters ranged from level 18 to 25, yet none could withstand Linny's attacks. Within just half an hour, Linny cleared the first half of the secret realm, accumulating over 7,000 experience points. Looks like this level up is in the bag. Chapter 40, The Secret Realm's Great Serpent unleashes its powers, the true form of the Candle Dragon breaks through the demon gate. In high spirits, Linny pressed deeper into the secret realm. Soon, he emerged onto a vast plain, where a colossal torii gate stood at its center. Behind the gate, a colossal figure coiled in wait, an 8-headed serpent, each head the size of a car. Its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. Level 28 Boss, Yamata no Orochi. Finally, the boss, Linny, stretched his limbs. Hope you're a bit tougher than those minions. Don't disappoint me. As if understanding Linny's words, the Yamata no Orochi let out a deafening, shrill hiss from all 8 heads simultaneously, causing the ground to tremble violently. Each head unleashed a different elemental attack: fire, frost, lightning, poison mist, forming a devastating combo assault that bore down on Linny. This is interesting. Instead of confronting it head-on, Linny executed the shadow dance step. His form flickered like a ghostly apparition, evading every strike. Linny formed seals with both hands, and golden light erupted from his body. True form of the Candle Dragon. A golden dragon's phantom appeared behind Linny, radiating supreme majesty. The Yamata no Orochi was visibly shaken. Its 8 heads simultaneously recoiled, revealing expressions of fear. Scared? Too late. Linny leapt into the air, the dragon's shadow following his movement as it lunged toward the Yamata no Orochi. A golden aura, thicker than ever before, erupted from Linny's mouth, striking the central body of the Yamata no Orochi directly. Hiss. The Yamata no Orochi let out a pained hiss, its 8 heads thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to strike back. Linny did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, forming seals with both hands. A powerful force locked onto the Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads, immobilizing them momentarily. Day-night shift. The space around Linny suddenly warped, light and darkness rapidly alternating to create an eerie visual effect. In this environment, the Yamata no Orochi completely lost its sense of direction. Its 8 heads swayed wildly, unable to locate Linny's position. It's over. Linny abruptly materialized directly above the Yamata no Orochi. His right hand transformed into a golden claw, striking viciously toward the serpent's heart. The Yamata no Orochi let out a final agonized scream as its massive body crashed to the ground, disintegrating into countless specks of light. Defeated Level 28 Boss, Yamata no Orochi. Gained 3000 EXP. Total experience points, 10,900. Ding. Level up, LV8 LV9. Ding. Acquired skill points 3. Finally leveled up. Linny pumped his fist excitedly. This virtual realm is so useful, great for practice and earning experience points. Secret realm quest complete. Exit? Exit. As Linny issued the command, the scene before him gradually blurred, and his consciousness returned to the real world. The pod door opened. Linny sat up and saw Ouyang Yuan standing nearby, a look of surprise on his face. What's wrong? Linny asked. Did I do badly? Quite the opposite, Ouyang Yuan exclaimed. Your performance was astonishing. The average completion time for the Sakura illusion is 3 hours, yet you finished it in just 45 minutes. And you sustained almost no injuries throughout. Linny scratched his head. Maybe it's just that my level was right for it. Don't be modest, Ouyang Yuan shook his head. This secret realm was designed for practitioners above level 20. That you, at level 8, cleared it so effortlessly proves your actual combat strength far exceeds your level. Linny smiled. Actually, I'm already level 9 now. Just leveled up. Level 9? Ouyang Yuan was even more astonished. The experience conversion rate in the virtual realm is only 50% of the real world's. You actually managed to level up? Looks like your experience bar was almost empty. Yeah, it was almost full anyway. This time just barely topped it off. Well, congratulations then, Ouyang Yuan chuckled. Want to take a break? Linny shook his head. No need. I want to challenge a higher difficulty one. Are there any A rank ones? A rank realms? Ouyang Yuan frowned. They exist, but the difficulty is significantly higher. At least a level 25 professional is required to attempt them. Are you sure you want to try? Lin Yi nodded. Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, I'll just quit. It's not like I'll die for real. Alright. Ouyang Yuan shook his head helplessly and tapped the console. This one's called Western Temple. It simulates scenes from Western mythology, with monsters based on creatures from those legends. The final boss is the demigod level son of the war god, rated A+ difficulty. At the words Western Temple, Lin Yi perked up instantly. That's the one. I've been itching to teach those Western gods a lesson. Ouyang Yuan glanced at Lin Yi, hesitated, then nodded. Alright. But if it gets too tough, you can quit anytime. Safety first. Got it. Lin Yi reclined back into the pod and entered the virtual realm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing outside a magnificent ancient Greek temple. Snow-white marble columns stood in perfect rows, surrounded by lush olive groves. The air was thick with a sacred and solemn aura. Virtual Realm, Western Temple. Difficulty, A+. Recommended level, 25+. Mission objective, defeat the final boss, son of the war god. The system prompt echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Level 25 or above? Hope it gives me a challenge. Lin Yi stretched his limbs and headed toward the temple. Just as he was about to step onto the temple steps, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Looks like someone's over here. Lin Yi turned his head and saw a group of 7 or 8 people approaching from the other side of the temple. They wore various combat outfits, clearly other adventurers here to challenge the secret realm. Ha! Isn't this the Dragon Hall virtual secret realm? How come there are others here? Lin Yi was puzzled. Before he could process it, the group had approached. Leading them was a tall, imposing young man, a massive battle axe slung over his shoulder, radiating an aura of defiant arrogance. Oh? Someone else here? The young man eyed Lin Yi up and down, his tone dripping with contempt. Kid, you've got the wrong place, huh? This is an A+ rated secret realm, not some place for kids to playhouse. Only then did Lin Yi realize that virtual secret realms could accommodate multiple entrants simultaneously, allowing them to see and communicate with each other. I'm not lost. I'm here to challenge the secret realm, Lin Yi replied calmly. The young man burst out laughing. Challenge? You? What level are you, daring to strut around in an A+ secret realm like a big shot? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, level 9. Ha! The young man burst out laughing. Level 9? Dude, give me a break. The monsters in this realm start at level 25. You'll probably get one shot the moment you step in. Chapter 41, The Dragon Hall's prodigy emerges, the F-rank warrior hides his edge. Level 9? Dude, you're here for laughs, right? The tall youth doubled over laughing, then turned to wink at his companion. Did you hear that? Level 9 and he dares to enter an A+ secret realm? Must be water in his brain. Lin Yi ignored the taunts and strode straight toward the temple. Hey, wait up. The tall youth caught up in a few strides, blocking Lin Yi's path. I'm Eugene, level 33, profession, Soul Hunter. This is Li Nan, level 31, Dark Deceiver. We're from the Dragon Hall Special Training Squad. What department are you from? Never seen you around. Lin Yi glanced at him and replied calmly, not interested in introducing myself. Move it. Whoa, talk about cocky. Eugene not only refused to move but reached out to slap his shoulder. Young man, the secret realm isn't child's play. Entering at your level is suicide. I'm just trying to help. Lin Yi sidestepped, leaving Eugene's hand hanging in the air. Save your advice for yourself. No thanks needed. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. Eugene's face darkened instantly. You little brat, you're pushing your luck, aren't you? You think I won't? Eugene, cut it out. A woman in a white robes approached, interrupting him. We're all part of the Dragon Hall. Keep it civil. Turning to Lin Yi, she said kindly, I'm Lin Yu, level 32, Light Priest. Young man, Eugene's words may have been harsh, but he truly has your best interests at heart. An A+ secret realm is far too dangerous for a level 9 practitioner. Seeing her sincere attitude, Lin nodded. Thanks for the concern, but I know my limits. Humph, stubborn as a dead duck, Eugene sneered. Don't come crawling back to us begging for mercy when you wet your pants seeing monsters. Whatever, Lin shrugged. This dungeon is multiplayer mode. We can still go our separate ways. Exactly. Do your own thing. Stop whining, a tall, lanky man with his hands in his pockets snapped impatiently. Eugene, you always pull this crap. Got to show off to every newbie, huh? Seems like he didn't even provoke you. None of your damn business, old Chen. Eugene glared at the man. The man called Old Chen stepped up to Linny and extended his hand. Chen MO, level 35, Shadow Mage class. Ignore that idiot. Let's get inside. Linny shook his hand. Linny, aren't you going to mention your class and level? Chen MO asked curiously. F-rank warrior, level 9, Linny replied calmly. Holy. Chen MO stumbled back in shock. Bro, you serious? F-rank? You're not messing with me? Linny just smiled without responding. Keep pretending. Eugene sneered from the side. We'll see how you die once we get inside. Just then, the temple doors slowly swung open and a golden light streamed out from within. The temple is open. Enter, Ling Yu announced. The group filed into the temple, with Linny bringing up the rear. The interior was vast and majestic, with towering stone pillars carved with images of various Western deities. Directly ahead stood a massive stone platform bearing a golden holy grail. Look, it's the Holy Grail. Lin Yu pointed ahead. Legend says drinking the divine wine from it grants divine protection. Whoever gets it first is mine. Eugene shouted, charging toward the stone platform. At that moment, the stone statues flanking the temple suddenly came to life. The half-human, half-beast monsters let down from the pillars, blocking the group's path. Level 25 elite monster, Stone Golem Guard. Ha! Finally! Eugene drew his battle axe from his back with excitement. Watch this. He leapt into the air, his battle axe whistling through the air as it swung down toward a stone golem guard. Boom! The axe struck the gargoyle guard, sparks flying, yet it left only a shallow gash. What the hell? It's that tough? Eugene exclaimed in shock. The gargoyle guard lashed out with its claw. Eugene barely managed to block the attack, but the immense force sent him staggering backward. Watch out! These gargoyle guards have incredible defense. Lin Yu shouted the warning while forming hand seals. A beam of holy light shot toward the gargoyle guard. The holy light struck true. The gargoyle let out a pained roar as wisps of black smoke rose from its body. So they're weak to light magic. Chen Mo realized. Lin Yu, you take the lead. We'll cover you. Chaos erupted as everyone unleashed their abilities, but the sheer number of gargoyles quickly overwhelmed them. Eugene was surrounded by 3 gargoyles, facing imminent danger. Linan's dark magic proved ineffective against them, barely allowing him to defend himself. Even Chen Mo and Lin Yu combined could only handle 2 or 3 at a time. Damn it, these monsters are tougher than I thought. Eugene cursed, his face already cut and bruised. Just as the group was locked in a fierce battle, Linny strolled leisurely around the fray, heading straight for the stone platform. Hey, Linny! Come help us! Chen Mo shouted. Linny didn't even turn his head. Aren't you guys supposed to be so tough? Don't worry, I'm just going to check out what's ahead. Damn it, that kid. Eugene fumed, boiling with rage. Don't come crawling back begging us to save you later. As Linny approached the stone platform to examine the Holy Grail, the ground beneath the steps suddenly cracked open. A massive figure emerged from the fissure. It was a warrior over 3 meters tall, clad in golden armor, wielding a massive shield and spear, radiating a powerful aura. Level 27 elite monster, Holy Grail Guardian. Oh boy, a boss, Linny smacked his lips. Looks pretty intimidating. The Holy Grail Guardian roared furiously, raising his spear to thrust at Linny. Dragon's Breath. Linny unleashed a thick golden breath from his mouth, striking the Holy Grail Guardian squarely in the face. Struck by the golden breath, the massive figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. A gaping hole appeared in the armor on its chest, and golden blood gushed out. What the hell? The others, locked in fierce combat with the gargoyle guards, turned in surprise to witness the scene. The Holy Grail Guardian struggled to rise, but Linny had already closed in. His right hand formed a claw, clamping down on its throat. Life or death judgment. The Holy Grail Guardian's body instantly stiffened, unable to move. Linny's other hand transformed into a golden claw, plunging into the Guardian's chest and violently ripping out a golden heart. With a final agonized howl, the colossal figure crashed to the ground, disintegrating into specks of light. Defeated level 27 elite monster, Holy Grail Guardian. Gained 1500 EXP. This is a level 9 F-rank warrior? Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Linny picked up the Holy Grail and nonchalantly took a sip of its liquid. A wave of warmth instantly coursed through his body, and he felt his attributes begin to rise. Gained Holy Grail Power Buff, all attributes plus 50, lasts 30 minutes. Not bad, actually tastes pretty good. Lin Yi smacked his lips, casually tossing the Holy Grail to Lin Yu in the distance. Here, you guys share it. This. Lin Yu caught the Holy Grail, unsure how to respond. Chapter 42, Bravery and Wisdom Conquer 3 Gates, Candle Dragon Power breaks the deadlock. At that moment, the stone gargoyle guards seemed affected by the death of their Holy Grail guardian, their movements slowing noticeably. Chen Mo and the others seized the opportunity, swiftly dispatching the remaining stone gargoyles. Lin Yi, who exactly are you? Chen Mo approached, his expression complex. How could an F-rank warrior possess such power? Lin Yi shrugged. Just an F-rank warrior. Except I'm a bit special. Special my ass. Eugene stormed over, furious. You're definitely hiding your real class and level. What F-rank warrior? You're pulling our leg. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. Believe it or not. How do we proceed from here? Lin Yu passed the Holy Grail around. After each took a sip, he pointed toward the temple's depths. They say 3 more trials lie ahead. Only after passing them can we face the final boss, the son of the war god. But oh, this is getting complicated. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. How about this? You guys take your time. I'll go ahead and scout the area. Before the others could react, he strode forward. Hey, wait for us. Chen Mo shouted, scrambling to catch up. Eugene stomped his foot in frustration. What's wrong with this guy? Does he really think he's some kind of god? Cut it out, Li Nan finally spoke up. Haven't you noticed? This guy's got real skills. Since when could just anyone walk into the Dragon Hall? Think about it. Eugene froze, suddenly realizing something. No way. Could he be that legendary? After traversing a long corridor, a spacious circular hall appeared ahead. At its center stood a massive maze, with a glowing question mark suspended above it. First trial, the Wisdom Maze. Lin Yu read the inscription at the hall's entrance. It tests the challenger's intellect. Lin Yi stepped forward. The question mark flickered, and a voice echoed through the hall. Answer my question to pass through the maze. What can make one forget past suffering, yet also bring new pain? Wine, Lin Yi answered without hesitation. The question mark flickered, and a glowing path appeared within the maze. Correct? That fast? Eugene exclaimed in surprise. That was way too easy, Lin Yi shrugged, following the glowing path into the maze. The others exchanged bewildered glances before hurrying to follow. Emerging from the maze, a second hall appeared before them. Dozens of weapons of every kind floated within. The second trial, the Battle of Courage. Choose a weapon and fight your own shadow. Lin Yu read the inscription aloud once more. This is interesting. Lin Yi clapped his hands, casually grabbing an ordinary longsword from the floating weapons. This one it is. Are you serious? Eugene frowned. With all these powerful weapons, you pick this ordinary thing? Lin Yi smiled faintly. It's enough. He stepped into the center of the arena, and his shadow instantly materialized on the ground. The shadow gradually solidified into a 3-dimensional form, eventually taking shape as a black figure identical to Lin Yi, also wielding a long sword. Begin. Lin Yi assumed a fighting stance. Shadow Lin Yi roared and swung his sword in a slash. Lin Yi dodged effortlessly, then thrust his sword backward toward the shadow's chest. The shadow sidestepped the attack with movements mirroring Lin Yi's own, then countered. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their swords flashing in a dizzying display that left onlookers dazzled. This kid's swordplay is impressive, Chen Mo remarked. It's quite standard, Lin Yu nodded. But I can't shake the feeling he's holding back. Eugene snorted. All show. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Yi still hadn't gained the upper hand. The shadow's combat prowess matched his own perfectly, anticipating and countering every move with precision. Interesting, Lin Yi smiled. Since you're a shadow, let's try this. He suddenly discarded his sword and formed seals with both hands, breath of the candle dragon. A golden breath erupted from his mouth, and astonishingly, the shadow simultaneously unleashed a black breath. The two energies collided, exploding midair as shockwaves swept across the entire hall. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? Eugene exclaimed. No idea. Never seen it before. Li Nan exclaimed in shock. The shadow could indeed mimic every one of Lin Yi's movements, but the black breath it expelled was clearly weaker than Lin Yi's golden breath. When the two collided, the black breath was quickly overwhelmed by the golden one. There's a gap after all, Lin Yi grinned. Then let's try this move. He leapt high into the air, raising both hands overhead to condense a massive golden energy sphere, day-night shift. The light in the hall shifted violently, alternating between brightness and darkness as if day and night were rapidly cycling. The shadow became blurred in this environment. It tried to mimic Lin Yi's movements, but the black energy sphere disintegrated the moment it formed. My chance! Lin Yi dove downward, his fist crashing into the shadow's chest. The shadow emitted a silent scream as its body exploded, disintegrating into countless black particles that dissipated into the air. Second trial passed. Courage badge acquired. A golden badge fell from the sky, caught by Lin Yi. This. Chen Mo was too stunned to speak. This is absolutely beyond the capability of an F-rank warrior. Lin Yu stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. That golden aura, and the ability to shift day and night. Could you be? Linny made a shushing gesture and smiled faintly. Curiosity killed the cat, got it? I get it. Eugene suddenly shouted. You're that legendary genius who awakened the bloodline of the Huaxia Candle Dragon during the class change ceremony. And just a few days ago, you single-handedly took out 4 members of the Sakura Nation's Shadow Dance Squad. Linny shook his head helplessly. You loudmouth. If you'd shouted any louder, the entire secret realm would have heard. It really is you. Eugene's face flushed with excitement, all previous hostility vanished. I knew it. The Dragon Hall wouldn't just let anyone into an A+ secret realm. So it was you, kid. My apologies. The Huaxia Candle Dragon? A legendary bloodline? Lin Yu stared at Linny in astonishment. Isn't this the second awakened one in 300 years? Linny shrugged. Don't make such a fuss. We're all just people here to complete our missions. Let's keep moving. Passing through the second hall, the third trial lay ahead. It was a corridor riddled with traps, flames erupted sporadically from the floor, hidden arrows shot from the walls, and boulders rained down from the ceiling. Third trial, the path of decision. Lin Yu read the inscription aloud. Choose the correct path to reach the other shore. Those who hesitate will be trapped here forever. Sounds thrilling. Linny licked his lips. Shall we go together? The group nodded and stepped into the corridor together. After just 2 steps, the floor suddenly cracked open. The group leapt aside. Careful. The traps here adapt to our movements in real time. Chen Mo warned. Linny sensed the energy currents around them and suddenly understood. Follow me. He led the way forward, each step taken with absolute decisiveness, without the slightest hesitation. When flames erupted, he always dodged them a split second before impact. When hidden arrows flew, he accurately judged their trajectory and sidestepped them when boulders crashed down. His path always perfectly avoided the danger zones. Chapter 43, Eastern and Western deities decide life and death. True form of the Candle Dragon shatters the heavens. How is he doing this? Li Nan asked in shock. The eye of the Candle Dragon, Lin Yu murmured. Legend says the Candle Dragon of Huaxia possesses the power to see through all illusions, pierce through deception, and foresee impending danger. Following closely behind Linny, the group swiftly traversed the corridor and entered a vast arena. At the arena's center stood a towering young warrior, his entire body shimmering with golden light. Wielding a massive sword, he radiated an awe-inspiring presence. Level 30 boss, son of the war god. Finally, Linny stretched his limbs. The final boss. Be careful, this guy's tough. Lin Yu warned. I checked the guides, lots of level 30 plus professionals have fallen here. Lin Yi chuckled. Perfect for warming up. Spotting the group, the son of the war god raised his greatsword high. Mortals, you have trespassed upon the domain of the gods. Do you come to challenge or to submit? Eugene stepped forward. Challenge, of course. We're not ones to be trifled with. The son of the war god sneered coldly. Then come. Let me see what you're made of. With that, he leapt forward, his massive sword slicing through the air toward Eugene. Damn it! Eugene scrambled to raise his battle axe to block. Crash! The immense force sent Eugene flying backward, crashing to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Eugene! Lin Yu cried out, immediately casting a healing spell. Damn, he's strong, Chen Mo sucked in a sharp breath. And that was just one move. Lin Yi strode forward, facing the son of the war god directly. I hear you're the son of the war god? Quite formidable. The son of the god of war looked down on Lin Yi. Mortal, how dare you gaze upon the descendant of a deity? Sorry about that, Lin Yi grinned. I've got this quirk. I really can't stand that Western nonsense. Arrogant. The son of the war god roared, swinging his massive sword down toward Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi neither dodged nor retreated, his right hand seizing the descending blade. Impossible. The son of the war god stared in shock at his sword, held firmly in one hand. He strained to pull it free, but it wouldn't budge. Is that all? Lin Yi's other hand formed a fist, striking the war god's son squarely in the abdomen. The son of the war god flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the arena wall. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the surface. Holy, that power! Eugene's eyes widened. The son of the war god struggled to his feet, his face etched with disbelief. Who are you? Lin Yi replied calmly, the heir to the bloodline of the Huaxia Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon? That Eastern deity? The son of the war god's shock turned to fury. Damn it! My father said all Eastern gods have been sealed. How could you possibly? Hold your horses. Let me show you what true power looks like. Golden light erupted from Lin Yi's body. True form of the Candle Dragon. A colossal golden dragon silhouette materialized behind Lin Yi, its head held high with majestic authority, bathing the entire arena in golden radiance. This can't be. The son of the war god recoiled in terror. The Candle Dragon was clearly already. Already what? Lin Yi stepped closer. Finish your sentence. The son of the war god gritted his teeth. You think awakening your bloodline lets you defy Western deities? How naive. He roared in fury, his body erupting with even brighter golden light as his wounds healed instantly. Raising his greatsword, he unleashed a sweeping golden blade aura. Lin Yi flicked his right finger. The blade energy halted midair before dissipating. What? The son of the war god stared in disbelief. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Who said all Eastern deities were sealed? The candle dragon has returned and it's furious. With that, a golden aura thicker than anything before erupted from Lin Yi's mouth, piercing straight through the war god's son's chest. No, this can't be. Father, save me. The son of the war god let out a final wail as his massive form crashed to the ground, disintegrating into countless specks of light. Defeated level 30 boss, son of the war god. Gained 5000 EXP. Ding. Level up, 910. Ding. Acquired skill points 5. Secret Realm Challenge success, reward obtained, Western Divine Power Crystal 1. A fist-sized golden crystal fell from the sky, caught by Lin Yi. This. Lin Yu and the others stared in disbelief, too stunned to speak. Eugene swallowed hard. Brother Lin Yi, I didn't recognize your true worth earlier. My apologies for my rudeness, please forgive me. Shen Emo slapped Lin Yi on the shoulder. Damn impressive, bro. You really played the fool to catch the tiger. Lin Yi smiled. No need to be so formal. It's just a secret realm challenge. We're all colleagues at the Dragon Hall. Secret realm ended. Exit? Exit. With Lin Yi's command, everyone's consciousness returned to the real world. The cabin door opened. Lin Yi sat up and saw Ouyang Yuan and several high-ranking Dragon Hall officials standing nearby, their faces frozen in shock. Lin Yi, you. Ouyang Yuan was speechless. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Do you realize what record you just set? Ouyang Yuan took a deep breath. The fastest clear time in history for a Western Temple A+ secret realm. Just 1 hour and 7 minutes. Lin Yi scratched his head. Not bad, I guess. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward. Comrade Lin Yi, I am Zhao Guoqiang, director of the Dragon Hall Special Training Department. After witnessing your performance, I formally invite you to join the Dragon Hall Special Training Camp. What do you say? Lin Yi glanced at Ouyang Yuan, who nodded encouragingly. Sure, but I still have my own things to do, Lin Yi replied. No problem. The training camp won't interfere with your personal affairs, Zhao Guoqiang replied readily. We simply hope to provide you with a better training environment and resources. Alright then, I accept the invitation, Lin Yi nodded. Excellent. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. By the way, I hear you haven't tried the Divine Soul Pool yet? Why not give it a go now? Lin Yi turned to look at Ouyang Yuan, who gave a slight nod. You're ready. Go ahead and try it. Let's go then. Lin Yi followed the two men to the Divine Soul Pool at the center of the inner hall. The pool's water shimmered with a blue glow, deep and mysterious, its bottom impossible to discern. The soul pool is infused with various dragon essences, Ouyang Yuan explained. It helps inheritors of the Candle Dragon bloodline awaken and master their power more swiftly. But there are risks involved. It requires unwavering resolve. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. I'll try. He shed his outer garments, leaving only his shorts, and slowly stepped into the pool. The icy water rose over his ankles, knees, waist, and finally submerged his entire body. Lin Yi closed his eyes, immersing himself completely. In an instant, he felt his consciousness being drawn into a wondrous space. Here, countless dragon-shaped energies flowed golden, crimson, azure, every hue of dragon essence imaginable. Chapter 44, The Dual Trial of Power and Will, Dragon Essence now merges. Welcome, inheritor of the Candle Dragon bloodline, an ancient, authoritative voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Who are you? Lin Yi asked. I am the memory of the Dragon Clan, the collective consciousness of all dragons, the voice replied. Have you come here seeking power? Yes, Lin Yi answered frankly. I need greater power to protect Huaxia and confront the Western deities. Interesting, the voice carried a hint of amusement. For 300 years, we have awaited the awakening of the Candle Dragon's bloodline. Now, you have arrived. A golden dragon's phantom coalesced before Lin Yi, the very form of the Candle Dragon. My heir, are you prepared to face the trial? What trial? Prove you are worthy to inherit all my power, the Candle Dragon declared. Pass the trial, and I shall impart greater strength and knowledge to you. Fail, and you shall be lost forever within the pool of divine souls. Lin Yi hesitated not a moment. Bring it on. Trial? Bring it on. Lin Yi showed no fear, standing before the colossal phantom of the Candle Dragon with unwavering confidence. The Candle Dragon chuckled softly. Excellent. This is the heir I seek. The trial consists of 3 stages. The first, the trial of power. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless dragon-shaped energies surged from all directions, coalescing into miniature dragons that pounced toward Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi activated the Candle Dragon bloodline within him, gathering a ball of golden light in each hand. Golden energy erupted from his mouth, sweeping away a swath of dragon-shaped energy. Yet more energy entities surged forward, their numbers growing ever larger. Damn, they're trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers, Lin Yi grinned. Then let's try this move. Spreading his arms wide, he spun his body, the golden light coalescing into a vortex centered on him, day and night rotation. Golden light and darkness alternated in flashes, forming a colossal energy vortex that swallowed all the dragon-shaped energies whole. Impressive, the candle dragon praised. You've passed the first trial. Now, the second trial, the test of will. A powerful psychic assault slammed directly into Ling Yi's consciousness, attempting to invade his mind and seize control of his body. Control me? Not a chance. Lin Yi recalled the moment of awakening at the divine altar of transcendence. Back then, he had chosen the Huaxia candle dragon without hesitation, rejecting other powerful professions. That unwavering resolve now became his strongest shield. My body, my will, no one controls them. He actively met the mental assault head-on, turning the tables and began absorbing that very force. The candle dragon's phantom form trembled slightly. Interesting. For the first time in 300 years, someone has turned the tables in the will trial. Truly worthy of a transmigrator, your soul is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi continued absorbing the force, feeling his mental power surge rapidly. Second stage passed. Now comes the final trial, bloodline fusion. There is no standard answer here, it depends on how much of the dragon clan's essence you can absorb. The candle dragon's phantom dispersed, transforming into countless golden particles that surged toward Lin Yi. Simultaneously, energies of every other dragon clan color flowed toward him. Bring it on! I'll take it all! Lin Yi spread his arms wide, accepting the energies without defense. Intense pain surged through him, as if every cell was being torn apart but he gritted his teeth and endured, not retreating an inch. This kid has quite the appetite, the candle dragon's voice carried a hint of amusement. But I like it. Dragon energy poured ceaselessly into Lin Yi's body. His bloodline awakening rapidly accelerated, new abilities forming within him. Enough. The candle dragon's voice sounded again. You have passed all trials. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you two things: the candle dragon scale and the dragon resonance. A golden dragon scale and a silver mass of energy sank into Ling Yi's right hand and heart respectively. The candle dragon scale will protect you in times of peril, while the dragon resonance allows you to sense and summon other dragonkind. Use them wisely. We shall meet again soon, heir. As the candle dragon's voice faded, Ling Yi's consciousness returned to reality, and his body surfaced from the water. Ha! Lin Yi gasped for breath, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment throughout his entire body, as if he had been reborn. Ouyang Yuan and Zhao Guoqiang hurried forward, helping him out of the pool. Lin Yi, how do you feel? Ouyang Yuan asked with concern. Couldn't be better. Lin Yi grinned. Let me see what state I'm in now. With a thought, a pale golden system panel appeared before him. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 10. Experience points, 15,000. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 495, Constitution 580, Spirit 640. Skills. Breath of the Candle Dragon active, damage dealing, LV.5, consumes 80 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.4, consumes 180 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control type, LV.4, consumes 250 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.3, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.3, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.2, consumes 400 spirit points, duration, 8 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.2, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.1, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 200 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.2, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon Scales passive active, LV.1, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing one lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.1, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 500 spirit. Special ability, God Slayer power requirement, sacrifice oneself. Special item. Dragon Soul Guide Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon Seal. Candle Dragon Scale S grade, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Bloodline Awakening, 85%. Wow, my awakening level jumped 15% in one go, and I gained 2 new skills. Lin Yi exclaimed in delight. This divine soul pool is seriously awesome. He looked at his right hand, where a golden scale-like mark glimmered faintly on his knuckles, subtly yet radiating raw power. How does it feel? Zhao Guoqiang inquired. Great. Lin Yi laughed. I feel like my strength has increased by at least 30%. Ouyang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The divine soul pool's effects are indeed remarkable, but you can't use it again for a while. Otherwise, it'll strain your body. Understood. By the way, Lin Yi changed the subject. I heard Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation have been making frequent moves lately. What's going on? Zhao Guoqiang and Ouyang Yuan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grave. There is indeed something, Zhao Guoqiang murmured. The Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation seem to have detected the awakening of the Candle Dragon bloodline heir here in Huaxia. They're secretly joining forces, preparing to deal with you. Against me? Linny raised an eyebrow. Do they know who I am? They likely only know a candle dragon bloodline heir has emerged in China, but they don't know who it is specifically, Yang Yuan explained. However, the Shadow Dance Squad's attack on you has made them suspicious. Chapter 45. When the elite forces of two nations clash, the power of the candle dragon shatters the heavens. That's perfect, Linny said with a smirk. I was worried I wouldn't find anyone to practice on. Where are they? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Don't rush it. Confronting them directly now is still risky. They've sent disciples of legendary tier professionals, the weakest among them are at least level 40. Linny scoffed. Then let's test them. If it doesn't work out, we'll just run. We can't hide forever, right? Just then, an agent rushed over. Report. Remnants of Eagle's Black Eagle Squad and Sakura Nation's Shadow Dance Squad are active in the outskirts of Shanjing City. They appear to be searching for someone. Well, isn't that convenient? Linny clapped his hands. Experience points delivered right to our doorstep. Why pass them up? Zhao Guoqiang tried to dissuade him further, but Linny had already leaped to his feet. Don't worry, I'll run if it gets dangerous. Consider it a field test for my new abilities. Alright then, Zhao Guoqiang sighed. I'll send a few men to follow you discreetly, just in case. Linny waved him off. No need. Don't hold me back. I'll be off then. With that, he activated the shadow dance technique. In a flash, his figure vanished from the dragon hall. That kid. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Don't worry, Yang Yuan remained calm. The heir chosen by the candle dragon isn't so easily defeated. Outside the capital city, in a forest, a group of men clad in black combat gear searched cautiously. Leading them was a blonde man wearing sunglasses, radiating a dangerous aura. Carl, are you sure this is the right direction? Asked a shorter man. Correct. Intelligence indicates the candle dragon bloodline heir was last spotted in this area, replied the blonde man. Carl. Continue the search. We must find him. Meanwhile, several individuals clad in ninja attire were also moving through the vicinity. Their leader was a slender woman with two short swords sheathed at her waist. Captain Shizuka, are you certain the candle dragon bloodline's aura is here? A ninja whispered. Certain, the woman nodded. Though faint, it's unmistakable. Keep searching. The two teams searched their respective areas, unaware of each other's presence. At that moment, in a clearing at the forest's center, Linny lay leisurely on a makeshift lounge chair, a bottle of mineral water in hand, looking utterly carefree. Haven't you gotten tired after searching for so long? He suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but carrying throughout the entire forest. Who's there? Both search teams instantly grew alert, swiftly converging toward the source of the voice. Soon, members of both the Black Eagle Squad and Shadow Dance Squad surrounded the clearing from opposite directions, each startled to discover the other's presence. Eagle's lackeys? Shizuka sneered coldly. Ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms? Carl frowned. What are you doing here? Linny sat up and took a sip of water. Stop pretending. You're both after me, right? Only then did everyone notice the young man sitting lazily in the center of the clearing. His relaxed demeanor seemed utterly unlike someone who could warrant a manhunt by elite squads from two nations. Who are you? Carl demanded warily. The very person you're looking for, Linny replied, rising to his feet and stretching. The heir to the candle dragon bloodline of Huaxia, that's me. You? Shizuka eyed Linny up and down, clearly skeptical. Don't be ridiculous. How could the candle dragon bloodline possibly choose a greenhorn like you? Linny grinned. Don't believe me? Then try it. He flipped his right hand, and a golden aura surged forth, coalescing in midair into a miniature golden dragon. It circled a few times before dissipating. The breath of the candle dragon. Jingxiang and Carl exclaimed simultaneously. Looks like we found the right person, Carl sneered, signaling his Black Eagle Squad to form a battle formation. Kid, come with us peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Linny raised an eyebrow. TSK. You all act like you own the place. Didn't you investigate me before coming? After all the commotion I caused at the Dragon Hall, you didn't get word? Shizuka's expression shifted slightly. The Dragon Hall? You've been to the Dragon Hall? Not only have I been there, I was part of the special training camp, Linny said smugly. Just emerged from the soul pool today and was looking for someone to practice on. You guys walked right into my trap. Just like the saying goes, revenge may be slow, but it never fails. Cut the crap. Carl snapped impatiently. Black Eagle Squad, prepare to apprehend. A dozen black-clad operatives simultaneously drew their weapons, their high-tech gear glinting coldly. Shizuka wasn't about to be outdone. Shadow Dance Squad, prepare for combat. Defeat him and avenge our fallen comrades. Linny surveyed the advancing agents on both sides, calmly opening his system panel to allocate the newly acquired skill points. Allocate 5 skill points. Candle Dragon's Breath, LV.5 LV.6 cost, 80.75 points. Day-Night Shift, LV.4 LV.5 cost, 180 points 160 points. Life Death Judgment, LV.4 LV.5 cost, 250 points 220 points. True form of the Candle Dragon, LV.2 LV.3 cost, 403.50, duration, 8 minutes 10 minutes. Candle Dragon Scales, LV.1 LV.2 shield strength plus 50%. Alright, warm-up's done. Bring it on. Linny flexed his muscles and beckoned to both groups with a flick of his finger. Come at me together. Save me the trouble of picking you off one by one. Arrogant. Carl slammed a button on his wrist, instantly covered in metallic armor as he transformed into a mechanical warrior. Taste the might of Eagle Sauce's latest tech. Shizuka formed hand seals, enveloping herself in a pale purple glow, 1000-year ninjutsu of the land of cherry blossoms shadow dance 9 forms. Interesting, Lin Yi chuckled. But you're too slow. He stamped his foot, vanishing from his spot like a phantom. Where? Carl frantically scanned his surroundings. Behind you. Carl spun around violently, only to find Linny already standing before him, his right hand formed into a claw, grabbing hold of Carl's mechanical arm. You dare flaunt this scrap metal in front of me? Linny clenched his fingers, crushing the metal armor like paper and exposing the bloody, mangled arm beneath. Ah! Carl screamed, raising his other hand to aim an energy cannon at Linny. Dragon's breath. A golden breath erupted, instantly piercing through the energy cannon and continuing forward, tearing a gaping hole through Carl's chest. How is this possible? Carl stared down in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest before crashing to the ground. Defeated a level 42A plus class professional, gained 2000 EXP. Captain, the Black Eagle squad members cried out in alarm. Don't worry, he's not dead yet, Linny said calmly. I controlled my strength, just severely injured him. But, he turned to the remaining Black Eagle members, you won't be so lucky. A thicker, longer golden aura swept out, instantly striking 5 Black Eagle members. They were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapacitated. Chapter 46, Deep Sea Secret Realm reveals clues, seeking truth in the bloodline of the Candle Dragon. Defeated 5 level 3840 professionals, gained 6000 EXP. The remaining Black Eagle members, seeing this, turned and fled in terror. Trying to run? Linny flickered forward, blocking their path. Since you're already here, leave some experience points behind before you go. Life or death judgment. The 5 fleeing members froze instantly, unable to move. Linny formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture and tapped each of them several times. They all collapsed in unison. Defeated 5 level 3537 professionals, gained 4000 EXP. After dispatching the Black Eagle squad, Linny turned to face the Shadow Dance squad. Shizuka and her subordinates stared in disbelief. This was no rookie, he was a monster. What about you? Care for a taste? Linny asked with a sly grin. Shizuka gritted her teeth. Shadow Dance squad, form your formation. 7 ninjas swiftly formed a circle, hands forming seals as a massive energy array unfolded across the ground. Ninja art, Shadow Dance 1000-leaf slash. Countless pale purple energy blades shot forth from the array, surging toward Linny. Each blade was razor-sharp, capable of slicing through steel plates. All flash and no substance. Linny sneered dismissively. The Candle Dragon scale mark on his right hand flared with light. Candle Dragon scales, activate. A layer of golden, scale-like shield instantly enveloped his entire body. All the energy blades that struck the shield either bounced off or dissipated. Is that all? The ninjutsu of the land of cherry blossoms is nothing special after all. Linny swept his right hand, unleashing a golden light blade that sliced through the Shadow Dance formation. 7 ninjas were simultaneously knocked back, spitting blood. Impossible. That's our Shadow Dance clan's strongest defense, how could it be broken so easily? Shizuka gasped in disbelief. Linny strode toward her. Because you're facing the Candle Dragon bloodline, a Chinese deity who once stood toe-to-toe with Western gods. Such petty ninjutsu is nothing. Then I'll fight to the death. Shizuka roared, drawing her twin blades as purple flames ignited along their blades. Shadow Dance secret art, twin blades of purple flame. Her form shifted like a phantom, appearing behind Linny in an instant as she crossed her blades toward his throat. Without turning his head, Linny reached back with his right hand and seized both blades with pinpoint precision. What? Shizuka tried to pull her blades free, only to find them utterly immovable. The purple flames on the blades were swiftly consumed by a golden aura. Fine blades. I'll take them. Linny gave them a light twist, and the blades snapped cleanly in two. He turned to face the stunned Shizuka. Surrender? Shizuka's face was pale, yet her eyes still burned with hatred. The Kajibu clan dies rather than surrenders. She pulled a black pill from her hand, about to pop it into her mouth. Don't rush to your death. Linny moved like lightning, seizing her wrist as the pill fell to the ground. I have a question. Why did you come to capture me? Shizuka clenched her teeth, refusing to speak. Linny sighed. Fine, I can guess. The Western faction fears the Candle Dragon bloodline fully awakening, so they sent you to capture me, right? A flicker of surprise crossed Jingxian's eyes. He'd hit the nail on the head. Tell your masters behind the scenes to stop wasting their breath, Linny said calmly. The Candle Dragon has returned. This time, no one can stop it. And if you send anyone else to bother me, next time it won't be as simple as just getting hurt. With that, he gave her a light shove, sending Jingxiang stumbling backwards several steps. Get out. Take your men with you. I'm sparing your lives this time as a warning to Sakura Nation. Shizuka's expression flickered between anger and resolve before she clenched her teeth and spat. We've lost this time, but next time, I'll avenge my comrades. She swiftly carried away her unconscious subordinates one by one, vanishing into the forest. Linny stretched lazily, glancing at his gains. Total experience points, 12,000 15,000. Not bad. 12,000 EXP in one go. One more round and I'll level up. A smirk touched his lips. Those eagle-wielding cherry blossom country folks sure are generous. He walked over to Carl, who still clung to life despite the gaping hole in his chest, a testament to his tenacious will to survive. I told you you're tough. We can still save you. Linny crouched down. Go back and tell your Eagle Sand bigwigs to stop messing with me. Next time, they won't be so lucky. With that, he stood up and walked away, leaving behind a trail of destruction and a half-dead Eagle Squadron captain. This was just a warm-up. Next time, bring on a legendary tier opponent? Linny muttered to himself. But first, I need to level up. I'm still a bit underpowered right now. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chun Jimu's number. Hey, Commander Chen, guess what I was doing just now? Don't tell me you. Chen Jimu's voice was thick with resignation. You guessed it. Linny declared triumphantly. I've already entertained the Black Eagle Squad from Eagle Nation and the Shadow Dance Squad from Cherry Blossom Country. Pretty impressive, huh? A few seconds of silence followed on the other end. You. Never mind. Just come back first. There's a new mission waiting for you. Oh? What kind of urgent mission is this? An anomaly has been detected in the East China Sea. Suspected secret realm fluctuations, and it seems connected to the Candle Dragon. Linny perked up instantly. I'm on my way back right now. Hanging up, he gazed thoughtfully toward the east. The East Sea, the Candle Dragon. Could it be another seal? In a flash, he vanished into the forest, leaving behind only the dispatched Eagle Emblem agents and Sakura Nation operatives strewn across the ground. When Linny returned to the State Security Bureau headquarters, Chen Jimu was waiting for him in the conference room, a pile of documents and satellite photos spread across the table. You're quite efficient, kid. Just finished off Black Eagle and Shadow Dancer and you're back already, Chen Jimu said irritably. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Linny scratched his head. I just took out a few small fry. What's the big deal? Small fry? Chen Jimu rolled his eyes. Black Eagle Squad leader Carl Williams is Eagle Sauce's top agent in China. Shadow Dance Squad Shizuka is a distant relative of the Cherry Blossom Nation's royal family. Your actions just slapped both nations in the face. Whoa, they're that big shots? Linny plopped down in a chair, kicking his legs up. Then it's even more satisfying. We're bound to clash sooner or later anyway. Letting them know early on that China isn't someone to mess with isn't a bad thing. Chen Jimu sighed. The problem is, now isn't the time for direct confrontation. Something major's happened in the East China Sea. The nation needs to focus its efforts on that. What exactly's happening in the East China Sea? Linny dropped his casual demeanor and asked seriously. Chen Jimu opened a satellite map. 3 days ago, deep within the East China Sea, an energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. Our monitoring stations detected energy signatures similar to those of the Candle Dragon seal at Kunlun Mountain. Linny perked up. Another Candle Dragon sealing point? Not entirely, Chen Jimu shook his head. Based on the energy signature analysis, it appears to be another seal related to the Candle Dragon, possibly involving other deities of Huaxia. Chapter 47, Seeking the Dragon Palace 8,000 meters below, Candle Dragon's power shatters the heavens. Interesting, Linny mused. No wonder the Candle Dragon told me in the Soul Pool, we'll meet again soon. You'll need to see for yourself what it is, Chen Jimu pointed to a red dot on the map. Here, at the deepest part of the East Sea, there's an energy vortex that appears to be the entrance to a secret realm. Only the heir to the Candle Dragon's bloodline can enter safely. Understood. When do we depart? Now. Chen Jimu stood up. The military has prepared diving gear and underwater detectors. Also, he handed Linny a folder. This contains materials on East Sea mythology. It might be useful to you. Linny opened the folder and skimmed through it. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Dragon King Ao Guan? Yes. Ancient texts record that Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea was an ally of the Candle Dragon. When Western deities invaded, he fought alongside the Candle Dragon. After the Candle Dragon was sealed away, Ao Guang also vanished without a trace. I see. Linny nodded. So if I go to the East Sea, I might find Ao Guang or clues related to him. Exactly. But be cautious, Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation have undoubtedly set their sights on this secret realm too, Chen Jimu said gravely. They may have already dispatched stronger forces. Linny shrugged it off. Bring it on. The more the merrier. I've been craving more experience anyway. 2 hours later, at the East Sea Military Base dock. A warship stood ready, its deck housing several helicopters as soldiers bustled about moving equipment. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Rear Admiral Zheng Hailong of the Naval Special Forces, commander of this operation. A middle-aged man in naval uniform saluted Lin Yi. Lin Yi promptly returned the salute. Good day, General Zheng. We're counting on you for this operation. Not at all. Protecting our nation's vital assets is our duty, Zheng Hailong replied with a smile. Please follow me. I'll brief you on the mission details. They entered the warship's operations room, where a topographic map of the East China Sea seabed hung on the wall. According to the latest scans, the entrance to the secret realm lies near this trench. Zheng Hailong indicated a deep blue area on the map. The water depth is approximately 8,000 meters beyond the reach of standard diving equipment. Then how do we get down there? We've prepared 2 options, Zheng Hailong said. The first is a specially designed deep-sea submersible capable of withstanding high-pressure environments. The second relies on your Candle Dragon abilities, assuming you can move freely underwater. Lin Yi considered this. I'll try the second option. The Candle Dragon is inherently associated with water in legend. Perhaps my abilities will even strengthen underwater. Understood. For safety, the submarine will accompany you during the descent, ready to assist at any moment. No problem. Lin Yi followed Zheng Hailong to another room where a set of specialized diving gear was displayed. This is our latest deep-sea diving suit, crafted from specialized materials to maintain mobility under extreme pressure. Though you likely won't need it, it's prudent to bring it along. Lin Yi nodded and began donning the gear. Once fully equipped, he couldn't resist opening the system panel to check his status. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 10. Experience points, 12000-15000. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 495, Constitution 580, Spirit 640. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.6, consumes 75 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.5, consumes 160 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control type, LV.5, consumes 220 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.3, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.3, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.3, consumes 350 mana, duration, 10 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.2, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.1, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 200 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.2, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon's Scales passive active, LV.2, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing 1 lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.1, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 500 spirit. Special ability, Godslayer power requirement, sacrifice oneself. Special item. Dragon Soul Guide Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon seal. Candle Dragon Scale S grade, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Bloodline Awakening, 85%. Still a bit lacking in power, Lin Yi thought to himself. I'll take down a few more enemies to max out my experience. Reaching level 11 will make things more stable. Once ready, Lin Yi boarded the warship bound for the designated area in the East China Sea. After 6 hours of sailing, the warship arrived above the target area. On deck, Lin Yi and several Navy SEALs conducted final equipment checks. Mr. Lin, are you ready? Zheng Hailong approached and asked. Ready to go anytime, Lin Yi replied, patting the guidance stone on his chest. This little thing is already reacting. It means there's definitely something down there. The guide stone glowed faintly, its light intensifying as they neared the target location. Then let's commence the operation. Wishing you every success. Lin Yi nodded, turned to face the vast ocean, took a deep breath, and plunged into the sea. The icy seawater crashed against him, yet Lin Yi felt an unusual sense of comfort. The Candle Dragon bloodline within him seemed activated by the sea, a warm current spreading throughout his body. Interesting. It feels surprisingly comfortable underwater. Lin Yi tried breathing underwater and found it perfectly natural. The Candle Dragon power within him automatically formed a bubble, supplying oxygen. Guess I don't need diving gear after all. He descended rapidly, followed by his specially designed deep-sea submersible. As the depth increased, the surroundings grew darker and darker. An ordinary person would have lost sight long ago, but Lin Yi's Candle Dragon eyes pierced the darkness, allowing him to see everything clearly. At around 5,000 meters depth, Lin Yi suddenly sensed an abnormal energy fluctuation. General Zhang, I'm detecting anomalous energy. Maintain vigilance, he warned through the communication device. Copy that. Our radar also detects unidentified objects ahead. Lin Yi scrutinized the waters ahead and spotted several dark shapes moving. Their forms didn't resemble marine life but rather seemed to be man-made objects. Something's wrong. That's Before he could finish, several red laser beams suddenly shot out from the shadows, hurtling straight toward Lin Yi. Enemy attack. Lin Yi dodged swiftly while activating the candle dragon scales, instantly enveloping himself in a golden shield. Those are Eagle's underwater drones. Zhang Hailong shouted through the communicator. Watch out, they're equipped with high-energy laser weapons. Ha, they're asking for it. Chapter 48, the Imperial Palace lies deep beneath the sea, the Dragon Ball sleeps for 300 years. Instead of retreating, Lin Yi charged straight toward the drones. Water resistance posed a major obstacle for ordinary people, but for him, it felt like a boost, accelerating his speed rather than slowing him down. A golden aura erupted from Lin Yi's mouth, forming a pillar of light in the seawater that struck one drone directly, shattering it into fragments. Defeated underwater drone, gained 100 EXP. Experience for this? Not bad. Lin Yi grew enthusiastic, continuing to hunt down the remaining drones. Surprisingly, the golden aura proved even more potent underwater than in air, obliterating a drone with every strike. Seems water really is the Candle Dragon's home turf. Soon, all dozen drones were destroyed. Lin Yi gained 1,500 EXP points, bringing his total to 13,515,000. Just a little more and I'll level up. Just as he thought this, an eerie blue glow suddenly rippled across the water ahead. It was a massive vortex, its center resembling a passageway leading to an unknown destination. Found at the secret realm's entrance. Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a small black submarine appeared from the side, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for the vortex. Eagle's deep-sea shark submarine. Zhang Hailong exclaimed. They're trying to beat us to the secret realm. Think again. Lin Yi accelerated his dash, quickly catching up to the submarine. He gathered golden energy in his right hand and slammed it against the submarine's hull. Boom! The submarine shook violently but seemed to sustain only minor damage, continuing its advance. This hull's pretty tough. Lin Yi refused to back down. He doubled his strength, grabbed the submarine's stern with both hands, and yanked it hard. Stop right there. The immense force caused the submarine's speed to plummet. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi swam to the hatch and slammed his fist against it. Bang! The sturdy hatch was smashed open, a gaping hole allowing seawater to rush in. Inside, the Eagle Sauce agents panicked, frantically activating the emergency systems. You think this tiny snail shell can stop me? Lin Yi deliberately pressed half his face against the hole, sticking out a tongue at the agents inside. Hey, long time no see, friends of Eagle Sauce. The agents inside turned pale at the sight and hurriedly activated the emergency escape pod. Trying to escape? Leave some experience behind first. Lin Yi grabbed the escape pod and squeezed it hard, deforming the metal shell. The agents inside turned green with fear. Big brother, don't kill us. We're just following orders, one agent pleaded in broken Chinese. Lin Yi grinned. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go back and tell your boss, the East Sea Secret Realm is China's territory. We don't welcome the Eagle's minions here. Got it? The agents nodded frantically. Alright, get lost. Lin Yi released his grip, and the escape pod rapidly ascended. Defeated Eagle Agent Squad, gained 1500 EXP. Ding. Experience points maxed. Level up, 1011. Ding. Acquired 3 skill points. Ha, just in time for the level up. Now I'm set. Lin Yi swiftly allocated his skill points. Allocate 3 skill points. Breath of the Candle Dragon, LV.6 LV.7 range plus 20%. True form of the Candle Dragon, LV.3 LV.4 duration, 10 minutes 15 minutes. Dragon Resonance, LV.1 LV.2 sensing range plus 50%, cost reduced to 450 points. Perfect. Now we can enter the secret realm. Lin Yi said to Zhang Hailong through the communicator, General Zhang, I'm about to enter the secret realm. The submarine might not be able to follow. You guys wait for me outside. Understood. Stay safe. Contact us immediately if anything happens. Lin Yi swam toward the vortex's center as the guiding stone's glow grew brighter. As he neared the vortex's heart, a powerful suction suddenly pulled him in. Whoa! The scenery rapidly shifted. Lin Yi felt himself pass through an invisible barrier, arriving in a completely different underwater world. The water here was crystal clear, surrounded by bizarre corals and sea grasses, with all kinds of fish he'd never seen before swimming about. Most striking was the magnificent golden palace standing majestically between the undersea mountains ahead. A dragon palace? This thing actually exists. Lin Yi marveled as he slowly swam toward the palace. As he drew nearer, the guiding stone's glow intensified, nearly piercing through his palm. Someone's coming. Lin Yi noticed several figures appearing around the palace. Clad in armor and wielding tridents, they were clearly not human but some kind of aquatic creature. Dragon Palace guards? Before he could finish his thought, the guards spotted him and swiftly swam toward him, tridents aimed directly at his body. Who dares intrude upon the Dragon Palace? Barked the lead guard. Lin Yi raised the glowing guide stone in his hand. I am the heir to the Candle Dragon's bloodline, here to seek the Dragon King of the East Sea. The guards were visibly shocked upon seeing the guiding stone, then exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to proceed. "Leave this to me." A commanding voice echoed from within the palace. Instantly, an elderly figure emerged, swimming forward in a blue robe and crowned with a crystal diadem. He appeared like an ordinary old man, yet radiated an overwhelming aura of power. "Your Excellency." The guards bowed respectfully. The elder gazed intently at the guiding stone in Ling Yi's hand and spoke slowly. "The guiding stone of the Candle Dragon, it has not been seen for 300 years. Young man, you are indeed the chosen heir of the Candle Dragon. Who are you?" "I am Ao Ching, Chancellor of the Dragon Palace and the right-hand man of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea." The elder smiled faintly. "Follow me. The king has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Yi followed Ao Ching into the Dragon Palace. Along the way, he marveled at the myriad rare treasures and unknown creatures, his eyes wide with wonder. After passing through several grand palace gates, they arrived at an immense hall. Within, water flowed gently. At its center stood a colossal crystal throne, empty yet radiating a powerful dragon aura that permeated the entire hall. "Your Majesty, the heir to the Candle Dragon has arrived," Ao Cheng announced respectfully. Silence hung heavy in the chamber, broken only by the soft murmur of flowing water. Lin Yi asked in confusion, "Is the Dragon King not present?" Ao Cheng sighed. 300 years ago, while fighting alongside the Candle Dragon, His Majesty suffered severe injuries. To conserve his strength, he transformed into a dragon pearl and has slumbered ever since. A dragon pearl? Ao Cheng walked behind the throne, retrieved an exquisite shell box, and opened it with great care. Inside lay a blue pearl, emitting a soft glow. This is His Majesty's true form, the dragon pearl. When Western deities invaded, Candle Dragon was sealed away, and the Dragon King lay mortally wounded. We, his subjects, used secret arts to transform him into this pearl, preserving his dragon essence. For 300 years, we've awaited the heir to Candle Dragon's bloodline to awaken him. I see, Lin Yi nodded. What should I do now? Touch the dragon ball with the guidance stone. It may awaken the great king's slumbering consciousness. Lin Yi carefully took out the guiding stone and gently placed it beside the dragon ball. The moment they touched, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire hall. Chapter 49, The Dragon King imparts water dragon power, the Candle Dragon bloodline ascends. A powerful energy fluctuation radiated from the dragon ball. Instantly, a majestic voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Heir of the Candle Dragon, you have finally arrived. Lord Dragon King? Indeed. Though my physical form remains dormant, my consciousness has awakened. The Dragon King's voice continued, I sense the Candle Dragon bloodline within you pure and untainted. You are truly the chosen one. Lord Dragon King, I have come seeking clues related to the Candle Dragon, Lin Yi replied respectfully. Indeed. The Candle Dragon and I were sworn brothers, bound by blood. When the Western deities invaded, we fought side by side but were both defeated. The Candle Dragon was sealed away, and I lay mortally wounded. Before parting, he entrusted me with a portion of his power, instructing me to await a worthy successor. I see. Where is that portion of power now? It resides within my dragon orb, the Dragon King declared. Now, I shall pass that portion of power to you, to aid you in fulfilling the Candle Dragon's mission. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dragon pearl blazed with intense light, and a pure blue energy flowed toward Lin Yi. He felt the Candle Dragon bloodline within him activate, beginning to fuse with this new energy. This is the water power of the Candle Dragon, the Dragon King explained. One of his most fundamental yet most formidable powers. With this power, you will be unmatched in water and able to command water elements at will. Lin Yi felt a cool, refreshing power surge through his entire body. The Candle Dragon bloodline within him pulsed violently, as if welcoming this newfound strength. Ding! Absorbed Candle Dragon's water power. Bloodline awakening level, 85% 92%. Ding! Acquired new skill, Water Dragon Power Active, LV.1, allows manipulation of water elements, doubles combat effectiveness in water. Ding! All skill levels +1. Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing this power. Lin Yi bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. This was always meant for you by the Candle Dragon. The Dragon King's voice grew faint. My power is limited, I cannot sustain this communication much longer. Remember, the Western deities have detected the awakening of the Candle Dragon bloodline. They will soon send stronger forces against you. You must swiftly locate the other sealed Huaxia deities. Only by uniting the power of the gods can you stand against the West. Other deities? Besides the Candle Dragon and you, who else? In the South Sea dwells Yinglong, in the North Sea Xuanwu, and in the West Sea Kueiniu. They were all allies of the Candle Dragon, sealed away together in ancient times, the Dragon King said weakly. The guiding stone will lead you to them. Now, take my dragon pearl and leave this place. My kin will aid you. Lord Dragon King, won't you come with me? I am but a dragon orb now, my power feeble. Following you would only hinder you. When you find the other deities and gather sufficient strength, return to awaken my true form. Understood, Dragon King. The Dragon King's voice grew fainter. Go now, heir of the Candle Dragon. The fate of Huaxia rests in your hands. The voice faded, and the Dragon Ball's glow dimmed. Ao Cheng stepped forward, carefully placing the dragon orb into an exquisite jade box before handing it to Lin Yi. This contains the Dragon King's dragon essence. It can protect you once in a moment of crisis. Please guard it carefully. I understand. Lin Yi solemnly accepted the jade box. Just then, the dragon palace shook violently, and a distant rumbling echoed. This is bad. Someone is forcibly breaching the secret realm's entrance. Ao Cheng's expression turned grim. Lin Yi asked, enemies? Ao Cheng nodded. It must be Eagle's reinforcements. I sense a master among them. Perfect. Let me test my newly acquired power. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement as the Candle Dragon bloodline surged within him. The newly acquired water dragon power was already itching to show its might. The entire dragon palace shook violently, sending fragments of stone tumbling from the ceiling. Ao Cheng's expression darkened as he urgently urged, young Master Lin, leave the hall with me at once. Lin Yi carefully stowed the jade box containing the dragon pearl and nodded. How many enemies are there? What's their strength? Uncertain, but anyone capable of forcibly breaching the secret realm's entrance must be at least S rank. Ao Cheng explained as they hurried away. Since the Dragon King fell into slumber 3 centuries ago, our palace's defenses have weakened considerably. Now we rely solely on the secret realm's barrier for protection. Don't worry, I'm here, Lin Yi grinned. This is the perfect chance to test the power of my new skill. Ao Cheng led Lin Yi to a wide plaza where the secret realm's entrance lay clearly visible. Far off, the sea churned violently as a massive vortex was forcibly torn open, and several figures emerged swimming from within. So it is Eagle Sauce's people, Lin Yi remarked, spotting the emblem on the leader's gear. Ao Cheng's expression grew grave. Who are they? Lin Yi watched for a moment before suddenly laughing. Well, if it isn't Brian, captain of Eagle's God Hiding Squad? Disciple of the legendary water-type practitioner Sea King, rumored to be already level 45. Looks like Eagle is getting serious this time. Young Master Lin, you know him? Sort of, Lin Yi shrugged. We crossed paths once on Kunlun Mountain. He didn't dare fight me head-on back then. Looks like he's here specifically to cause trouble this time. Ao Cheng exclaimed anxiously, what should we do? The Dragon Palace Guard's strength is limited. They might not be able to hold off an enemy of that caliber. No big deal. Watch me. Lin Yi flexed his muscles, feeling the newly acquired water dragon power surge through him. This force had fused perfectly with his Candle Dragon bloodline, granting him unprecedented control over water. It felt as though the entire ocean had become his weapon. He swiftly opened the system interface to check his status. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as F-rank warrior. Level, 11. Experience points, 20,000. Attributes, Strength 630, Agility 560, Constitution 650, Spirit 720. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.8, consumes 70 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, control type, LV.6, consumes 150 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, control type, LV.6, consumes 200 spirit. Undead Domination passive, LV.4, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Eyes of the Candle Dragon passive, LV.4, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.5, consumes 330 spirit points, duration, 18 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.3, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.2, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 180 spirit. Shadow Dance Footward passive, LV.3, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon Scales passive active, LV.3, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing 1 lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.3, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 400 spirit. Water Dragon's Might active, LV.1, manipulates water elements, combat effectiveness doubles in water. Special ability, Godslayer power requirement, sacrifice self. Special item. Dragon Soul Guide Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon seal. Candle Dragon Scale S rank, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Dragon Ball of the East CSS grade, contains the dragon energy of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Bloodline Awakening, 92%. Not bad, not bad. All attributes have seen significant increases, every skill level has been boosted by +1, and I even gained water dragon power. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. This was a total steal. Chapter 50, The Water Dragons Might Unleashed, Eagle Agents Annihilated. Ao Cheng watched the approaching enemies and asked anxiously, Young Master Lin, are you confident? Relax. Watch me perform. Lin Yi stepped forward and said to Ao Cheng, have the Dragon Palace guards protect the palace. Leave these Eagle Agents to me. With that, he swam toward the enemy, meeting them head-on. Across the way, Brian led a dozen heavily armed underwater agents toward the Dragon Palace. Clad in custom armor that shimmered with blue light and wielding a trident, he radiated an aura of formidable power. Captain Brian, the Dragon Palace is ahead. Proceed as planned, an agent reported. Brian nodded, then suddenly frowned. Careful. Someone's coming. In the sea, Linny swam leisurely toward them, his posture relaxed as if on vacation. The moment Brian recognized the figure, his expression changed instantly. It's him. The heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline. Linny halted a dozen meters away, grinning widely. Well, isn't this Captain Brian? You ran pretty fast last time on Mount Kunlun. What brought you to the East Sea for a swim this time? Brian's face turned ashen. Linny, you've become the bane of the Eagle Nation and the entire Western Alliance. I'm here on orders to arrest you. If you know what's good for you, you'll come back with me quietly. Oh my, you scared the living daylights out of me, Linny feigned terror before instantly switching back to a mocking expression. And what if I refuse to cooperate? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Brian roared, hurling his trident forward as a brilliant blue light erupted around him. Trident of Poseidon. The trident transformed into a blue lightning bolt in the water, moving at astonishing speed and carrying immense power. Linny didn't flinch or dodge. With a light flick of his right hand, he commanded, Water Dragon Power. A miraculous scene unfolded. The trident suddenly collided with an invisible wall, halting mid-air, frozen in place. This. Brian's eyes widened in disbelief at what he witnessed. Linny smiled faintly. You're nowhere near ready to challenge me in the sea. He flicked his finger lightly toward the trident, sending it hurtling back at Brian with even greater speed than its initial strike. Watch out. Brian scrambled to dodge as the trident whizzed past his shoulder, gouging a deep gash in his armor. My turn. Linny pushed out his palm, and the surrounding seawater suddenly swirled into a massive vortex, engulfing Brian and his men entirely. The vortex spun faster and faster, forming a water prison. The enemies were trapped inside, unable to struggle free. The power of the water dragon is truly extraordinary, Linny marveled. In water, it's practically like cheating. Brian roared from within the water prison, this is ridiculous. I'm the Sea King's disciple, water is my domain. He channeled his energy with all his might, blue light blazing as the water prison shook violently, seeming on the verge of shattering. Overestimating your abilities. Linny sneered with disdain, clapping his hands together. Water dragon bind. The water prison instantly transformed, coiling into several water dragons that tightly bound Brian and his men. Each dragon was lifelike, with claws and whiskers clearly visible, as if true dragons had descended from the heavens. This can't be. How can you control water to this extent? Brian screamed in terror, struggling desperately but unable to break free. Linny glided leisurely toward Brian. I told you, you're still too green to challenge me in water. Let me go. Brian roared, his energy erupting as the blue glow on his armor intensified. The power bestowed upon me by the Sea King shall not be surpassed by anyone. Linny shook his head. Western ways don't work on Chinese soil. Especially in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, this is dragon territory. Your so-called Sea King power isn't even fit to scrub a dragon's scales. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, a golden orb coalescing at his fingertips. Breath of the Candle Dragon, Water Dragon Enhancement. The golden orb instantly expanded, transforming into a golden and blue energy dragon. Its head snapped open, lunging to swallow Brian whole. No! Brian's desperate cry echoed as he was instantly engulfed by the energy dragon. A powerful shockwave rippled through the water, knocking out the other agents as it struck them. When the energy dissipated, Brian was barely clinging to life, his armor shattered, floating lifelessly in the water. Defeated level 45 S rank professional, gained 5000 EXP. Whoa, a full 5000 EXP points. No wonder he's a level 45 big shot, Linny chuckled with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to the remaining agents, who were now utterly terrified, some even shivering uncontrollably in the water. You lot, go back and tell your masters that the waters of China are no place for them to run wild. The Candle Dragon is returning, and the end of the Western gods is near. The agents nodded frantically, terrified that Linny might strike them down. Get out of here. Take your captain with you. If you come back again, don't expect to leave alive. The agents breathed a sigh of relief, hastily helping the barely conscious Brian to his feet before fleeing the secret realm in disarray. Defeated Eagle Agent Squad, gained 3000 EXP. Linny returned to the Dragon Palace with satisfaction. Ao Cheng and a group of palace guards were waiting anxiously. Seeing Linny return unscathed, Ao Cheng rejoiced. Young Master Lin, what about the enemies? Dealt with them, Linny shrugged. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. No match for us. Ao Cheng couldn't believe it. That fast? The power of the water dragon is astonishingly potent in water, Linny chuckled. Seems I and water are quite compatible. Ao Cheng bowed respectfully. Young Master Lin, your divine might is unmatched. Today you saved the Dragon Palace from peril. On behalf of the Dragon King and all the people of the Dragon Palace, I offer our deepest gratitude. No need for such formality. The Dragon King entrusted me with his power. Protecting the palace is only my duty. Lin Yi waved it off. But I must continue searching for other sealed deities and cannot linger here long. Ao Chang nodded. Understood. Before you depart, however, allow me to present you with a gift on behalf of the Dragon King. He clapped his hands, and 2 palace guards approached carrying a long box. This is the Dragon King's personal sword, Emerald Sea Tide Rising, an S+ grade divine weapon. When wielded with your water dragon power, its might is limitless. Ao Ching opened the case, revealing a long sword of pure azure blue. The blade rippled like flowing water, emitting a soft blue glow. Embedded in the hilt was a tiny sapphire, a miniature replica of the Dragon Ball. What a splendid sword! Lin Yi exclaimed. Please accept it. The Dragon King once said this sword and the armor bestowed upon him by the Candle Dragon form a pair. Today, it returns to its rightful owner. Lin Yi accepted the sword with both hands, feeling a cool power emanate from its blade, resonating with the water dragon energy within him. Acquired S+ grade divine weapon, Azure Sea Tide. Tide of the Azure Sea, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's sword. Achieves optimal effects when used with water dragon power, amplifying water type skills by 40%. Imbues the skill Tide of the Azure Sea, enabling the summoning of tidal forces. Thank you, Chancellor Ao. I shall wield it well, Lin Yi said solemnly. Chapter 51, Divine Weapon transmitted from the East Sea Dragon Palace, journey to the South Sea commences anew. Ao Ching smiled. The sword has chosen its master. It will recognize you. Additionally, I have some intelligence to share with you. What intelligence? Clues regarding the next divine seal location. Ao Ching lowered his voice. According to information left by the Dragon King, the seal point for the South Sea Yinglong lies near the Coral Islands in the South Sea. That area is now controlled by Sakura Nation. They've established a military base there and seem to have detected something. The Yinglong of the South Sea? Lin Yi pondered. The legendary dragon said to command the winds and rains, mastering the weather? Precisely. The Yinglong, the Candle Dragon, and the Dragon King were close confidants. Awakening him would greatly enhance your power. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. I'll head to the South Sea immediately. Hold on. Ao Chang handed Lin Yi a dragon scale. This is a scale from the Dragon King. When you reach the South Sea, place it in the ocean. Our Dragon Palace's emissaries will come to assist you. Thank you. Lin Yi tucked the scale away and asked, by the way, how should I leave this secret realm? The Dragon Palace guards will escort you out. But be cautious, Eagle's forces have retreated for now, but they'll return soon with even greater strength. Lin Yi smiled confidently. Bring it on. No matter how many come, we'll fight them all. Escorted by the Dragon Palace guards, Lin Yi departed the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace secret realm and returned to ordinary waters. The communicator's signal returned, and Zhang Hailong's urgent voice crackled through it. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Are you still there? I'm here. Mission accomplished, Lin Yi replied calmly. Excellent. We just detected intense energy fluctuations at the secret realm's entrance, along with Eagle Sauce's submarine escaping. What happened? Nothing major, just a few eagles looking for trouble, and I gave them a good thrashing. Oh, and I found some crucial intel and items. I'll surface shortly for a detailed report. Copy that. We'll prepare to rendezvous immediately. Lin Yi gazed at the Emerald Sea Tideborn sword in his hand and the jade box containing the dragon pearl, his heart brimming with accomplishment. This journey to the East Sea had not only granted him the power of the water dragon but also yielded a divine weapon and clues to the sealing point of the South Sea Yinglong. Seems my journey with the Candle Dragon has only just begun, Lin Yi murmured to himself. South Sea Yinglong, here I come. He accelerated upstream while simultaneously opening the system panel in his mind to check his latest status. Experience points, 8,000 20,000. Water Dragon Power Active, LV.1, controls water elements, doubles combat effectiveness in water. Tidal Surge Active, LV.1, channels tidal forces, consumes 500 spirit points. Dragon Pearl of the East CSS grade, contains the dragon essence of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Tide of the Azure Sea Sword S+ grade, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's sword, amplifies water-based skills by 40%. Not a bad deal. Lin Yi chuckled as he accelerated upward, swimming toward the warship. The South Sea expedition awaited him, and the military base of the Land of Cherry Blossoms was about to witness the terror of the air to the Chinese Candle Dragon. Back on the warship, Lin Yi gave Zhang Hailong a detailed report on his gains from the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea actually exists. Zhang Hailong listened in stunned silence. And Dragon Balls and divine weapons. This is simply. Don't be too surprised. This world holds countless secrets, Lin Yi chuckled, patting his shoulder. But this information is top secret. It can only be reported to Commander Chen. Understood? Understood. Zhang Hailong nodded solemnly. I'll arrange for our immediate return and notify Commander Chen. The warship turned course back toward the Huaxia base. During the journey, Lin Yi took a moment to examine the newly acquired sword of the surging Azure Sea. The blade looked ordinary at first glance, yet felt heavy in his hand. A blue glow flowed continuously along its entire length, like a small stream winding its way through the metal. A fine sword indeed. Linny swung it a few times. Where the blade passed, faint traces of water seemed to trail through the air. He channeled a thread of mental energy into it. Instantly, the blade glowed with a deep blue light, the surrounding air humidity surged, and faint waves seemed to echo in the air. Holy crap, this is insane! It can manipulate water elements from a distance? Linny discovered with delight that the Azure Sea Tideborn sword not only amplified his water dragon power but even allowed him to command water molecules in the air for combat in environments devoid of water. This is practically a divine artifact. After 6 hours of sailing, the warship finally returned to the Huaxia East Sea military base. Chen Jimu had been waiting at the dock and immediately approached Linny as he disembarked. How did it go? Chen Jimu asked urgently. Linny flashed an OK sign. Perfect. Not only did we find the Dragon Palace, but we also took out the Eagle's Shadow Squad. We came back with everything. Chen Jimu led Linny to a secluded conference room, where Linny recounted every detail of their discoveries within the Dragon Palace and the intelligence gathered, including clues about the sealing site of the Yinglong in the South China Sea. Yinglong? Another sealing point for an ancient Chinese deity? Chen Jimu's eyes lit up. This is crucial. We must act swiftly. But the South China Sea is occupied by Japan. They've even built a military base on that coral island. It won't be easy to get in, Linny said, rubbing his chin. Chen Jimu pondered for a moment. The South China Sea situation is complex. Sakura Nation has been expanding aggressively in recent years, claiming that sea area as their traditional waters. They even built a so-called research base on Coral Island, which is essentially a military facility. What should we do? Force our way in? No, that would spark an international dispute, Chen Jimu shook his head. We need a legitimate reason to enter those waters. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. How about this? I heard there's been pirate activity in the South China Sea lately. We send warships for routine patrols, and I sneak over incognito to handle the Yinglong seal. Perfect. Chen Zimu smiled faintly. It's a clever idea, but not very practical. However, I do have a suggestion. There's an upcoming international marine scientific expedition. Research vessels from various countries will be sailing in international waters to collect samples. We could use the expedition as cover to approach the Coral Island. Brilliant. Linny clapped his hands in approval. But Sakura Nation will definitely send spies to monitor us. Perfect. Let them watch. You'll be a research team member, just operate covertly. The two finalized the plan, and Chen Jimu immediately began preparations. Linny used the time to rest and study his newly acquired abilities. 3 days later, the Chinese oceanographic research vessel Explorer departed port, officially commencing its month-long scientific expedition in the South China Sea. Linny boarded as a specially appointed researcher, tasked with underwater topography surveying. Alongside genuine researchers, several state security bureau agents and Navy Special Forces personnel were aboard, disguised as expedition members and crew. Mr. Lin, your equipment is ready. A commando disguised as a crew member quietly approached Ling Yi's cabin and handed him a sealed bag. This is the latest underwater communication device and positioning system. It maintains stable signals at depths of 8,000 meters. Chapter 52, Underwater Battle Shatters Mecha, Yinglong Seal awaits reopening. Thank you. Lin Yi accepted the equipment. How far are we from Coral Island now? About 2 days sailing. However, reconnaissance aircraft from Sakura Nation have been spotted circling overhead, likely monitoring us. Lin Yi nodded. Expect the usual. Proceed as planned. 2 days later, the Explorer reached the designated waters and commenced its scientific expedition. Standing on the deck, Linny gazed toward Coral Island, where the faint outlines of several structures were visible. What a massive research base, Linny sneered. Those cherry blossom country folks claim it's for science, but they're probably stockpiling military gear. Mr. Lin, are you ready? Wang Gang, the expedition leader who was actually a senior agent from the National Security Bureau, approached. Ready to dive anytime, Linny replied, pointing toward the horizon. See those Cherry Blossom Nation patrol boats? They've been watching us the whole time. Wang Gang nodded. Don't worry. Everything's proceeding according to plan. We'll announce underwater topographical surveys on the public channel. You'll use that as cover to submerge, then quietly make your way to Coral Island. Understood. At 3 p.m., the Explorer commenced its underwater topographic survey. Linny donned his diving gear and entered the sea from the stern. The moment he submerged, Linny felt the power of the water dragon surge through him. He moved through the water with the ease of a fish, his speed astonishingly swift. He swam rapidly toward Coral Island while opening the system panel underwater to check his status. Emerald Tide Sword S+ grade, Sword of the Dragon King of the East Sea, plus 40% water skill amplification. Dragon King Scale A grade, summons Dragon Palace messengers. My stats are solid, but my experience points are a bit low. If only I could encounter a few masters from the land of cherry blossoms, Lin mused as he swam. Suddenly, he felt the guidance stone in his pocket grow faintly warm, emitting a soft golden glow. Lin pulled it out and noticed it seemed to be pointing in a specific direction. Looks like the Yinglong seal point really is near Coral Island. Following the stone's guidance, he swam toward a stretch of sea east of Coral Island. Undercurrents churned beneath the surface here, and a peculiar energy field seemed to linger faintly. Underwater sentries here? Lin spotted several dark figures swimming ahead. Peering through the candle dragon's eye, he recognized them as Sakura Nation agents in underwater armor, patrolling the area. Looks like Sakura Nation has already sensed something strange here and sent people to guard it. Lin chuckled darkly, perfect. Free experience delivered right to my doorstep, why pass it up? He crept closer, channeling the shadow dance technique. His form darted through the water like a ghostly apparition, swiftly positioning himself behind one of the agents. Hey, buddy, lend me your shoulder for a moment. Lin tapped the agent lightly on the back of the neck. Before the man could react, he was knocked unconscious. 1, 2, 3. Like harvesting wheat, Lin swiftly took down the underwater agents one after another, then deftly bound them to the submerged rocks. Defeated 5 level 30 underwater agents, gained 2500 EXP. This was way too easy. These agents are total amateurs. Lin pursed his lips, slightly disappointed. He pressed onward as the guiding stone's glow grew brighter. Soon, Lin arrived before a peculiar coral forest. Unlike ordinary corals, these displayed a faint golden hue and bore an extraordinary shape resembling miniature dragons. The aura of the Yinglong. Lin sensed the guidance stone resonating with the coral forest, and the energy currents beneath the water surged with renewed vitality. He swam cautiously into the coral grove, searching for traces of the seal. Suddenly, Lin spotted a circular platform at the forest's center. Ancient runes were carved into its surface, with a groove resembling the guide stone shape at its core. Found it! The Yinglong's sealing point. Just as he prepared to approach, violent tremors rippled through the water, accompanied by the faint hum of machinery in the distance. What's going on? Lin spun alertly and saw a massive gate suddenly open in the seabed nearby. Several underwater mechs emerged, rapidly approaching the coral forest. Damn it! The Cherry Blossom Nation actually built a secret base underwater? And they have this kind of high-tech submersible mecha? Lin squinted to get a better look. These mechs bore a striking resemblance to deep-sea squids, with 8 mechanical tentacles moving nimbly as they swam. An operator sat inside the central pod. Each mech was equipped with torpedo launchers and underwater laser cannons, looking like they packed serious firepower. I was just wondering where to find practice targets. Well, here they come, right to me. Instead of retreating, Lin advanced, swimming directly toward the mechs. Unidentified intruder detected ahead, the operator inside the mech shouted. All units, prepare to engage. Breath of the Candle Dragon. Lin gave them no chance to prepare, unleashing a thick golden breath that struck the foremost mech, piercing straight through its core compartment. Boom! The underwater explosion instantly disintegrated the mech, scattering its components in all directions. Defeated level 35 underwater mech gained 1000 EXP. That was way too fragile. Lin exclaimed in surprise. Looks intimidating, but it's basically made of paper? The remaining mechs scattered upon witnessing this, forming an encircling formation while unleashing wave after wave of small torpedoes. Trivial tricks. Lin drew the Azure Sea Tideborn sword. Its blade emitted a faint blue glow in the water, instantly commanding the surrounding currents to form a water shield that effortlessly deflected all the torpedoes. Water Dragon Bind. He swung his sword, causing seawater to coalesce into several water dragons. Each dragon coiled around a different mech, tightening its grip until the metal exoskeletons began to warp and shatter. What kind of power is this? The mech pilot screamed in terror. Quick! Report to headquarters. A psychic has infiltrated. Lin sneered coldly, too late. He clenched his fist violently, causing the water dragon to contract simultaneously. All the mechs were instantly crushed into a heap of scrap metal. The operators were forced to eject, but before they could swim far, Lin captured them one by one. Defeated 7 level 35 underwater mechs. Gained 7000 EXP. Ding. Experience points maxed. Level up, 1112. Ding. Acquired 5 skill points. Whoa, not bad, 7000 EXP in one go, leveled up instantly. Lin grinned with satisfaction, swiftly allocating his skill points. Allocate 5 skill points. Water Dragon's Might LV.1 LV.3 Water Element Control Range plus 100%, cost 20%. Emerald Sea Tide LV.1 LV.3 Power plus 40%, cost 30%. True Form of the Candle Dragon LV.5 LV.6 Duration 18 minutes 25 minutes. Perfect. Maxed out my water abilities. The mech pilots captured by Lin were terrified. One pleaded in fluent Chinese, "Spare us, sir. We were just following orders." Chapter 53, Mecha Breach Enemy Camp, Battle breaks out beneath the sea. Speak. What is this place? Why did Sakura Nation build a base here? Lin Yi demanded. This is the base for the Deep-Sea Dragon Project, the man answered tremulously. 3 years ago, we detected peculiar energy fluctuations in these waters, supposedly linked to the dragons of ancient mythology. Sakura Nation's high command immediately approved establishing this secret base to study and harness that energy. Oh? How's the research progressing? So far, we've only discovered this golden coral forest. It seems to contain some kind of special energy, but we can't extract it. Recently, the base has increased its investment, preparing to use large-scale equipment to harvest the entire coral forest directly. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Have you lost your minds? This coral forest is the ceiling point for the Yinglong. Wrecking it recklessly will cause a major disaster. Yinglong? The operator looked utterly bewildered. What Yinglong? Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Where is your base? What kind of defenses do you have? The operator hesitated, but under Lin Yi's imposing presence, he confessed, the base is on the eastern seabed of Coral Island, connected to the island facilities via an underwater tunnel. It has 3 levels, the first houses mecha maintenance bays and supply storage, the second holds research facilities, and the third contains the core control room and power plant. Defenses consist of 30 underwater mechs, 20 special forces operatives, and the base commander Lord Kitano, the Water Shadow. Water Shadow? Lin Yi perked up. What's his background? Lord Kitano is the final disciple of Sakura Nation's legendary practitioner, the Water God. He wields formidable water-based abilities, rumored to have reached a staggering level 50. Level 50? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Interesting. But trying to battle me with water-based abilities in the ocean? That's practically suicide. He bound the operators together, intending to send them to the research vessel for Wang Gang to handle, but suddenly thought of a better plan. Is the mech still operational? The operator nodded. You didn't damage the cockpit's core systems. It should still be operable. Good. Teach me how to use it. That way, I can drive straight into your base without anyone noticing. The operator turned pale with fear. But, cut the crap. Teach me or not. If you don't, I'll sink all of you. Lin Yi threatened. I'll teach you. Under the operator's guidance, Lin Yi quickly mastered the mech's basic controls. He handed several operators over to agents who had rushed to the scene for backup, then boldly piloted the captured mech toward Sakura Nation's undersea base. Should we just wipe out this base in one go? Lin Yi stroked his chin. Consider it payback for Sakura Nation, let them see the consequences of trespassing on China's divine seal site. A cold smile curled his lips as he steered the mech straight toward the base's entrance. As he neared the entrance, a blue protective shield blocked his path. 2 guards questioned him at the gate. Unit T9, why have you returned early? Is the mission complete? Lin Yi responded with the code phrase taught by the operator, encountered unknown energy fluctuations. Returning to report the situation. The guards looked skeptical. Password? The Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, the hidden dragon dwells in the depths. Lin Yi answered calmly. The guards nodded. Proceed. The protective shield opened a gap, and Lin Yi piloted his mech silently into Sakura Nation's secret undersea base. The interior was grand and spectacular, brimming with cutting-edge technology. A massive central hall connected various functional zones, bustling with staff moving about in a flurry of activity. Wow, this isn't some research facility, it's a military fortress. Lin Yi marveled silently as he piloted his mech deeper into the complex. Following the route map provided by the operator, he headed straight for the core control room at the base's deepest level. That chamber housed not only the base's main control system but also the energy center, the very lifeblood of the entire facility. Since I'm here, I might as well blow this place to smithereens, Lin Yi thought to himself. That'll stop them from messing with the Yinglong seal. Just as he was about to reach the core zone, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from ahead. Who dares intrude upon Sakura Nation's deep-sea dragon base? A stern voice boomed. A middle-aged man dressed in an ornate kimono and wielding a crystal-tipped staff blocked the passageway. The staff pointed toward Lin Yi's mecha, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Well, if it isn't the renowned Water Shadow, Kitano. Long admired your reputation. Lin Yi opened the mecha's hatch and emerged with a cheerful grin. A Chinese? Kitano froze, his expression darkening instantly. Who are you? How dare you control our mecha? Lin Yi stretched lazily. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I'm not happy with what you're doing here. The Yinglong ceiling point isn't something you can just tamper with. Yinglong? Kitano's eyes narrowed. So that's it, you're the heir to the Candle Dragon's bloodline. Seems I'm quite famous, Lin Yi chuckled. What's that? Ready to challenge me? Kitano sneered coldly. You're a young upstart who doesn't know his place. I've spent 40 years mastering water element abilities. How dare you, a greenhorn who just awakened, talk about water in front of me? Is that so? Lin Yi slowly drew the emerald sea tide rising sword. Then let's see. Arrogant. Witness my water prison bind. Kitano swung his crystal staff, causing water molecules in the surrounding air to instantly condense into a water prison, trapping Linny inside. Humph, child's play. Linny waved his hand lightly, and the water prison instantly dissipated, transforming into several small water dragons that coiled around him. What? Kitano's face twisted in shock. How could you break my water prison? I told you trying to fight me in water? You're nowhere near my level, Linny sneered. You control water. I control dragons. That's the difference. Arrogant brat. Taste my fury. Water dragon blast. Bain roared furiously as his crystal staff unleashed dozens of water dragon projectiles. Each carried immense force, hurtling straight toward Linny. Linny stood motionless. With a light flick of his emerald sea-tide rising sword, the water dragon projectiles froze mid-air, then reversed direction, rebounding toward Kitano. Impossible. Kitano scrambled to dodge, but several blasts still struck him, sending him staggering backward. My turn, Linny chuckled. Water dragon power, azure sea-tide. The blue sea-tide rising sword blazed with brilliant blue light. Water molecules throughout the entire base began violently vibrating. Water surged from all directions toward Linny, coalescing around him into a vivid, lifelike water dragon. The water dragon reared its head and roared, opening its mouth to lunge at Bayo. Water shield. Kitano hastily raised a water shield, but the dragon's bite shattered it instantly. Kitano was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall and spitting blood. This can't be. Bayo struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm a level 50 professional. Oh, right. Forgot to mention, Linny said slowly. I just acquired the power of the water dragon from the Dragon King of the East Sea. In water, I am God. The Dragon King of the East Sea? Kitano's eyes widened. That's just a mythical legend. Chapter 54 Base Self-Destruction, Yinglong emerges. Myths are real, just like the Yinglong. Linny closed in on Kitano. Now, tell me where your energy center is. Kitano clenched his teeth. No way. I'd rather die than betray Sakura Nation. Tough guy. Linny seized Kitano's throat. Then I'll find it myself. Life or death judgment. Kitano's body instantly stiffened, immobilized, his eyes filled with terror. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Linny smiled faintly. But next time we meet, I won't be so polite. With that, Linny struck the back of Kitano's neck with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. Defeated level 50s rank professional, gained 8,000 EXP. Awesome. 8,000 EXP in one go. Linny clapped his hands in satisfaction. That guy Kitano really had some skills. Too bad he ran into me, the one with the cheat code. After defeating Baiyang, Linny followed the base's signage and quickly located the energy center. It was a vast circular chamber, its center dominated by a glowing blue energy core surrounded by intricate instruments. This energy core. Wait, isn't this energy extracted from golden coral? Linny realized with shock. These bastards are actually sabotaging the Yinglong seal points. He swiftly scanned the core control panel and spotted a red button labeled Emergency Destruction. What's this about? A self-destruct mechanism prepared to prevent the base from being discovered? Linny chuckled darkly. Then I'll grant your wish. He reached out and pressed the red button. Instantly, the entire base erupted in alarms as a mechanical female voice blared. Warning! Warning! Self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Energy core will overload and detonate in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. Holy, run faster. Linny took off running. Along the way, Japanese staff and agents were frantically fleeing the base, paying him no attention. Breaking through the base gates, Linny swam frantically toward the horizon. Barely 200 meters out, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The seabed shook violently as a massive shockwave hurled him backward. Boom! A massive column of water shot skyward from the sea, causing the entire coral island to shake violently. Most of the facilities at the Sakura Nation's research base on the island collapsed and caved in. On the research vessel, Wang Gang and the others watched the scene unfold, stunned into silence. This was Mr. Lin's doing, a special agent stammered. Wang Gang gave a wry smile. Probably. That guy never plays by the rules. Half an hour later, Linny swam back to the research vessel and stepped onto the deck with an air of ease. Mission accomplished, he declared, flashing Wang Gang AV sign. Sakura Nation's secret base is history, and the Yinglong sealing point has been cleared. Wang Gang was at a loss for words. Do you have any idea how much chaos you've caused? The entire international waters are in an uproar. Satellites from every country captured the explosions. Who cares? No one knows it was me anyway. Linny shrugged. Right, next I'm heading to the Yinglong sealing site. You guys wait here for me. What? You're going back down? Wang Gang gasped. That place is a complete mess right now. Relax, the explosion didn't affect the Yinglong seal site. It actually cleaned up the mess Japan left behind. Linny patted Wang Gang on the shoulder. Wait for my good news. With that, he dove back into the ocean, swimming toward the golden coral forest. This time, without any obstacles, Linny easily reached the circular platform at the center of the coral forest. The guidance stone now glowed as brightly as the sun, radiating dazzling golden light. Finally, I can focus on breaking the seal. Linny retrieved the guidance stone and carefully placed it into the recess at the platform's center. In an instant, golden light radiated out, illuminating the entire coral forest. A powerful energy fluctuation surged forth from the center of the platform. The Yinglong seal is about to be broken. After the guiding stone was placed in the groove, the entire coral forest erupted in golden light, and a peculiar energy fluctuation swept through the surroundings. The ancient runes on the platform lit up one after another, forming a complex energy circuit. Linny held his breath, staring intently at the unfolding changes. The golden corals seemed to come alive, swaying gently as they emitted sparks of golden light that converged toward the platform's center. Boom! A thunderous rumble erupted from the depths, shaking the entire sea. A golden pillar of light shot skyward from the platform, piercing the ocean surface. Simultaneously, the sky rapidly darkened with storm clouds, fierce winds howled, and lightning darted like serpents through the clouds. A rare maritime thunderstorm had abruptly formed. Is this the power of the Yinglong? Commanding wind and thunder? Lin marveled. The pillar of light on the platform grew thicker and thicker, its golden glow gradually revealing the outline of a colossal dragon. This dragon possessed a unique form: deer antlers, a lion's mane, a serpent's body, and eagle's talons, a stark departure from traditional dragon depictions. The guidance stone began to vibrate violently, and Linny felt a powerful consciousness sweep over his entire body. Who has broken my seal? A commanding voice echoed within Linny's mind. I am Linny, heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline. Linny replied respectfully. The Candle Dragon bloodline? The voice sounded slightly surprised. 300 years. Has the Candle Dragon's bloodline finally awakened? The dragon's silhouette within the golden light grew increasingly distinct, finally coalescing into the ethereal form of a true colossal dragon, suspended before Linny. Its body stretched over 10 meters long, its entire form shimmering with golden scales. A pair of antlers crowned its head, coiled with lightning, while mist swirled around it, lending an air of mystery and majesty. Indeed. I come at the Candle Dragon's command to seek out and release the seals binding the divine beings of Huaxia, Linny declared. The dragon's phantom circled Linny once, as if appraising him. Indeed, the essence of the Candle Dragon resides within you. And it seemed to have discovered something. The water power of the Dragon King of the East Sea? It appears you have already found the old Dragon King. Yes, I just returned from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea a few days ago and obtained the Dragon King's water dragon power. Interesting, Yinglong nodded. Since you bear the power of both the Candle Dragon and the Dragon King, it is indeed fitting that you break my seal. Linny asked curiously, Elder Yinglong, are you the legendary divine dragon who commands wind and rain? Indeed. A hint of pride tinged Yinglong's voice. I command the forces of wind and thunder, ruling over the weather. Had the Western deities not ambushed me back then, how could I have been sealed here? Linny realized with a flash of understanding, no wonder the land of cherry blossoms built their base here. They intended to harness your power. Oomph. Insignificant ants daring to covet divine power? Yinglong sneered. Still, I must thank you, young one. Not only did you break my seal, but you also cleared away those troublesome pests. My pleasure, Linny smiled. What is your current state, Elder? Can you restore your true form? Chapter 55, The Sea King's arrival unleashes divine might, wind power confronts the enemy. Yinglong's spectral form shook his head. My true body remains dormant. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness. Like the Dragon King, I transformed myself into a dragon ball to preserve my power. The difference is mine split into two halves, the wind ball and the thunder ball. Where are those two dragon balls? The wind orb lies beneath my seal, right beneath this platform. Yinglong pointed at the ground beneath his feet. As for the thunder orb, it was seized by minions of the Western deities and its whereabouts remain unknown. What? Stolen? Linny gasped in shock. Indeed. That is why I can only entrust you with the wind orb now. As for the thunder orb, you must seek it out in time. As Yinglong spoke, a golden orb the size of a tennis ball slowly rose from beneath the platform, its interior swirling with mist-like clouds. Yinglong continued, this wind orb contains a portion of my power. Take it, it will aid you greatly. As for my full awakening, that will require you to find the thunder orb and gather the power of the other deities. Linny respectfully accepted the wind pearl. Thank you, Elder Yinglong. Is there any clue as to the whereabouts of the thunder pearl? When the thunder bead was stolen, I sensed it being taken westward. Over the years, it changed hands several times, and it seems to have finally fallen into the hands of an organization called the Lightning Cult. The Lightning Cult? Linny frowned. I know little of their specifics. You may inquire with Candle Dragon or other deities. But now, I shall impart the power of wind to you as repayment for breaking the seal. The dragon's phantom body radiated brilliant golden light as a powerful energy surged from the wind orb into Linyi's body. A wave of refreshing sensation spread throughout his entire being. The candle dragon bloodline within him seemed stimulated, rapidly merging with this new energy. Ding! Acquired Yinglong's wind power. Bloodline awakening level 92% 95%. Ding! Acquired new skill, Wine Dragon Power active, LV.1, controls wind elements, increases movement speed by 50%. Ding! Acquired new skill, Wind Step passive, LV.1, evasion plus 30%, movement speed plus 20%. Ding! Acquired special ability, Wind's Blessing passive, LV.1, enhances ranged attack accuracy and range. Awesome! Lin Yi felt the new power surging within him, his excitement palpable. Now I can control not only water but wind too. Don't get too excited just yet, Yinglong cautioned. Wind power is only half of my strength. Without thunder power to complement it, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. Moreover, the Western deities won't stand idly by while the Huaxia deities awaken. They'll soon send even stronger forces to deal with you. Lin Yi was confident. No worries. I've already taken care of several groups. Young man, don't be overconfident, Yinglong said sternly. I sense a powerful presence approaching. They must have detected the seal breaking and are coming to stop you. What? Already? Lin Yi gasped in shock. Go now. Take the wind orb and leave this place. Remember, seek the thunder orb, rescue the other deities, and gather their power to confront the West. Yinglong's apparition gradually faded, leaving only his final words, I shall rest within the wind orb. In times of peril, I shall lend you my aid. Lin Yi carefully stowed the wind orb and the guidance stone, feeling the newly acquired wind power within him. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly closing in from the distance. Senior Yinglong was right, the enemy has caught up so quickly. He quickly hid among the coral forests to observe. Soon, several dark figures broke through the water at incredible speed, emanating an aura unlike ordinary humans. 3 of them. Not weak, at least level 45 or higher, Lin Yi silently assessed. The leader wore a black diving suit, his mask barely concealing a sharply defined western face. More striking was the trident gleaming with purple light in his grasp. Ha! Isn't that Eagle's Sea King? Lin Yi recognized the figure. Who'd have thought the big shot himself would show up? Sea King was Eagle's legendary water-type practitioner, over a century old yet formidable in strength. Rumored to be just a step away from reaching Saint Tier, he was renowned internationally. The other 2 were a tall man and woman, both clad in identical gray combat uniforms bearing a lightning bolt emblem on their backs. Members of the Lightning Cult? Lin Yi recalled the organization Yinglong had mentioned earlier. Interesting. Are these guys after the Thunder Pearl? The trio halted before the platform. Sea King inspected its condition, his disappointment palpable. Too late. The seal has already been broken. Mentor, what should we do now? The gray-clad woman asked, her voice tinged with palpable tension. Continue the search, King of the Sea ordered in a deep voice. Yinglong's power is not to be underestimated. We must find its successor as soon as possible. The gray-clad man suddenly exclaimed, Master, someone's here. He pointed toward the coral grove where Lin Yi was hiding, somehow having detected his presence. Damn, that's sharp? Lin Yi cursed under his breath, then stepped out into the open. Well, if it isn't His Excellency the Sea King himself. What brings you to the South Sea for a swim, Eagle-san? The Sea King's expression darkened the moment he saw Lin Yi. It's you! The heir to the Candle Dragon's bloodline. Lin Yi grinned. Wow, am I that famous? Looks like your Eagle Squad intelligence work is pretty solid. So you defeated Brian? Sea King narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you'd already found the Yinglong seal. Your disciple was too weak. He was no match for me, Lin Yi taunted deliberately. What? You want revenge for him? Neptune snorted coldly. Arrogant brat. Brian may be my disciple, but his strength is nothing special. I came here today for the power of the Yinglong. He raised his trident, pointing it at Lin Yi. Hand over the dragon pearl of the Yinglong, and I might consider sparing your life. Lin Yi feigned surprise. Oh my, so direct? No pretense of spouting noble platitudes about world peace or such? No need, the Sea King sneered. We both know each other's purpose. I need the power of the Yinglong. That's all. Well, sorry, but I refuse. Lin Yi assumed a fighting stance. If you want the wind orb, you'll have to get past me first. Arrogant. King Kai roared. Rex, Monica, attack him together. The gray-clad man and woman instantly lunged toward Lin Yi, their movements lightning fast. Just as Lin Yi prepared to dodge, he suddenly felt his body grow incredibly light, as if an invisible force were supporting him. So this is the power of wind? Not bad. Lin Yi leapt lightly, his body floating like a feather as he effortlessly evaded their attacks. Wind chase step. The wind power surged within him, transforming Lin Yi's body into a blur in the water. His speed was astonishingly fast, and in a single flash, he circled around to appear behind the gray-clad man, Rex. Too slow. Lin Yi's fist slammed into Rex's back, sending him flying several meters forward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 56 Wind and Water converge against the Sea King. Rex. Monica, the gray-clad woman, cried out in alarm. Two daggers, flickering with purple lightning, suddenly materialized in her hands. Shadow twin blades. Her speed surged as the daggers traced two violet arcs through the water, stabbing straight for Lin Yi's heart. Oh? An electric ability? No wonder you're from the lightning cult. Lin Yi remained unruffled, clenching his right fist as a golden aura enveloped it, meeting the dagger's head on. Candle Dragon's Breath, Wind Dragon Enhancement. The golden aura fused with wind energy, forming a golden wind blade that effortlessly parried the dual dagger's attack, sending Monica flying back several meters. What? Monica exclaimed in shock. How can you use wind power underwater? That's the power of the Chinese deities, Lin Yi replied with a smug smile. Wind and water complement each other, enhancing one another's might. Seeing this, the Sea King's expression darkened. It seems you've obtained the wind power of the Yinglong. But in water, I am the master. Gripping his trident, he erupted with a powerful blue radiance, causing the entire sea to surge violently. The sea god's wrath. A massive shockwave radiated outward from the Sea King, shattering the surrounding coral forests. Lin Yi felt immense pressure slam into him, sending his body flying backward uncontrollably. This old man, his power is truly extraordinary. Lin Yi steadied himself, drew the azure sea tideborn sword, and unleashed a brilliant blue blow. Emerald sea tide rising, wind dragon empowered. Blue and golden light intertwined along the blade, forming a peculiar azure aura. Lin Yi swung his sword, unleashing a massive waterspout of seawater and air currents that swept toward the Sea King. Oomph, mere trifles. The Sea King swung his trident, instantly dissipating the whirlpool. But in that instant, Lin Yi had already teleported behind him using the wind-chasing step, thrusting the emerald sea tide sword straight toward his back. Watch out! Monica shouted. The Sea King reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body to avoid the vital strike. Yet his shoulder was pierced, instantly staining the sea red with blood. Young man, you do possess some skill, the Sea King hissed through gritted teeth. But don't think this is enough to defeat me. He suddenly roared, Sea God's body. The Sea King's body rapidly swelled, muscles bulging as his skin turned blue. He transformed into a half-human, half-fish monstrosity, his wounds healing at an alarming rate. A transformation skill? Doesn't look too friendly, Lin Yi muttered. The transformed Sea King's power surged. In a flash, he appeared before Lin Yi, sweeping his trident toward him with a deafening roar. Lin Yi blocked hastily, but the immense force still sent him reeling several meters back. Damn, this old man's strength doubled after transforming, Lin Yi shook his numb arm. Looks like I need to take this seriously. He drew a deep breath as the candle dragon bloodline within him resonated with the wind power of the Ying dragon, gathering a powerful surge of energy. True form of the candle dragon. Golden light erupted from Lin Yi's body, and the shadowy form of a golden dragon materialized behind him, radiating supreme majesty. Where wind and water converge, dragon might manifests. The golden dragon silhouette merged with swirling blue and gold light, making it even more dazzling. Lin Yi felt his power surge, his body becoming incredibly light. Is this the true form of the candle dragon? The Sea King visibly startled, but quickly regained his composure. Interesting. The power of a legendary bloodline is truly extraordinary. But you're too green, kid. The two clashed fiercely within the water, each collision sending violent tremors through the sea. Lin Yi moved faster, darting through the water like lightning with the aid of wind power. Yet the Sea King, seasoned and ruthless, landed several near-fatal blows. Rex and Monica weren't idle either, flanking the Sea King to assist in their assault on Lin Yi. Monica's lightning attacks, in particular, spread with astonishing effectiveness in the water, narrowly missing Lin Yi on multiple occasions. This girl's lightning abilities are quite bothersome, Lin Yi thought. But she should know the whereabouts of the thunder bead. Lin Yi resolved to eliminate the two allies first before focusing on the Sea King. He abruptly changed tactics, pointing the emerald sea tide sword at Monica as a water arrow coalesced at its tip. Water Dragon Arrow. Propelled by wind energy, the arrow shot toward Monica at astonishing speed. Unable to dodge in time, she was struck in the abdomen, letting out a cry of pain as her body doubled over. Monica! Rex roared, clasping his hands together. Thunder's Wrath. Intense purple lightning erupted from his entire body, forming an electric net that closed in on Lin Yi. Wind Shield. A shield of air currents materialized before Lin Yi, deflecting most of the electrical strikes. Still, a few sparks pierced through, sending a sharp sting through his body. Oomph, lightning truly is wind's nemesis, Lin Yi grinned. But I've got this too. He swung his hand sharply. Water Prison. The water around Rex suddenly solidified, forming a water prison that trapped him. Under normal circumstances, lightning could easily pierce through a water prison, but Lin Yi's prison was formed using the power of the water dragon. Rex's electrical current was absorbed by the prison, backfiring and electrocuting him instead. Ah! Rex cried out in agony and collapsed unconscious. Rex! You bastard! Monica glared at Lin Yi, forcing herself to ignore her own injuries as she charged forward. Wind Dragon Bind. Linny waved his hand lightly, and a golden whirlwind tightly bound Monica, leaving her unable to move. Just surrender, girl. Tell me where the Thunder Pearl is, and I might consider letting you off. Dream on. Monica gritted her teeth. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Linny moved to strike, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He dodged swiftly as the Sea King's trident whizzed past, grazing his back and leaving a shallow cut. Watch your back, I'm the one you're fighting. King Triton said coldly. Linny touched the wound on his back and chuckled, almost forgot about you, old man. But. He suddenly grabbed the trident, yanking it toward him with a sharp tug. Simultaneously, the emerald sea-tide sword thrust straight toward the Sea King's chest. Is that all you've got? You think you can take me on? The Sea King recoiled in shock, hastily releasing the trident to dodge. But Linny's wind-chasing step followed relentlessly, the sword's edge blazing with golden blue light as it carved a deep gash across the Sea King's chest. Ah! The Sea King cried out in pain as blood stained the sea red. Clutching his chest, he stared at Linny in disbelief. You? How could you be this strong? Linny caught the trident, turning it over in his hand. Not a bad weapon. I'll keep it. As for why I'm so strong. He suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, causing the surrounding seawater to boil, because I possess the bloodline of the Chinese gods, while you are nothing but a fake Sea King nut. The Sea King's face turned ashen. He roared furiously, Wrath of the Sea God. His body rapidly swelled, growing even larger, radiating a dazzling blue light as his wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Final form? Showing your trump card? Linny remained unruffled. Then I won't hold back either. Chapter 57 Interrogating the Sakura Ninja for Intelligence. Oh? Linny raised an eyebrow. So you're here for revenge? Of course. The female ninja suddenly drew a dagger from her sleeve, its tip flickering with an eerie purple glow. This dagger, imbued with the power of the Thunder Pearl, is more than capable of piercing your heart. Lin Yi's heart lurched. What did you say? This dagger is connected to the Thunder Pearl? Poof. A dying man needn't know too much. The female ninja lunged forward with astonishing speed, thrusting the dagger straight at Lin Yi's heart. But Lin Yi was already prepared. He sidestepped while simultaneously forming his right hand into a claw, grabbing her wrist. Half a beat too slow. Lin Yi twisted her wrist with force. The female ninja cried out in pain as the dagger fell to the ground. Yet she refused to concede defeat. Her left hand shot out like lightning, fingers pinched together, aiming for Lin Yi's throat. Trivial tricks. Lin Yi effortlessly parried the strike, simultaneously delivering a karate chop to the female ninja's neck, knocking her unconscious. What a hassle. Just arrived in Eagle Land and already encountering assassins from Cherry Blossom Country. Lin Yi picked up the purple dagger and examined it closely. The blade glowed with a purple aura, its surface engraved with strange runes identical to those on the bullets. This dagger definitely carries the aura of the Thunder Bead, Lin Yi frowned in thought. Seems the land of cherry blossoms and Eagle Nation have some sort of collaboration regarding the Thunder Bead. He stowed the dagger away, then checked the unconscious female ninja. On her person, he found a card bearing the emblem of the Thunder Cult. The Lightning Cult? Them again. The female ninja's presence complicated the situation further. Lin Yi decided to take her away for thorough interrogation. He bound her securely, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and with the wind dragon's power enhancing his movement, leapt lightly from the rooftop to an adjacent building, swiftly departing the scene. He found an abandoned warehouse, secured the female ninja inside, and waited for her to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, he retrieved his communicator and contacted Ghost. Ghost, I'm in trouble. What kind of trouble? Ghost's voice remained composed. A ninja assassin from Sakura Nation, armed with weapons tainted by the Thunder Bead. Silence hung heavy on the line. This is more complicated than I anticipated. It seems Sakura Nation has formed an alliance with Eagle Nation. Are you secure? Safe for now. I captured the assassin and am preparing to interrogate her. Be careful. Sakura Country ninjas undergo special training, they keep their mouths shut. I have ways to make her talk, Lin Yi said confidently. Is tonight's meeting still on? Sure, but change the location to the Red Sandbar at 9 o'clock tonight. Stay safe. The communication cut off. Lin Yi looked at the unconscious female ninja and decided to question her thoroughly about the Thunder Bead and the Lightning Cult once she woke up. Since you've come right to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite. In the abandoned warehouse, the female ninja slowly regained consciousness, finding herself tightly bound to a chair amidst piles of dilapidated boxes and debris. Awake? Lin Yi sat across from her, twirling the purple dagger in his hand. Sleep well, little ninja? The female ninja struggled briefly, only to find the ropes unyielding. She gritted her teeth in fury. You Chinese dog. Kill me if you have the guts. TSK, such a temper. Lin Yi shook his head. I have no interest in killing you. I just want answers. Like, what's the story behind this dagger? The female ninja sneered coldly. Dream on. A ninja of the land of cherry blossoms would rather die than yield. Fine. Tough nut to crack, huh? Lin Yi stood up and walked to the female ninja. But I've got plenty of ways to make you talk. He extended his hand, a strand of golden energy gathering at his fingertips, gently touching the ninja's forehead. Life or death judgment. Her body instantly froze, unable to move, her expression frozen in place. Now, you answer my questions. Simple enough, right? Lin Yi grinned. Don't worry, I won't take your life. Just a little chat. What did you do to me? The female ninja realized in horror that she couldn't control her own body. Just a little trick. First, let me introduce myself. What's your name? Me. Miyamoto Sakura. The female ninja answered involuntarily. Nice name. So, Miss Miyamoto, how did you find me? We had an insider within the Chinese State Security Bureau. Miyamoto Sakura managed to say, clearly struggling against the control of the life or death judgment. Oh? Tell me, who is this mole? I don't know their specific identity, only their codename, Black Crow. Lin Yi frowned. A mole within China? I'll need to inform Director Chen about this. Continue. Why did you attempt to assassinate me? Superiors ordered Sakura Nation to cooperate with Eagle, couldn't let you find the Thunder Pearl. Now this gets interesting. Lin Yi perked up. Tell me about this collaboration. What do you know? Sakura Miyamoto's expression twisted in agony, as if wrestling with a fierce internal battle 3 months ago. Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation signed a secret agreement to jointly research the Thunder Bead to create a superweapon. Who's in charge of this project? For Eagle Nation, General Alexander. For Sakura Nation, Master Kajibu. Master Shadow Dance? The leader of the Shadow Dance squad whose 4 subordinates I eliminated? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes. He's furious. Swore to kill you with his own hands. Let him come find me if he's got the guts. Lin Yi dismissed him with disdain. Back to the lightning orbs. Do you know where they are now? Area 51. Level 3 underground. There's a special lab. Strong energy fluctuations emanate from there. Lin Yi nodded. Then what about your dagger and bullets? Why do they carry the Thunder Pearl's aura? Those are weapons specially crafted by Shadow Dance Master, infused with a fragment of the Thunder Pearl's energy, capable of severing divine bloodlines. I see. Tailor-made for me, huh? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Seems you've done quite the in-depth study on me. We studied all available data on you, knew you possessed the power of the Water Dragon and the Wind Dragon. Then do you know about me taking down the Sea King? Sakura Miyamoto's expression twisted in anguish. We know. That news shocked everyone. The higher-ups at Eagle are in a panic. Ha! Serves them right, Lin Yi roared with laughter. And you think someone who defeated the Sea King could be successfully assassinated by a lowly lackey like you? I was just following orders. Master Shadow Dance said, the purple weapon could counter you. Seems this Shadow Dance Master is a bumbling fool too. Lin Yi clenched his fists. Alright, final question. How much do you know about Area 51's defense systems and layout? Only that, there are 5 underground levels, outer perimeter with electronic surveillance, patrol robots, special forces, and in the core area, an energy shield. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Miyamoto. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. But now you know too much. I can't let you go. Sakura Miyamoto's face drained of color. You're going to kill me? Kill you? That's underestimating me. Lin Yi released the life or death judgment control. I have better plans. Chapter 58 Falcon Pursuit Order. Lin Yi pulled a small vial from his pocket and uncorked it, releasing a faint fragrance. What is this? Miyamoto Sakura asked in terror. Amnesia potion, specially brewed by the Dragon Hall. Drink this and you'll forget the past 3 days. Then you'll return safely to Sakura country, not even remembering why you came to Eagle Island. You can't do this. What? You want me to just dump you in the desert? The wolves there aren't picky eaters, Lin Yi threatened. Sakura Miyamoto bit her lip, then finally bowed her head. I'll drink it. Lin Yi fed the potion to Miyamoto Sakura. Soon, she drifted into a deep, drowsy sleep. Lin Yi untied her bonds, placed an airplane ticket and some cash on her, then carried her to the entrance of a cheap hotel. This way, we avoid alerting the target while ensuring her safe return. Lin Yi clapped his hands. Plus, we've scammed Sakura country out of some travel expenses. Perfect. With Miyamoto Sakura dealt with, Lin Yi checked the time. It was nearly 8:30. He decided to head to the Red Sandbar early to scout the surroundings before the meeting. Tucked away in a Las Vegas alley, the Red Sandbar looked unassuming, yet it bustled with locals coming and going. Lin Yi settled into a corner seat, ordered a beer, and quietly scanned the bar. Through the dragon's eye, he spotted several suspicious figures, a bearded man at the bar constantly scanning the room, a couple in the corner with obvious gun calluses on their hands, and a security guard at the entrance concealing an unusual dagger at his waist. This place isn't what it seems, it's full of hidden dangers, Lin Yi thought, his guard up. At exactly 9 o'clock, a blonde woman in a red dress entered the bar, walked straight to the counter, and ordered a martini. She appeared to be in her early 30s, tall and slender, with an air of refined elegance. Ghost? Linny speculated. Sure enough, after taking a sip of her drink, the woman glanced imperceptibly in Linny's direction, then gave a slight nod, signaling him to approach. Linny carried his glass over to the bar, casually taking a bar stool beside her. "Good evening, beautiful lady," he greeted her in English. "Good evening, traveler," the woman replied in fluent Chinese. "How do you find the night view of Las Vegas?" "Dazzling, but sometimes too noisy," Linny replied according to the code. "I'm Claire, codename Ghost," the woman whispered. "Let's speak English from now on to avoid drawing attention." Linny nodded and switched to English. "How's the situation?" More complicated than anticipated, Claire sipped her drink, lowering her voice. "Defenses at Area 51 have tripled over the past week. Alexander's deployed a special forces unit, and Japan's Shadow Dance has arrived too." "Shadow Dance?" Linny narrowed his eyes. "Looks like the intel was accurate. They really are collaborating." "Exactly. And they've accelerated the experiment schedule. From my observations, they plan to conduct the final experiment in 3 days, attempting to extract all the energy from the lightning orbs." "So soon?" Linny frowned. "What if they succeed?" Claire shook her head. "Based on the intel I intercepted, they intend to convert the Thunder Pearl's energy into a weapon, a controllable thunderstorm bomb. Its effect would be similar to a nuclear bomb, but without radiation, delivering only devastating lightning strikes." "Sounds terrifying," Linny mused. "But as Inglong mentioned, forcibly extracting the Thunder Pearl's energy could cause it to spiral out of control. That outcome would be even more dreadful." "Indeed. Weather anomalies have already begun around Area 51, unexplained thunderstorms, bizarre cloud formations. I suspect the Thunder Pearls are protesting." Linny nodded. "Then we need to act fast. Do you have detailed blueprints of Area 51? Claire pulled a small tablet from her handbag and opened an encrypted file. "This is the most recent layout I could obtain. Area 51 is divided into above-ground and underground sections. The surface area functions as a standard military base, housing barracks, armories, training grounds, and so on. The focus is underground, right?" "Yes, 5 levels underground. Level 1 houses standard labs and administrative offices. Level 2 is the weapons or D-zone. Level 3 holds the energy center and core laboratories. That's where Leju is located. Level 4 is the biological experimentation area. Level 5 is supposedly the alien technology research zone, but I've never been there and have no confirmed intelligence." Linny studied the layout diagram carefully. "What about the security systems?" "Above ground, there are perimeter walls, electric fences, surveillance towers, patrol troops, and drones. Each underground level has its own independent security system, including retinal scans, palm print recognition, and voice passwords. The most troublesome part is that starting from the 3rd level, there are energy shields that are said to be able to withstand any known weapon." "Sounds tough to breach," Linny scratched his head. "Any weak points?" Claire pointed to an area on the diagram. "Here, the ventilation system in the southwest corner is a relatively vulnerable point. Every day at 3 a.m., the system undergoes routine maintenance lasting about 10 minutes, during which the surveillance is temporarily shut down." "That's our entry point," Linny nodded. "Can you get us access passes?" "Basic access passes are possible, but core area clearance is difficult. Unless..." Claire hesitated. "I have a plan, but it's very risky." "Tell me about it." 3 days from now, during the final experiment, Alexander will invite special guests including foreign scientists collaborating with Eagle and military representatives. Sakura Congress will send a scientific delegation, escorted by Shadow Dance. "You mean, we infiltrate?" "Exactly. I can forge credentials to make you part of the Sakura delegation. With your Asian features, a little disguise should get you through." Linny considered it. Feasible, but the risks are indeed substantial. Still, compared to a direct assault, this approach is far more covert. "There's another issue," Claire said gravely. "Once inside, we'll face Alexander and Shadow Dance, 2 formidable opponents plus their men, at least dozens strong. Even with your skills, escaping unscathed would be difficult." "Well..." Linny flashed a mysterious smile. "I have my ways. By the way, since the Sakura Nation delegation is coming, do you know where they'll be staying?" "Yes, the Desert Oasis Hotel. They arrive tomorrow afternoon." "Great, I'd like to give them a welcome ceremony," Linny said with a smirk. "And test my new ability while I'm at it." Claire understood what he meant. "You're going to ambush them? That's far too risky." "Don't worry, I won't tip them off. I just want to borrow their identities for a bit." Just as the two were plotting, the bar door burst open. 6 burly men in plain clothes streamed in, moving swiftly and in perfect coordination, clearly professionally trained. Chapter 59: The Trap at the Luxury Hotel. "Trouble's here," Claire whispered. "Eagle's Falcon Squad specialized in apprehending suspicious foreign spies. Are they after us?" 80% chance. "They've been watching you since you entered the country. Probably got intel from a mole in Sakura Nation." Linny chuckled casually. "Perfect timing. I was just looking for a chance to practice. Watch me take them down." The burly men scanned the bar, their leader pulling out a photo, seemingly comparing it to Linny's appearance. "They recognized me," Linny sighed helplessly. Looks like we're going in hot. Wait. Claire suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand. Follow me. She pulled Lin Yi swiftly past the bar counter and into a hidden side door. This way it's a secret passage to the back alley. The pair sped through the dark passageway, the burly men's shouts and hurried footsteps echoing behind them. They're catching up. Claire cried anxiously. Leave it to me. Lin Yi halted and turned to face the passage entrance. 6 burly men burst in. Their leader bellowed, "Freeze! Homeland Security! You're under arrest." "Sorry, I don't have time to play games with you." Lin Yi swept his hands through the air. Whirlwind. A sudden gale swept through the narrow passageway, causing moisture in the air to rapidly condense into a dense mist. Propelled by the wind, the mist formed a wall of fog that completely blocked the burly men's vision. What the hell? The men panicked. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yi grabbed Claire and sprinted away, quickly bursting out of the passageway into the alley behind. "My car's over there." Claire pointed to a black sedan at the alley entrance. They jumped in, Claire revved the engine, and the car shot out like an arrow released from its bow. In the rearview mirror, several burly men scrambled out the back door, watching the receding car and stomping their feet in frustration. "Ha! Look at those clowns," Lin Yi laughed heartily. Claire, however, wasn't so carefree. "They'll report this to their superiors. Our plan will probably have to change." "Is it really that serious?" "They're just a bunch of low-level thugs." "The problem is they recognized me," Claire said worriedly. "My cover might be blown. If a sleeper agent's identity is exposed, the entire operational network could be compromised." Lin Yi snapped to attention. "Then we need to adjust our plan immediately." "Yes. First, I need to vanish immediately and activate the emergency evacuation protocol," Claire said, biting her lip. "But that means your infiltration plan for Area 51 will lose its inside support." "Don't worry, I have my own ways," Lin Yi reassured her. "Your safety comes first." Claire drove to a secluded parking lot and turned off the engine. "This should be safe for now. I need to contact headquarters to report the situation and request evacuation." She pulled out a specially encrypted phone, dialed a number, exchanged a few rapid sentences in English, then hung up. "Headquarters approved my withdrawal, but they want me to assist you in completing the mission as much as possible before leaving," Claire said. "Now, we need a new plan." Lin Yi pondered for a moment. "If the Sakura Nation representative isn't arriving until tomorrow, we should scout the Desert Oasis Hotel tonight. See if we can find anything useful. Feasible. I know that hotel well and am familiar with several concealed entrances." The two restarted the car and headed toward the Desert Oasis Hotel. The Desert Oasis was a luxurious Las Vegas hotel, its exterior gleaming in gold and illuminated by bright lights. Claire parked in the staff lot behind the hotel. "The staff entrance is safest. I have a pass." They slipped into the hotel's kitchen area without incident. Claire pulled out a tablet and pulled up the hotel's floor plan. According to Intel, the Sakura delegation booked rooms 2305 through 2310. They're checking in tomorrow afternoon. All on the 23rd floor? Alright, let's go check it out. Using the staff elevator, they ascended silently to the 23rd floor. It was late at night, and the corridor was deserted. "Housekeeping should have the rooms ready," Claire said, pulling a magnetic card from her bag. "This is a universal key card, it opens any guest room." "You're quite the operative," Lin Yi remarked admiringly. They entered room 2305, a deluxe suite that had been cleaned and prepared for guests. Lin Yi surveyed the room. "Do you have the detailed roster for the Sakura Nation delegation?" Claire shook her head. "Only know there are 6 people, 2 scientists, 3 assistants, and 1 security officer. Led by Shadow Dance, though he won't be staying with the delegation. The security officer is likely their spy planted within the delegation," Lin Yi analyzed. "If I want to infiltrate, I need to neutralize him first. But we don't even know who he is." Lin Yi pondered for a moment. "No problem. Once they arrive tomorrow, I'll find a way to identify him." He began searching the room meticulously, hoping to find some useful clues. "Ha! What's this?" Lin Yi discovered a small device atop the wardrobe. "A miniature listening device." Claire exclaimed in surprise. "Seems we're not the only ones interested in the Sakura Nation delegation. The Eagle side is monitoring them too." "That's actually good news," Lin Yi chuckled. "It means the cooperative relationship between the two countries isn't as solid as it seems." They continued inspecting the other rooms and discovered similar listening devices installed in each one. "Those eagle-eyed bastards," Lin Yi grumbled. "They pretend to cooperate on the surface, but behind the scenes, they still don't trust us." Suddenly, his ears twitched. "Someone's coming." The two quickly hid inside a wardrobe. Moments later, the door opened and 2 men in security uniforms entered. "Check the listening devices," one said in English. "No problem, everything's normal," the other replied. Through the wardrobe crack, Lin Yi watched as they inspected the listening device. "Important guests are arriving tomorrow. Headquarters ordered full surveillance. Those guys from the land of cherry blossoms? Heard their visit is connected to the Area 51 experiments. Keep your mouth shut. That's none of our business." Just do your job. After finishing their inspection, the two quickly left the room. Looks like this place isn't safe, Linny murmured. We should get out of here too. They slipped out of the hotel and returned to Claire's safe house, a small, inconspicuous apartment on the outskirts of town. You can stay here tonight, Claire said. I have to follow evacuation procedures tomorrow, but I'll provide whatever support I can. Lin E nodded. Thanks for your help. By the way, could you get me a set of clothing and credentials for a representative from Sakura Nation? I can try. It'll take some time, though. I'll leave it to you then. Chapter 60 Pass to infiltrate Area 51. Early the next morning, Linny was jolted awake by urgent knocking on the door. Get up. Something's wrong. Claire's voice came from outside the door. Linny jumped out of bed and opened the door. What is it? Claire's expression was grave. The delegation from Sakura country has arrived early, and the numbers don't add up. What do you mean? According to airport surveillance, only 4 people got off the plane, not the 6 originally scheduled. Linny frowned. Someone didn't show up? Or, someone's impersonating a delegation member? Not sure, but something's definitely off. Worse still, Shadowdanes personally went to the airport to meet them. Linny pondered for a moment. Looks like we need to adjust the plan. With Ingwu present, we can't risk direct confrontation. Let's observe the situation first. Claire nodded. I've already dispatched people to monitor the hotel. Also, I got this. She handed Linny a suit and an ID case. Disguise as a Japanese scientist's assistant, complete with credentials. This should help you infiltrate. Perfect. Linny took the gear and examined it carefully. This ID looks incredibly authentic. Of course. We're professionals, Claire replied with a satisfied smile. Just then, Claire's phone rang. She answered it, her expression growing increasingly serious. What's wrong? Linny asked. Bad news. The final experiment at Area 51 has been moved up. It's happening tonight. What? So suddenly? Yes. It seems they detected a threat and decided to accelerate the schedule, Claire said anxiously. The Sakura delegation and Shadow Dance have gone straight to Area 51. They didn't even check into the hotel. Damn it. Linny cursed. This throws the entire plan into chaos. There's another problem, Claire continued. I just received orders to evacuate immediately, without delay. Headquarters suspects a mole leaked the operation plan. Lin E nodded. You go ahead. I'll figure something out. But, don't worry, you know what I'm capable of, Linny said confidently. Besides, the guidance stone will help me sense the Thunder Pearl's location. It'll be fine. Claire hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Here are the detailed coordinates for Area 51 and the latest security protocols. I hope this helps you. Linny took the documents. Wish you a safe journey. Give my regards to Commander Chen when you return. After seeing Claire off, Linny immediately began preparing for the mission. He checked his system panel. System status. Host, Lin E. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 12. Experience points, 12000300000. Attributes, Strength 700, Agility 630, Constitution 710, Spirit 780. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.8, consumes 70 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.6, consumes 150 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control type, LV.6, consumes 200 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.4, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.4, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.6, consumes 330 mana, duration, 25 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.3, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.2, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 180 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.3, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon Scales passive active, LV.3, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing 1 lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.3, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 400 spirit. Power of the Water Dragon active, LV.3, manipulates water elements, combat effectiveness doubles in water. Tide of the Azure Sea active, LV.3, channels the power of ocean tides, consumes 350 spirit. Wind Dragon's Might active, LV.2, manipulates wind elements, increases movement speed by 70%. Windstep passive, LV.2, evasion plus 45%, movement speed plus 30%. Wind's Blessing passive, LV.1, enhances ranged attack accuracy and range. Whirlwind of Clouds active, LV.1, Water Wind Fusion skill. Controls water vapor to form clouds for offense and defense. Consumes 400 spirit. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, sacrifice self. Special item. Dragon Soul Guide Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon seal. Candle Dragon Scale S rank can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Dragon Pearl of the East CSS grade contains the Dragon Essence of Ao Guang. Dragon King of the East Sea grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Emerald Sea Tideborn Sword S+ grade Dragon King of the East Sea's personal blade amplifies water elemental skills by 40%. Dragon King Scale Grade A summons Dragon Palace Messengers. Wind Orb SS grade half of the Yinglong Dragon Pearl imbued with wind power. Triton's Triton S rank boosts water type skills by 30%, forms a set effect with the Tide Rising Sword. Bloodline Awakening 96%. My strength is decent enough to handle Area 51's guards, Linny muttered to himself. Now it's just a matter of getting my hands on an access pass. He decided to head to the Desert Oasis Hotel to see if he could find any useful clues. Although the Sakura Nation delegation wasn't staying there, the hotel might still hold some information. Upon arriving at the hotel, Linny used the stealth capabilities of the shadow dance technique to quietly infiltrate the staff area and locate the baggage department. The delegation's luggage should have arrived by now, Linny thought as he began scanning the luggage tags. Sure enough, tucked away in a corner, he spotted several suitcases bearing the Sakura Nation emblem. The tags read Scientific Delegation. Ha, pretty lucky. Linny swiftly opened one of the suitcases. Inside was a formal suit and some documents. After rummaging for a moment, he finally found a temporary pass for Area 51. Bingo! Now I have a way in. Just as Linny was about to leave, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He quickly ducked behind a row of luggage racks. 2 security guards entered, pointing at the luggage. These are the ones for the delegation from Sakura Country, one said. Strange. Didn't they go straight to the base? Why are their bags here, the other asked. Who knows? Maybe some special arrangement. Anyway, according to the plan, these bags will be delivered to Area 51 by special transport tomorrow. Got it. By the way, heard tonight's experiment is important? Shoo, keep your mouth shut. Our job is just to watch these bags. With that, the 2 locked the luggage room door and departed. Linny emerged from his hiding spot and chuckled. That really helped. Now that I know the luggage won't arrive until tomorrow, I can sneak in tonight. He grabbed his access pass and some potentially useful documents, quietly slipped out of the hotel, and began preparing for his mission to Area 51. At 8 p.m., Linny drove a rented SUV toward Area 51. Hopefully, I can get the Thunder Pearl tonight. Linny gripped the steering wheel tightly. Shadow Dance, Alexander, here I come. Chapter 61 Infiltrating Area 51, the Thunder Pearl lies within. The desert night was unexpectedly cold, the stars blazing brightly, the moonlight like water. Linny raced the SUV along the desolate highway. The GPS indicated Area 51 was within reach. According to Ghost's intel, the first checkpoint is 5 kilometers ahead, Linny muttered to himself. Hope this pass works. He pulled over, changed into the suit of a Japanese scientist's assistant he'd found in the trunk, slipped on glasses, and tweaked his hairstyle slightly to look like a proper scholar. Can't believe I'm actually wearing a badge now, Linny muttered while adjusting his tie in the rearview mirror. Hope those eagle-eyed guys aren't too nitpicky. Continuing onward, a checkpoint indeed appeared in the distance, brightly lit. Several fully armed soldiers were inspecting passing vehicles, though there were almost no other cars on the road at that moment. Linny took a deep breath and slowly approached the checkpoint. A soldier raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Good evening, sir. May I see your credentials? The soldier said in standard English. Linny handed over the pass he'd found in the Cherry Blossom Nation's luggage, trying to stay calm. The soldier examined the document carefully, scanned it with some device, then saluted. Assistant Mickey, good evening. Are you a member of the Sakura Nation's scientific delegation? Yes, Linny replied in accented English. I left some documents at the hotel and had to return to retrieve them. I'm rushing back to participate in the experiment. The soldier nodded. Understood. However, per protocol, I must verify your identity. Who is your superior? Linny recalled the name from the documents, Professor Yamada, head of the High Energy Physics Institute. Correct. The soldier saluted again. Wishing you a successful experiment tonight. Proceed straight down this road. Someone will guide you once you reach the main gate. The barrier lifted. Linny breathed a sigh of relief and drove through the checkpoint. First hurdle cleared, but it'll only get tougher from here. Sure enough, security at the main base entrance was even stricter. After getting out of the car, Linny was required to pass through a metal detector, and his luggage underwent an X-ray scan. This is trouble, I'm carrying so many artifacts, Linny murmured with concern. An officer in military uniform approached him, Assistant Samu? Follow me. You'll be using the special. Linny was secretly surprised but maintained his composure outwardly. Thank you. The officer led him past the regular security area into a small room. Members of the Sakura Nation delegation may use the VIP lane and skip routine checks. Please show me your passport. Linny handed over the passport he'd retrieved from his suitcase, his heart pounding. This is it. I'm busted. Yet the official merely glanced at it briefly before returning it. No problem. Professor Yamada is already waiting for you in the lab. I'll take you there. This is going too smoothly, it's actually making me nervous, Lin thought as he followed the official into the base, his guard up. The interior of Area 51 was far more modern than he'd imagined. White corridors, bright lighting, everything about it screamed high-tech research facility, a stark contrast to the alien research base image circulating in rumors. The official guided Lin to an elevator that descended directly to the third underground level. Preparations for the experiment have already begun. Your timing is perfect, the official stated. General Alexander and Master Kajibu of Sakura Nation are both present. Lin nodded, his heart racing. He was about to face two formidable opponents, especially Shadow Dance, with whom he had unfinished business. If recognized, trouble would ensue. The elevator doors opened to reveal a vast circular laboratory. At its center, a transparent energy dome held a suspended purple sphere, the very Thunder Pearl. Surrounding it stood over a dozen scientists in white lab coats and several representatives from Sakura Nation, gathered around a complex instrument, deep in discussion. Lin discreetly activated the candle dragon's eye, scanning the area carefully. He identified two key figures, a tall, silver-haired Western man in military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, General Alexander, and a stern-faced middle-aged man in black kimono, a short sword tucked at his waist, undoubtedly Master Shadow Dance. The guide stone is reacting to the Thunder Pearl. This is definitely what I'm looking for, Lin murmured, feeling the faint vibration of the stone in his pocket. I need to figure out a way to get closer to it. The official led Lin to a middle-aged man in a white lab coat from Sakura Country. Professor Yamada, Assistant Mickey, has arrived. The man turned his head, scrutinizing Lin from head to toe. A puzzled expression crossed his face. Mickey? I don't recall anyone by that name in the delegation. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I'm busted. The official froze in shock, but he has a pass and passport, and passed identity verification. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, General Alexander approached. What's the matter, Professor Yamada? Is there a problem? Yamada stammered, this gentleman claims to be my assistant, but I don't recognize him. Alexander's gaze shifted to Lin, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Oh? How interesting. Sir, who exactly are you? Knowing his cover was blown, Lin decided to reveal his true identity outright. In that case, I'll stop pretending. I'm here to retrieve the Thunder Pearl. It belongs to China's Yinglong. The Yinglong's heir? Alexander didn't seem particularly surprised, instead flashing a faint smile. I knew you'd come sooner or later. I just didn't expect you to infiltrate Area 51 so effortlessly. Master Shadowdane spun around instantly, fixing Lin with a fierce glare. It's you! The heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline. You bastard who killed my men. Lin grinned. Oh, Shadow Dance Master? Pleased to finally meet you. Your minions are pretty weak. Hope you're not as fragile as they are. Insolent brat. Shadow Dance Master roared, his hand already on the dagger at his waist. Alexander reached out to stop him. Calm down, Shadow Dance. Since our guest has arrived, we should treat him properly. He turned to Lin, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Mr. Lin, is that correct? We've actually been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Lin grew wary. What do you mean? It's simple, Alexander said casually. The Thunder Pearl is the source of the dragon's power. We can study it, but we cannot fully harness it. Only the heir to the dragon's bloodline can truly activate its full power. Lin's eyes widened in realization. So you deliberately spread rumors to lure me here? Exactly, Alexander chuckled smugly. The pass, the identity verification, all traps meticulously laid out, just waiting for you to walk right into them. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. The Shadow Dance Master sneered coldly. Don't think that just because you took out Katano in the South China Sea, you can run rampant here. This is Area 51, our turf. Lin scanned the room and saw the laboratory entrance now filled with fully armed soldiers, each wielding a peculiar purple weapon. Those weapons, are they powered by lightning pearl energy? Lin frowned. Smart. Alexander nodded approvingly. This is our preliminary achievement, the lightning energy rifle. Though its power is limited, it's highly effective against bloodline inheritors like you. Lin sneered coldly. Is that so? Let's see how well it works. He leapt forward, charging straight at the central energy shield. Chapter 62 Dragon Balls fused, wind and thunder of the same origin. Stop him. Alexander shouted. Soldiers immediately opened fire, purple energy beams raining down on Lin. Wind chase step. Lin's figure blurred instantly, moving at astonishing speed as he effortlessly dodged the first wave of attacks. So fast. Professor Yamada gasped. Lin charged toward the energy shield, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. He slammed his fist into it, sending out a ripple that barely disturbed the surface. The barrier remained intact. Don't waste your effort, Alexander remarked casually. That energy shield is powered by Thunder Pearl energy. Ordinary attacks won't break it. Lin refused to give up, attempting several more attacks, all ending in futility. Ha 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 ha. Look at this overconfident fool. Master Shadowdane sneered. Now, it's our turn to act. He tore off his kimono to reveal the combat suit beneath, his entire aura instantly sharpening. Shadow Dance Phantom Step. Master Shadow Dance's figure suddenly split into three, charging at Lin Yi from different directions with lightning speed. 3 short blades had appeared in his hands at some point. That move's pretty cool, Lin Yi remarked admiringly, reacting swiftly. But... Whirlwind Sweep. The air inside the lab instantly grew humid. Countless water molecules condensed under Lin Yi's control into a dense mist. Propelled by the force of wind, it coalesced into a swirling wall of mist, enveloping all 3 of Shadow Dance Master's forms. What? The Shadow Dance Master's assault halted abruptly. What kind of power is this? Lin Yi seized the moment, drawing the emerald sea-tide rising sword concealed within his suit. Let me show you the might of the Chinese deities. The blade's edge sliced through the air, unleashing a water dragon from its tip that struck directly at Shadow Dance Master. He barely dodged, but the dragon grazed his shoulder, causing blood to gush forth. Ah! Shadow Dance Master cried out in pain. You bastard! Seeing this, Alexander lost his composure. He drew a gun with a purple glow from his waist. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a thick purple lightning bolt from the barrel, hurtling straight toward Lin Yi. Candle Dragon Scales. Golden scales instantly erupted across Lin Yi's body, blocking the purple lightning strike. The sheer force of the impact still sent him staggering back several steps. Ouch, Lin Yi grimaced. Seems this lightning orb's power does have some effect on me. Alexander grinned triumphantly. Of course. The Thunder Pearl is the source of the Yinglong's power and its weakness. Without it, the Yinglong's wind abilities can't reach their full potential. Lin Yi calculated silently. I must find a way to seize the Thunder Pearl, or I'll be stuck in a grueling battle here. He resolved to unleash his ultimate move, true form of the Candle Dragon. In an instant, golden light erupted. A colossal golden dragon's silhouette materialized behind Lin Yi, illuminating the entire laboratory. This is the power of the Candle Dragon. Alexander's eyes widened. It's magnificent. In the true form of the Candle Dragon, Lin Yi's strength and speed surged dramatically. He raised the emerald sea-tide rising sword, channeling all his spiritual energy. Breath of the Candle Dragon, water and wind unite. Golden breath erupted from the sword tip, infused with the power of water and wind. It coalesced into a golden blue energy dragon, charging straight toward the energy shield. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, causing the energy shield to violently tremble as fine cracks appeared across its surface. Impossible! Alexander exclaimed. That's an enhanced energy shield. Lin Yi didn't halt his attack. He charged forward, gripping his sword with both hands, and thrust it once more at the same spot on the energy shield. Break! Crack! The energy shield finally shattered, revealing the suspended lightning orb within. Lin Yi reached out to grab it, but a purple whip coiled around his arm. Don't even think about it, roared Shadow Dance Master, whipping a long purple whip formed from condensed lightning energy. Simultaneously, Alexander drew a long sword radiating purple light and attacked Lin Yi from the other side. 2 against 1? That's not fair, Lin Yi grumbled, rapidly formulating a counter. He suddenly yanked his arm, still bound by the purple whip, using the immense force to pull Shadow Dance toward him while sidestepping Alexander's sword strike. Take that back! Lin Yi delivered a kick to the Shadow Dance Master, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him flying, knocking over several soldiers in his path. Seizing the momentum, he rolled to evade Alexander's second strike and reached the Thunder Orb. Finally mine! He seized the Thunder Orb, and a familiar, potent energy surged into his body, resonating with the Wind Orb within him. Ding! Acquired Thunder Orb, half of the Dragon Pearl of Yinglong, containing the power of thunder. Ding! Thunder Orb resonates with Wind Orb. New skill acquired, Thunder Dragon Power Active, LV.1, controls lightning elements, increases attack power by 50%. Ding! Acquired new skill, Thunderous Might Active, LV.1, summons thunder to strike enemies, consumes 400 spirit power. Ding! Bloodline Awakening progression, 95% 99%. This feeling is incredible. Lin Yi felt the surging new energy within him. Wind and thunder united. Only now have I truly mastered the power of the Yinglong. Alexander's face paled at the sight. No! The Thunder Orb is ours. He raised his purple blowing longsword and roared, Wrath of the Thunder God. Purple light blazed from the blade as a violet thunder dragon shot from its tip, lunging toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unflustered, clutching the Thunder Orb as the power of the Thunder Dragon within him activated naturally. Thunderous Might! He pointed his finger, and a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Alexander's purple Thunder Dragon head-on. The collision caused the two energies to explode mid-air, shaking the entire laboratory to its foundations. How is this possible? Alexander exclaimed in disbelief. You've only just obtained the Thunder Orb. How could you already wield its power so skillfully? Lin Yi flashed a confident smile. Because this is the power of the Yinglong itself, and I am the chosen heir of the Yinglong. The golden light radiating from his body grew ever brighter, while the illusory figure of the Candle Dragon behind him solidified. More astonishingly, the candle dragon's form began to shift. Antlers sprouted from its head, and its scales shimmered with dual hues of gold and blue, increasingly resembling the true form of the Ing dragon. Wind and thunder dance. Linny roared, unleashing a sudden whirlwind around him. Countless tiny lightning bolts darted through the vortex, forming a terrifying storm. Centered on Linny, the tempest rapidly expanded outward. Run! Alexander yelled, turning to flee. The Shadow Dance Master, too preoccupied to seek revenge, scrambled toward the exit. The soldiers descended into utter chaos, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire laboratory was left with only Linny standing amidst the wreckage. The surrounding equipment lay shattered and destroyed by the storm, leaving nothing but chaos. Ha, so weak? Linny sighed in disappointment. I thought I'd get to practice my new moves a bit more. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air from afar. Intruder alert! All personnel, stand by. Repeat, intruder alert. Chapter 63. Breaking through the siege with thunderous force. Linny knew big trouble was coming. The entire Area 5-1 defense system would activate, and thousands of soldiers and special forces would soon surround the place. Best to retreat now and practice the new skill properly later. He placed the thunder orb and wind orb together. The two orbs instantly fused, transforming into a single, complete dragon orb of gold and purple. Ding! Wind orb and thunder orb have fused, forming a complete Ing-long dragon ball. Ding! Acquired special ability. Wind and thunder share the same source passive, LV.1. Wind and thunder abilities synergize, increasing power by 30%. Got it! Linny carefully stowed the dragon orb away, glancing around. Now how do we get out? The laboratory door was locked tight by the emergency system, surrounded by thick metal walls. There seemed to be no way out. Forget it. If it's a cage, I'll tear it apart. Linny channeled the thunder dragon power within him, his right fist enveloped in a layer of pulsing lightning. Thunder strike! He slammed his fist into the nearest wall, instantly blasting a gaping hole through the metal, revealing the corridor beyond. This thunder power is like a can opener. Linny rejoiced, rushing out through the hole. In the corridor, red warning lights flashed incessantly, and sirens blared repeatedly over the loudspeakers. The sound of marching footsteps approached from the distance. Reinforcements were clearly on their way. Gotta find an exit. Linny activated the candle dragon's eye, carefully scanning his surroundings. There's an emergency exit sign over there. Should lead to the surface. He sprinted toward the sign, only to round a corner and find a squad of fully armed Special Forces soldiers pouring out of the elevator. Target acquired. Fire! The soldiers raised their purple energy rifles, unleashing dozens of violet beams toward Linny. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, Linny charged forward. Moving like lightning, he weaved through the beams. Using the extreme speed of the wind chaser step, he closed the distance in a few strides and stood before the Special Forces. Breath of the Candle Dragon. A golden aura swept out, sending several Special Forces soldiers flying. Seeing the situation turn against them, the remaining soldiers adjusted their tactics, drawing their daggers to prepare for close combat. Thunder Dragon's might. Linny's hands crackled with electricity as he engaged the Special Forces in close combat. Each strike carried thunderous force, rendering their knives and armor as fragile as paper. Too weak. Like training dummies. In less than a minute, the entire squad lay defeated, not a single one left standing. Defeated level 40 Special Forces 15, gained 7500 EXP. Awesome. This XP comes way too easy. Linny was thoroughly satisfied with his haul. He continued along the emergency passageway, encountering several more waves of guards along the way, all of whom he dispatched with ease. Each battle yielded substantial experience points. Finally, Linny reached a door marked emergency exit. It seemed to lead to the surface, but was protected by triple security locks. Trouble, Linny muttered under his breath, about to force the door open when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Don't go, Washia kid. Linny turned to see Shadow Dance Master standing at the end of the corridor. His wounds had been roughly tended to, and he gripped a samurai sword that glowed with a purple light. We're not done yet. Master Shadow Dance gritted out. Oh, here to give me more experience points? Linny teased. You ran off pretty fast earlier. Why are you back now? Enough talk. Master Shadowdance roared, unleashing the Shadowdance thousand-leaf slash. His figure suddenly transformed into a dark shadow, appearing before Linny as if teleported. The samurai sword in his hand, trailing purple lightning, slashed toward Linny's neck. Nice move, Linny praised, swiftly sidestepping the attack. But, too slow. Seizing the moment when the Shadow Dance Master's attack missed and his movements faltered, Linny formed his right hand into a claw, covered in lightning, and lunged straight for the Shadow Dance Master's throat. Thunder Tiger Claw. What? Shadow Dance Master realized with horror that he couldn't dodge. He could only barely raise his sword to block. The purple-hued katana shattered instantly. Linny's Thunder Tiger Claw pierced through the defense, clamping down viciously on Shadow Dance Master's throat. Gah! Shadow Dance Master let out a pained groan, his eyes bulging and face flushing crimson. Now, Linny said coldly, I'll collect the debt for sending assassins after me. And the blood debt for slaughtering so many of our Chinese compatriots in the South China Sea. Lightning surged from his hands, coursing through the Shadow Dance Master's entire body. The master convulsed violently before finally collapsing unconscious. Linny did not take his life, but instead slammed him hard onto the ground. You're getting off easy. Go back and tell your Cherry Blossom country's master to stop provoking China. Otherwise, next time it won't be just a little flesh pain. Defeated level 55 S rank professional, gain 9000 EXP. Ding. Experience points maxed. Level up, 1213. Ding. Acquired 5 skill points. Awesome. Leveled up. Linny rejoiced, quickly allocating his skill points. Allocated 5 skill points. Thunder Dragon Power, LV.1 LV.3 Thunder Element Control Range plus 60%, attack bonus increased to 70%. Thunderous Might, LV.1 LV.2 Area of Effect plus 30%, mana cost reduced to 350. Wind and Thunder's Origin, LV.1 LV.2 Bonus Effect increased to 40%. Having dealt with the Shadow Dance Master, Linny turned toward the emergency exit door, determined to finish this quickly. He pointed his finger at the door, and a massive bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, shattering the triple security lock and the door itself into fragments, revealing the staircase leading to the ground floor. This new skill is amazing, it's practically a door-opening tool. Linny couldn't help but exclaim, then sprinted up the stairs. Along the way, he encountered several more waves of guards, but dispatched them all with ease. After a fierce battle, Linny finally reached the surface, facing the perimeter wall of Area 51. The final hurdle. Linny took a deep breath, channeling the Wind Dragon and Thunder Dragon powers within him, preparing to breach the wall in one decisive strike. Suddenly, searchlights on the wall flashed on, blinding beams illuminating the entire area. Dozens of soldiers, weapons drawn, surrounded Linny. Before them, General Alexander stood atop an armored vehicle, megaphone in hand. Mr. Linny, you have nowhere to run. The entire Area 51 is under my control, with all exits heavily guarded, Alexander's voice boomed through the megaphone. Hand over the Yinglong Dragon Ball, and I may spare your life. Linny surveyed his surroundings. He was indeed surrounded by hundreds of soldiers, with armed helicopters circling overhead. The situation looked dire. Quite the spectacle, Linny muttered to himself. But since I've obtained the full power of the Yinglong, this is the perfect chance to test its limits. He closed his eyes, clenched the Yinglong Dragon Ball, and felt the surging power within him. Ancient Yinglong, lend me your strength. Chapter 64 Mission accomplished, Bloodline Awakening. The Dragon Ball suddenly burst into a dazzling golden-purple light, and Linny felt an unprecedented surge of energy flood his entire body. Wind and Thunder God descends. Linny's eyes snapped open as his entire body soared into the air, enveloped in a shimmering golden-purple glow. The sky abruptly darkened with storm clouds, whipped by howling winds and lashed by thunder and lightning. Is this the true power of Yinglong? Alexander stared at the sky in utter shock. Hovering mid-air, Linny bore the imposing silhouette of a golden-purple dragon emerging from his back. Raising his hand, he pointed toward the heavens. Thunder and wind, 1,000-ton might. Instantly, hundreds of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the surrounding soldiers and weapons with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, a hurricane force gale swept through the area, knocking soldiers and horses sprawling to the ground. The walls collapsed under the thunderous bombardment, and Linny seized the opening to charge through the breach. Stop him! Stop him! Alexander screamed hysterically. Several armed helicopters adjusted their angles and opened fire on Linny. Trivial tricks. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind surged upward, hurling the helicopters far away. Every bullet and missile approaching him was blocked by a barrier formed from wind and lightning. With the Yinglong Dragon Ball in my grasp, I am the master of this sky. Propelled by the wind's power, Linny soared into the distance, swiftly vanishing into the night. Alexander stood amidst the ruins, his face dark as storm clouds. Damn you, Chinese brat. You wait. This isn't over. Tens of kilometers away, Linny landed in a desolate valley, releasing his power and gasping for breath. Phew. That move packs a punch, but the cost is terrifying. He glanced at his remaining mental energy, barely a fraction left. It nearly drained me dry. Still, the mission had been flawlessly executed. He'd secured the Yinglong Dragon Ball, taught both Shadow Dance Master and Alexander a lesson, and earned a hefty XP boost, leveling up to 13. This trip to Eagle Island was a total jackpot. Linny stowed the Dragon Ball away with satisfaction. Time to head back to China. Commander Chen must be waiting for good news. He pulled out his communicator and contacted Chen Jimu. Mission accomplished. Dragon Ball secured. Requiring extraction. Well done. Chen Jimu's voice crackled through the device. The evacuation plan is ready. Proceed to the designated coordinates. A special aircraft will be waiting to bring you home. Copy that. Linny looked up at the starry sky, feeling utterly exhilarated. The divine power of China was gradually being restored, and his own strength continued to grow. Where should the next target be? The Kuei ox of the Western Sea, or the black tortoise of the Northern Sea? With this question in mind, Lin Yi headed toward the designated evacuation point. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the private jet arranged by Qin Jimu should already be waiting for him. Sure enough, on the desolate Gobi Desert, Lin Yi spotted a small, unmarked black aircraft from afar. Standing beside it were two people dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, looking like tourists. Looks like the State Security Bureau's pickup crew has arrived. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace toward them. The two men immediately grew alert upon seeing him. After confirming his identity, they swiftly opened the cabin door. Mr. Lin, get on board quickly. We must leave immediately. Area 51 has already dispatched a large search force. Such panic? Surely it can't be that bad, Lin Yi said calmly as he boarded the aircraft. They won't even get a hair's breadth near me. The contact personnel gave a wry smile. You might not realize the scale of the commotion you caused at Area 51. Rumor has it half the base was turned upside down, triggering a minor thunderstorm. General Alexander was so furious he issued a nationwide warrant for your arrest. That's exactly right. They deserve every bit of it. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Let them taste the might of China. After takeoff, Lin Yi finally relaxed, leaning back in his seat to catch his breath. He pulled out the fused Yinglong Dragon Ball and examined it closely. Its surface shimmered with intertwined gold and purple hues, occasionally flashing with lightning-like sparks or rippling softly like wind. The entire orb radiated a heart-stopping aura of immense power. The power of the Yinglong is finally complete, Lin Yi murmured. It feels like unblocking the run and do meridians. Every fiber of my being feels at ease. Taking advantage of the flight time, he opened his system panel to check his latest status. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon disguised as an F-class warrior. Level, 13. Experience points, 40,000. Attributes, Strength 780, Agility 710, Constitution 790, Spirit 850. Skills. Dragon's Breath active, damage dealing, LV.8, consumes 70 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, Control type, LV.6, consumes 150 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, Control type, LV.6, consumes 200 spirit. Undead Domination passive, LV.4, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.4, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.6, consumes 330 mana, duration, 25 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.3, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.2, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 180 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.3, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon's Scales passive active, LV.3, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing one lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.3, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 400 spirit. Water Dragon's Might active, LV.3, manipulates water elements, doubles combat effectiveness in water. Tide of the Azure Sea active, LV.3, channels the power of ocean tides, consumes 350 spirit. Wind Dragon's Might active, LV.3, manipulates wind elements, increases movement speed by 70%. Windstep passive, LV.2, evasion plus 45%, movement speed plus 30%. Wind's Blessing passive, LV.1, enhances ranged attack accuracy and range. Whirlwind of Clouds active, LV.1, water wind fusion skill. Controls water vapor to form clouds for offense and defense. Consumes 400 spirit. Thunder Dragon's Might active, LV.3, manipulates lightning elements, increases attack power by 70%. Thunderous Impact active, LV.2, summons thunderbolts to strike enemies, consumes 350 spirit. Wind and Thunder share the same source passive, LV.2, Wind and Thunder abilities synergize, increasing power by 40%. Descent of Wind and Thunder active, LV.1, temporarily enhances Wind and Thunder attributes, consumes 600 spirit points, lasts 5 minutes. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, sacrifice self. Special item. Dragon Soul Guide Stone unknown level, function, locate and break the Candle Dragon Seal. Candle Dragon Scale S rank, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Dragon Pearl of the East CSS grade, contains the Dragon Essence of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Emerald Sea Tideborn Sword S Plus grade, Dragon King of the East Sea's personal blade, amplifies water elemental skills by 40%. Dragon King Scale Grade A, summons Dragon Palace Messengers. Yinglong Dragon Pearl SSS grade, complete Yinglong Dragon Pearl containing wind and thunder power. Triton's Triton S rank, boosts water type skills by 30%, forms a set effect with the Tide Rising Sword. Bloodline Awakening, 99%. Holy crap, these stats are insane. Lin Yi stared at his attributes and skills, unable to contain his astonishment. 99% Bloodline Awakening, this many skills, and all these divine artifacts? I'm basically a walking nuclear bomb. Chapter 65, The Return of the Yinglong, the Area 51 mission. Especially the newly acquired Wind and Thunder God Descends skill. Though it consumed a lot of energy, its power was astonishing. It had just broken through the encirclement in Area 51. But I'm still 1% short of full awakening. Wonder what else I need, Linny frowned. Probably have to find the power of other deities. After nearly 10 hours in the air, the plane finally touched down at a secret airport near the border of China. Stepping off the plane, Linny spotted Chen Jimu waiting to greet him. Success! Chen Jimu excitedly slapped Linny on the shoulder. Fantastic! Not only did we secure the Yinglong Dragon Pearl, but we also gave Eagle a proper beating. Absolutely perfect. Linny smiled modestly. Just luck. By the way, there's crucial intelligence there might be a mole within China's National Security Bureau, codenamed Black Crow. Chen Jimu's expression darkened. How do you know? Linny briefly recounted capturing Sakura Miyamoto. After listening, Chen Jimu nodded. We're already investigating this. Recent intelligence does show signs of leaks. Rest assured, we'll root out this traitor soon. The two climbed into a black armored vehicle and headed toward the capital. By the way, what's the current international situation? Linny asked. I caused quite a stir at Area 51 this time. How did the Eagle Chant side react? Chen Jimu wore a smug grin. The Eagles have formally lodged a protest with our country, claiming our spies infiltrated their military base and caused significant damage. But they lack concrete evidence and wouldn't dare publicly mention Area 51 or the Thunder Pearl experiment, so they're stuck twiddling their thumbs. Ha! Serves them right. Even better, Japan is scrambling to distance itself after Master Shadow Dancer got seriously injured during your operation. They're claiming they only sent scientists for an observation tour and had no idea what secret experiments the Eagles were conducting. Now the two nations are at each other's throats. This move? This move was a total win. Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud. Killing two birds with one stone, we got the Dragon Balls and sowed discord between the two nations. Chen Jimu chuckled too. Indeed, this mission exceeded expectations. Headquarters has already decided to award you a first-class merit. No need for formalities. It's all part of serving the nation. Linny waved it off. By the way, how's my friend Ghost doing? Did she manage to evacuate safely? Claire has returned safely and is recuperating now. The intelligence and assistance she provided this time were crucial. The higher-ups have also awarded her a commendation. After several hours on the road, the car finally reached the capital. Linny headed straight for the Dragon Hall. He wanted to share the good news with Ouyang Yuan and thoroughly examine the Dragon Ball. Chief Ouyang, I'm back. Linny called out loudly as soon as he entered the Dragon Hall's gates. Ouyang Yuan hurried out to meet him. Seeing Linny unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you're back safely. How did the mission go? Linny produced the Yinglong Dragon Pearl. Ouyang Yuan's eyes widened instantly. This is the complete Yinglong Dragon Pearl? You succeeded? You bet. Linny declared triumphantly. Not only did I obtain the Thunder Orb, but I fused it with the Wind Orb to form a complete Dragon Orb. Ouyang Yuan's hands trembled with excitement. Wonderful. The power of the Huaxia deities is awakening. This is a good omen. Come, let's go to the inner hall and discuss this in detail. The two entered the inner chamber of the Dragon Hall. Ouyang Yuan carefully examined the Yinglong Dragon Ball before asking, after the fusion, did Yinglong show any reaction? Lin Yi nodded. The Yinglong's consciousness did show some fluctuations at the time, lending me power to break through the encirclement of Area 51. But there's been no movement since then. It's probably still recuperating. That makes sense. Like the Candle Dragon, the Yinglong suffered severe injuries during the Great War against the Western deities and requires time to recover, Ouyang Yuan explained. Now that the Dragon Pearl is complete, the Yinglong's power will gradually return. As its successor, you will also gain greater abilities. What should my next step be? Lin Yi asked. Should I seek out the sealing points of Xuanwu or Kueino? Ouyang Yuan pondered briefly. According to ancient texts, the four divine beasts guarded the cardinal directions: Zhulong in the center, Yinglong in the south, Xuanwu in the north, and Kueino in the west. Geographically, Xuanwu in the North Sea might be closer. Moreover, Xuanwu specializes in defensive power, which complements your current offensive abilities well. Makes sense, Lin Yi nodded. Then I'll head to the North Sea to find the Xuanwu seal point. But how do I pinpoint its exact location? Well, Ouyang Yuan walked to an ancient bookshelf and retrieved a thick, ancient text. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, volume of the Northern Sea contains some clues. Xuanwu is known as the God of the North, and the sealing point should be on Xianbing Island deep within the Northern Sea. Xianbing Island? Never heard of it. That's because it's mostly covered by thick ice layers and only appears under specific conditions. Ouyang Yuan flipped to a page, pointing at an ancient map. See? This Xian ice floating land marked here indicates the approximate location of Xian Ice Island. Lin Yi studied the map carefully before asking, can the guidance stone sense the Xuanwu seal? Theoretically, yes, though it might require closer proximity, Ouyang Yuan replied. Additionally, according to records, the Xuanwu seal has a peculiar trait: it only reveals its presence during the polar night period. Polar night? Like the phenomenon at the North Pole where the sun doesn't rise for months? Exactly. The northernmost part of the North Sea enters polar night annually. During that period, Xianbing Island surfaces, and the energy fluctuations of the Xuanwu seal intensify. Lin Yi calculated the timing. It's November now. The Arctic should be in the polar night period, right? Precisely. This makes it an opportune moment, Yang Yuan nodded. However, the waters of the North Sea are currently fraught with complexity. Beyond the harsh natural environment, various nations are vying for resources. You must proceed with caution. Understood. Lin Yi was confident. With the Yinglong Dragon Pearl, even polar storms won't harm me. Yang Yuan cautioned once more. Remember, the Black Tortoise governs defensive power. Its source of strength is the Black Tortoise armor, a divine artifact capable of repelling all harm. Find the Black Tortoise armor, and you can awaken the Black Tortoise's power. Xuanwu armor sounds pretty formidable. Lin Yi imagined the appearance of that divine artifact. By the way, my bloodline awakening level has reached 99%. Just 1% more to fully awaken. How do I obtain that final 1%? Yang Yuan was astonished. 99%? That fast? Logically, only by gathering the power of the 4 great deities can the Candle Dragon bloodline fully awaken. It seems your talent truly is extraordinary. You're already nearing the threshold of awakening. Chapter 66: Breaking Ice and Setting Sail, the Aurora in the North Sea. So does that mean finding the power of just one more deity will push me to 100%? Highly likely, Yang Yuan nodded. But don't rush it. Locating the Xuanwu seal site step by step is more crucial. The two discussed further details and finalized their plan for the North Sea. Lin Yi then departed the Dragon Hall for the State Security Bureau headquarters to attend a special meeting on the North Sea operation. In the conference room, senior officials like Chen Jimu and Li Guangming were already waiting. As Lin Yi entered, they all gave him approving looks. Comrade Lin Yi, you handled the Area 5-1 operation brilliantly. Li Guangming beamed. On behalf of the Ministry of Defense's Special Affairs Department, I extend our sincere gratitude. It's nothing special, just part of my duties, Lin Yi replied modestly before turning to Chen Jimu. Director Chen, I wish to initiate the Beihai operation as soon as possible to locate the Xuanwu sealing point. Chen Jimu nodded. That is precisely the purpose of today's meeting. Operation North Sea has been approved, but there are several issues requiring discussion. An intelligence officer stood and activated the projector. According to the latest intelligence, activity in the North Sea region has intensified recently. The Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Polar Bear Nation, and several other countries have dispatched research vessels and warships. While ostensibly conducting scientific expeditions, their true purpose is to vie for resources and strategic positions. Satellite images displayed on the screen clearly showed multinational fleets patrolling the North Sea. More critically, the intelligence officer continued, we've identified a special unit deployed by the Polar Bear, codenamed Arctic Guardians. Their leader is the legendary Frost Queen, an S+ class professional adept in ice-based abilities. They appear to be searching for some ancient source of power as well. The Frost Queen? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a formidable opponent. But no worries, I welcome the challenge. Li Guangming stated, we've prepared the most advanced icebreaker research vessel, the Aurora, equipped with full polar survival gear and weapon systems. You will travel to the North Sea as a scientific expedition member, covertly searching for the Xuanwu sealing point. Will there be naval support? Lin Yi inquired. 2 destroyers will provide distant support, but they won't approach the target area too closely to avoid international disputes, replied Chen Jimu. This operation requires you to keep a low profile. Don't make a big show like you did at Area 51. Lin Yi scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. I'll try. But if anyone gets in my way, I won't hold back. Understood, Chen Jimu nodded. The operation commences the day after tomorrow. Return home to rest today. Come tomorrow to collect your gear and detailed mission briefing. After the meeting, Lin Yi returned to his residence in Shanjing and got a good night's rest. Early the next morning, he headed back to the State Security Bureau to collect the equipment and documents for Operation North Sea. The research vessel Aurora would depart from Bohai Bay, traverse the northern seas, and ultimately reach the target area near the Arctic Circle. Lin Yi carefully studied the navigation charts and target region data, ensuring he was fully prepared. At dawn on the 3rd day, Lin Yi arrived at the port and saw the Aurora moored there. It was an unassuming-looking research vessel with advanced internal facilities, its reinforced icebreaking apparatus gleaming coldly at the bow. Mr. Lin, welcome aboard, greeted a middle-aged man in a captain's uniform. I'm Sun Jiqiang, captain of the Aurora and leader of this expedition. Hello, Captain Sun, Lin Yi shook his hand. Thank you for your assistance with this mission. It's our honor. Sun Jiqiang led Lin Yi on a tour of the ship's quarters. We have a total of 60 crew members and researchers aboard, all hand-picked elites who are skilled in scientific research and possess combat capabilities. Lin Yi nodded. Excellent. I look forward to our collaboration. The Aurora set sail in the dawnlight, heading toward the unknown northern seas. Standing on the deck, Linny felt the sea breeze growing colder and colder, a surge of anticipation rising in his heart. Xuanwu, here I come. On the 5th day of the voyage, the Aurora had entered the Arctic Circle. Vast sheets of drift ice began appearing on the surrounding sea, and temperatures plummeted to below -20 degrees Celsius. Standing at the bow, Linny felt no chill despite his thick polar gear. The wind and thunder energies of the Yinglong Dragon Pearl had formed a constant temperature protective layer within him, rendering him impervious to the bitter cold. Mr. Lin, abnormal energy fluctuations detected ahead, Sun Jiqiang reported as he approached. It might be our target. Linny retrieved the guidance stone and observed it indeed reacting, its surface flickering with a faint glow. Correct. We're heading in the right direction, Linny confirmed. Keep moving forward. Just then, the silhouettes of 3 warships appeared on the distant sea. Damn it, those are the Polar Bear's General Winter-class warships. Sun Jiqiang's expression darkened as he observed through his binoculars. Looks like the Arctic Guardians are already here. Linny shrugged it off. No problem. We're a research vessel. They won't dare openly intercept us. Keep moving. Sure enough, the warships did not directly intercept the Aurora but maintained a distance while keeping watch. Both sides remained in a standoff as they continued sailing north. Another day passed when a vast field of drifting ice appeared ahead. In the distance, the outline of an island seemed to emerge and fade. The guidestone's reaction is stronger. Linny exclaimed excitedly. That must be Xianbing Island. But at that moment, 3 polar bear warships suddenly accelerated, forming a triangular formation to encircle the Aurora. Stop the ship for inspection, blared the polar bear warships over loudspeakers. You have entered our territorial waters and must undergo inspection. Nonsense. Sun Jiqiang snapped. This is international waters. What right do they have to intercept us? Linny gave a cold laugh. They're trying to flex their authority. But it's fine, I'll handle this. No sooner had he spoken than a woman clad in a white robe soared from the central warship, landing gracefully on the Aurora's deck. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed, her face bore a cold, striking beauty, and an icy chill radiated from her. Hello, Chinese research vessel, the woman said in stiff Mandarin. I am Natasha Ivanova, captain of the Arctic Sentinel. Dangerous energy fluctuations have been detected in these waters. For safety reasons, please turn around and leave immediately. Linny stepped forward, meeting Natasha's gaze directly. Madam, we have the right to navigate freely on the high seas. We are conducting a legitimate scientific mission and will not turn back. Natasha's expression grew even colder. Young man, don't be ungrateful. This sea area is now under the control of our Arctic Sentinel. No unauthorized vessels are permitted to approach. Chapter 67 Mysterious Traces on Xianbing Island. Oh? And who granted you that authority? Linny countered. Power is authority. A shimmering blue ice crystal suddenly crystallized in Natasha's palm. If you insist on proceeding, I cannot guarantee your safe return. Linny watched the ice crystal, a smirk curling his lips. Interesting. So you're the legendary Frost Queen. An S+ class professional, you've got some real skill. You know me? Natasha paused, slightly taken aback. I've heard a thing or two, Linny replied calmly. But I stand by my words, we won't turn back. Natasha's expression darkened. Then don't blame me for being impolite. With a sharp wave of her hand, a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the deck, spreading at an alarming speed and freezing several crew members solid in place. Frozen 1,000 miles. A terrifying chill erupted from her body, sweeping toward Linny. Everything in its path froze solid. Is that all you've got? Linny neither dodged nor retreated. The power of the Yinglong Dragon Ball within him activated automatically, forming a golden-purple energy barrier that blocked the cold air's assault. What? Natasha stared in shock as her ultimate technique was effortlessly blocked. Who are you? Linny stretched lazily. Just an ordinary person. But I don't much care for people blocking my path. With that, the wind and thunder power within him erupted. A powerful shockwave surged outward, instantly shattering all the ice on the deck and freeing the frozen crew members. Thunder Dragon Power. Linny's right hand was covered in flickering lightning as he swiftly threw a punch. A bolt of lightning shot from his fist, hurtling straight toward Natasha. Ice Shield. Natasha swiftly erected a thick ice shield, but the moment the lightning struck it, the shield shattered like paper. The lightning's momentum continued unabated, striking Natasha squarely in the shoulder. Ah! Natasha screamed in agony, knocked flying and crashing heavily onto the deck. She stared in disbelief at her shoulder, where the skin was charred black and faint wisps of smoke curled upward. This can't be. How could my ice shield be broken so easily? Linny chuckled. Simple. Fire overcomes ice, and lightning overcomes ice. You don't even understand basic elemental counters, yet you dare call yourself the Empress? Natasha's face turned ashen. She struggled to her feet, but the pride in her eyes had largely vanished. Who exactly are you? Just a passing traveler, Linny waved dismissively. A word of advice, don't block my path. Next time, it won't be just a shoulder injury. He turned to Sun Jiqiang, continue sailing. Head straight for Xianbing Island. The Arctic Bear warship immediately sounded its warning siren. Some gun turrets even adjusted their angles, locking onto the Aurora. Seems they won't give up, Linny sneered coldly. In that case, let them witness the true power of the Yinglong. He pressed his palms together as the power of wind and thunder surged violently within him. Wind and thunder god descends. Instantly, the sky darkened with storm clouds, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and gale force winds howled. A colossal dragon, shimmering in golden and purple hues, coiled above the Aurora, its deafening roar shaking the air. Thunder and wind, 10,000 tons. Linny spread his hands apart, unleashing dozens of lightning bolts that struck the vital systems of the three warships with pinpoint accuracy. Their cannons, radars, and communication equipment were instantly destroyed. Flames erupted across the ships, and the incessant wail of alarms filled the air. Simultaneously, the gale whipped up towering waves, tossing the warships violently from side to side. Some began taking on water. What kind of monster is this? Natasha watched the scene in terror, trembling all over. Linny looked down at her from above. Now, you can get lost. Tell your masters this sea is beyond their reach. Natasha bit her lip, knowing she'd met her match today. Swallowing her pride, she replied, we'll retreat for now, but this isn't over. She leapt backward, returning to her warship. The three vessels turned tail in disarray, vanishing into the distant blizzard. The crew of the Aurora stood stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Mr. Lin is incredible. He sent 3 warships packing like it was nothing. Absolutely incredible. Even an S+ Frost Queen couldn't stand a chance. What kind of power is this? Linny waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Don't get too excited just yet. They'll definitely come back and with more people. We need to hurry and find the Xuanwu sealing point. Sun Jiqiang immediately ordered full speed ahead. The Aurora plowed through the ice floes, heading straight for the distant, faintly visible Xianbing Island. As the vessel drew nearer, the guiding stone's glow grew increasingly intense. Standing at the bow, Linny fixed his gaze ahead, his heart brimming with anticipation. Xuanwu, here I come. The Aurora plowed through the ice, gradually drawing nearer to the faintly visible Xian Ice Island. As the distance shortened, the island's outline grew clearer, a landmass shrouded in thick ice, its surface shimmering with an eerie blue glow, like a giant sapphire floating in the polar seas. It's breathtaking, exclaimed the scientists aboard the ship. Linny stood at the bow, the guiding stone in his hand glowing ever brighter, its light nearly piercing through his palm. The Xuanwu sealing point is definitely on that island, Linny said to Sun Jiqiang. Can we get closer? Sun Jiqiang shook his head. I'm afraid not. There's too much drift ice around it. Though the Aurora is an icebreaker, we can't risk getting too close. I suggest using a helicopter or hovercraft to approach the island. Then let's use the hovercraft. It's quieter, Linny decided. I'll go alone. No need for too many people to follow. That's far too dangerous. Sun Jiqiang frowned. You should at least take a few team members with you, just in case. Linny considered it and agreed. Alright, bring a few skilled ones. Soon, an air-cushioned boat was lowered into the water. Linny and 4 carefully selected team members boarded the craft and set off toward Xianbing Island. Mr. Lin, we've brought sufficient gear and supplies to survive a week on the island, said Zhang Hai, the team leader. Plus, we've all undergone polar survival training. We won't slow you down. Excellent, Lin Yi nodded. Let's hope we don't run into too much trouble. However, just as the hovercraft had barely departed from the Aurora, 2 armed helicopters suddenly emerged from behind the distant ice floes. The emblem of the Polar Bear Nation was clearly visible on their hulls. Damn it, they're back! Zhang Hai exclaimed nervously. Natasha's voice boomed from the helicopter's loudspeaker. Friends from China, we meet again. This time, I've brought more friends to join you. Linny looked up and spotted 5 more warships on the horizon, forming an even more formidable fleet than before. It seemed the Polar Bear Nation was determined to seize the Xuanwu Seal. Chapter 68 The Climactic Battle in the Ice Cave. Keep moving forward. Ignore them, Lin Yi ordered. Focus on steering the boat. Leave the rest to me. The hovercraft accelerated toward Xianbing Island. But the 2 helicopters clearly wouldn't let them pass easily. They began diving closer, their machine guns even locking onto the hovercraft. Get any closer and I won't hold back. Linny warned, his wind thunder power already poised to erupt. The helicopters paid no heed, pressing closer and even opening fire. Bullets struck the water surrounding the hovercraft, sending up splashes. They won't learn until it's too late. Lin Yi's rage boiled over. With a flick of his right arm, a bolt of lightning shot from his hand, striking the tail rotor of one of the helicopters. The chopper instantly lost balance, spinning wildly in the air before crashing into the icy sea. What the? Zhang Hai and the others stared in disbelief. That was insane. Seeing this, the other helicopter immediately turned away, pulling back and daring not to make another reckless move. Linny had no time to spare for the retreating helicopters. He focused entirely on maneuvering the hovercraft toward Xianbing Island. Finally, amid the cracks in the drifting ice, the hovercraft found a small bay where they could safely land. The five quickly unloaded their gear and stepped onto Xianbing Island. The moment his feet touched the ground, Linny sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. The ice beneath seemed to tremble faintly, as if the island itself possessed a living essence. Everyone, maintain vigilance and keep communications open, Linny instructed before taking out the guide stone to observe its reaction. We'll head toward the island's center first. A bitterly cold wind swept across Xianbing Island, temperatures plunging to -40°C. Ordinary people would struggle to endure such conditions for long. Fortunately, the team was well equipped, and Linny, protected by the power of the Yinglong, remained completely unaffected. Guided by the direction stone, the group trudged through the snow and ice. The island's terrain was treacherous, littered with glaciers, crevasses, and icicles, making progress exceptionally difficult. Watch out, crevasse ahead, Zheng Hai warned. A fissure about 2 meters wide stretched across their path, its depth impossible to gauge. Crossing it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Everyone step back. I'll check it out first, Linny declared. Summoning the power of the wind dragon, he leapt effortlessly across the crevasse. He then gathered several large ice blocks and stacked them into a makeshift ice bridge to facilitate the others' passage. Thus, overcoming numerous obstacles, the group finally reached the island's central region. Here lay a vast circular ice lake, its surface completely frozen. Beneath the ice, something seemed to shimmer. The strongest reaction from the guidance stone is here, Linny confirmed. The black tortoise seal is likely beneath this ice lake. Zhang Hai deployed his scanning equipment over the ice surface. Mr. Lin, the ice layer is approximately 5 meters thick. There is indeed a vast cavity beneath, and I'm detecting energy fluctuations. That's correct, Linny nodded. Prepare to drill through the ice. The team members retrieved portable thermal drills and began working on the ice surface. This advanced equipment proved highly efficient, quickly creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. I'll go down first, Linny declared, securing his rope before carefully descending through the ice tunnel. Below lay a vast ice cavern, its walls crystalline and translucent, reflecting a faint blue glow. At the center of the chamber stood a frozen altar, upon which something seemed to lie. Linny motioned for the others to descend and explore this mysterious place together. This is incredible, Zhang Hai murmured. This cavern must have existed for thousands of years, perfectly preserving ancient traces. Linny approached the altar and discovered an ancient suit of armor encased in ice entirely black, covered in tortoise shell patterns, emanating a solemn and powerful aura. Xuanwu armor. Linny recognized the artifact. It's here after all. Mr. Lin, how do we break through this ice? One team member asked. Linny pondered for a moment. Let me try. He placed the guidance stone upon the altar. Instantly, it emitted a dazzling golden light that shone upon the ice. The ice began to slowly melt, revealing the Xuanwu armor within. Just then, the cave ceiling suddenly shook violently, sending shards of ice cascading down. Someone's up there, Zheng Hai exclaimed alertly. It might be the polar bear's men chasing us. Sure enough, an urgent transmission came through the communicator from the Aurora. Mr. Lin, 5 polar bear warships have surrounded Xianbing Island, and a large force of special forces is landing. The situation is critical. Linny frowned. Looks like they're dead set on snatching the Xuanwu armor from us. He quickened his movements. The guiding stone's glow intensified, melting the ice surrounding the Xuanwu armor at an accelerated pace. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped a gaping hole in the ice cave ceiling. Several fully armed Special Forces soldiers slid down from above, their gun barrels trained directly on Linny and his group. Freeze! Behind the soldiers, Natasha landed gracefully, her shoulder wound already bandaged. She gave Linny a cold smile. We meet again, my Chinese friend. This time, you won't escape. Linny didn't even turn his head. Ms. Natasha, I advise you not to make trouble for yourself. I'm too busy to deal with you right now. Arrogant! Natasha snapped. This time I brought 20 elite Arctic Guard soldiers, and more reinforcements are on their way. Do you really think you can handle them? Linny finally turned, glancing at Natasha and her men. Plenty of numbers, but all trash. Natasha was enraged. Open fire. The Special Forces soldiers immediately pulled the triggers, bullets raining down on Linny and his group. Candle dragon scales. Golden scales instantly erupted across Linny's body, deflecting every bullet that struck them. Simultaneously, he charged toward Zhang Hai and the others, expanding the scales to shield them as well. Sorry to scare you guys, Linny said to his team. Leave it to me now. Turning to Natasha, he said coldly, since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. Wind and thunder energies erupted within him as Linny soared into the air, a golden-purple dragon's phantom emerging behind him. Wind and thunder god descends. A violent storm erupted within the ice cave. Countless tiny bolts of lightning danced through the air, forming a web of electrical currents that enveloped all enemies. Protect the Empress. The Special Forces formed a human wall, attempting to shield Natasha. Useless, Linny shook his head. Thunderous might. Dozens of lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking each Special Forces soldier with pinpoint accuracy. The electric shock sent them convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. Impossible. Natasha's face drained of color. How can you wield lightning in such a confined space? Linny sneered with contempt. Because the lightning doesn't come from outside. It comes from the power within me. Understand? Natasha knew she'd hit another brick wall today, but she refused to give up so easily. The Xuanwu armor was our lead. It belongs to our polar bear nation. Nonsense, Linny scoffed. The Xuanwu armor is the source of power for the Chinese deity Xuanwu. How could it possibly belong to you? Natasha gritted her teeth. Then we'll see who gets it. Chapter 69. The Black Tortoise recognizes its master, the divine artifact's legacy in the Arctic ice cave. You think you alone can stop all of us? Natasha was stunned by the overwhelming force before her, yet refused to concede. Don't forget, this is the Arctic. This is our territory, the domain of the polar bear nation. Linny dismissed her threat entirely. With a casual flick of his wrist, an arc of lightning exploded before her, forcing her back several steps. Turf? You mean this godforsaken ice cave? Linny sneered. Honestly, if it weren't for the Xuanwu armor, no one in their right mind would come to this desolate wasteland. Li Ming, the leader of the Chinese archaeological team who had remained silent in the corner, whispered a warning. Mr. Lin, something beneath the ice seems to be vibrating. It might be the Xuanwu armor responding to your power. Lin Yi nodded. He did sense a resonance emanating from beneath his feet. The sensation was similar to encountering the Thunder Pearl in Area 51, but deeper and more profound, like the pulse of the earth itself. Ding! Detecting Xuanwu Dragon Qi. Recommendation: host should approach thinnest ice layer to potentially trigger Xuanwu armor resonance. Get out of the way. Linny barked. An instant gust of wind swept through the ice cave, knocking over all the Arctic Bear Nation Special Forces soldiers blocking his path. He stepped onto the ice, feeling the pulsation beneath his feet. Following the sensation, he quickly located the thinnest part of the ice. This is it. Linny clenched his fists. Thunderous icebreaker. With a thunderous crash, Linny's fists slammed down, lightning crackling around them. The solid ice shattered like glass, revealing the deep, dark cavern beneath. No! Natasha screamed. You Chinese can't take the Xuanwu armor. It's ours. Lin Yi ignored her, leaping into the cavern. Landing on solid ice, he found himself within a vast crystal-encrusted chamber. The surrounding walls reflected a dreamlike, iridescent blue-green glow. At the very center of the cavern, an ancient suit of armor black and green in hue floated silently. The Xuanwu armor. Its design seemed to blend elements of both turtle and serpent, its surface engraved with intricate, arcane patterns that radiated an air of ancient mystery. Most astonishingly, a faint green energy field pulsed around the armor, expanding and contracting as if breathing. Finally found you, Linny sighed in relief, walking slowly toward the Xuanwu armor. Clatter. The Xuanwu armor suddenly began to vibrate violently, emitting a sound like clashing metal, as if sensing something. Ding! Detecting initiation of the Xuanwu armor's master recognition process. Warning, strong residual consciousness detected. Host advised to prepare for psychic resistance. Bonding? This thing has self-awareness? Linny frowned. Before he could ponder further, a colossal surge of psychic energy erupted from the armor, charging straight toward his consciousness. This force felt ancient and overwhelming, brimming with the essence of earth and sea, far more formidable than any opponent he'd faced before. Damn, that's brutal. Linny gritted his teeth, swiftly summoning the power of the candle dragon to resist. Boy, who are you? A deep voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Why do you possess the power of the Yinglong? A sudden inspiration struck Lin Yi. He answered, I am the descendant of the candle dragon, inheritor of the Yinglong bloodline. Are you the Xuanwu deity, elder? Humph, the candle dragon? That old fellow still lives? Xuanwu's voice betrayed surprise. 3,000 years have passed. I thought your kind had all perished. You misunderstand, elder, Lin Yi explained. Most of the Huaxia deities now slumber or have faded away. I am merely a human who inherited the candle dragon's bloodline. With the invasion of alien races, I seek the power left behind by the deities to protect Huaxia. Xuanwu fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. I sense the dragon pearl of Yinglong within you. It is indeed a legitimate inheritance. Xuanwu's tone softened slightly. However, my power is not so easily obtained. As he spoke, an even more powerful mental shockwave surged forth, causing Lin Yi's head to feel as though it might explode with agony. Ah! Lin Yi cried out involuntarily, yet instead of retreating, he stepped forward and reached out to touch Xuanwu's armor. Elder, China needs your power now. Just then, a clatter of footsteps erupted behind them. Natasha had descended with more special forces soldiers. Stop him. Seize the artifact. Natasha shrieked the order. As the special forces raised their guns, Lin Yi's panic triggered a sudden eruption of the candle dragon's power within him. Elder Xuanwu, you see this? Foreign tribes covet the power of China's divine beings. If it falls into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xuanwu's consciousness seemed startled by this sudden turn of events. After a moment of silence, he finally made his decision. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall lend you my power. But remember, this is only a temporary concession. You must still pass my trials in the future. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yi was overjoyed. The Xuanwu armor suddenly burst into dazzling green light. The entire suit instantly disintegrated into countless points of light, swirling around Lin Yi before gradually merging into his body. Ding! Xuanwu armor recognition acquired. Acquired new skill, Xuanwu power active, LV.1, controls earth and ice elements, increases defense by 50%. Acquired new skill, Xuanwu shield active, LV.1, summons an earthen shield to defend against attacks, consumes 300 spirit power. Acquired new skill, Earth Pulse active, LV.1, triggers a minor earthquake, consumes 500 spirit power. Bloodline awakening progression, 99% 100%. Warning, full bloodline awakening will trigger the final transformation. Post, prepare accordingly. What? My bloodline is fully awakened? Lin Yi discovered with astonishment that the power within his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Wind, thunder, water, and the newly acquired earth elemental power intertwined and fused within him, forming a brand new elemental cycle. The golden power of the candle dragon flowed like a mighty river, permeating these four elements and allowing them to coexist in harmony. Open fire! Natasha ordered hysterically. Bullets rained down on Lin Yi like a storm. But he was no longer the same man. Xuanwu shield! Lin Yi roared, and the ground suddenly surged upward, forming a thick earthen wall that blocked every single bullet. Impossible! Natasha stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Feeling the power boiling within him, Lin Yi knew it was time to end this farce. Earth Pulse! He stomped his foot violently, sending the entire ice cave into violent tremors. Ice chunks rained down from the ceiling, and countless cracks split open across the floor. Retreat! Retreat! The Arctic Bear Nation's special forces scrambled toward the exit in a panic. Natasha refused to give up, standing her ground and glaring at Lin Yi. This isn't fair. Why should China get all the divine artifacts? Lin Yi sneered coldly, because these are the powers of China's divine beings. They recognize the true inheritors who carry China in their hearts, not outsiders like you who only seek to exploit them for weapons. Chapter 70, The Ultimate Transformation of the Candle Dragon's Power. Natasha tried to protest, but chunks of the cave's ceiling began collapsing. Gritting her teeth, she retreated. Lin Yi turned to the Chinese archaeological team nearby. Captain Li, get everyone out quickly. This place is collapsing. What about you? Li Ming asked anxiously. Don't worry, I have a way out. You go first. After everyone had evacuated, Lin Yi took a deep breath, feeling the fully awakened power of his bloodline coursing through him. Something big is about to happen. The moment the words left his lips, excruciating pain surged through his body, as if every cell was being reshaped. Bloodline fully awakened. Transformation begins. Final guardian deity of Huaxia, accept your destiny. Lin Yi's body began to glow. It started as golden, then blended with purple, blue, and green, ultimately forming a dazzling, multicolored divine light. In this state, he suddenly experienced a strange sensation as if he could see the distant lands of China, witness the awakening dragon veins within the Kunlun Mountains, observe the restless sea clan stirring in the depths of the East Sea, and even glimpse the armies secretly gathering in Western nations. In that moment, he finally understood the true purpose behind collecting these divine artifacts. So that's it. A greater war is about to unfold. Just as the ice cave was about to collapse completely, Lin Yi transformed into a multicolored beam of light, piercing through the ice and shooting straight into the sky. Far away in China, Chen Jimu suddenly received an urgent call. Commander, abnormal energy fluctuations detected at the North Pole. Satellites have captured a multicolored beam of light shooting skyward. Chen Jimu instantly grasped the situation. It's Lin Yi. He succeeded. Should we send a team to retrieve him? Chen Jimu smiled. No need. With his current abilities, he should be able to return on his own soon. He hung up the phone, walked to the window, gazed at the northern sky, and murmured to himself, at last, the divine spirit of China is returning. Lin Yi felt himself soaring. Not by wind power or any device, but true flight. His body felt light as a feather, gliding freely through the clouds with the currents. Is this what it feels like when the bloodline fully awakens? Bloodline transformation, 10%. 30%. 65%. The system prompts flashed incessantly in his mind, but Lin Yi couldn't spare a thought for them now. He realized he was soaring over the Arctic Ocean at an unimaginable speed, hurtling toward the direction of China. This speed, probably faster than a plane? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. If those foreigners' radars pick me up, it'd probably spark another UFO craze. Bloodline transformation complete, 100%. Congratulations, host, on fully awakening the Huaxia Candle Dragon bloodline. Title acquired, Divine Being of China. All skill levels increased by 1. Acquired special ability, 5 elements convergence passive, simultaneously controls 5 elemental forces, with elements amplifying each other by 60%. Acquired special ability, Ethereal Journey active, allows astral projection to observe distant objects, consumes 800 spirit power. Acquired special ability, Divine Law passive, exerts an intimidating effect on beings 20 levels below oneself. A series of notification sounds echoed in his mind, causing Lin Yi to gasp in astonishment. This is insane. It's practically ascension right here. Just as he spoke, Lin Yi suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery around him shifted instantly, and he found himself soaring above the Kunlun Mountains. What's going on? I was just above the Arctic Ocean. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. Divine Wanderer passive triggered. You have returned to the mainland of China. So that's it. This is what they call a single thought spans the world? Lin Yi marveled silently. For some reason, standing above the Kunlun Mountains, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home. He could sense something deep within the mountains calling to him. Following this sensation, Lin Yi descended into a remote valley. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, a small lake lay at its center. Its crystal clear waters reflected the blue sky and white clouds. This place feels familiar, Lin Yi frowned. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the very image that had flashed through his mind when he chose the Chinese candle dragon during his class change ceremony? Lin Yi walked to the lakeshore and bent down to peer at the water's surface. Reflected there was no longer his familiar face, but the image of a deity radiating golden light, bearing the mark of dragon horns upon its forehead. Holy crap, is that still me? Lin Yi touched his own face in astonishment. Just then, the lake water suddenly began to boil. A dragon-shaped apparition rose from the depths and hovered before Lin Yi. Young man, you finally arrived, the apparition spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Startled, Lin Yi took a step back. You are Ancestor Candle Dragon? Indeed, the dragon shadow nodded. I have waited 300 years for an heir worthy to inherit my power. Lin Yi pressed, why choose me? There are countless geniuses in this world, and many far smarter than I. The dragon shadow replied slowly, because you possess a heart that embraces death to live. At the class change ceremony, you knew choosing Godslayer meant certain death, yet you made that choice without hesitation. That courage and resolve are precisely what I value. Lin Yi scratched his head. You flatter me, senior. Truth be told, I was scared as hell back then. Just putting on a brave face. Ha ha ha. Longing roared with laughter. That's precisely why I like you. No pretense, no affectation. Though you fear death, you still charge forward when you must. Lin Yi asked curiously, Senior, I've collected the Wind and Thunder twin pearls of the Yinglong, obtained the Azure Radiance pearl and the Black Tortoise armor from the Dragon King of the East Sea. What exactly are these for? Long Ying's expression turned serious. Because war is imminent, a great battle that will decide the fate of Huaxia. War? Lin Yi gasped. Are those eagle-wielding and cherry-blossom-wearing bastards stirring trouble again? Not just them, Long Ying shook his head. 300 years ago, the descent of the Otherworld brought not only the class change system, but also many things unknown to you. Those so-called gods are largely not benevolent. They view humanity as farms for faith, draining the power of belief to strengthen themselves. The gods of China are different. We live and die with this land, protecting its people. Precisely because of this, we become obstacles in the eyes of those foreign gods' entities that must be eliminated. In that great war 3 centuries ago, we nearly suffered total annihilation. The remnants of our power scattered into hiding, waiting for the day we could rise again. Lin Yi finally understood, so I've been collecting these divine artifacts to awaken the slumbering Chinese deities? Exactly. The dragon shadow nodded. You've already awakened the power of 4 deities, but it's still far from enough. A more formidable enemy is approaching. You must awaken more Chinese deities. Elder, what should I do? Lin Yi asked earnestly. Chapter 71 The Mysterious Warning from the Norse Gods. Return to the State Security Bureau. Chen Jimu will assign your next mission. But before that, Long Ying's voice grew faint and distant, I must impart my final legacy to you. Dragon's shadow suddenly transformed into a golden light, surging directly into Lin Yi's body. In an instant, countless scenes flashed through Lin Yi's mind: ancient myths, primordial battlefields, mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, chaotic clashes among the gods. When the images faded, Lin Yi realized he now possessed knowledge and skills he had never encountered before. Acquired, complete legacy of the Candle Dragon. Acquired skill, True Words of the Candle Dragon active, LV.1, words become law, temporarily alters rules within a small area, consumes 1000 spirit power. Acquired skill, Day-Night Cycle active, LV.1, forcibly switches day and night within a 100-mile radius, consumes 900 spirit points. Acquired special item, Candle Dragon Divine Seal SSS plus grade, used to summon slumbering Huaxia deities. Holy, this is insane. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath. As the inheritance concluded, the lake gradually calmed, and the dragon's shadow vanished. Standing by the shore, Lin Yi felt the surging power within him and clenched his fists. Having chosen this path, I'll see it through to the end. Just as Lin Yi prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he spotted a familiar figure standing in the woods across the Lake Zhohong. You? What are you doing here? Linny frowned. Zhou Hong stared at Linny in shock. Linny, is that you? You've changed so much. You've been following me? Linny asked coldly. Zhou Hong stammered, I was sent to Mount Kunlun on a mission. I never expected to run into you. Linny stared at him, sensing something was off. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quietly activated the candle dragon's eye, aiming to see through Zhou Hong's disguise. Holy! Under the candle dragon's eye, Zhou Hong's image distorted, revealing a faint, western-looking face flickering behind him. You're not Zhou Hong. Linny barked. Speak. Who are you? With acting this bad, you shouldn't even try to deceive anyone, Linny sneered coldly. I grew up with Zhou Hong. How could I not know his true nature? Even if he were to say something polite like I'm here on a mission, I'd be the father of the Eagle Chicken president himself. You've seen through me. A sinister grin spread across Zhou Hong's face as his voice grew unfamiliar. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the candle dragon with awakened bloodline. Lin Yi's hands crackled with lightning as he prepared for battle. Who are you really? Why are you taking Zhou Hong's form? Zhou Hong's body began to shift. His skin paled, his eyes turned an eerie purple, and golden hair cascaded down his shoulders. His entire demeanor transformed from Eastern to Western. Allow me to introduce myself, he said in fluent Chinese. I am Loki, son of Odin. Loki? Linny froze. The trickster god from Norse mythology? Oh. It seems you know something about me, Loki feigned surprise. Though in your Chinese textbooks, I'm probably listed as the god of mischief or the god of fire, right? Linny stared at him warily. What brings you here? Loki smiled faintly. To witness the rise of a new deity in China, of course. After all, for 300 years, your gods have all but vanished. The sudden emergence of a fully awakened descendant of the candle dragon is quite the sensation. Linny frowned. So who sent you to spy on me? The Western Church? Sent? Loki exaggeratedly feigned hurt. That's hurtful. I'm just here out of curiosity. Besides, I've never gotten along with those self-important old men of the Vatican. Linny didn't buy his nonsense. Cut the crap. Spit it out. What do you want? The smile vanished from Loki's face, replaced by a rare look of seriousness. I'm here to warn you, Candle Dragon Boy. Don't get too cocky. The awakening of your Chinese deities has already drawn a lot of attention. Right now, you're still no match for them. Linny sneered coldly, threatening me? Loki shook his head. No, it's advice. I have no interest in the coming war, but I enjoy watching the show. If you die too quickly, it would be rather dull. Get lost, Linny snapped impatiently. Go tell whoever's pulling your strings that if they want to touch China, they'll have to ask me first. Loki roared with laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll be watching. His figure gradually faded into transparency, vanishing from the spot, leaving only a faint echo. Remember, Candle Dragon Boy, some enemies can't be defeated by brute force alone. After Loki departed, Linny took a deep breath, gazing at the tranquil lake surface. His mind was made up. It seems things are far more complicated than I imagined. In that case, I'll return to the National Security Bureau first and see what arrangements old man Chen has made. With that, he leapt into the air, transforming into a golden streak of light that shot skyward, heading straight for Beijing. Behind him, dragon energy surged from the Kunlun Mountains. A golden dragon could be faintly seen weaving through the clouds, heralding the awakening of an era long dormant. Beijing, State Security Bureau compound. Chen Jimu sat in his office, reviewing a top-secret document with a furrowed brow. The pages were densely packed with recent abnormal shifts in the international landscape, the Eagle Nation suddenly bolstering its forces in the Pacific, the land of cherry blossoms secretly developing new energy weapons, the Western Holy See convening an emergency meeting with archbishops gathering in Rome. It seems a storm is brewing, Chen Jimu sighed, setting the documents aside and massaging his temples. Just then, a strange gust of wind swept past the window. Instantly, a golden beam of light pierced through the ceiling, descending directly into his office. Holy! Chen Jimu jumped in fright, reflexively drawing his service pistol. The golden light dissipated, revealing Lin Yi's figure. Old Chen, it's me, Lin Yi grinned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Jimu froze for a few seconds before lowering his gun, a helpless expression spreading across his face. Could you use the front door, kid? You scared the hell out of me. The front door is no fun, Lin Yi shrugged. Besides, in my current state, walking through the front door would probably give the security guard a heart attack. Only then did Chen Jimu scrutinize Lin Yi properly. The young man before him bore the same face, yet a faint golden aura now radiated from his entire being. Stars seemed to swirl deep within his eyes, and every gesture carried an indescribable air of authority. It seems you've fully mastered the power of the Candle Dragon bloodline, Chen Jimu nodded. How did the task with the Xuanwu armor go? Lin Yi extended his hand, a green glow appearing in his palm. Done. The Xuanwu armor recognized my bloodline and has now fused with me. Excellent. Chen Jimu slammed his hand on the table. This gives our nation another trump card. Chapter 72 The Covert Mobilization of Major Powers. Linny sat down on the sofa. Old Chen, to be honest, I'm a bit confused right now. The Candle Dragon said war is imminent, and then I ran into that Norse charlatan Loki on Kunlun Mountain, who warned me something major is about to happen. What's really going on? Chen Jimu's expression grew grave. Linny, there are things I believe it's time you knew. He pulled a red document folder from the drawer, stamped with the words top secret. 300 years ago, the other world descended, bringing the job change system and divine contracts. You know all this. But what you might not realize is that our Huaxia suffered the heaviest losses in that cataclysm. Lin Yi nodded. Ancestor Zhu Long mentioned that nearly all of China's deities were wiped out, with the remaining forces scattered and hidden. Exactly, Chen Jimu replied with a bitter smile. Our ancestors, deprived of their own divine protection, were forced to accept contracts with foreign deities. Over these past 3 centuries, the faith energy of the Chinese people has largely been absorbed by those outsider gods. Yet simultaneously, we Huaxia have never ceased searching for traces of our native deities. The State Security Bureau established a dedicated Divine Traces Investigation Division for precisely this purpose. Linny suddenly realized something. Wait, could it be that what I saw on the Divine Transition altar wasn't just an illusion? Was the Candle Dragon truly waiting for me? Yes, it was no coincidence, Chen Jimu explained. We covertly adjusted the parameters of the Divine Altar to detect fluctuations of Huaxia bloodlines. And you, Linny, are the one chosen by the Candle Dragon. Linny was momentarily speechless. So his extraordinary class change wasn't accidental, it was orchestrated by the state. Don't overthink it, Chen Jimu patted his shoulder. While we did some groundwork, the Candle Dragon chose you purely because of your innate qualities. Countless people stood on that platform, yet only you saw the Candle Dragon's option. Linny nodded, then asked, so what's happening now? Why did Loki appear? Chen Jimu sighed. Because every artifact you've collected awakens the dormant power of the Huaxia deities. The outside world has already sensed this, especially the Western Church. They are the last ones who want to see the Huaxia deities awaken. So next, they will. They'll stop at nothing to prevent you from continuing your quest for the divine artifacts, Chen Jimu said gravely. Moreover, according to our intelligence, Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Country, and the Western Holy See are secretly preparing a holy alliance against China. Linny scoffed. Holy alliance? With their measly skills? Don't underestimate them, Chen Jimu warned. Don't forget Alexander from Area 51 and Japan's Shadow Dance Corps. They possess quite a few divine weapons too. Linny recalled his earlier encounter at Area 51 and nodded. So what should I do next? Chen Jimu unfolded a map. Your next target is Siberia. Intelligence indicates the Polar Bear Nation has discovered an ancient sealed site there, likely the resting place of the White Tiger god. White Tiger? One of the 4 symbols? Correct, Chen Jimu affirmed. The 4 divine beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. You've already obtained the power of the Black Tortoise. Next is the White Tiger. But this time is different, Chen Jimu added. The Polar Bear Nation has deployed their elite Arctic Special Forces, led personally by the legendary professional Frost Queen. You'll likely face stronger opponents this time. A confident smile curved Lin Yi's lips. Perfect. I haven't had a chance to properly test my new abilities yet. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence, Chen Jimu felt reassured. We depart first thing tomorrow morning. Operation Codename White Tiger returns to its place. Just then, Lin Yi's communicator suddenly rang. Hello? It's me. What's wrong? An anxious female voice came through the line. Linny, it's bad. The Eagle and Cherry Blossom Nations Joint Fleet has entered the East China Sea Air Defense Identification Zone, claiming they're conducting freedom of navigation exercises. Lin Yi's expression darkened. When did this happen? Just 10 minutes ago. Our radar systems detected their movements. Judging by their course, they're likely heading straight for the Dragon Palace ruins in the East China Sea. Linny and Chen Jimu exchanged glances, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. The Dragon Palace ruins in the East China Sea? That's one of our sacred sites in China. If they breach it. Chen Jimu's expression darkened. Linny rose to his feet, a faint golden glow flickering over his body. Old Chen, let me handle this. The White Tiger God's mission can wait. Protecting the Dragon Palace of the East Sea is the immediate priority. Chen Jimu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, depart immediately. But remember, avoid direct confrontation if possible. The Eagle Gang specializes in provoking incidents these days. Don't worry, I know my limits, Linny smiled. Besides, the East Sea is the Dragon King's territory. With me and brother Ao Guang here, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. With that, Linny leapt into the air, transforming into a golden streak of light that vanished from the office. Chen Jimu shook his head and chuckled. This kid sure has developed a taste for dramatic entrances. He walked to the window, gazing in the direction Linny had vanished, murmuring to himself, hope everything goes smoothly. Above the East Sea, Linny rode the wind at astonishing speed. System, open my attribute panel. Let's see what my current strength is. System status. Host, Lin E. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon Bloodline fully awakened. Level, 13. Experience points, 40,000. Attributes, Strength 950, Agility 860, Constitution 920, Spirit 1050. Skills. Breath of the Candle Dragon active, damage dealing, LV.9, consumes 60 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, control type, LV.7, consumes 130 spirit. Life-Death Judgment active, control type, LV.7, consumes 180 spirit. Undead Command passive, LV.5, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.5, perceives all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation type, LV.7, consumes 300 mana, duration, 30 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.4, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.3, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 160 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.4, enhances movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon Scales passive active, LV.4, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing one lethal hit. Power of the Black Tortoise active, LV.2, manipulates earth and ice elements, increases defense by 65%. Xuanwu Shield active, LV.2, summons an earthen shield to block attacks, consumes 270 spirit. Earth Pulse active, LV.2, triggers a minor earthquake, consumes 450 spirit. Candle Dragon Mantra active, LV.2, commands nature to obey, temporarily alters rules within a small area, consumes 900 spirit. Day-Night Cycle active, LV.2, forcibly switches day and night within a 100-mile radius, consumes 800 spirit. 5 Elements Convergence passive, LV.1, simultaneously controls all 5 elemental forces, with elements amplifying each other by 60%. Divine Wanderer active, LV.1, allows astral projection to observe distant events, consumes 800 spirit points. Divine Law passive, LV.1, exerts an intimidating effect on beings 20 levels below oneself. Chapter 73, The Moment of the Combined Fleet's Downfall. Linny continued to examine the interface. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, sacrifice self. Special item. Dragon Soul Guidance Stone unknown level, function, locate and unseal the Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon Scale S rank, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Dragon Pearl of the East CSS grade, contains the Dragon Essence of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Emerald Sea Tideborn Sword S Plus grade, Dragon King of the East Sea's personal sword, amplifies water elemental skills by 40%. Dragon King Scale Grade A, summons Dragon Palace Messengers. Inglong Dragon Pearl SSS grade, complete Inglong Dragon Pearl containing wind and thunder power. Triton's Triton S rank, boosts water elemental skills by 30%, forms a set effect with the Tide Rising Sword. Xuanwu Armor SSS grade, embodies the power of the Xuanwu deity, boosts earth and ice skills by 50%. Candle Dragon Seal SSS Plus grade, used to summon slumbering Chinese deities. Linny stared at his attribute panel and sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, this is insane. Every stat's more than doubled, and all my skill levels have skyrocketed. The Candle Dragon Bloodline Awakening really delivers. Still, my level is a bit low. If only I could level up a few more times. As he pondered, the outline of a fleet on the distant sea grew clearer. It was a massive combined fleet of formidable formation comprising Eagle's aircraft carrier strike group and Sakura Nation's quasi-carrier task force, numbering over 20 vessels of various types. Quite the show of force, Linny sneered coldly. Looks like they came prepared. He descended lower, hiding within the clouds to observe. The fleet was heading toward the Dragon Palace ruins in the East Sea, apparently preparing to force their way into Chinese territorial waters. No! They're heading for the Dragon Palace ruins. Linny suddenly grasped their intent. Could they also know that the power of the Vermilion Bird is sealed within the Dragon Palace? With that realization, Linny hesitated no longer. He burst out of the clouds and charged toward the fleet. As he drew near, the fleet's radar swiftly detected his presence, and alarms blared throughout the vessels. Halt! This is the exercise zone of the Eagle Sakura Nation Joint Fleet. Unauthorized aircraft are strictly prohibited from approaching, the fleet broadcast blared in English. Linny ignored it completely, landing directly on the deck of the Eagle Chan aircraft carrier. What the hell is that? Is it human? Notify the captain immediately. Chaos erupted among the sailors on deck, some even raising their weapons at Linny. Enough noise. Linny frowned, waving his hand lightly. A gust of wind materialized, sweeping all the sailors with raised guns aside. Linny, descendant of the Huaxia Candle Dragon, here to pay my respects. Linny offered a faint smile. May I ask who among you is the commander? No sooner had he spoken than a tall Caucasian man emerged from the bridge, followed by several officers and an elderly man dressed in traditional Japanese attire. I am Admiral Jackson, commander of the 7th Fleet, the white man said, frowning. Who are you? Why have you trespassed onto our fleet? Linny turned his gaze to the elderly Japanese man. You must be Kyagaku Akiza, the Sea Demon Blade of Japan? I've long admired your reputation. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes before he regained his composure. You have keen eyes, sir. However, I am more curious as to how you recognize me? Of course I know you, Linny sneered coldly. Deputy Commander of the Shadow Dance Corps, legendary swordsmanship master, and also the contracted servant of Japan's deity Susanoo no Makoto. Your name ranks among the top 10 on our nation's blacklist. Kyabaku Itosai's expression remained unchanged, though his hand had already settled on the long sword at his waist. Gentlemen, Linny surveyed the scene. I did not come here today to fight. I merely wish to inform you that these waters belong to China. Your fleet must turn around and leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Admiral Jackson roared with laughter. Just you? Do you have any idea how much firepower this fleet possesses? Linny saw no need for further words. He simply raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. In an instant, the clear sky darkened with storm clouds. Thunder roared, lightning crackled, and a massive bolt struck down, hitting one of the destroyers in the fleet with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the sea. The destroyer was instantly severed in two, its hull beginning to sink. This can't be. Admiral Jackson's face drained of color. Linny smiled faintly. This is merely a small demonstration. If you don't leave now, I guarantee the entire fleet will be buried beneath the sea. Kyabaku Itosai narrowed his eyes, his hand already gripping the sword hilt. You're being rather presumptuous, sir. Is that so? Linny turned to face him. Then shall we test it? Kyabaku Itosai said nothing, instead slowly drawing his long sword. An eerie blue glow emanated from the blade, as if waves were flowing within it. The sea god's blade bestowed by Susanoo? Linny shook his head. Too bad. On the Dragon King of the East Sea's turf, this sword of yours can't unleash its full power. Arrogant brat, take this. Kyabaku Itosai vanished from his spot. The next instant, a flash of blade light slashed toward Linny's head. Too slow. Without turning his head, Linny formed his right hand into a claw and snatched backward, precisely seizing Kyabaku Akiza's blade. Kyabaku Itosai was too stunned to speak. He had poured all his sword energy into that strike, enough to cleave through steel plates, yet Linny had caught it barehanded? Linny applied slight pressure, and cracks instantly spread across the blade. No! Kyabaku Akiza hurriedly pulled his blade back and retreated, but it was too late. The sea god's blade had already shattered into several pieces. I told you, in the East Sea, your skills are nothing to speak of, Linny said calmly. Now, leave this place. Otherwise, the next thing to shatter will be your bones. Kyabaku Itosai's face darkened like storm clouds, yet he knew this youth before him was beyond his capabilities. Admiral Jackson, we may need to reassess this operation, Kyabaku Itosai stated. Admiral Jackson was clearly stunned by Linny's power, but military pride forbade him from retreating so easily. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a man clad in a black trench coat materialized on the deck of the Eagle-class carrier. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, and his features were ruggedly defined. Finally decided to show yourself? Linny chuckled. I thought you planned to hide in the shadows and watch the show, General Alexander. Linny, General Alexander said coldly, we haven't settled the score from Area 51, and now you're provoking us again? Linny shrugged. I'm merely here to warn you to leave Chinese territorial waters. You initiated the provocation. General Alexander scoffed coldly. Warning? With just you alone? No, Linny corrected, it's us. With that, he drew the Dragon Ball of the East Sea and tossed it lightly. The Dragon Pearl hovered in midair, emitting a dazzling blue glow before sinking into the sea. Chapter 74, The Vermilion Bird Seal and the Mysterious Key in Crimson Flame Mountain. In an instant, the entire sea surface began to boil, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. Oh no! Kyabaku Akiza's face paled. It's the Dragon King of the East Sea. A massive dragon had slowly emerged from the sea, followed by its slender body and enormous claws. It was a colossal dragon hundreds of meters long, covered in blue scales, radiating immense majesty. Brother Ao Guan, long time no see. Linny greeted him with a smile. Young friend, you flatter me, the Dragon King's voice boomed like muffled thunder, echoing across the sea. You have awakened my power, and I shall aid you. The Dragon King turned his gaze toward the fleet, a flash of anger in his eyes. You outsiders! Why have you dared to trespass upon my domain? The sheer weight of his dragon presence nearly crushed the breath from those aboard. General Alexander forced his head up, cold sweat already beating on his forehead. The Chinese Candle Dragon and the Dragon King of the East Sea have joined forces. He gritted out, I never imagined your Chinese deities would recover so swiftly. Linny sneered coldly, this is merely the beginning. If you know what's good for you, leave now and never set foot in China's territorial waters again. General Alexander and Kyabaku Akiza exchanged glances, each seeing retreat in the other's eyes. Today's events had completely exceeded their expectations. Forcing a confrontation would only lead to greater losses. Sound the retreat, General Alexander ordered. The fleet is to return immediately. A wise choice, Linny nodded. But don't think this is over. I know your target is the vermilion bird's feather, but it belongs to China. You won't get your hands on it. General Alexander's expression darkened. How do you know? Because he is the Huaxia Candle Dragon, declared Dragon King Ao Guang. The four symbols' power resonates uniquely with him. General Alexander fixed Lin Yi with a piercing stare. We were careless this time. Next time won't be so easy. I'll be ready anytime, Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. But before you return, I may have already gathered the power of the four symbols. By then. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. As the joint fleet withdrew, Dragon King Ao Guang gradually sank back into the depths of the sea. Young friend, the vermilion bird's divine feather is indeed deep within the Dragon Palace. However, the seals there are intricate and require a special method to unlock. Lin Yi nodded. Any suggestions, old friend? You must locate the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord, Ao Guang replied. That seal is the key to unlocking the vermilion bird's confinement. To my knowledge, it lies within a volcano in the southwest of Huaxia. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. Lin Yi clasped his fists in gratitude. Oh, and one more thing, Ao Guang added, those outsiders are also hunting for the four symbols' divine power. You must be cautious. Especially the crusaders from the Western Church, they claim to have discovered a way to eradicate deities. Lin Yi pondered, destroy gods? How could that be possible? All things in this world have their weaknesses, the Dragon King Ao Guang said meaningfully, and even gods are no exception. Young friend, remember this, even when your power grows great, never forget your true heart. With that, the Dragon King vanished beneath the waves, leaving only tranquil waters behind, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Yi stood on the deck, gazing at the receding fleet with a complex mix of emotions. Defeated 2 legendary tier opponents. Earned 15,000 EXP. Completed Hidden Quest Guardian of the Dragon Palace, gained 10,000 EXP. East Sea Dragon King Affinity plus 30, gained 5,000 EXP. Ding. Experience points maxed. Level up, 1314. Ding. Gain skill points 5. Ding. Obtain 10 free attribute points. Ah, I leveled up. Lin Yi rejoiced, quickly allocating his points. Allocate 5 skill points. 5 Elements Convergence, LV.1 LV.3 Elemental Synergy Boost increased to 80%. Divine Law, LV.1 LV.3 Aura's range expands, effective against creatures 25 levels below oneself. Allocate 10 free attribute points. Strength plus 2 950 970. Agility plus 2 860 880. Constitution plus 2 920 940. Spirit plus 4 1050 1090. After distributing the points, Lin Yi felt his body brimming with power, light as if he might take flight. The volcano in the southwest, the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord. Lin Yi pondered. I should return to the National Security Bureau first to report to Old Chen, then head straight to the southwest to find the vermilion bird divine feather. No sooner said than done, Lin Yi leapt into the air, harnessing the power of the wind dragon to soar toward Beijing. Mid-flight, he couldn't help but marvel, seems the journey to gather the four symbols' divine power is still long, but at least today we gave the Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations a taste of their own medicine. That feels damn good. In the conference room of China's Ministry of National Defense, Chen Jimu slammed his fist on the table and roared, startling the foreign envoys dressed in suits. Get out! All of you, get out! General, please calm down. We merely wish to understand the details of the East China Sea incident. A white envoy wiped sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Details? Chen Jimu sneered coldly. Your nation's fleet illegally invaded our territorial waters, and you want to know the details? I have 100 ways to make all of you vanish from this world right now, understand? The envoys exchanged glances, dared not say another word, and slunk out of the conference room. Once they were gone, Chen Jimu exhaled deeply. The anger vanished from his face, replaced by a smug grin. Old Chen, your acting skills have really improved. The voice came from the ceiling. Immediately, a beam of golden light pierced through the roof, revealing Lin Yi's figure. You're at it again, kid, Chen Jimu scolded with a laugh. Don't you know how many surveillance cameras we have in this bureau? How many have you messed with already? Lin Yi shrugged and plopped down on the sofa. Who told you to put me in a windowless room? I can't exactly walk through the front door, those reporters would eat me alive. Enough. Tell me what happened in Donghai. Chen Jimu handed Lin Yi a cup of tea. Lin Yi took the cup and briefly recounted everything that had transpired in Donghai. So the Dragon King of Donghai says the vermilion bird divine feather lies deep within the Dragon Palace, but it requires the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord to break the seal? Chen Jimu nodded thoughtfully. That does align with the intelligence we have. You know about the Fire Virtue Star Lord too? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Chen Jimu walked to the safe, entered the code, and retrieved an ancient bamboo slip. This is the Fire God Chronicles preserved in the National Secret Archives, documenting some hidden truths about the Fire God of Huaxia. According to its description, the Fire Virtue Star Lord's divine seal is sealed within Flaming Mountain in the southwest. Red Flame Mountain? What kind of place is that? Never heard of it. Linny frowned. It's a volcanic range hidden from mortal sight and visible to ordinary people. They call it a celestial realm. Legend says only those recognized by the essence of fire can see its entrance. Linny propped his chin on his hand, pondering. Maybe I should max out the candle dragon's eye. That should help me find it. Chapter 75 The Absolute Overpowering Might of the Candle Dragon. No need for such trouble, Chen Jimu smiled. I've already arranged a guide. She'll take you there. Her? Linny raised an eyebrow. A woman? What, got a problem with that? Chen Jimu shot him a look. Her name is Su Qingyan. She's a specially appointed researcher at the Huaxia National Institute of Antiquities and also an heir to the fire spirit bloodline. She's quite skilled at locating volcanic paradises. Wait, Su Qingyan? Linny recalled the synopsis. Isn't she the heiress of Huaxia's secret financial conglomerate? Chen Jimu looked utterly bewildered. What conglomerate? Where did that come from? She's just a researcher. Her family runs an antique shop, but that hardly qualifies as a conglomerate. Ah, never mind, I must have misremembered. Linny scratched his head, thinking to himself that this script was diverging from the outline. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the conference room door. Come in, Chen Jimu said. The door opened, and a woman in a red cheapao stepped inside. She was about 25 or 26, with cascading long hair and a curvaceous figure. Her oval face featured delicate features, especially those slightly almond-shaped eyes that seemed to speak volumes. General Chen, Mr. Lin, hello. The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant. I'm Su Qingyan. I've been assigned to escort Mr. Lin to Qiyin Mountain. Linny had to admit, this woman was truly beautiful. She possessed a unique aura, not the kind of flashy, heavy makeup allure, but a more reserved beauty with a hint of heroic spirit. Hello, Linny stood up. I'm Linny. Su Qingyan smiled faintly. I've long admired your reputation. The heir to the Huaxia Candle Dragon bloodline, your fame has been spreading far and wide lately. Linny was taken aback. You know my identity? I lead the Divine Beings Research Group at the Institute of Antiquities. I'm deeply fascinated by the deities of Huaxia, Su Qingyan explained. News of the Huaxia deity's recent awakening has spread throughout academic circles. I was hoping for an opportunity to witness it firsthand, never imagined we'd collaborate so soon. Chen Jimu cleared his throat. Alright, since you two have met, let's prepare to depart. Time is of the essence. The sooner we locate the Fire Virtue Star Lord's divine seal, the better. No problem. Linny nodded, turning to Su Qingyan. So when do we leave? Right now, Su Qingyan smiled. I'm ready to go. But, we'll probably need to fly southwest. I couldn't handle your godlike flying style. Linny chuckled awkwardly. Alright, let's take the conventional route. 2 hours later, aboard a Huaxia Airlines passenger jet. Linny and Su Qingyan sat side by side in first class. Flight attendants kept stealing glances at Linny and whispering among themselves. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Su Qingyan teased. Those flight attendants are practically devouring you with their eyes. Linny shrugged. I'm used to it. Ever since my bloodline awakened, I seem to have this peculiar attraction to the opposite sex. Probably the influence of that divine aura. Is that so? Su Qingyan pondered. I don't feel anything unusual. Maybe you're resistant to divine aura, Linny chuckled. After all, you're a fire spirit bloodline, not an ordinary person. This piqued Lin Yi's interest. What's the story with your fire spirit bloodline? Is it connected to the gods? Su Qingyan's expression grew complex. According to our family records, the Su clan once served the Fire Virtue Star Lord, tasked with guarding the divine seal. But during the Great Calamity 300 years ago, the Fire Virtue Star Lord vanished, and the seal disappeared without a trace. Since then, our clan has embarked on a long journey of searching. So your journey to Crimson Flame Mountain is also to fulfill your ancestors' wish? Yes, Su Qingyan nodded. This is not only a national mission but also our family's destiny. Just then, the plane suddenly shook violently, followed by a piercing alarm. Attention all passengers, the aircraft is experiencing severe turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts immediately and prepare for an emergency landing. The flight attendant's voice sounded tense, and chaos erupted throughout the cabin. Something's wrong, Linny frowned. This isn't ordinary turbulence. He quietly activated the candle dragon's eye, peering through the fuselage to the outside. Something's definitely wrong. Lin Yi's expression darkened. A group of black-robed figures are casting spells on the plane mid-air. Su Qingyan gasped, who? Could it be the Western Church? Wrong, Linny shook his head. It's the Black Flame Cult. Black Flame Cult? Su Qingyan clearly hadn't heard of them. What kind of organization is that? A cult that worships the god of evil fire, Linny explained. They oppose all orthodox fire deities, including the Fire Virtue Star Lord. It seems they know we're searching for the Fire Virtue Star Lord's divine seal and have come to interfere. The plane shook violently, teetering on the brink of losing control. Linny glanced at the panicked passengers and clenched his jaw. We can't let them do this. If we don't stop them, all 200 people on this plane will be doomed. What are you going to do? Su Qingyan asked. I need to go outside. Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt. You stay on the plane and use your fire spirit power to stabilize it and reduce the shaking. Without waiting for Su Qingyan's response, Lin Yi strode directly toward the lavatory. Once inside, he locked the door, enveloped himself in wind dragon energy, then punched through the cabin wall and burst out. The air currents outside were fierce, but they posed no challenge to the fully awakened Lin Yi. Stabilizing his stance, he quickly spotted the group of black-robed figures. They hovered mid-air, each holding a black flame lantern as they chanted incantations. Hey, you lot! Looking for trouble? Lin Yi bellowed, his voice carrying far on the wind. The robed figures visibly startled, turning their heads toward Lin Yi. Who's there? One of them demanded. Damn it, you're disturbing my sleep, Lin Yi grinned wickedly. The Huaxia Candle Dragon is here. Back off immediately. The Huaxia Candle Dragon, the cloaked figures whispered among themselves. Is that the one who recently gave the Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations a thorough thrashing in the East Sea? Whoever he is, daring to obstruct the Black Flame sex operations, no mercy. The leader roared furiously. All attack. Eliminate him. A dozen robed figures swung their lanterns simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of black flames toward Lin Yi. Is that all? Lin Yi sneered. Trivial tricks. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive wall of wind materialized, blocking every last speck of black flame. My turn, Lin Yi flexed his wrist. Breath of the Candle Dragon. A golden breath erupted from his mouth, charging like a golden dragon toward the hooded figures. Several who failed to dodge in time were struck instantly. With agonized screams, they disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the night sky. Chapter 76 Nightfall and Murderous Intent in the Deep Mountain Miao Village. This is true divine power. The black-robed figures finally grasped Lin Yi's terrifying might, their expressions turning ashen. Retreat! Retreat now! The black-robed figures scattered like frightened birds and beasts, desperately trying to flee. But how could Lin Yi let them escape? Whirlwind! A hurricane formed in Lin Yi's hands, sweeping out in all directions and pulling back every fleeing black-robed figure. Spare us, sir! We were only following orders. One black-robed figure knelt, begging for mercy. Lin Yi sneered coldly, who sent you here? It was Lord Xia Yan. The figure stammered, trembling. Xia Yan? Lin Yi recalled. That fellow who calls himself the Black Flame King? Yes, my lord. Upon learning someone sought the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord, he sent us to stop them. Lin Yi nodded. Interesting. Seems this divine seal is quite the coveted prize, even attracting the attention of cults like this. With that, he swept his hand through the air. A flash of golden light erupted, and all the black-robed figures instantly disintegrated into dust. Defeated Black Flame Cultists 15, gained 5,000 EXP. After dealing with the robed figures, Lin Yi returned to the aircraft. Passing through the hole he had previously created, he found Su Qingyan waiting there for him. All taken care of? Su Qingyan asked. Yep, all taken care of, Lin Yi nodded. The Black Flame cultists were here to cause trouble under orders from their leader, Evil Flame. Su Qingyan pondered thoughtfully. The Black Flame cult. I believe I've read about them in ancient texts. They're a group of fanatics who worship the Evil Flame, opposing the Fire Virtue Star God as far back as 300 years ago. The two returned to their seats as the plane had already regained its smooth flight. Oh, right, Lin Yi suddenly remembered. How did you know I'd come back through that hole? Can you sense my location? Su Qingyan smiled faintly. To be precise, I sensed your fire element fluctuations. Don't forget I possess the bloodline of a fire spirit, making me exceptionally sensitive to fire-based energies. And your candle dragon power contains fire elements too. I see, Lin Yi nodded, then asked abruptly, so what do you think of the fire element fluctuations in my body? Are they strong? Su Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. What, are we having a pissing contest like little kids? Hey, I'm serious, Lin Yi feigned indignation. Fine, Su Qingyan replied dismissively. Your fire element fluctuations are incredibly strong. Satisfied now? Watching Lin Yi's smug expression, Su Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, though the corners of her mouth curved upward slightly. This Huaxia Candle Dragon didn't seem as aloof as the legends described. He was actually kind of adorable. Hours later, the plane touched down in a small city in the southwest. We're here, Su Qingyan stood up, grabbing her luggage. We need to stay overnight at the Miao Village outside the city first, then head to Qian Mountain early tomorrow morning. Why the Miao Village? Lin Yi asked curiously. Because only the elders there know the true entrance to Flame Red Mountain, Su Qingyan explained. They've guarded this secret for generations. After leaving the airport, Su Qingyan hailed a taxi and headed toward the Miao Village. Outside the window, green mountains and clear waters unfolded in a picturesque landscape. Yet Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if something was following them. What's wrong? Su Qingyan noticed Lin Yi's unease. Nothing, Lin Yi shook his head. Probably just my imagination. After winding through mountain roads for about 2 hours, the car finally arrived at a Miao village hidden deep within the mountains. The village wasn't large, with only a few dozen households, but it was completely surrounded by primeval forest, giving it an isolated feel. An elderly man dressed in traditional ethnic attire stood at the village entrance, seemingly waiting for them. "Miss Su, you've arrived," the elder said with a warm smile. "Elder, it's been a long time," Su Qingyan bowed respectfully, then gestured toward Lin Yi. "This is Lin Yi, the heir to the Candle Dragon bloodline of Huaxia. He has been sent on a mission to find the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord." The elder scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Truly the chosen one. Divine aura radiates from him, and not just one kind. No wonder he became the Candle Dragon's successor." Lin Yi smiled modestly. "The clan elder flatters me. Come in and rest at the village first," the elder warmly invited. "Tonight we'll host a welcome banquet, and tomorrow morning we'll take you to Flame Red Mountain." Upon entering the village, the elder arranged for them to stay in a clean and tidy wooden cottage. "This is the only room available," the elder said apologetically. "Please make do with it." Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's fine. Any place to stay is good enough." After the elder left, Lin Yi scratched his head. "How about I sleep on the floor?" "Stop fooling around," Su Qingyan shot him a look. "There are 2 beds in the room. Did you think I wanted to share with you?" Lin Yi feigned disappointment. "Oh, I was hoping to get close to the water and be the first to get the moon. Get lost." Su Qingyan couldn't help but laugh as she scolded him, grabbing a pillow and tossing it at him. Lin Yi caught it deftly. All right, just kidding. By the way, do you know why that elder was so enthusiastic?" It felt a bit odd. Su Qingyan's smile vanished as she grew serious. "I think it's unusual too. Normally, they should be wary of outsiders, especially regarding matters concerning Crimson Flame Mountain. We'd better stay vigilant." "Yeah," Lin Yi nodded. "I have a bad feeling about this." As dusk fell, the village grew lively. The tribe set up long tables in the central square, preparing a sumptuous dinner in potent meal liquor, inviting Lin Yi and Su Qingyan to join them. During the feast, the tribal elder repeatedly toasted Lin Yi with excessive enthusiasm. Though Lin Yi maintained a polite facade, his guard grew steadily higher. "Brother Lin," the elder raised another cup, "I hear you're the descendant of the Huaxia Candle Dragon. Might you show us a bit of your skill?" Lin Yi politely declined. "Elder, divine power isn't meant for display." "I'd rather not." "Don't be like that," the elder persisted. "We hillbillies deep in these mountains have never seen a descendant of the divine. Just show us a little something to open our eyes." Lin Yi smiled. "How about this? After we return from Flame Red Mountain, I'll perform for everyone. What do you say?" A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed the elder's face, but he quickly plastered on a smile again. Very well. We'll wait until you return then." After the banquet, Lin Yi and Su Qingyan returned to the wooden hut. "That elder is suspicious," Lin Yi murmured. "He's too eager to see my abilities. It's like he's trying to confirm something." Su Qingyan nodded. "I felt something was off too. Why don't we stay awake tonight? We can take turns keeping watch. If anything happens, we'll act immediately." "Good idea," Lin Yi agreed. "I'll take the first watch. You should rest." Su Qingyan lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. Watching her peaceful slumber, Lin Yi found himself lost in thought. This woman wasn't just beautiful, she was intelligent, brave, and possessed unique abilities. She truly was a rare partner. Chapter 77, The Fire Spirit's Secret Path Leads to Crimson Flames. Thud. A faint sound snapped Lin Yi out of his thoughts. He whipped his head around and saw a small pebble fall to the ground near the window. Alert, Lin Yi walked to the window and peered through the crack. Outside stood a young Miao girl, nervously scanning her surroundings. Spotting Lin Yi, she immediately made a shushing gesture before motioning for him to come out. Lin Yi hesitated briefly before deciding to investigate. He tiptoed out the door and approached the girl. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Yi asked warily. "My name is Xiao Yu. I'm from the village," the girl whispered. "You must leave quickly. The tribal elder is no good. He's already sent people to summon the Black Flame sect." "What?" Lin Yi froze. "How do you know about the Black Flame sect?" Xiaoye hurriedly explained. 3 months ago, the Black Flame sect came to our village looking for the entrance to Crimson Flame Mountain. The village elder refused at first, but they used some kind of dark magic to control his mind. Ever since then, he's become a different person, helping the Black Flame sect with their schemes. "I see," Lin Yi realized. "No wonder he was so eager to invite us, he was trying to lure us into a trap." "Yes," Xiaoyu said nervously. "They know you're the descendant of the Candle Dragon and want to capture you to present to the Black Flame cult's Dark Flame Lord. You must leave immediately. Follow the path behind the village, it leads directly to Crimson Flame Mountain." Lin Yi nodded gratefully. "Thank you for risking your life to tell us this. But why are you helping us?" Xiaoye lowered her head. "Because our Miao people have worshipped the Fire Virtue Star God for generations, and the Black Flame cult is the enemy of the Fire Virtue Star God. I couldn't just stand by and let them succeed. Linny patted her shoulder. Rest assured, I won't let the Black Flame cult succeed. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Back at the cabin, Linny woke Su Qingyan and explained the situation. Looks like we'll have to leave tonight, Su Qingyan said, quickly rising to pack her belongings. We can't stay in this village any longer. The two slipped out of the cabin and followed the path Xiaoyu had indicated, heading toward Crimson Flame Mountain. The night was deep, the dense forest pitch black, but this posed no problem for Linny, who possessed the Candle Dragon's eye. Holding Su Qingyan's hand, he moved swiftly along the rugged mountain path. Wait, Su Qingyan suddenly halted. Someone's following us. Linny sensed it too. Turning back, he saw several dark figures indeed chasing after them. Looks like we've been spotted, Linny sneered coldly. Then no need to run, let's just take them out. Wait, Su Qingyan pressed Linny's hand. We can't fight here, it'll alert the enemy. I have an idea. Follow me. With that, she pulled Linny onto a more concealed path. Where are we? Linny asked curiously. The Fire Spirit's secret path, Su Qingyan explained. Only those with the Fire Spirit bloodline can see it. This path leads directly to the foot of Crimson Flame Mountain. Following the secret path, the pair quickly shook off their pursuers. After about an hour, an open clearing appeared ahead, dominated by a towering crimson mountain. Even in the night, its faint red glow was visible. We're here, Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. This is Crimson Flame Mountain. Linny looked up at the peculiar peak, sensing a powerful fire elemental energy coursing through its core. Is the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord truly within? According to the records, the divine seal is sealed within the fire pool at the summit, Su Qingyan explained. But climbing up won't be easy, the mountain path is riddled with fire elemental traps. Linny smiled. Then let me clear the way. Just as they were about to ascend, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed through the air. Turning, they saw over a dozen black-robed figures on horseback charging toward them, led by a towering man wearing a flaming mask. It's Xia Yan. Su Qingyan's expression darkened instantly. The Black Flame sect's leader has come in person. Linny raised an eyebrow. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of seeking him out. You go ahead up the mountain. I'll handle these. No, it's too dangerous. Su Qingyan grabbed Linny's arm. Xia Yan is a legendary S+ class practitioner who wields the power of the demon flame god. He's extremely formidable. Linny patted her hand. Relax. I'm no ordinary man, remember? Huaxia's Candle Dragon, it's no empty title. Su Qingyan hesitated before finally nodding. Alright, I'll go find Shanine. Be careful. She turned to ascend the mountain, but Xia Yan had already noticed them. Think you can just leave? Not so fast. Xia Yan swept his hand, and a black wall of fire instantly shot up from the ground, blocking Su Qingyan's path. Linny sneered coldly, looking for death. He raised his hand and flicked it, sending a golden aura flying out that instantly shattered the black wall of fire. Ha! Xia Yan visibly startled. Interesting. Never thought I'd encounter a true descendant of the gods in this day and age. He dismounted, removed his mask, revealing a horrifying face scarred by flames. I am Xia Yan, the Black Flame King, the third seat of the Western Church's Crusaders. I come by the Pope's command to collect the divine power of China, Xia Yan declared arrogantly. If you know what's good for you, hand over the divine seal of the Fire Virtue Star Lord. Linny roared with laughter. King of Black Flames? You're full of hot air. You're nothing but a lapdog of the Western Church, yet you dare act so insolent before me? Xia Yan erupted in fury. Insolent brat, meet your end. His hands formed seals, and a massive black fireball coalesced in his palms, hurtling toward Linny. Trivial trick. Linny dismissed it with disdain, casually waving his hand to form a wind wall that blocked the fireball. Breath of the Candle Dragon. Golden breath erupted from Linny's mouth, surging towards Xia Yan like a golden dragon. Black flames erupted on Xia Yan's shoulder. He let out a piercing scream and stumbled backward. Damn it! Is this the power of the Candle Dragon? It's even stronger than I imagined. Xia Yan gritted his teeth, desperately slapping at the golden flames on his shoulder. Yet the flames seemed alive, utterly impossible to extinguish. Linny strode forward arrogantly. Well? Is this the king of evil flames your Western Church speaks of? Nothing special, ha! Kid, don't get cocky too soon. Xia Yan roared, his body suddenly erupting with an eerie aura of black and crimson. You think that's all I've got? Black flame, inferno unleashed. In an instant, evil flame's body swelled, his skin turning a molten lava red. Black flames blazed from his eyes, transforming him into a demon crawling straight from hell. Oh? So you can transform too? Linny sneered dismissively. Seems the Western Church's lapdog has some tricks up its sleeve after all. Die! Xia Yan roared, charging instantly before Linny and unleashing a punch. Black flames coiled around his fist, radiating terrifying heat that warped the very air. Chapter 78, The Invincible Stance of the Candle Dragon's Heir. Linny remained unruffled, casually extending one hand to catch Xia Yan's fist with pinpoint precision. Is that all? Linny chuckled. Barely even a warm-up for me. Xia Yan's face paled. Impossible. This punch could shatter steel plates. How could you possibly catch it barehanded? Because you're too weak, idiot. Linny countered with a swift grab, seizing Xia Yan's fist and crushing it with a brutal squeeze. Snap. The sharp crack of breaking bone pierced the night air. Xia Yan let out a piercing scream, struggling to pull his arm free, but Linny held it in an iron grip. And you dare call yourself the Demon Flame King? You can't even beat one of my hands. What a disgrace to the Western Church. Linny sneered, then yanked Xia Yan violently, flinging him across the room. Xia Yan rolled across the ground several times before struggling to his feet, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. You, what kind of monster are you? I told you I'm the descendant of the Huaxia Candle Dragon, Linny said, arms crossed over his chest, a smug look on his face. What? Can't hear me? Xia Yan gritted his teeth, then suddenly let out a savage laugh. Kid, don't think beating me means you get the Fire Virtue Divine Seal. My men have surrounded the entire mountain. Even if you defeat me, you won't get. Before he could finish, Linny materialized before him, clamping his hand around Xia Yan's throat. Shut up. Xia Yan's eyes widened as he desperately tried to pry Linny's arms apart, but it felt like trying to bend steel, not an inch budged. I was going to spare your life and interrogate you about the Western Church's plans, Linny said coldly. But seeing how irritating you are, forget it. I'll just send you on your way. No, don't. Xia Yan struggled and begged. Linny paid no heed. His right hand clenched with brutal force, breath of the Candle Dragon. Golden energy erupted from his palm, instantly piercing Xia Yan's throat. Before Xia Yan could even scream, his entire head melted away under the Candle Dragon's breath, dissolving into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the night. Defeated legendary S+ class practitioner, gained 20,000 EXP. After dispatching Xia Yan, Linny clapped his hands and turned to the stunned black-robed figures. Anyone else care to challenge me? The robed figures exchanged nervous glances. The next moment, they all dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Humph, a bunch of rabble, Linny scoffed, shaking his head in disdain before turning and heading up the mountain. By now, Su Qingyan had climbed halfway up the mountain, struggling to navigate one fire-based trap after another. This is so annoying. Su Qingyan stared helplessly at the wall of fire before her. How many traps have I faced already? Just as she was torn between options, a gust of wind swept up behind her. Instantly, she felt a tight grip around her waist as she was lifted off her feet. Ah! Su Qingyan gasped, turning to see Linny carrying her as they sped forward. Stop screaming, it's me, Linny said with a grin. I saw you climbing too slowly, so I came to help. You put me down. Su Qingyan's face flushed crimson. This is ridiculous. Linny seemed oblivious, carrying her swiftly through wall after wall of flames, heading straight for the mountaintop. Propelled by the Wind Dragon's power, their speed was astonishing. Within minutes, they reached the summit. We're here. Look, that's the fire pool, Linny pointed to a pool glowing red ahead. Suppressing her embarrassment and the heat on her face, Su Qingyan wriggled free from Linny's embrace and smoothed her clothes. Where's the evil flame? Dealt with him, Linny replied curtly. One punch took care of him. Too weak. Su Qingyan stared at him in astonishment. Xia Yan is an S+ legendary tier practitioner. You took him down with one punch? Meicham, Linny smirked smugly. I am the Huaxia Candle Dragon. A mere demon flame king? Not worth mentioning. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation, yet couldn't help but regard this man with newfound respect. She'd assumed Linny was merely a chosen lucky man, never expecting his strength to reach such staggering heights. They approached the edge of the fire pool, where crimson magma churned violently, radiating scorching heat. The divine seal lies at the bottom, Su Qingyan frowned. But this heat? No ordinary person could even approach it, let alone dive down. Linny surveyed the pool. This heat is nothing to me. I'll retrieve it. As he prepared to leap in, Su Qingyan grabbed his arm urgently. Wait. The Fire Virtue Divine Seal has a special recognition ritual. Only someone with fire spirit bloodline can retrieve it. Otherwise, the seal will perceive it as an enemy theft and self-destruct. Linny scratched his head. Then what should we do? Can you go down? Su Qingyan bit her lip. I can, but I need your help. My fire spirit bloodline can briefly resist the heat, but only for a limited time. You must use your wind dragon power to form a protective barrier around me, lowering the temperature. No problem, Linny nodded. What do I need to do? Give me your hand. Su Qingyan extended her hand, and Linny placed his palm in hers. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began chanting the incantation. As the incantation echoed, Su Qingyan's body gradually became enveloped in a layer of pale red light, appearing as though she wore a garment woven from flames. Fire spirit protection, Su Qingyan opened her eyes. Now, envelop me with your wind dragon power. Linny nodded, channeling the wind dragon power within him to form a shield of wind around Su Qingyan. Alright, I'm going in. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and plunged into the fire pool. The magma in the pool immediately churned into a turbulent wave, but quickly settled back into stillness. Linny stood at the edge of the pool, his gaze fixed on the fiery depths with nervous intensity, fearing any mishap. 1 minute, 2 minutes. By the third minute, Linny could no longer contain himself and was about to jump in to check when the fire pool suddenly erupted violently. A figure burst forth from the depths. It was Su Qingyan. Her body was covered in lava, but protected by the fire spirit's shield, the molten rock quickly slid off without harming her. In her hand, she clutched a palm-sized crimson seal, the legendary Fire Virtue Divine Seal. Success! Su Qingyan exclaimed triumphantly, raising the seal high. Just then, the seal erupted in a blinding crimson light. Immediately afterward, a commanding voice echoed within both their minds. Who dares awaken my divine seal? Su Qingyan immediately knelt in reverence. I report to the Fire Virtue Star Lord. I am Su Qingyan, heir to the Fire Spirit bloodline. I have brought Linny, heir to the Huaxia Candle Dragon lineage, to seek the divine seal and awaken the slumbering Huaxia deities. The Candle Dragon's descendant? The voice sounded slightly surprised. Let me see. A crimson beam shot forth from the divine seal, piercing straight toward Linny. He sensed something probing his soul, yet he offered no resistance, accepting the scrutiny with open acceptance. Chapter 79, The Earth-Shattering Prophecy of Ragnarok. Moments later, the voice declared with satisfaction, indeed, the power of the Candle Dragon fused with that of the Yinglong and the Xuanwu. How intriguing. After 3 centuries, are the Huaxia deities finally returning? Linny bowed respectfully. Elder Huada, I have been tasked with gathering the power of the Huaxia deities to resist foreign forces. I've heard the Vermilion Bird's divine feather is sealed within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, requiring your divine seal to unlock it. Correct, replied Fire Virtue Star Lord. Vermilion Bird is one of the 4 symbols. Her power lies sealed deep within the Dragon Palace. My divine seal is indeed one of the keys to unlocking that seal. Only one key? Linny frowned. What else is required? The Vermilion Bird seal is exceedingly complex, Fire Virtue Star Lord explained. It requires the resonance of all 4 symbols' powers to unlock. You have already obtained the power of the Black Tortoise. With my divine seal added, you still need the scales of the Azure Dragon and the fangs of the White Tiger. Su Qingyan pondered thoughtfully, I see. That explains why General Chen sent us to seek the Fire Virtue Divine Seal instead of going directly to the Dragon Palace. But our immediate priority is the White Tiger's power, Linny stated. There seems to be a lead in Siberia. The Fire Virtue Star Lord fell silent for a moment before replying. The White Tiger's power lies within the land of extreme cold, but it has been seized by the people of the Polar Bear Kingdom. Obtaining it will not be easy. We'll find a way, Linny declared confidently. But before that, might I ask if the Fire Virtue Star God would be willing to lend your power to this junior disciple? To lend me a hand? The fire deity smiled. The chosen heir of the Candle Dragon possesses extraordinary qualities. I see your exceptional aptitude. You are indeed suited to inherit the power of fire. No sooner had the words left his lips than the divine seal suddenly soared into the air, hovering before Linny. It then transformed into a crimson beam of light that plunged directly into his chest. Ah! Linny felt a searing power surge into his body, merging with his existing Candle Dragon energy to transform into an entirely new force. Ding! Recognized by the Fire Virtue Star Lord. Acquired new skill, Fire Virtue Power Active, LV.1, manipulates fire elements, increases attack power by 60%. Acquired new skill, Wall of Flames Active, LV.1, summons a flame barrier for defense and attack, consumes 280 spirit points. Acquired new skill, Purification of Fire Active, LV.1, purifies evil forces, consumes 400 spirit power. Completed hidden quest Awakening the Power of Fire Virtue, gained 15,000 EXP. Ding! Experience points maxed, level up, LV.14 LV.15. Ding! Gain skill points 5. Ding! Acquired 10 free attribute points. Holy crap, I leveled up again. Linny couldn't help but cheer, feeling the surging power within him. Su Qingyan stared at him in astonishment. You actually gained the recognition of the Fire Virtue Star God? This is unbelievable. Linny gave a mysterious smile. Well, being the Huaxia Candle Dragon comes with its own protagonist aura. The Fire Virtue Star Lord's voice echoed once more. Young man, I have now passed down a portion of the Fire Virtue's power to you. Henceforth, you shall be the Fire Virtue Star Lord's representative in the mortal realm. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. This junior understands, Linny replied respectfully. I shall wield this power wisely to protect Huaxia. One more thing, the Fire Virtue Star Lord added. The Western Church has activated the Ragnarok plan. They intend to exploit the class change system to extract the faith energy from all believers for some terrifying ritual. You must accelerate your progress, gather the 4 symbols' divine power, and awaken more Huaxia deities to counter this catastrophe. Ragnarok? Linny and Su Qingyan exchanged bewildered glances. What is that? But the Fire Virtue Star Lord's voice had already faded. The divine seal had fully merged into Linny's body, leaving only an ancient mark etched upon his right palm. Alright, let's leave this place first. Linny clenched his fist, sensing the newly added Fire Virtue power within him. More important tasks await us. Su Qingyan nodded, and the two swiftly descended the mountain. On the descent, Lin Yi recalled his recent level up and opened the system interface. System opened the attributes panel. System status. Host, Lin Yi. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon Bloodline fully awakened. Level, 15. Experience points, 50,000. Attributes, Strength 990, Agility 900, Constitution 960, Spirit 1130. Skills. Breath of the Candle Dragon active, damage dealing, LV.9, consumes 60 spirit. Day-Night Shift active, control type, LV.7, consumes 130 spirit. Life and Death Judgment active, control type, LV.7, consumes 180 mana. Necromantic Dominion passive, LV.5, summons undead creatures quantity scales with spirit. Candle Dragon's Eye passive, LV.5, grants insight into all illusions. True form of the Candle Dragon active, transformation, LV.7, consumes 300 mana, duration, 30 minutes. Dream Perception passive, LV.4, perceives and partially resists dream invasions. Dream Manipulation active, LV.3, creates and alters environments within dreams, consumes 160 spirit power. Shadow Dance Footwork passive, LV.4, increases movement speed and stealth. Candle Dragon Scales passive active, LV.4, forms a defensive shield capable of absorbing one lethal hit. Dragon Resonance active, LV.4, senses and summons Dragonkin, consumes 350 spirit. Water Dragon's Might active, LV.4, manipulates water elements, combat effectiveness doubles in water. Tide of the Azure Sea active, LV.4, channels the power of ocean tides, consumes 300 spirit. Wind Dragon's Might active, LV.4, manipulates wind elements, increases movement speed by 90%. Windstep passive, LV.3, evasion plus 60%, movement speed plus 45%. Wind's Blessing passive, LV.2, enhances ranged attack accuracy and range. Whirlwind of Clouds active, LV.2, water wind fusion skill. Controls water vapor to form clouds for offense and defense. Consumes 350 spirit. Thunder Dragon's Might active, LV.4, controls lightning elements, increases attack power by 90%. Thunderous Impact active, LV.3, summons thunderbolts to strike enemies, consumes 300 spirit. Wind and Thunder share the same source passive, LV.3, Wind and Thunder abilities synergize, increasing power by 50%. Descent of Wind and Thunder active, LV.2, temporarily enhances Wind and Thunder attributes, consumes 550 spirit, lasts 8 minutes. Power of the Black Tortoise active, LV.2, controls earth and ice elements, increases defense by 65%. Xuanwu Shield active, LV.2, summons an earthen shield to block attacks, consumes 270 spirit. Earth Pulse active, LV.2, triggers a minor earthquake, consumes 450 spirit. Candle Dragon Mantra active, LV.2, commands nature to obey, temporarily alters rules within a small area, consumes 900 spirit points. Day-Night Cycle active, LV.2, forcibly switches day and night within a 100-mile radius, consumes 800 spirit. 5 Elements Convergence passive, LV.3, simultaneously controls all 5 elemental forces, with elements amplifying each other by 80%. Divine Wanderer active, LV.1, project soul to observe distant events, consumes 800 spirit points. Divine Law passive, LV.3, exerts an intimidating effect on creatures 25 levels below oneself. Power of Fire Virtue active, LV.1, manipulates fire elements, increasing attack power by 60%. Wall of Flames active, LV.1, summons a defensive wall of fire, consumes 280 spirit. Purification by Fire active, LV.1, purifies evil forces, consumes 400 spirit. Special ability, Godslayer power condition, sacrifice self. Chapter 80 The Mysterious Prelude to Global Anomaly. Lin Yi continued to inspect his inventory. Special item. Dragon Soul Guidance Stone unknown grade, function, locate and unseal the Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon Scale S rank, can be infused into weapons armor to enhance their properties. Dragon Pearl of the East CSS grade, contains the Dragon Essence of Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea grants 1 protective shield in critical moments. Emerald Sea Tide Rising Sword S+ grade, Dragon King of the East Sea's personal sword, amplifies water elemental skills by 40%. Dragon King Scale Grade A, summons Dragon Palace Messengers. Yinglong Dragon Pearl SSS grade, complete Yinglong Dragon Pearl containing wind and thunder power. Triton's Triton S rank, boosts water elemental skills by 30%, forms a set effect with the Tide Rising Sword. Xuanwu Armor SSS grade, embodies the power of the Xuanwu deity, boosts earth and ice skills by 50%. Candle Dragon Seal SSS+ grade, summons slumbering Chinese deities. Fire Virtue Seal SSS grade? Wow! 3 more skills. Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Please allocate 5 skill points. Lin Yi pondered briefly before deciding to allocate the points to his newly acquired fire skills. Allocate 5 skill points. Power of Fire Virtue, LV.1 LV.3 Fire Element Control Range plus 60%, attack bonus increased to 80%. Wall of Flames, LV.1 LV.2 Defense plus 40%, mana cost reduced to 250. Purification of fire, LV.1 LV.2 purification range increased by 30%, mana cost reduced to 360. Allocate 10 free attribute points. Strength plus 3 990 1020. Agility plus 2 900 920. Constitution plus 2 960 980. Spirit plus 3 11 30 1160. After distributing the points, Linny stretched lazily, feeling his body brimming with power. How's it going? Su Qingyan asked curiously. How's the fusion between the fire virtue power and your candle dragon power? Awesome. Linny gave a thumbs up. I feel like I could punch a mountain to smithereens right now. Su Qingyan chuckled at his exaggerated analogy. Don't get too cocky. The tasks ahead will only grow tougher. We should head back to report to General Chen now. Oh, right, Linny suddenly remembered, your fire spirit bloodline, didn't the fire virtue star lord acknowledge it? Su Qingyan smiled, extending her palm where a small red flame danced. Of course it did. Just not as dramatically as yours. The fire virtue star god granted me a portion of power enough to unlock the full potential of my fire spirit bloodline. Lin Yi nodded. That's good. Let's head back. We can't delay the matter with the white tiger deity any longer. After descending the mountain, they hailed a car and headed straight for the airport. On the flight back to Beijing, Su Qingyan grew unusually quiet for some reason. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked. Something on your mind? Su Qingyan hesitated before murmuring softly, I've been wondering, what exactly is this Ragnarok plan the Fire Virtue Star Lord mentioned? What sinister plot lies behind it? Lin Yi sighed. I don't know either, but it sounds ominous. The Western Church, the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, even the Polar Bear Nation, they all seem entangled in this scheme. We must gather all the power of the Chinese deities as quickly as possible to oppose them. Mei-chem, Su Qingyan nodded, suddenly reaching out to clasp Lin Yi's hand. No matter what, I'll face it with you. Lin Yi paused, then gently squeezed her hand back. Thank you. Hearing that makes me feel much more at ease. They shared a smile. And above the clouds, a subtle bond began to grow. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Western Church, discussions about the Ragnarok plan were underway. Their sights were set squarely on China, and Lin Yi stood as their greatest obstacle. At 2:30 a.m. Beijing time, a magnitude 7.6 earthquake struck northwest China, with a focal depth of 12 kilometers. 3 cities have been confirmed affected, and casualties are still being tallied. The moment Lin Yi and Su Qingyan stepped into the State Security Bureau compound, they heard the emergency news broadcast on the television. Strange. Earthquakes of this magnitude rarely occur in the northwest region, Su Qingyan frowned. Chen Jimu emerged from the conference room, his face dark enough to rain. You're finally back. Things aren't looking good. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked. Is it just because of this earthquake? Chen Jimu shook his head. The earthquake is merely the surface. The real problem is far more serious. Come, take a look at this. He led them into a holographic projection room and pulled up real-time satellite surveillance footage. On the screen, a massive fissure had appeared in a desert region of the northwest about 500 meters wide, bottomless, and still expanding. What the hell is that? Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. A secret realm portal, Chen Jimu said solemnly. And it's naturally formed, not artificially opened. Su Qingyan gasped. A naturally formed secret realm entrance? Impossible. There hasn't been a single instance like this in 300 years. Exactly why it's troublesome, Chen Jimu sighed. Worse still, we're detecting massive energy fluctuations near the entrance. Something appears to be emerging. Lin Yi frowned. Something's coming out? What is it? Chen Jimu activated another surveillance feed. Take a look at this. The screen showed a squad of fully armed soldiers setting up defenses in the desert. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a massive lizard-like creature burst from beneath the earth, snapping its jaws shut around 3 soldiers and swallowing them whole. Holy! Lin Yi's eyes widened. What the hell is that thing? An otherworldly creature, Chen Jimu said gravely. Lately, numerous similar monsters have appeared in the northwest region. They all originate from that massive fissure. So this isn't a regular earthquake, it's the secret realm expanding? Su Qingyan asked. Correct, Chen Jimu nodded. And it's not just China. Similar anomalies have appeared worldwide at Yellowstone in the Eagle Nation, Mount Fuji in the Cherry Blossom Nation, Siberia in the Polar Bear Nation, and even on the African savanna. Lin Yi asked in confusion, but why? Didn't the secret realm stabilize 300 years ago? Chen Jimu gave a wry smile. Theoretically, yes. But no one can say for certain. Some experts speculate it might be related to the recent surge in divine activity. Is it connected to my gathering of Chinese divine power? Lin Yi frowned. Not entirely, Chen Jimu clarified. It's more likely triggered by the Western Church's Ragnarok plan. They're conducting some global ritual that may have disrupted the balance between the secret realms and the real world. Lin Yi suddenly understood. The Fire Virtue Star Lord was right, the Western Church is indeed up to something. You met the Fire Virtue Star Lord? Chen Jimu looked astonished. Yes, Linny nodded, revealing the fire virtue seal on his palm. Not only did we meet him, but we also gained his approval. Wonderful! Chen Jimu exclaimed joyfully. Now we possess 1/3 of the four symbols' power. Chapter 81, Simultaneous Global Secret Realm Eruptions. Wonderful! Chen Jimu exclaimed joyfully. Now we possess 1/3 of the four symbols' power. Su Qingyan added, the Fire Virtue Star Lord said the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather requires resonance from all four symbols' power to unlock it. We still need the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Chen Jimu pondered for a moment. We still have no leads on the Azure Dragon, but as for the White Tiger, we've already pinpointed its location. It's in Siberia. Before he could finish, the conference room door burst open. A young officer rushed in breathlessly. General Chen. The Northwest Secret Realm is expanding at an accelerated pace, threatening the nearest city. Military headquarters orders immediate evacuation. Chen Jimu's expression darkened instantly. Damn it! This is progressing far faster than anticipated. He turned to Linny. Linny, I need you to head to the Northwest Front immediately and see if you can stabilize the situation. What about the White Tiger operation? Linny asked. Chen Jimu hesitated. We'll have to split up. Su Qingyan, take the special forces to Siberia and continue executing Operation White Tiger's return. Once Linny stabilizes the Northwest, he'll join you there. Su Qingyan nodded. Understood. Linny, however, voiced his concern. It's too dangerous to send Su Qingyan alone. The Polar Bear Nation isn't exactly a pushover. Su Qingyan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. With the Fire Spirit's power, I'll be fine. Besides, the Special Forces are elite troops, I won't be going alone. Linny was about to speak further when Chen Jimu cut him off. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Su Qingyan, the Special Forces team is already waiting for you at the airport. Linny, use your superhuman speed to head straight to the Northwest front lines. The two exchanged a glance before finally nodding in agreement. Before parting, Su Qingyan slipped a small red jade pendant into Linny's hand. This is my Fire Spirit mark. If you encounter danger, crush it. I'll sense your location. Linny clasped the pendant, feeling its warm aura. Thanks. You be careful too. With reluctance, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective missions. Northwestern Desert, Secret Realm Fisher Frontline. Linny descended from the sky. As the golden light faded, he stood before the frontline command post. Lord Candle Dragon, an officer exclaimed joyfully, you've arrived. Linny nodded. What's the situation? Very bad, the officer replied grimly. The fissure continues to widen at a rate of about 10 meters per hour. Worse still, more and more otherworldly creatures are pouring out of it. While our firepower can suppress them, our casualties are mounting. Take me to see it, Linny said in a deep voice. The officer led Linny to the frontline observation point. Standing at the elevated vantage point, Linny finally witnessed the immense fissure with his own eyes. Dark purple energy pulsed along its edges. Bizarre creatures crawled out intermittently, mostly mutated insects or reptiles, though occasionally massive beasts emerged. Frontline soldiers had set up heavy machine guns and artillery, unleashing barrages on the emerging monsters. Corpses piled high like mountains, yet new creatures poured forth endlessly. What is this? Linny frowned. It's a veritable tide of beasts. The officer sighed. Yes. We've been fighting non-stop for 36 hours. Ammunition consumption is staggering, yet the results are minimal. If we can't find a way to seal the fissure, we'll eventually exhaust our resources. Linny pondered for a moment. I'll go to the edge of the fissure. Perhaps I can find a way to seal it. It's far too dangerous, the officer protested urgently. The energy fluctuations there are intense, no ordinary person could even approach it. Linny smiled. I'm no ordinary person. He leapt forward, his form as swift as lightning, instantly dashing toward the fissure's edge. The closer he got, the more intense the energy fluctuations in the air became. While ordinary soldiers would indeed struggle to approach, it was nothing to Linny. Reaching the edge, Linny crouched down, carefully observing the direction and characteristics of the energy flow. Strange, this energy fluctuation pattern feels familiar. He activated the Candle Dragon's eye to see more clearly. Danger! Detecting alien energy incompatible with the Candle Dragon bloodline. The system's warning sounded abruptly. Just as Linny moved to retreat, a jet of purplish-black energy erupted from the fissure, striking him directly. Ah! Linny felt a bone-chilling coldness spread from the point of impact, freezing his entire body. He tried to summon the fire virtue power within him to dispel the cold, only to discover his energy suppressed by some unknown force. No! Just as Linny found himself in dire straits, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the fissure. Instantly, a colossal black creature leapt out of the crack. It was a black colossus over 30 meters long, lion-like but with 6 legs, its back covered in sharp spines, 3 horns on its head, and eyes glowing red like light bulbs. What the hell is that monster? Screamed the soldiers at the forward observation post in terror. The beast landed and lunged toward Linny with astonishing speed. Linny instinctively tried to dodge, only to find his body still paralyzed by that icy chill, unable to move. Damn it! As the beast's claws closed in, Linny bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to react through the pain. True form of the candled dragon. Golden light erupted as a colossal golden dragon's phantom materialized behind Linny, interposing itself between him and the beast. Boom! The beast collided with the golden dragon's phantom, letting out an agonized howl as it was flung backward. Seizing the moment, Linny broke free from the chill's grip and scrambled back several steps. This thing is a boss-level monster from the secret realm. Alarm bells rang in Linny's mind. It's far stronger than anything I encountered in the level 30 secret realm before. The beast seemed to recognize Linny was no ordinary opponent. With a low growl, it charged again. This time it was more cautious, changing direction mid-air to attack from the flank. Nice try! Breath of the candled dragon. Linny unleashed a golden breath from his mouth, striking directly at the beast. With a nimble sidestep, the creature dodged the attack. Blazing reflexes. Linny exclaimed in surprise, immediately shifting tactics. Fire virtue power. The fire virtue mark on his right palm glowed, gathering a ball of searing flame in his hand that instantly transformed into a flaming longsword. Blazing slash. Linny flashed forward, closing the distance to the beast. The flaming sword traced a graceful arc, slashing toward the creature's neck. The beast roared furiously, spewing a jet of dark purple mist that collided with the flaming sword. Sizzle! 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 A piercing sound echoed as the flame sword was corroded, its power greatly diminished, leaving only a shallow wound on the beast's neck. Corrosive mist? Linny's heart sank. This monster is seriously messed up. The beast, seemingly caught off guard by Linny's ability to wound it, roared furiously. Suddenly, all the spikes on its back shot upward, firing in every direction. Chapter 82, 5 Elements Showdown. The true form of the candled dragon battles the monstrous beast. Damn it! It can attack from a distance too. Linny swiftly channeled the wind dragon's power, forming a wind wall around himself that blocked most of the spikes. Still, several pierced through the barrier, embedding themselves in his arms and legs. SSS. Agonizing pain surged through him. Linny looked down to see the spikes not only embedded in his flesh but also burrowing deeper, as if alive. Xuanwu shield. He urgently channeled his Xuanwu power, forming an earthen shield over his body that finally halted the spike's advance. Yet the toxins already within his system spread relentlessly, sending waves of dizziness crashing through him. Water dragon power. Linny channeled his water element abilities, attempting to purge the toxins from his body. Simultaneously, he began assessing the situation. This colossal beast far exceeded his expectations in strength. Fighting it alone was unwise. As he pondered, distant cannon fire boomed. The frontline troops had spotted the colossal beast and initiated artillery support. Bombarded by shells, the beast roared in fury, momentarily held back. Seizing the moment, Linny immediately unleashed 5 elements convergence, simultaneously channeling the 5 elemental forces of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder within his body. 5 elements divine light. 5 colored light erupted from his body, forming a multicolored pillar that struck the beast directly. The creature let out a piercing scream, forced back by the pillar's impact until it finally tumbled back into the fissure. Defeated secret realm boss unknown level, gained 25,000 EXP. Huff, puff. Linny gasped for breath, the battle having drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Just as he was about to relax, roars echoed from the fissure again, suggesting more beasts were stirring within. No, I must find a way to seal this fissure. Linny gritted his teeth and approached the edge once more. This time he was smarter. He first used the breath of the candled dragon to form a protective barrier around himself, then employed the eye of the candled dragon to observe the energy flow within the fissure. So that's it. After careful observation, Linny discovered that the energy around the fissure formed a peculiar vortex pattern, with its center point located roughly 200 meters above the crack. System, is there a way to seal this energy structure? Analyzing. One possible method identified. The fissure's energy vortex follows the gravitational laws of the otherworld. An opposing 5 elements energy can form a counter vortex to neutralize the fissure's expansion. 5 elements energy? I happen to possess all of them. Linny's heart leapt with joy. He soared 200 meters above the fissure and began channeling the 5 elements within his body. Wind, fire, water, earth, thunder. 5 elements unite. 5 colored energies surged from Linny's body, forming a multicolored vortex in the air that spun counter to the energy whirlpool within the fissure. Seal it! Linny roared, channeling all his mental energy into the 5 elements vortex. The colorful vortex rapidly expanded, colliding with the dark purple energy vortex and sparking countless bursts of energy. The two forces canceled each other out. The dark purple vortex gradually weakened, and the crack's expansion began to slow. Keep going. Gritting his teeth, Linny persevered in channeling energy. He could feel his spiritual power rapidly depleting, but the effect was undeniable. The fissure had ceased expanding and was even beginning to shrink slowly. Just then, a violent surge of energy rippled from the depths of the fissure, several times more intense than before. Linny realized something terrifying was approaching, but he couldn't stop or all his efforts would be wasted. I must hold on. Lin Yi desperately summoned every ounce of energy within his body, even burning his own vital essence to sustain the 5 elements vortex. With a thunderous roar, a thick, dark purple beam of light suddenly shot out from within the fissure, striking Lin Yi's 5 elements vortex directly. A tremendous backlash surged from the vortex, hurling Lin Yi backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. Warning! Critical mental energy depletion. Immediate evacuation recommended. Shaking his head, Lin Yi struggled to his feet and gazed back at the fissure. To his astonishment, despite being knocked back, the 5 elements vortex continued to spin in the air, though its motion had grown more chaotic. I didn't expect it to keep spinning on its own even without my control. As he pondered this, another dark purple beam shot from the fissure, this time striking Lin Yi directly. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Lin Yi felt his internal organs shatter from the impact. He staggered backward several steps, nearly collapsing. Danger! Host's health below 20%. Activate Candle Dragon Scale Protection immediately. Not yet. Lin Yi murmured. The seal isn't complete. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he flew toward the 5 elements vortex in the sky once more, attempting to stabilize its rotation. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Young friend, don't push yourself. This rift isn't something you can seal right now. Brother Ao Guang? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is I, the Dragon King. Ao Guang's voice replied. I sensed your peril and hastened here. This fissure connects to the depths of another realm, a domain beyond even the reach of gods. Your current strength is insufficient to contend with it. Lin Yi protested, unwilling to accept defeat, but if we don't seal it, the beast tide will only grow worse. I understand, Ao Guang reassured him. But preserving your strength is paramount now. Continue gathering the 4 symbols' divine power. Only by uniting all 4 can we truly resist the otherworldly invasion. Lin Yi hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Alright, what should we do now? I will unite with the other awakened Chinese deities to temporarily suppress this rift, Ao Guang declared. You must hurry to Siberia and seek the White Tiger's power. Time is short. The secret realm is expanding far faster than anticipated, and similar rifts are appearing worldwide. Understood, Lin Yi nodded. I'll leave it to you, brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blue light descended from the heavens, revealing the figure of Dragon King Ao Guang above the rift. Holding his trident, he chanted incantations, causing blue water barriers to form around the rift, temporarily suppressing the overflowing energy. Seeing this, Lin Yi wasted no time and immediately flew toward the frontline command center. The front lines are temporarily stabilized, but this isn't a long-term solution, Lin Yi told the commander. I need to head to Siberia immediately for a mission. The commander nodded. Understood. We'll maintain our defenses and await reinforcements. Safe travels. Without delay, Lin Yi soared into the sky, heading toward Siberia. En route, he retrieved his communicator and contacted Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, have you arrived yet? Just reached the Siberian border, Su Qingyan's voice came through. Things aren't looking good here either. A secret realm rift has opened in the Arctic Bear Nation, unleashing hordes of monstrous beasts. Our defenders have suffered heavy casualties. Looks like this is a global crisis, Lin Yi sighed. Where are you? I'll head over to rendezvous with you immediately. At the entrance to the White Tiger Mountains. The Special Forces team has already gone in. I'll wait for you here. Got it. I'll be there soon. Chapter 83, Frozen Realm, Candle Dragon's True Words, Freeze Time and Space. Lin Yi sped up, his heart heavy with worry. The expansion of the secret realm and the outbreak of the beast tide were far more severe than he had imagined. If he couldn't gather the 4 symbols' power quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must find the White Tiger power quickly. Lin Yi murmured to himself, time is truly running out. Siberia, entrance to the White Tiger Mountains. A bone-chilling wind howled, like countless knives slicing across her cheeks. Su Qingyan pulled her thick military winter coat tighter, yet still felt waves of cold seeping into her very bones. This damn weather, only a monster like Lin Yi wouldn't feel the cold, she muttered under her breath, rubbing her cheeks reddened by the frost. Just then, a golden light suddenly flashed across the sky, rapidly drawing nearer. It's him! Su Qingyan's eyes lit up as she stood to greet him. The golden light touched the ground, revealing Lin Yi's figure. He wore only a thin black combat uniform, yet the bitter cold seemed to have no effect on him. You finally made it. Su Qingyan exhaled in relief. I was freezing solid waiting for you. Lin Yi smiled. Sorry. Things got complicated out in the northwest, so I was delayed. He glanced around. Where's the Special Forces team? Su Qingyan's expression instantly turned grave. They entered the mountains 2 hours ago. We agreed to check in after an hour, but now the communicator has no signal at all. I'm really worried about their safety. Don't worry, Lin Yi patted her shoulder. The Special Forces are the cream of the crop. They should be fine. Let's head into the mountains and find them. Su Qingyan nodded and started to move forward when a sudden, violent tremor shook them both off their feet. What's happening? Lin Yi frowned. Su Qingyan's face paled. Another secret realm fissure. In recent days, 3 such fissures have appeared in Polar Bear Nation, each accompanied by earthquakes. Where? Su Qingyan pointed deep into White Tiger Mountain. Right inside the mountains. The Special Forces team went to investigate that fissure. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. This is all too coincidental. The White Tiger Divine Power Site just happens to have a secret realm fissure appear nearby. Could there be a connection? I have that feeling too, Su Qingyan nodded in agreement. Perhaps the expansion of the secret realm triggered the White Tiger seal, causing the energy to spiral out of control. Regardless, we must hurry, Lin Yi declared. I'll carry you there, it'll be faster. With that, he scooped Su Qingyan into his arms, summoned the power of the wind dragon, and soared into the sky. Su Qingyan gasped, instinctively clutching Lin Yi's neck. What are you doing? Carrying you, of course. We'd never make it to the mountains before nightfall if we walked, Lin Yi replied with a straight face, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Then, fly carefully. Su Qingyan said, her face flushing, though she stopped struggling. Soaring through the air, they soon plunged deep into the White Tiger Mountains. Here, sparse vegetation gave way to vast snowfields and ice-capped peaks, forming a majestic yet desolate landscape. Look! Su Qingyan suddenly pointed ahead. What's that? Lin Yi squinted and saw a massive black-purple fissure gaping in the valley ahead, nearly identical to the one in the northwest. Scattered around the crack lay numerous bizarrely shaped creature carcasses, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. Looks like the Special Forces unit exchanged fire here, Lin Yi said, landing at the edge of the fissure and setting Su Qingyan down. But where did everyone go? The pair scanned the area and soon discovered a trail of chaotic footprints in the snow, leading toward an ice cave at the far end of the valley. They likely retreated into the ice cave, Su Qingyan analyzed. At least it offers shelter from the wind and rain better than being out here. Just as they prepared to head toward the ice cave, a deafening roar erupted from the crevasse. Instantly, a massive creature leapt out of the fissure. Damn it! Not this thing again? Lin Yi cursed. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the one in the Northwest Secret Realm, except this one was entirely snow-white, its spine sharper, and its eyes a chilling ice blue. What the hell is that? So disgusting! Su Qingyan screamed. Lin Yi yanked Su Qingyan behind him. Watch out! This is a Secret Realm boss-level creature. It's extremely dangerous. After landing, the white beast sniffed the air, quickly pinpointing Lin Yi and Su Qingyan's location. It let out a low growl, thrust its limbs against the ground, and lunged toward the pair. Candle Dragon's Breath. Lin Yi roared, unleashing a golden breath that shot straight toward the beast. But the creature abruptly changed direction mid-air, deftly evading the attack. Damn quick reflexes! Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. This one's smarter than the one in the northwest. The beast landed steadily and lunged at Lin Yi once more. This time it had learned its lesson, slithering swiftly along the ground to deny Lin Yi any chance to aim. Fire Virtue Power. The fire virtue mark on Lin Yi's palm glowed, gathering a ball of scorching flame in his hand. To his astonishment, the flame's power was greatly diminished in the extreme cold, its color fading to a dull glow. Damn it, this place suppresses fire-based abilities. The beast seized the moment to close in, swiping a claw at Lin Yi. He dodged frantically, but the creature's speed was too great. The claw grazed his shoulder, leaving 3 deep gashes. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath as an icy chill seared through the wounds, like being sliced by ice blades. Lin Yi! Su Qingyan cried out in alarm, immediately forming hand seals. Fire Spirit Shield. A crimson glow surged from her body, forming a fiery barrier that stood between the beast and Lin Yi. The creature slammed into the barrier, letting out a pained howl as it stumbled back several steps. Thanks! Lin Yi seized the moment to steady himself. Seems wind and thunder abilities work better in this environment. Wind Dragon Power. Lin Yi spread his arms wide, unleashing a gale that swirled around him, whipping up the surrounding snow into a miniature blizzard. Using this as cover, he circled around to the giant beast's rear. Thunderous Might. A thick bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the beast's back with pinpoint accuracy. The creature let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently as the spikes on its back loosened from the thunderous impact. Now! Wind and Thunder Descend. Golden and purple light surged around Lin Yi, revealing the shadowy form of a wind thunder dragon behind him. He lunged toward the beast in a single stride, his fist wrapped in crackling lightning. His fist struck the beast squarely in the head. The immense impact sent the colossal creature flying, crashing heavily into an ice peak. The ice peak collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the beast beneath layers of ice and snow. Is it done? Su Qingyan asked cautiously. Should be, Lin Yi replied, patting his hands. This one was far weaker than the one in the northwest. Probably because it just emerged from the rift and hasn't adapted to this world's rules yet. Chapter 84, The Inviolable Legacy of Huaxia. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the snowdrift exploded outward. The beast reappeared, battered and bruised yet still ferocious beyond measure. Damn! This tough? Lin Yi frowned. Looks like we'll need to get serious. He drew a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and chanted, "True words of the Candle Dragon freeze time." An invisible wave radiated from Lin Yi's body, causing the surrounding space to freeze solid. Even the falling snowflakes halted mid-air. The giant beast's movements slowed dramatically, as if playing back a movie at a fraction of its normal speed. That move was so cool! Su Qingyan exclaimed. When did you learn that? It came with my bloodline awakening, Lin Yi said proudly, but it drains me heavily and can only be sustained for a short time. Seizing the moment while the colossal beast was frozen in time, he swiftly closed the distance, channeling the power of the 5 elements throughout his body and concentrating it into his fist. 5 elements converge, destroy. His fist slammed into the beast, punching a gaping hole through its body. 5-colored energy erupted within, shattering its entire frame from the inside out. Defeated Secret Realm Boss Level 50, gained 30,000 EXP. Phew. Finally done. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, releasing the time freeze. You're incredible. Su Qingyan ran over excitedly, but her expression turned worried upon seeing the wound on Lin Yi's shoulder. You're hurt. Lin Yi glanced down at his shoulder, where a thin layer of frost had formed over the wound. It's fine, just a minor scratch. With my healing abilities, this will mend quickly. Don't be stubborn, Su Qingyan said, pulling out a small vial. She poured some red powder onto Lin Yi's wound. This is fire spirit medicine. It dispels cold energy and accelerates healing. The moment the powder touched the wound, it transformed into a warm glow and swiftly seeped into the skin. Lin Yi distinctly felt the chill at the wound site dissipate, and the pain eased considerably. This medicine is pretty good, Lin Yi remarked in surprise. Thanks. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly. You're welcome. You saved my life. This is nothing. The two didn't linger and continued toward the ice cave. They hadn't gone far when Lin Yi suddenly stopped, scanning his surroundings warily. What is it? Su Qingyan whispered. Someone's watching us, Lin Yi said coldly. Ever since we arrived here, someone has been observing us from the shadows. Su Qingyan gasped. People from the Polar Bear Nation? Highly likely, Lin Yi nodded, then abruptly turned toward an ice peak and shouted, Since you've been spotted, why not show yourselves? The ice peak remained silent, offering no response. Lin Yi sneered coldly. Not coming out, huh? Then I'll have to invite you out. With that, he snapped his fingers, sending a bolt of lightning streaking toward the ice peak. The lightning struck the summit with pinpoint accuracy, exploding a large chunk of ice and snow. Crash! Amidst the collapsing ice and snow, a figure leapt down from the peak, landing steadily before the two men. It was a tall woman clad in a pure white, form-fitting combat suit. Her golden hair was intricately braided and coiled atop her head, and her striking face bore a hint of disdain. The descendant of Huaxia's candle dragon truly lives up to the legend, the woman said in Chinese with a slight accent. To detect me in such an environment, your perception is indeed impressive. Lin Yi scrutinized the woman. Natasha, the Frost Queen of the Polar Bear Nation? That's correct, Natasha smiled faintly. You know me? General Chen Jimu mentioned you, Lin Yi replied. The legendary professional from the Polar Bear Nation, captain of the Arctic Special Forces. Natasha seemed pleased with Lin Yi's assessment. Seems your Huaxia intelligence on me is quite thorough. But knowing who I am, aren't you afraid? Lin Yi chuckled. Afraid of you? That's ridiculous. I'd go up against the combined fleets of Eagle Land and Cherry Blossom nations single-handedly. Why would I fear you alone? Natasha's smile froze on her face. Arrogant. That was because you had the Dragon King of the East Sea assisting you. Otherwise, how could you possibly take on an entire fleet by yourself? Oh? You know that too? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. The Polar Bear Nation's intelligence system is quite impressive, huh? That's irrelevant, Natasha waved her hand dismissively. What matters is why you're here. This is Bear Nation territory. Your unauthorized intrusion violates our laws. Su Qingyan snorted coldly. Stop pretending. You know exactly why we're here. You mean the White Tiger Divine Power? Natasha smiled. Correct, we are aware of your objective. Unfortunately, the White Tiger Divine Power will be taken over by the Polar Bear Nation. You're too late. Lin Yi frowned. Take over? The White Tiger is a deity of China. What does it have to do with your Arctic Bear Nation? Simple, Natasha shrugged. It's on our territory, so it belongs to us. Bull. Lin Yi retorted bluntly. You stole it. The White Tiger deity was sealed here because 3 centuries ago, during that great war, it fought to the last breath to protect China and was forced to retreat to this frozen wasteland to recover. Natasha's expression darkened. History is written by the victors. Now, our scientists have fully deciphered the White Tiger's divine power. Soon, it will be integrated into our weapon systems. How dare you? Su Qingyan roared. Not only dare we, but we're already doing it, Natasha declared smugly. The Special Forces team you sent from China is currently being held by my men. They trespassed into a military restricted zone, and under our country's laws, that carries a heavy sentence. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. So you're here to stop us? No, Natasha shook her head. I'm here to extend an invitation. Invitation? Lin Yi and Su Qingyan froze in surprise. Yes, Natasha smiled mysteriously. The supreme leader of the polar bear nation is very interested in you, the descendant of China's candle dragon. He wishes to meet you to discuss the possibility of cooperation. Linny scoffed. Cooperation? What a joke. You stole the power of the Chinese deities, and you expect me to cooperate with you? Don't refuse so hastily, Natasha replied calmly. You've witnessed the secret realm fissures opening worldwide. The beast tide invasion has begun. Facing this global crisis, unity and cooperation are the wisest course. We can share the White Tiger's divine power to jointly resist the otherworldly invasion. Linny fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, have you seen the White Tiger deity? Natasha shook her head. No. We only found the White Tiger's tooth, the vessel for its divine power. The deity itself has not revealed itself. Then how can you be certain the White Tiger will acknowledge you? Linny countered. Chinese deities only recognize descendants with Chinese bloodlines. Even if you stole the tooth, you couldn't wield its true power. Chapter 85, The White Tiger's Tooth, a stealing display. Natasha's expression shifted slightly. That's precisely why we sought your cooperation. We possess the White Tiger's tooth, and you carry the Candle Dragon's bloodline. Perhaps together we can discover a way to activate the White Tiger's divine power. Linny sneered coldly, so you plan to use me? Then dispose of me like you did those special forces soldiers? Of course not, Natasha hastened to say. We'll grant you the highest honors and guarantee your safety. Linny pondered for a moment before turning to Su Qingyan and speaking in ancient Chinese, which Natasha couldn't understand. Help me put on a show. I have a way to rescue the special forces and find the White Tiger's fawn. Su Qingyan gave an almost imperceptible nod. Linny turned back to Natasha, feigning compromise. Alright, I'll go with you to meet your leader. But I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Natasha demanded. First, release the Chinese special forces immediately. Second, my companion Su Qingyan must accompany me. Natasha hesitated. I can't decide on the special forces matter, but I can relay your request to my superiors. As for your companion, no problem, she can come along. It's settled then, Linny nodded. Lead the way. Natasha seemed somewhat surprised that Linny agreed so readily, but she promptly summoned a snow-armored vehicle via her communicator. After the 3 boarded, the vehicle traversed the rugged mountain roads deep into White Tiger Mountain. Along the way, Linny discreetly studied the surrounding terrain and potential escape routes. Where did you hide the White Tiger's fawn? Linny asked casually. Natasha shot him a wary glance. Why ask? Pure curiosity, Linny shrugged. After all, it's what I'm looking for. It's in a completely secure location, Natasha replied evasively. Once we meet our leader, he'll decide whether to tell you. After about an hour, the armored vehicle finally arrived at a military base hidden within the mountainside. From the outside, it resembled an ordinary weather station, but the surrounding area was bristling with concealed defensive installations and surveillance systems. After disembarking, Natasha led the 2 men through several layers of stringent security checks, eventually arriving at a massive ice cavern deep within the base. Welcome to the Arctic Lab, Natasha announced. This is Polar Bear Nation's most advanced secret research facility, dedicated to studying otherworldly energies and divine powers. The interior of the ice cave had been transformed into a modern laboratory, fully equipped with sophisticated instruments and energy detection devices. Dozens of scientists in white lab coats worked intently. Look, that's the portal fissure, Natasha pointed toward the cavern's depths. Sure enough, at the laboratory's farthest point, a dark purple fissure sealed by a transparent energy barrier lay exposed, identical to the one Linny had witnessed before. You built the lab right next to the fissure? Linny frowned. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Precisely because it's dangerous that we need to study it up close, Natasha explained. Only by understanding our enemy can we defeat them. Linny said no more and continued following Natasha on the tour. Passing a sealed experimental zone, he glimpsed through a wall-mounted glass window the imprisoned Huaxia Special Forces members. Though uninjured, they were bound by special energy chains, unable to use their professional abilities. Are they okay? Linny asked. Rest assured, we're only detaining them temporarily, no abuse involved, Natasha said. Once our discussions conclude, if all goes smoothly, they'll be released. Linny nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Finally, Natasha led the 2 men into a vast circular conference room. At its center stood an ice-carved round table, surrounded by several senior officers in military uniforms. Seated at the head of the table was a gray-haired elder who radiated authority and power. Descendants of the Candle Dragon, welcome, the old man said in standard Mandarin. I am Ivanov, Minister of Defense of the Arctic Bear, and also the inheritor of the Frost Elder lineage. Linny performed the traditional Chinese bow. General Ivanov, I've long admired your reputation. Ivanov gestured for them to sit. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I assume you know why we invited you here? Linny nodded. You wish to utilize me to activate the White Tiger's divine power. The word utilize sounds a bit harsh, Ivanov chuckled. I prefer to call it collaboration. Then where is the White Tiger's fawn? Linny asked directly. Ivanov hesitated briefly before pulling a crystal pendant from his collar. At its center, a gleaming fong of white light was prominently embedded. "This is it, the White Tiger's divine fong," Ivanov declared proudly. "Our scientists have determined this tooth holds immense energy, enough to power a city for over a century. Yet we've still been unable to fully activate its power." Lini stared at the White Tiger fong, sensing a familiar vibration, the distinctive aura of the Huaxia deities, resonating subtly with the candle dragon power within him. "It recognizes you," Ivanov observed keenly. "It seems the rumors are true, the Chinese deities genuinely require a specific bloodline to activate." Lini feigned nonchalance. "So, how do you propose we collaborate?" "Simple," Ivanov explained. "You help us activate the White Tiger's divine power, and we share a portion of that energy with China. Together, we'll confront the impending beast tide." "Part?" Lini raised an eyebrow. "The White Tiger is a Chinese deity, yet you're only willing to share a portion of its power with us? Don't forget," Ivanov insisted firmly, "it was discovered on our territory. Under international law, it belongs to the Polar Bear Nation." Lini scoffed coldly. "Does international law govern deities?" Ivanov's expression darkened. "What kind of attitude is that? Does China intend to monopolize all divine power while watching other nations get swallowed by the beast tide? Of course not." Lini sat up straight. "China has always advocated for a community with a shared future for mankind. But your actions have gone too far, stealing divine power, imprisoning Chinese special forces personnel. These are not the foundations for equal cooperation." Ivanov fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed. "Very well. I can release your special forces as a gesture of goodwill. But the White Tiger's divine power must remain in the Polar Bear Nation. This is non-negotiable." "Agreed," Lin Yi nodded. "But I have one condition: I need private access to the White Tiger fong to attempt activating its power." Ivanov grew wary. "Why alone?" "The process of a deity recognizing its master is deeply personal," Lin Yi explained. "The presence of outsiders would disrupt the resonance." Ivanov and Natasha exchanged a glance before finally nodding in agreement. "Agreed, but it must take place in the energy isolation chamber. We will monitor the energy fluctuations throughout the entire process." "No problem," Lin Yi agreed readily. Chapter 86: The Frozen Battle Armor versus the Candle Dragon. After the meeting, Ivanov ordered the release of several Huaxia Special Forces operatives and arranged for a special energy isolation chamber to be prepared for Lin Yi's attempt to activate the White Tiger fong. On the way to the chamber, Su Qingyan quietly asked, "Are you really going to help him activate the White Tiger's divine power?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Of course not. I have my own plan." Upon reaching the isolation chamber, Ivanov handed the White Tiger fong to Lin Yi. "Remember, no tricks. Our people are guarding the entire base." "Don't worry," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. "I just want to resolve this matter quickly and return home." Ivanov and Natasha exited the isolation room, leaving only Lin Yi and Su Qingyan inside. "Begin," Natasha's voice crackled over the intercom. "We'll monitor the energy fluctuations throughout the entire process." Lin Yi nodded, then gave Su Qingyan a subtle nod. She immediately understood his intent and began pacing the room, pretending to prepare for activation. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi discreetly activated the Candle Dragon's eye, scanning the entire room. Sure enough, the walls were densely packed with surveillance equipment and energy detectors. He let out a cold chuckle before chanting the Candle Dragon mantra in a soft voice. In an instant, time stands still. An invisible ripple spread out, freezing the surveillance feeds to the outside world. Time seemed to halt. "All right, we have 10 seconds, Lin Yi said quickly. "I'll replicate a fake White Tiger fong. You provide cover." Within the frozen 10 seconds, Lin Yi moved with lightning speed. He pulled out an ordinary beast tooth taken from the secret realm giant beast he had just slain, then placed his palm over it and murmured, "Shapeshift." A layer of golden light enveloped the tooth. When the glow faded, its shape had transformed into an exact replica of the White Tiger divine tooth, its color and patterns indistinguishable from the real thing. Simultaneously, Su Qingyan's fire spirit energy formed tiny fireballs within the room. They floated in the air, disrupting the energy detector's readings. "Time's almost up." Lin Yi quickly tucked the real White Tiger divine fong into his robe, replacing it with the fake. "Once time resumes flowing, they'll immediately detect the energy fluctuations." "What do we do?" Su Qingyan asked urgently. Lin Yi grinned. "Run, of course." "Ready?" Su Qingyan nodded, took a deep breath, and prepared to move at a moment's notice. 3, 2, 1. Time resumes. Lin Yi lifted the time freeze, and the walkie-talkie immediately blared an urgent alarm. "Energy anomaly." Natasha's voice crackled with alertness. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi feigned calmness, "Just trying to activate the White Tiger fong. Might cause some energy fluctuations." "Bull." Natasha snapped. "The system detected the activation of the Candle Dragon time law. What the hell did you do?" "What did I do?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I took the real tooth, of course, and left a fake one behind." "What?" Natasha's voice nearly screeched. "Seal off the isolation chamber. Dispatch all security personnel immediately." Lin Yi gave Su Qingyan a knowing look. Let's go. He scooped Su Qingyan into his arms, clutching the white tiger divine fang in his other hand. Stomping his foot, he commanded, Xuanwu's power, stir the earth's veins. The entire isolation room shook violently as countless cracks rapidly spread across the walls. Before the guards could arrive, Lin Yi had already smashed through the wall, carrying Su Qingyan as he burst out. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shrill alarm pierced the base, drawing waves of fully armed soldiers from every direction. Wow, looks like we're the hot commodity now. Lin Yi remarked half-jokingly, completely dismissing the soldiers. He darted left and right with lightning speed, shaking off most pursuers in the blink of an eye. But at a corner, they suddenly encountered a squad of Special Forces soldiers, their rifles cocked and aimed. Halt, barked the commanding officer. Or we open fire. A smirk of contempt curled the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. Su Qingyan, watch closely. This is a live demonstration of how arrogance gets you slapped in the face. With that, he gently set Su Qingyan down and stepped forward, facing the barrage of guns. 3 seconds. Drop your weapons, or I'll make sure every one of you hits the ground, Lin Yi said calmly. 3. The Special Forces soldiers didn't budge, their gun barrels still firmly fixed on him. 2. Beads of sweat formed on the commanding officer's forehead, yet he still gave no signal for his men to lower their weapons. 1. Fire, the officer barked. Boom. Over a dozen rifles fired simultaneously, bullets raining down toward Lin Yi. But to everyone's utter astonishment, the bullets froze mid-air before reaching him, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Impossible. The officer's jaw nearly dropped. This. It's perfectly normal, Lin Yi yawned. Your little toys are useless against me. Now, it's my turn. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the suspended bullets plummeted to the ground with a clatter. Instantly, Lin Yi clapped his hands together, sending an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Thud. The Special Forces soldiers were swept away as if by an invisible giant hand, all knocked unconscious to the ground. Su Qingyan stared in disbelief. This is ridiculous. Lin Yi scratched his head, looking utterly innocent. I'm being restrained here, okay? I didn't want to tear the base apart. We Chinese still value civility. The pair swiftly traversed the corridor, finally locating the experimental zone where the Special Forces team was being held. Several guards stood at the entrance. Without a word, Lin Yi unleashed a candle dragon's breath, knocking them all unconscious. Captain Lin. The Special Forces members were thrilled to see him. Lin Yi swiftly cut their restraints. Everyone okay? We're fine. Just locked up for a few days. No abuse, replied the Special Forces captain. Good. Follow me now. This base is about to become a battlefield. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from deep within the base, followed by earth-shaking tremors. What's happening? Su Qingyan asked in alarm. Damn it, the rift in the secret realm is expanding again, a Special Forces soldier said nervously. While we were imprisoned, we overheard the scientists discussing how unstable the rift was and that it might expand further. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Then we need to hurry. Let's get out of this hellhole first. The group had barely burst out of the experimental zone when they collided head-on with a fully armed Natasha. She wore a frost armor suit that glinted with a cold, icy sheen, wielding a long sword that emitted a blue glow. Her expression was grim as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yi. Huaxia Candle Dragon, return the white tiger fang to me. Natasha roared. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Sorry, but this was always our Chinese artifact to begin with. Taking it back is only right. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Natasha swung her sword with a fierce strike, unleashing a howling blast of frigid energy that hurtled straight toward Lin Yi. Xuanwu Shield. Chapter 87, The Might of the Huaxia Bloodline. Lin Yi swiftly summoned an earth shield to block the strike. But the icy force's power far exceeded his expectations, instantly coating the shield in a thick layer of frost. Not bad, Lin Yi remarked in surprise. Seems that legendary tier practitioner title isn't just for show. Natasha sneered coldly, don't think you're so strong. In this frozen wasteland, my frost power reaches its peak. Even you won't fare well. No sooner had the words left her lips than she swung her sword again. This time, it unleashed not a single strike, but a torrent of frost energy that swept toward Lin Yi like a blizzard. Everyone, fall back. Lin Yi shoved Su Qingyan behind the Special Forces team members before charging headlong into the icy tempest. Wind Dragon Power, Wind Chaser Step. Lin Yi's form blurred as he darted through the frost at astonishing speed, dodging every strike. Simultaneously, he counterattacked, Power of the Thunder Dragon, Thunderous Might. Bolts of lightning shot from his fingertips, but to his surprise, their power was greatly diminished in the extreme cold, easily blocked by Natasha. See? Natasha said smugly. This is my turf. Your lightning and fire abilities are both suppressed here. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. This is a bit troublesome. But he abruptly pulled the white tiger's fang from his robe and raised it high. How about we test the power of the white tiger? Natasha's expression darkened instantly. You dare? Why wouldn't I? Lin Yi grinned. Ancestral white tiger, I humbly request your power. Clutching the Fong tightly, a surge of potent white energy erupted from it, resonating with the candle dragon power within him. Ding! White Tiger Divine Power detected. Attempting fusion. Warning, White Tiger Divine Power is highly compatible with the current environment but conflicts with Wind Thunder Power. Who cares? Just let's use it first. Linny gritted his teeth, forcibly channeling the White Tiger Divine Power. A chill spread from his palm throughout his body, not the damaging kind, but a powerful, invigorating cold. Linny felt his body being reshaped by some mysterious force, growing increasingly adapted to this extreme frigid environment. White Tiger's Claw. Linny's right hand abruptly transformed into a massive white tiger claw, its razor-sharp edges glinting with icy light. With a single swipe, he tore through Natasha's frost shield, leaving 5 deep gashes across her battle armor. Impossible. Natasha stared in disbelief. How could you master the White Tiger's divine power so quickly? Linny chuckled darkly. That's the nature of the Chinese deities. Those with Chinese bloodline grasp it exceptionally fast. Simply put, bloodline recognition, a perfect match. Natasha's face turned pale with rage, but she quickly regained her composure. Don't get cocky too soon. Even if you can wield a bit of the White Tiger's divine power, you can't fully control it. Besides, in a place like this, we hold the advantage of the terrain. You won't escape. No sooner had she spoken than another deafening roar echoed from the depths of the base. The entire structure shook violently as chunks of ice began falling from the ceiling. The rift in the secret realm is widening. A scientist burst out of the adjacent corridor in terror. The energy barrier is about to collapse. Natasha whipped around and barked at the scientist, "Shut up! Get back to maintaining the barrier." Seizing the moment of distraction, Linny lunged forward, unleashing a white tiger claw strike aimed directly at her chest. Natasha scrambled to block, but the sheer force of the blow sent her reeling backward. Damn it! Natasha gritted her teeth. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. Frost Banishment Arctic Domain. Her body suddenly radiated a blinding blue light as the surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the air began to crystallize into ice. A vast frost domain rapidly expanded outward from her center, engulfing the entire corridor. You won't be leaving now, Natasha said coldly. Within my absolute zero domain, everyone except me will freeze solid. Linny felt his limbs stiffen and his movements slow. Su Qingyan and the Special Forces team members curled up on the ground in agony, frost forming on their skin. This is bad, the temperature keeps dropping. Linny frowned. At this rate, we'll all freeze to death. He urgently summoned his fire virtue power to resist, but under the domain suppression, the flames grew feeble. Useless, Natasha declared haughtily. Here, frost is the law. Lindy took a deep breath and asked calmly, just frost? What about the White Tiger? Before Natasha could answer, Linny channeled all his power into the White Tiger Divine Fong, Ancestral White Tiger. I, Linny, as the descendant of the Candle Dragon, humbly beseech your power. The White Tiger Divine Fong suddenly erupted with blinding white light, piercing through the frigid domain and shooting straight into the heavens. A thunderous tiger roar shook the skies, followed by the apparition of a colossal white tiger silhouette materializing behind Linny. The White Tiger's true form? Natasha was too stunned to speak. Impossible. How could you possibly? I told you blood ties, Linny declared triumphantly. The Huaxia deities recognize only Huaxia people. No choice except it. Empowered by the White Tiger's true form, Linny not only broke free from the frigid domain's grip but surged with overwhelming momentum. Enveloped in white radiance, the icy chill could no longer harm him. Instead, it became the wellspring of his power. My turn! Linny roared. White Tiger sky-splitting slash. He pressed his palms together, then violently snapped them apart. A white blade of light ripped through space, striking directly at Natasha. The strike was so powerful it cleaved the air itself, creating a brief vacuum. No! Natasha barely managed to raise her sword to block, but against this terrifying force, her frost-covered blade sliced through like tofu. The blade's momentum continued unabated, carving a deep gash across her chest. Put! Natasha spat out a mouthful of blood. Her frigid domain collapsed instantly. Staggering backward several steps, she collapsed to the ground. I lost? Natasha couldn't believe it. Defeated on my own turf? Linny retracted his white tiger form and walked before Natasha, looking down at her with disdain. Face reality. The power of the Chinese deities is not something you can covet. Just then, another deafening explosion erupted more violent than any before. The entire base began collapsing as massive chunks of ice and stone plummeted from the ceiling. This is bad. The secret realm fissure is completely out of control. Su Qingyan cried urgently. We need to evacuate immediately. Linny nodded and turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. He looked back at Natasha, still lying on the ground. Do you want to come with us? If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Natasha stared at him in surprise. Why are you saving me? I despise your methods, but there's no need to watch you die, Linny shrugged. Besides, facing the secret realm beast tide, humanity should stand united. Chapter 88, The Secret Realm Lord, Ultimate Boss Jin Tian appears. Natasha hesitated, then gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go with you. But that doesn't mean our scores are settled. Whatever, Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. Now, let's get moving. The group hurriedly evacuated, passing numerous scientists and soldiers fleeing for their lives along the way. An apocalyptic terror permeated the base. Which direction is the fissure? Lin Yi asked Natasha. Deepest part of the base. Turn left and go to the end. Lin Yi nodded. Su Qingyan, take the Special Forces team out first. I'll go check on that fissure. Are you crazy? Su Qingyan's eyes widened. It's far too dangerous there. Don't worry. I'm just going to assess the situation. I won't push myself too hard, Lin Yi reassured her. The White Tiger divine power has just awakened. I want to test its true might. Before Su Qingyan could say more, Lin Yi had already turned and sprinted toward the fissure in the secret realm. Natasha hesitated for a moment before following. Why are you following me? Lin Yi asked curiously. That fissure is the project I'm responsible for researching, Natasha replied stubbornly. I have an obligation to see its final state. The two raced forward, quickly reaching the deepest part of the base. The sight before them made both gasp in horror. The fissure, once sealed by an energy barrier, had completely spiraled out of control. Dark purple energy surged forth like raging waves, corroding the surrounding equipment and walls beyond recognition. Even more terrifying, hordes of alien creatures poured from the fissure. Their forms varied wildly. Some resembled giant insects, others mutated reptiles, each radiating a palpable aura of danger. Oh no! Natasha's face drained of color. The greater beast tide has begun. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, studying the creatures pouring from the fissure. It's the same in the northwest. More and more monsters are emerging from the secret realm. If we don't find a way to seal the fissure, the entire Earth will be overwhelmed. Natasha gave a bitter smile. Do you think we don't want to? But with humanity's current technology, we simply can't seal the rift completely. We can only erect barriers to temporarily suppress its expansion. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, what about Ivanov? Isn't he the inheritor of the Frost Elder legacy? Why isn't he stepping forward to handle this crisis? Natasha sighed. He's grown old, his power greatly diminished. Besides, the Frost Elder isn't a true deity, merely an ancient occupational legacy. It can't be compared to your candle dragon power. Just then, a blinding light erupted from the fissure, followed by a deafening roar. Oh no! Lin Yi's expression darkened. Another boss-level creature is emerging. Run! Natasha grabbed Lin Yi's arm. In our current state, we can't handle that kind of monster. But Lin Yi shook his head and stepped forward instead. Running won't solve anything. This fissure must be sealed, or the entire polar bear nation will fall. He drew the emerald sea tide-born sword from his waist, then pulled out the White Tiger Divine Fang and pressed it against the blade. Ancestral White Tiger, lend me your power. The Divine Fang fused into the blade, instantly transforming the emerald sea tide rising sword into a snow-white longsword. Tiger stripes rippled faintly across its surface, radiating a piercing chill. Ding! The White Tiger's divine power has temporarily fused with the tide-rising sword of the Azure Sea, forming the White Tiger sky-splitting sword. Warning, this fusion state is unstable and will last no longer than 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. Lin Yi raised the sword and roared at the fissure, seal it. He leapt upward, thrusting the blade straight into the fissure's center. A white light erupted from the tip, coalescing into a colossal spectral white tiger that plunged into the abyss. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire base. The dark purple energy surrounding the fissure began to rapidly contract, as if suppressed from within. It's working! Lin Yi shouted in delight. But just then, a massive claw reached out from the fissure, gripping Lin Yi's sword with an iron hold. Immediately afterward, a colossal creature forced half its body through the fissure, a beast resembling both wolf and leopard, 3 times larger than any previous boss. Its entire form was covered in dark purple scales, and 8 blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous light. Is that the secret realm lord? Natasha gasped in terror. The strongest creature said to rule the depths of the secret realm. Lin Yi strained with all his might to pull his sword free, but the lord's claws held it fast, refusing to budge. As the beast's upper body fully emerged from the fissure, it opened its gaping maw, poised to devour Lin Yi. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. Candle Dragon Mantra, embrace death to gain life. This forbidden technique drained his life force for a brief, overwhelming burst of power. Lin Yi's body instantly turned transparent, like glass, revealing every glowing blood vessel within. Take this strike! White Tiger's fatal slash. The White Tiger sky-splitting sword in Lin Yi's grasp erupted with dazzling white light. Its immense power even caused cracks to appear in the lord's claws. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi drew his blade and struck with lightning speed, aiming directly for the lord's head. Thud! The sharp blade pierced flesh, and the lord let out a piercing scream as the red light in each of its 8 eyes flickered out one by one. Its massive body swayed several times before crashing to the ground with a thud, all signs of life extinguished. Defeated Secret Realm Lord level 80, gained 100,000 EXP. Ding! Experience points maxed. Level up, 1517. Ding. Acquired skill points 10. Ding. Acquired free attribute points 20. Holy, I just leveled up twice in one go. Linny exclaimed, nearly forgetting the danger he was in. After the Lord fell, the dark purple energy surrounding the fissure began to rapidly shrink, finally vanishing completely with a dull thud. The fissure was sealed at least for now. You did it. Natasha stared in disbelief. You actually sealed the rift. Linny sheathed his sword and forced a wry smile. Don't celebrate too soon. This is only temporary. And, before he could finish, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. Linny! Natasha cried out, rushing forward to support him. What's wrong? Overdraft. Linny forced a faint smile. Side effects of the forbidden technique. I won't be able to use my abilities for a while, and my health has taken a significant hit. Natasha bit her lip, then unexpectedly hoisted Linny onto her back. Come on, we need to get out of here fast. Even though the rift is sealed for now, the monsters that escaped are still roaming the base. Why, did you save me? Linny asked weakly. You saved me. You saved everyone in this base, Natasha murmured softly. No matter how unreasonable I am, I can't just stand by and watch you die, can I? The two fled the base and finally reunited with Su Qingyan and the Special Forces team outside. Chapter 89, The Legendary Warrior Returns, Bathed in Blood. Linny. Su Qingyan nearly cried upon seeing him covered in blood. How did you get so badly injured? Don't worry, Linny managed a weak smile. I'm just. Before he could finish, he slipped into unconsciousness. Quick, treat him. Su Qingyan ordered urgently. The medic from the Special Forces team immediately stepped forward to administer emergency treatment. How did he get hurt like this? Su Qingyan demanded of Natasha. Natasha sighed. He used some forbidden technique to seal the secret realm fissure and killed a secret realm lord. If not for him, we might all be dead. Su Qingyan stared at the unconscious Linny, her heart filled with both admiration and heartache. Where is the white tiger's divine fang? She suddenly demanded. Here, Natasha carefully retrieved the white tiger divine fang from Linny's embrace and handed it to Su Qingyan. It has now recognized its master. Only he can truly wield its power. Su Qingyan took the fang, sensing the faint fluctuations emanating from it. The white tiger's divine power had been depleted and needed time to recover. We must leave this place immediately, Natasha said. Though the base is temporarily secure, it's no longer habitable for humans. I'll arrange for a helicopter to transport you back to your country. Thank you, Su Qingyan nodded, then hesitated before asking, what about your polar bear nation? Natasha gave a bitter smile. We'll evacuate this region and re-establish our defenses. But there's something I must tell you. Similar secret realm rifts are appearing worldwide. The beast tide has begun. This isn't just a crisis for China or the polar bear nation, it's a catastrophe for all humanity. Su Qingyan's expression grew grave. I understand. I'll report this situation to the National Security Bureau. I hope nations can set aside their differences and unite to confront this crisis. That kid's got some serious luck. Through the haze, Linny recognized a familiar voice. Summoning his strength, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The decor was simple and rustic, with ancient Chinese paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls. Awake? I was worried you'd gone too far this time and kicked the bucket. The voice belonged to Chen Jimu, who sat cross-legged on the bedside, holding a bowl of steaming medicinal broth. Old Chen? Linny struggled to sit up, but found every muscle in his body utterly drained. Where am I? How did I get back? The special treatment room at the Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Chen Jimu set down the bowl and helped Linny sit up. The Polar Bear Nation sent a special plane to bring you back. You were reckless, using forbidden techniques to confront the secret realm lord head-on. You nearly paid with your life. Linny gave a dry chuckle. No choice. In that situation, I had to go all out just to get out. By the way, where are Su Qingyan and the Special Forces team? They're both fine and back at their posts. Chen Jimu handed him the bowl. Drink this. The old director spent 3 days and nights brewing this elixir specifically for reckless fools like you. Linny took the bowl and sniffed it, nearly fainting from the stench. What the hell is this? It stinks to high heaven. Stop complaining and drink it. Chen Jimu urged. This is made with 500-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old lingji mushrooms, and who knows how many other precious herbs. One bowl is worth a fortune. Linny pinched his nose and gulped it down in one go, nearly vomiting on the spot. If I weren't so tough, this potion alone could have poisoned me to death. Chen Jimu roared with laughter. Alright, you're always cracking jokes. By the way, did you get the white tiger's divine fang? Of course, Linny patted his chest. It's right here with me. It's already bonded to me. Good, Chen Jimu nodded, his expression turning serious. The global situation is growing increasingly tense. Secret realm rifts have appeared in 17 countries, and the scale of the beast waves keeps expanding. Linny pondered for a moment. Old Chen, do you think these secret realm rifts are natural formations? You suspect someone's behind this? It's not impossible, Linny said. That Ragnarok project the Western Church is working on, they claim it can extract the faith energy of all global class changers. If they actually pulled that off, it could easily destabilize the divine order and affect the stability of the secret realms. Shen Jimu nodded gravely. Our intelligence division reached a similar conclusion. What's worse, recently the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Country, and the Western Church formed some Humanity United Defense Alliance, claiming to combat the Beast Tide together, but in reality they're scrambling to seize divine relics across the world. Oomph, Linny scoffed coldly. Classic opportunism. Don't be fooled by their talk of unity behind the scenes, they're scheming to weaken China. That's why we must accelerate our progress, Shen Jimu stated. We've already gathered the Black Tortoise armor and White Tiger Fong. Only the Azure Dragon Scale and Vermilion Bird Feather remain. The Vermilion Bird Feather lies within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, but it requires the resonance of all four symbols' power to unlock it. As for the Azure Dragon Scale, we still lack concrete leads on its whereabouts. Linny suddenly remembered something. Right. Old brother Ao Guang might know about the Azure Dragon. We could go ask him. Just then, a gentle breeze swept in through the window, carrying a golden dragon scale that drifted to rest beside the bed. Speak of the devil, Linny chuckled. This must be brother Ao Guang's token. Looks like he needs to see me. Shen Jimu nodded. Then hurry and recover your strength. Once you're nearly back to normal, go see him. No need to wait, Linny declared, suddenly biting his tongue to draw a drop of blood onto the dragon scale. True words of the candle dragon heal. Instantly, a warm current surged through Linny's body, restoring 7 or 8/10 of his previously weakened vitality. Damn it, another forbidden technique. Shen Jimu frowned. Wasn't it enough that last time nearly killed you? Now you're at it again? Linny chuckled darkly. Just a few scrapes and bruises. Don't make such a fuss. With the situation so urgent, I can't afford to lie around like a big shot. He swung himself off the bed, stretched his limbs, and picked up the White Tiger's divine fong resting on the bedside. Let's go meet brother Ao Guang. Shen Jimu shook his head helplessly. You're impossible to reason with. Fine, I'll come with you. The two left the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute and headed for the East Sea. Linny used the power of the Wind Dragon to carry Shen Jimu through the air, reaching the edge of the East Sea in less than an hour. Linny pulled out the East Sea Dragon Ball and held it high toward the ocean. Brother Ao Guang, I'm here. The dragon pearl emitted a blue glow, and the sea surface immediately began to boil. A massive blue dragon soared up from the ocean. Young friend, you arrive at just the right moment. Dragon King Ao Guang's voice boomed like muffled thunder. I was seeking you out to discuss urgent matters. Chapter 90, The Divine Alliance Amidst the Beast Tide Crisis. Linny clasped his fists in salute. At the Dragon King's command, this humble servant shall obey. No need for formalities, Ao Guang chuckled. You are now a deity of Huaxia. We are equals. Come, let us discuss matters in the Dragon Palace. With a sweep of his dragon claw, a torrent of water enveloped Linny and Shen Jimu, carrying them straight down into the ocean depths. Yet, shielded by the Dragon King's divine power, they felt no suffocation or pressure, moving as freely as if on land. As they passed through layer upon layer of seawater, the scene suddenly opened up. A magnificent palace stood resplendent beneath the waves, surrounded by countless corals and exotic sea plants, creating a breathtakingly beautiful landscape. Welcome to the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang declared, transforming into human form an elderly man clad in blue robes, his beard and hair entirely white. I have gathered the other awakened deities of Huaxia. They await your arrival. Linny was somewhat surprised. Other deities? I'd love to meet them. Entering the Dragon Palace Hall, he saw over a dozen figures of extraordinary bearing seated around the perimeter. Men and women, old and young, each possessed an exceptional presence, clearly deities from various realms. Everyone, this is Linny, the descendant of the Candle Dragon. Ao Guang introduced him to the assembly, the current leader of the Huaxia deities. Leader? Me? Linny froze. Bro, you've got to be joking. I'm just a nobody. An elderly man clad in crimson robes chuckled. No need for modesty. The Candle Dragon is one of the primordial deities, held in the highest esteem. As his successor, you embody the combined energies of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger. It is only natural that we have chosen you as our leader. And you are. Linny looked at the elder with curiosity. I am the Star Lord of Fire, the crimson-robed elder smiled. I have already passed down part of the legacy to you in recent days. You flatter me, senior, Linny hurriedly bowed. I'm truly honored. Ao Guang clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Today's gathering concerns two critical matters. First, the Beast Tide crisis caused by the expanding fissure in the secret realm. Second, the Western Church's Ragnarok plan. I've witnessed the Beast Tide firsthand, Linny declared. Hordes of otherworldly creatures have already surged forth from the secret realm fissures in the northwest and Siberia, even monsters of secret realm lord caliber. If left unchecked, humanity may struggle to withstand them. Indeed, replied a middle-aged man clad in a dark green robe. These rifts are not natural phenomena, but the result of a disruption in the divine balance. By my calculations, if left unchecked, the world will face utter catastrophe within 3 months. And this gentleman is Lord Mountain Spirit. Ao Guang introduced, the deity who governs geography and feng shui. Linny suddenly understood. I see. Then what about the Western Church's Ragnarok plan? Ao Guang's expression grew grave. That is the greatest danger. The Western Church has long sought to eliminate other pantheons and establish their own supremacy. This plan involves extracting the faith energy of all global class changers through a special ritual, using it to resurrect their supreme deity. Resurrect their supreme deity? Linny frowned. Didn't they always claim their gods never perished? That's their public narrative, Fire Virtue Star Lord sneered. In truth, during the Great War 3 centuries ago, deities from every pantheon suffered heavy casualties, including their so-called supreme deities. Now they plan to exploit the chaos of the beast tide to complete this resurrection scheme. No wonder they formed this Humanity United Defense Alliance, Chen Jimu realized. On the surface, it's to fight the beast tide, but in reality, it's to extract the faith power of global transfigures. A female deity clad in a white gown spoke up. If they succeed, not only will the deities of Huaxia fall, but all of humanity will become their slaves. This is the moon goddess, Ao Guang introduced to Linny, tasked with monitoring the Western Church's movements. Linny pondered for a moment. Then what should we do? Our immediate priority is to gather the power of the 4 symbols, Ao Guang declared. Only when the divine energies of the 4 symbols unite can we awaken more slumbering Chinese deities to resist the Western Church's conspiracy. I've already obtained the Xuanwu and White Tiger, Linny said. The vermilion bird is said to be sealed deep within the Dragon Palace, but it requires resonance from all 4 symbols to be released. As for the Azure Dragon, the Azure Dragon's scales are in my possession, Ao Guang suddenly declared. More precisely, they lie in a secret chamber within the Dragon Palace's scriptural repository. Years ago, the Azure Dragon entrusted me with his scales to preserve his final power, awaiting a destined one to claim them. Linny was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's retrieve it immediately. Ao Guang shook his head. It's not that simple. The Azure Dragon's scale has a unique master recognition rule. One must pass numerous trials to obtain it. Moreover, the resonance of the 4 symbols' divine power isn't achieved through mere physical contact, it requires a specific ritual. What trials? What ritual? Linny pressed urgently. Ao Guang pointed toward the depths of the Dragon Palace. Within the scripture hall lies a labyrinth containing 99 trials. Each gate demands a specific ability to pass. As for the ritual, it must be performed in the deepest chamber of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Divine Hall. Only when the 4 symbols' divine power resonates simultaneously can the slumbering vermilion bird be awakened. Alright, let's go now. Linny stood up, eager to begin. Ao Guang smiled and pressed his shoulder. Don't rush. You've only just recovered, rest a little longer. Besides, venturing into the maze alone is too dangerous. You'll need companions to assist you. Su Qingyan. Linny recalled Su Qingyan, the fire spirit bloodline. Her fire spirit power should be useful. Agreed, Ao Guang nodded. Beyond that, I'll assign several Dragon Palace guards to escort you. But most crucially, you must find the true Azure Dragon inheritance within the labyrinth. Only by gaining the Azure Dragon's recognition can you obtain its scales. Just as they were discussing, a Dragon Palace guard burst in. Your Majesty. The joint fleet of Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Nation is approaching the East Sea again. They're only 30 nautical miles from the waters above the Dragon Palace. Those insolent fools again. Dragon King Ao Guang's hair stood on end with fury. Young Linny already taught them a lesson last time, yet they dare to come again. Linny sneered coldly. Let me deal with them. This time, I'll make them understand that the territorial waters of China are not theirs to trespass upon at will. Your body hasn't fully recovered. Shall I accompany you? Ao Guang inquired. Linny waved him off. No need. I can handle this alone. It'll be a good test of the White Tiger's divine power in actual combat. With that, he bowed his fist in farewell to the assembled deities, then soared skyward, breaking through the water's surface and heading straight for the open sea. In the distance, a massive fleet slowly approached. Unlike last time, this fleet was larger, at least 30 vessels of various types, including 2 aircraft carriers. Chapter 91, The Threat Warning from the Global Public Enemy. Linny stood atop the sea, arms crossed, waiting for the fleet to draw near. He made no move to attack, choosing instead to wait for the enemy to reveal their hand first. Sure enough, when the fleet was still 10 nautical miles away, it suddenly launched a missile, heading straight for Linny. Starting without so much as a warning? Linny sneered coldly. What a lack of martial ethics. Facing the incoming missile, Linny didn't even bother to dodge. He directly channeled the White Tiger's divine power, White Tiger's Claw. His right hand transformed into a massive tiger claw, reaching out to grasp the missile lightly. Instantly, the missile froze mid-air, its explosives solidifying into an ice sculpture. Any more? Not enough to warm me up. Linny taunted loudly. The fleet seemed enraged, unleashing over a dozen missiles in rapid succession while activating all anti-aircraft guns, weaving a dense web of fire. Bring it on! Black Tortoise Shield. Lin Yi channeled the power of Xuanwu, conjuring an earthen shield before him that deflected most of the barrage. The few shells that slipped through were frozen one by his white tiger claw. Now, it's my turn. He leapt high into the sky, soaring above the clouds as he looked down upon the fleet below. Breath of the Candle Dragon, power of the Thunder Dragon, might of the White Tiger, three powers united divine punishment. A golden breath erupted from Lin Yi's mouth as his hands channeled lightning and ice energies. The three forces intertwined in the air, forming a multicolored pillar of light that struck the aircraft carrier at the fleet's center. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens. A massive hole instantly ripped open in the carrier's deck. The hull began to tilt, and countless sailors leaped into the sea to escape. How about it? Still dare to attack? Lin Yi stood mid-air, looking down with contempt upon the chaotic fleet below. At that moment, a figure soared from the fleet, none other than General Alexander, whom they had faced last time. Huaxia Candle Dragon, we didn't come here to fight. Alexander shouted. We came to negotiate. Lin Yi sneered coldly. Negotiate? Bringing a fleet of ships and firing missiles, is this your idea of negotiation? That was a misunderstanding. Alexander explained. We only wanted to get your attention. Do you take me for a child? Lin Yi sneered dismissively. Spit it out. What do you want? Alexander halted 100 meters from Lin Yi, daring not to approach further. We come representing the United Human Defense Alliance, inviting Huaxia to join us in fighting the Beast Tide. Oh? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. You mean that alliance spearheaded by your Eagle Nation, joined by Cherry Blossom Country and the Western Holy See? Precisely, Alexander nodded. Faced with this global Beast Tide crisis, humanity must unite to survive. We hope China will join our cause. Lin Yi burst out laughing. Sounds noble, but I know exactly what you're after. You just want to steal the power of China's deities to fuel your Ragnarok plan, don't you? Alexander's expression darkened. You? How do you know? Of course I know, Lin Yi said coldly. You claim to fight the Beast Tide, but you're exploiting the chaos to siphon global faith energy, all to resurrect your so-called supreme deities. Alexander fell silent for a moment before his voice grew low. Since you understand it so clearly, you should also realize this cannot be stopped. Why not join us and share in the rewards? Otherwise what? Lin Yi sneered coldly. Threaten me? Not a threat, Alexander shook his head. A warning. If China refuses to join the alliance, it will become the enemy of the world. Then, it won't just face the Beast Tide, it will face the full pressure of the entire alliance. Ha! What arrogance! Lin Yi sneered. Our Huaxia has never feared anyone since ancient times. With the gods above and the Dragon Clan as our guardians, anyone who dares to offend Huaxia will surely bring about their own destruction. His voice suddenly rose sharply. Now, you have 3 minutes to withdraw from Chinese territorial waters. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Alexander's face twisted with reluctance. You'll regret this, Lin Yi. The Beast Tide is merely the beginning. The true catastrophe lies ahead. Without the alliance's aid, China will face utter annihilation. Enough nonsense, Lin Yi waved impatiently. 1 minute of your 3 is already gone. Get out while you still can, or else. He paused deliberately, then raised his hand abruptly. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, striking one of the destroyers in the fleet with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving it cleanly in two. Holy! Alexander stumbled back in shock. Are you out of your mind? This is merely a warning, Lin Yi smiled faintly. My patience is limited. You have less than 2 minutes left. Alexander gritted his teeth before finally issuing the retreat order over the communicator. The massive fleet began turning its bow, slowly departing from China's territorial waters. Remember, Alexander spat before departing, your resistance only makes things worse. When disaster truly strikes, don't say I didn't warn you. Get lost, Lin Yi waved dismissively. Come back and gloat once your Ragnarok plan succeeds. If you dare touch a single hair on China's head, I'll turn every last one of you into ice sculptures. After the fleet vanished into the distance, Lin Yi returned to the Dragon Palace and briefed the assembled deities on the recent events. Those bastards just won't give up, Aoguang sighed. It seems the Ragnarok plan has entered its critical phase. The Fire Virtue Star Lord's voice was grave. We must accelerate our progress and gather the 4 symbols' power as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Western Church completes their ritual, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Yi nodded. Then I'll head to the scripture hall immediately to search for the Azure Dragon Scale. Wait, Aoguang stopped him. You still need some preparation. The Azure Dragon Labyrinth is fraught with danger, entering it recklessly is perilous. He produced a blue orb and handed it to Lin Yi. This is the water-repelling orb. It will allow you to move freely underwater, unaffected by deep-sea pressure. Additionally, you must bring Su Qingyan with you. Her fire spirit power will be invaluable for navigating certain obstacles within the labyrinth. Lin Yi took the bead and nodded. Alright, I'll contact her immediately. One more thing, Ao Guang said earnestly, the Azure Dragon has specific requirements for its master. It must be someone with a heart for the world and lofty aspirations. Once you enter the labyrinth, you'll face a series of trials. They test not only your abilities but also your character. Only by passing every trial will you earn the Azure Dragon's recognition. Understood, Lin Yi replied solemnly. I won't disappoint our elders. Before leaving the Dragon Palace, Lin Yi sought out Chen Jimu. Old Chen, report back to headquarters that I'm heading out to find the Azure Dragon scales. Also, have the country prepare the beast tide may intensify. Defenses must be strengthened everywhere. Chapter 92, The Water-Repelling Pearl and the Journey to the Dragon Palace. Chen Jimu patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Just be careful yourself, the Azure Dragon's legacy isn't easily obtained. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze unwavering. I know. But for China, I'll brave any challenge, no matter how daunting. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving the Dragon Palace behind. He headed straight for China, intending to bring Su Qingyan back with him to begin the challenge of the Azure Dragon Labyrinth. Seriously, you're just going to throw yourself into another death wish, aren't you? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes, looking at Lin Yi with obvious disdain. The two stood on the National Security Bureau's training ground. Su Qingyan had just finished a grueling physical training session, beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. It's not that dramatic, Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. Just grabbing a treasure from the Dragon Palace. Big deal. Oh, come on, Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. You said the same thing about Siberia last time. And what happened? You nearly got yourself killed by that secret realm lord. Now you want to go messing around in some other godforsaken place? Lin Yi scratched his head. The Azure Dragon Maze in the Dragon Palace's scripture hall. They say it has 99 levels, 81 gates to find the Azure Dragon's scales. 81 gates? Su Qingyan's eyes widened in shock. Are you out of your mind? You barely made it back from the brink of death a few days ago. That's exactly why I came to you, Lin Yi grinned. Brother Ao Guang said your fire spirit power could be a huge help in the maze. Su Qingyan sighed. Fine. I've got nothing better to do anyway. But if you pull any more of that forbidden technique self-harm nonsense this time, I won't care if you live or die. Don't worry, Lin Yi patted his chest solemnly, this time I'll play it safe. No reckless moves. Su Qingyan eyed him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. I swear. Lin Yi held up 3 fingers. I swear on 3 fingers if I mess up, may I? Stop. Su Qingyan quickly covered his mouth. Don't make rash vows. What if it comes true? Lin Yi chuckled. See? You still care about me. Stop flattering yourself, Su Qingyan pushed him away, though a faint blush spread across her cheeks. When are we leaving? Right now. After quickly packing their gear, Lin Yi lifted Su Qingyan into the air, heading straight for the East Sea. Along the way, he recounted the Dragon King's assembly to her. So a global beast tide is erupting? Su Qingyan frowned. What about our China? Military forces everywhere have heightened their alert status. The entire nation is on maximum alert, Lin Yi explained. But according to Old Chen, the largest beast tide zones are currently in Europe and North America. China remains relatively stable. That's because we have the protection of China's divine beings, Su Qingyan mused. This Ragnarok plan sounds terrifying. The Western Church actually intends to extract the faith power of all global transferees. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Yes. They've even roped in the eagle-wielding bastards and those cherry blossom-worshipping lackeys to form some Humanity United Defense Alliance. Under the guise of fighting the beast tide, they're actually scheming to steal the divine power of every nation. They approached you for cooperation, but you didn't agree, right? Su Qingyan asked anxiously. Are you kidding? Lin Yi sneered. I just drove their fleet away and nearly sank their carrier. Those bastards think I'd fall for their tricks? Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's the way it should be. Since ancient times, hasn't China endured enough bullying from foreign powers? Now that we have the strength to fight back, we absolutely cannot compromise. Well said. Lin Yi gave her a thumbs up. You're definitely the woman I chose. Who said I'm the woman you've got your eye on? Su Qingyan flushed crimson. Don't say such nonsense. Lin Yi roared with laughter and accelerated their flight. Within an hour, they reached the skies above the East Sea. Lin Yi produced the East Sea Dragon Pearl and summoned Dragon King Ao Guang. Soon, a colossal dragon burst through the waves, carrying them into the Dragon Palace. You two arrived just in time, Ao Guang greeted them warmly after reverting to human form. The scripture hall is ready. You may enter the Azure Dragon Maze at any moment. The Dragon King led them through the resplendent halls of the palace to a simple, ancient-looking pavilion. Though only 3 stories tall, it was surrounded by peculiar currents that formed a natural barrier. This is the scripture pavilion, Ao Guang explained. It houses the sacred texts of the Dragon Clan and other deities. The entrance to the Azure Dragon Maze lies at its deepest recesses. He drew 2 blue beads from his sleeve and handed one to Lin Yi and one to Su Qingyan. These are water-resisting pearls. Wear them and you'll breathe freely underwater, unaffected by the deep-sea pressure. The two accepted the beads and fastened them around their necks. Instantly, a cool sensation spread throughout their bodies, and breathing became remarkably effortless. Oh, and one more thing, Ao Guang added, the labyrinth is filled with illusions and traps. Be extremely cautious. Also, time flows differently inside. One day for you might only be an hour outside. No problem, Lin Yi declared confidently. It's just a maze. 99 levels? We'll conquer them all. Ao Guang smiled meaningfully. Let's hope you maintain that optimism once you're inside. Alright, prepare to enter the hall. He formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. The water surrounding the scripture hall instantly parted, revealing a passageway. The three followed the path into the hall. The interior of the scripture hall proved far more spacious than its exterior suggested, a prime example of small but fully equipped. Rows of bookshelves stood neatly arranged, laden with ancient texts and scrolls. How marvelous, Su Qingyan exclaimed. Are these all divine scriptures? Indeed, Ao Guang nodded. This repository holds the ancestral texts of deities from ancient times, one of the dragon clan's most precious treasures. Lin Yi gazed curiously at the books, unable to resist reaching out to pick one up. Don't touch. Ao Guang urgently warned. These texts are imbued with divine power. Unauthorized reading will backfire. Lin Yi sheepishly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I was just curious. Ao Guang shook his head and led the two through rows of bookshelves to the deepest part of the tower. There, a seemingly ordinary wall bore a vividly carved pattern of a green dragon. This is the entrance to the labyrinth, Ao Guang pointed at the wall. Only those with the candle dragon bloodline can activate it. Lin Yi stepped forward, pressing his palm against the azure dragon pattern as he channeled the power of the candle dragon within him. Lin Yi, descendant of the candle dragon, comes to pay respects to the venerable azure dragon. I humbly request entry into the labyrinth to seek the azure dragon's scales. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dragon pattern seemed to come alive. A dragon's roar echoed through the chamber as the wall slowly cracked open. The passage is open, Ao Guang declared solemnly. Remember, no matter what you encounter, trust your instincts. The Azure Dragon Labyrinth tests not only your abilities, but your character. Lin Yi and Su Qingyan nodded solemnly, bidding farewell to Ao Guang before stepping hand in hand into the passageway. Chapter 93, The Crystal Palace of 99 Trials. The passage wasn't long, and soon they arrived at a spacious crystal palace. At the palace's center stood a massive turntable inscribed with the words, 99 trials, 81 tribulations, advancing layer by layer, advancing step by step. Looks like this is the maze's core, Lin Yi observed the wheel. Each rotation unlocks a new gate. Su Qingyan scanned the surroundings. No guards or instructions in sight. Shall we just start? Probably, Lin Yi stepped forward. We don't have any other choice anyway. Let's give it a try. He reached out and spun the wheel. The pointer slowly rotated before finally settling on a trial of the wind. In an instant, the entire palace began to shake. The surrounding walls vanished, transforming into an endless sea of clouds. Lin Yi and Su Qingyan found themselves floating in midair, utterly astonished, with nothing beneath their feet. Is this an illusion? Su Qingyan gripped Lin Yi's hand nervously. No, it's a real spatial shift, Lin Yi replied. I suspect each level will transport us to a specific trial site. No sooner had he spoken than a massive vortex appeared in the cloud sea. Howling winds roared, threatening to suck them both in. Welcome to the Trial of Wind, a detached voice echoed from all directions. To pass this stage, you must traverse the eye of the storm and reach the other shore. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where a small island floated faintly amidst the clouds that must be the so-called other shore. Looks simple enough, Lin Yi declared confidently. With my wind dragon power, this kind of challenge is a piece of cake for me. He took Su Qingyan's hand, channeling the wind dragon's power, ready to fly straight across. Yet, the moment they lifted off, a powerful resistance slammed them back to the ground. What's going on? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. My wind dragon power is being suppressed? Trial rule, wind element abilities prohibited, the voice echoed again. You must rely on other abilities or wisdom to pass. Damn it, really? Lin Yi was annoyed. Then can I use my thunder dragon power? He tried again, this time channeling the power of the thunder dragon, but was just as swiftly repelled. Trial rule, lightning type abilities prohibited. Fire dragon power? Trial rule, fire type abilities prohibited. Xuan Wu power? Trial rule, earth and water elemental abilities prohibited. Holy, what the hell am I supposed to use then? Lin Yi shouted in utter despair. What about the candle dragon mantra? Trial rule, all elemental abilities prohibited. Lin Yi was utterly speechless, this is deliberately making things difficult. Sealing all my abilities, how am I supposed to pass? Su Qingyan pondered for a moment, could it be asking us to use the most primitive methods? After all, this is the wind trial. Perhaps it wants us to grasp the essence of wind. Lin Yi snapped to attention, you're right. Wind itself is air in motion, a force of nature. By forbidding abilities, the trial might be demanding we align with nature. He scanned his surroundings, noting the currents within the sea of clouds. Thoughtfully, he declared, I get it. This vortex isn't an obstacle, it's an aid. If we follow the direction of the currents and harness the wind's power, we can reach the other shore. Brilliant! Su Qingyan clapped her hands in admiration. Hand in hand, they stopped resisting the vortex's pull and instead went with the flow, letting their bodies float along the currents. Sure enough, they began drifting through the sea of clouds along a peculiar path, gradually drawing closer to the opposite shore. So that's it, Linny realized. This isn't a test of strength, but of your ability to align with nature. After 10 minutes, they safely reached the opposite shore. On the small island stood only a stone stele inscribed with wind, formless yet leaving traces, soft yet containing strength, strong yet containing softness. Those who grasp the true essence of wind will naturally attain a state of clarity. The trial of wind passed, the voice announced. The island and cloud sea vanished, and the two found themselves back in the Crystal Palace. The wheel spun automatically, landing on the second trial, the trial of water. The space shifted once more, this time transporting them to the middle of an ocean. The seawater was exceptionally clear, offering high visibility, yet the surroundings were utterly empty, nothing but endless blue. Welcome to the water trial, the voice sounded again. To pass this stage, you must find the pearl at the ocean's depths. A pearl? Linny frowned. In an ocean this vast? Where on earth would we find a pearl? Don't worry, Su Qingyan reassured him. Since it's a trial, there must be clues. Let's observe our surroundings first. The pair swam around, but the ocean was simply too vast, its edges were nowhere in sight. After swimming for ages, they found nothing. This is weird. This trial is way too hard. There aren't even any hints, Linny began to complain. Suddenly, a school of vibrant, colorful fish swam past them, seemingly guiding their path. Follow them. Su Qingyan suggested quickly. These fish might know where the pearl is. Following the school of small fish, the two soon arrived at a coral reef. The corals displayed dazzling colors and varied shapes, creating a breathtaking sight. The fish darted through the corals before gathering in front of a massive shell. Is this it? Linny swam closer to the shell, attempting to pry it open. But the shell remained tightly shut. No matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge an inch. Perhaps there's another special requirement, Su Qingyan mused. The last challenge asked us to harmonize with nature. Could this one follow a similar principle? Linny pondered for a moment. Pearls form when mollusks secrete nacre to encase foreign objects after external stimulation. They symbolize acceptance and transformation. Suddenly, it clicked. I get it. This isn't about brute force, it's about showing a heart of acceptance. Linny stopped trying to pry open the shell. Instead, he gently stroked it and spoke softly, Elder, we've come seeking the Azure Dragon Scale. To gather the power of the four symbols and fight the beast tide. If you could grant us the pearl, we'd be eternally grateful. Miraculously, the shell slowly opened, revealing a crystal-clear pearl. Linny carefully retrieved the pearl, which instantly transformed into a blue light and merged into his body. Acquired water essence, water-type abilities permanently enhanced by 20%. Water trial, passed. The space shifted back to the Crystal Palace, the wheel landing on the third trial, fire trial. Over the next few hours, the pair successively conquered the fire trial, earth trial, lightning trial, and other foundational stages. Each victory granted them the corresponding elemental essence, enhancing their related abilities. Acquired fire essence. Fire-type abilities permanently increased by 20%. Obtained earth essence, permanently increasing earth-type abilities by 20%. Acquired lightning essence. Lightning-based abilities permanently increased by 20%. Feels easier and easier, Linny remarked smugly. Looks like we've figured out the pattern. Don't get too optimistic, Su Qingyan cautioned. This is only the 5th stage. It's bound to get harder from here on out. Chapter 94. With great power comes great responsibility. True to her words, the difficulty of the subsequent stages surged dramatically. In the 6th gate, the mental trial, the pair were plunged into their own illusions, forced to confront their deepest fears. The 7th stage, the willpower trial, demanded they endure extreme pain. The 8th trial, the trial of conviction, forced them to discern truth from deception. Each trial drained immense energy, yet yielded rich rewards. Gained heart power, permanently increased mental resistance by 30%. Gain willpower, permanently increases endurance by 40%. Gain faith power, permanently increasing judgment by 25%. Finally, they reached the 9th stage, Dragon Soul Trial. The stage was a breathtaking starry sky, countless stars twinkling in a breathtaking display. The two floated through the cosmos, surrounded by nothing but the vastness of space. Welcome to the Dragon Soul Trial, the voice boomed, now more authoritative than before. To pass this stage, you must confront your true self and prove worthy of the Azure Dragon's recognition. Before Linny could comprehend its meaning, a massive vortex erupted in the cosmos. A powerful suction pulled him in, separating him from Su Qingyan. Linny! Su Qingyan cried out, reaching to grab him, but it was too late. Within the vortex, Linny felt himself falling endlessly as his consciousness began to fade. After an unknown span of time, he found himself standing on a desolate, barren land. Corpses littered the ground all around him, and rivers of blood flowed like streams. What is this? This is the future. A man identical to him emerged from the pile of corpses. If you choose the wrong path, this is the fate awaiting humanity. Who are you? Linny demanded warily. I am you, or rather, a possible version of you, the other Linny sneered coldly. When you gain enough power, what will you do? Save or destroy? Protect or conquer? Linny frowned. What does that mean? It's simple, the other Linny circled him. You're chasing power now, gathering the four symbols' divine might. But have you truly considered the consequences? Power corrupts everything, even gods are no exception. He pointed at the corpses surrounding them. Look at these. Ordinary people killed because of a war between gods. You think gathering the four symbols' power will save the world? Don't be foolish. In the end, you'll just become another tyrant. Linny fell silent for a moment before replying, No, you're wrong. I seek power not to rule, but to protect. For thousands of years, Huaxia has been a nation of propriety, never once invading another land. I inherit the power of Huaxia's deities, and I will uphold this tradition. High-minded rhetoric, the other Linny sneered. When you become truly powerful beyond challenge, can you still hold that belief? Power is addictive. Once you taste its sweetness, it's hard to let go. Linny recalled his journey thus far and shook his head. You may have a point, but I believe I won't become that way. Because I have bonds, responsibilities, and convictions. My power stems from the trust of the Chinese deities, and I won't betray that trust. Anyone can spout pretty words, the other Linny sneered coldly. Come. Let me show you something. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a mirror. Within it, countless scenes unfolded. Linny, having become the world's most powerful being, was courted by nations vying for his favor. Countless beauties threw themselves at him. Wealth and power lay at his feet. What do you think? Pretty tempting, huh? The other Linny coaxed. All of this could be yours if you're willing. Linny watched the reflections in the mirror, and a flicker of desire did stir within him. But quickly, he remembered the deities who had sacrificed themselves to protect China, the warriors currently resisting the beast tide, and Su Qingyan's hopeful gaze. It is tempting, Linny admitted frankly, but above all else, I value responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. I will not betray the hopes of others for my own selfish desires. He met the gaze of the other Linny directly. I know you're testing me, seeing if I'm worthy of the Azure Dragon's recognition. I can tell you plainly, I seek power not for myself, but to protect China, to safeguard this land that nurtured me and its people. The other Linny fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Very well. You have passed the test. Remember what was said today, protect China at all costs. He transformed into a streak of azure light and merged into Lin Yi's body. Dragon Soul trial passed, Dragon Soul recognition obtained. Permanent 50% increase in dragon affinity. The space shifted once more, returning Lin Yi to the Crystal Palace. He found Su Qingyan had just returned as well, her face bearing a look of profound relief. You passed too? Lin Yi asked. Su Qingyan nodded. Yes. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out. I saw. Before she could finish, the wheel spun again, landing on the final trial, Legacy of the Azure Dragon. This spatial shift differed from before, transporting them into a colossal dragon's lair. 99 trials, 81 overcome. You have passed 9, boomed a commanding voice. I am the Azure Dragon, one of the four symbols, the deity of wind and rain. If you seek my legacy, you must pass the final trial. Linny respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Elder Azure Dragon, what is the nature of this final trial? The Azure Dragon's voice continued, simple. Defeat my avatar, and the legacy shall be yours. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a 100-meter-long, majestic, and imposing apparition of an Azure Dragon materialized within the nest. Let's do this, Linny whispered to Su Qingyan. Stand by. If I falter, support me with your fire spirit power. Su Qingyan nodded and stepped back. Linny drew a deep breath, channeling his entire being, true form of the Candle Dragon. Golden light erupted as a colossal golden dragon apparition materialized behind Linny, confronting the Azure Dragon clone. Interesting, the Azure Dragon clone remarked. The Candle Dragon bloodline truly lives up to its reputation. But bloodline alone isn't enough, your true strength will be the deciding factor. With that, the Azure Dragon unleashed a jet of Azure Dragon breath, striking directly at Linny. Linny wasted no time, countering with the Candle Dragon breath. The two dragon breaths collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar. Wind Dragon Power. Linny channeled his wind element abilities, conjuring a hurricane to restrict the Azure Dragon clone's movement. Yet the clone effortlessly sliced through the whirlwind, lashing its tail to fling Linny backward. Impressive. Linny stabilized himself, inwardly amazed. He immediately changed tactics, channeling the power of the Thunder Dragon, Thunderous Might. Dozens of lightning bolts descended from the sky, but the Azure Dragon clone dodged like a swimming dragon, evading every strike. Too slow, the Azure Dragon clone remarked. How can such feeble attacks hope to rival the Western Church's Ragnarok plan? Linny refused to be discouraged, continuing to try various techniques, only to have them all deflected by the Azure Dragon clone. After a fierce battle, Linny was already panting heavily, while the Azure Dragon clone remained as formidable as ever. Chapter 95, The Azure Dragon's power infuses flesh and blood. It seems one-on-one combat won't work, Linny pondered. I need to find another approach. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Wait, all the previous trials tested our ability to harmonize with nature and work as a team. Could this final trial follow the same principle? Recalling the various elemental essences and power enhancements he had acquired, he realized with a start, I get it. Su Qingyan. Linny called out. I need your fire spirit power. Su Qingyan understood immediately and released her fire spirit power, a surge of scorching energy flooding into Linny's body. And the elemental essences we gathered earlier, Linny summoned every ounce of power within him. 5 elements, unite. Water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder fused perfectly within him, forming an unprecedented, colossal force. The golden candle dragon's phantom began to shift, incorporating shades of blue, red, white, and black, transforming into a multicolored divine dragon. Is this the power of the 4 symbols united? Linny marveled, feeling the surging energy within him. He roared at the Azure Dragon avatar, Azure Dragon, please teach me. This time, Lin Yi's attack was entirely different. The 5 elements' power combined flawlessly, striking directly at the Azure Dragon avatar. The Azure Dragon avatar neither dodged nor retreated, colliding head-on with the divine light. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the dragon's nest. When the dust settled, the Azure Dragon clone floated unscathed in the air, though the light emanating from its body had dimmed slightly. Damn it, he's fine? Lin Yi's eyes widened. I gave it everything I had. The Azure Dragon's clone chuckled lightly. Not bad. Interesting. But it's not enough. Keep going. With that, it plunged downward, gaping its blood-red maw to devour Lin Yi. Holy crap, it's serious. Lin Yi scrambled to dodge, but the Azure Dragon was too fast. A flick of its tail slammed him into the ground. Put. Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body driven several meters deep into the ground. Lin Yi. Su Qingyan cried out in alarm. I'm fine. Tough as nails. Lin Yi brushed the dirt off his body and climbed out of the pit. This guy's way tougher than I expected. The Azure Dragon's clone stared coldly at him. If you can't even defeat my clone, what right do you have to inherit the Azure Dragon's legacy? The Western Church's forces are far stronger than me. What do you have to stand against them? Lin Yi wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce expression hardening his face. Can't beat me, huh? Then I'll go all out. White Tiger Divine Fong. He drew the White Tiger Divine Fong, channeling all his power into it. True form of the White Tiger. A colossal, white tiger apparition materialized behind Lin Yi, its claws and fangs bared, radiating overwhelming might. Xuanwu armor. Lin Yi summoned the power of the black tortoise, and a set of dark green armor materialized around him, radiating the essence of the earth. Fire Virtue Seal. The fire virtue mark glowed in the palm of his right hand, igniting a searing flame that burned around him. Is that enough now? Empowered by the 3 divine powers. Lin Yi grinned. Why make me talk for so long? Let's get straight to it. He channeled the 3 divine powers, forming 3 colored beams of light that struck the Azure Dragon clone head-on. This time, the attack's power was more than double the previous one. But astonishingly, the Azure Dragon clone remained unscathed once more. What the hell? It can withstand this? Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon clone shook its head. You still don't grasp the essence of Azure Dragon power. Blindly wielding force is useless. You must comprehend its true meaning. Lin Yi scratched his head. True essence? What true essence? Just then, Su Qingyan suddenly shouted, Lin Yi, you're using it wrong. The Azure Dragon represents wind and rain, change, and flexibility. You can't force it head on, you have to go with the flow. Ha? Lin Yi froze, then a flash of insight struck him. Right. Every stage before taught us specific principles, how could I have forgotten? He re-examined the Azure Dragon clone's movements and realized it wasn't purely attacking, it was guiding his power. I get it. Lin Yi abandoned his aggressive stance, shedding all defenses and opening his heart. Elder Azure Dragon, please instruct me. The Azure Dragon clone seemed pleased with his shift in approach, nodding. Finally grasped it? Come now, receive my power. It ceased its attacks, transforming into a streak of azure light that merged directly into Lin Yi's body. Ah! Lin Yi felt a surge of power coursing through his entire body. Around him, a storm erupted, thunder roared, torrential rain poured down, and a massive Azure Dragon flickered in and out of view amidst the clouds. Lin Yi, the power of the Azure Dragon embodies the ever-changing nature of all things. You must adapt to everything, the Azure Dragon's voice echoed in his mind. While power is important, knowing when to use it is more crucial. Sometimes fierce strength is no match for flexibility, sometimes aggressive attack is no match for retreat. Remember this, and only then can you truly master the power of the Azure Dragon. As the Azure Dragon's words faded, it drifted slowly toward Lin Yi, finally settling upon his chest and gradually merging into his flesh and blood. Acquired, Azure Dragon Scale. 1/3 of the 4 symbols power gathered. Acquired skill, Azure Dragon Transformation active, LV.1, freely alters form, defies physical laws, consumes 500 spirit power. Acquired skill, Unpredictable Winds and Rain passive, LV.1, increases evasion chance by 30%, grants immunity to wind and rain type attacks. Acquired skill, Dragon Roar to the Heavens active, LV.1, releases a powerful sonic attack, dealing damage to all enemies within range, consumes 600 spirit power. Bloodline affinity boost, Wind element plus 40%, Water element plus 30%. Awesome! This is what they call legendary gear. Lin Yi clenched his fists, feeling the power surge within him. Su Qingyan ran over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You did it! How does it feel? Absolutely amazing! Lin Yi grinned widely. I feel light as a feather, yet brimming with power. The dragon's nest began to fade, and the two returned to the Crystal Palace. The Azure Dragon's voice echoed once more, of the 81 trials, you've overcome but 10. Yet you've earned this inheritance, a remarkable feat. Remember my teachings, stay true to your original aspirations, and you shall reach your end. The walls of the Crystal Palace began to crumble, revealing a portal of light before them. We should head back, Su Qingyan said. Hand in hand, they stepped through the portal into blinding light. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the scripture hall. Dragon King Ao Guang stood waiting there. Congratulations to both of you. You have successfully navigated the Azure Dragon Maze and received the inheritance. Lin Yi patted his chest, where the Azure Dragon scales were no longer visible, though he could still sense its presence. Thank you for your assistance, Dragon King. This journey has truly been fruitful. Ao Guang gestured toward the exit. Come, the assembly of deities awaits in the main hall. They're eager to witness your form now that you've gathered all 4 symbols powers. The trio arrived at the Dragon Palace's main hall. Sure enough, over a dozen deities including the Fire Virtue Star Lord and the Mountain God were already seated. Seeing Lin Yi enter, the deities all wore relieved smiles. Chapter 96, The Western Church's Ultimatum. Ah, you're finally back, the Fire Virtue Star Lord chuckled. This lad truly has talent, he even conquered the Azure Dragon Maze. The Mountain God nodded. The Azure Dragon has always been the most difficult to master. I never expected him to succeed so quickly. It seems this young man truly has some skill. Lin Yi scratched his head sheepishly. You're all too kind, elders. It's all thanks to your blessings. O Guang gestured for Lin Yi and Su Qingyan to take seats before speaking. Now that the Azure Dragon scale is in our possession, 3 of the 4 symbols powers have been gathered. The final piece is the vermilion bird feather. Where is the vermilion bird's feather? Lin Yi asked. It lies within the Divine Hall deep within the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang replied. But as mentioned before, retrieving the vermilion bird feather requires the resonance of all 4 divine powers. You now possess the powers of the Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon, only the vermilion bird remains. Isn't this a dead end? Lin Yi scratched his head. To get the vermilion bird feather, we need resonance from all 4 symbols, but one of the 4 symbols is the vermilion bird itself. The Fire Virtue Star Lord explained, the vermilion bird feather is merely one vessel for the vermilion bird's divine power, not the entirety of it. Moreover, you already bear the Fire Virtue mark upon you. That mark is my power, sharing the same origin as the vermilion bird. It can serve as the catalyst. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. I see. When do we start? Right now, Ao Guang stood up. Time is pressing. We must gather the power of the 4 symbols as quickly as possible to face the impending crisis. The gods rose and proceeded together to the Divine Hall deep within the Dragon Palace. Passing through magnificent palaces along the way, they finally arrived before a simple yet ancient hall. Though not lavish, it radiated an indescribable solemnity and mystery. This is the Divine Hall, Ao Guang explained. It is the most sacred place in the Dragon Palace. Even I rarely set foot here. 2 colossal stone statues stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing the gods approach, they automatically stepped aside to clear the path. Entering the hall, they saw a waist-high stone platform at its center. Floating atop it was a burning feather, the legendary vermilion bird feather. Are you ready? Ao Guang asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready to begin at any moment. Very well. Step before the stone platform and activate the Fire Virtue mark using the powers of the Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon simultaneously, Ao Guang instructed. Lin Yi complied, stepping before the platform and summoning the 4 energies within him. Power of the Black Tortoise. White Tiger's Divine Might. Azure Dragon Transformation. True Flame of Fire Virtue. 4 distinct colored lights erupted from Lin Yi's body. The power of the Black Tortoise appeared green, steady as a mountain. The White Tiger's Divine Might manifested as white, sharp as a blade. The Azure Dragon's power manifested as azure, ever-shifting and unpredictable. The True Flame of Fire Virtue blazed crimson, scorching like the sun. The 4 colors merged into one beam, shooting straight toward the vermilion bird feather. Illuminated by the beam, the vermilion bird feather blazed even more fiercely. A clear phoenix cry rang out from within the feather, as if answering Lin Yi's call. Continue. Ao Guang commanded loudly, increase the power output. Not enough, shouted the Fire Virtue Star Lord. We need more fiery power. Just then, Su Qingyan stepped forward abruptly, let me assist. She positioned herself beside Lin Yi, channeling the fire spirit energy within her. A crimson beam shot from her hand, merging with Lin Yi's four-colored light column. Ah! Lin Yi felt a warm current surge into his body, instantly amplifying the power of the Fire Virtue True Flame. The four-colored pillar transformed into a five-colored one, shooting straight into the heavens. The flames surrounding the vermilion bird feather grew ever larger, eventually coalescing into a fiery phoenix poised to take flight. The phoenix let out a long cry before shattering into countless fiery particles that merged into the feather. The feather drifted slowly upward, flying toward Lin Yi before finally settling in the palm of his hand. Acquired vermilion bird feather. For symbols power complete. Acquired skill, Phoenix Rebirth active, LV.1, allows self-revival when near death, restoring 50% HP usable once per day. Acquired skill, Vermilion Bird's True Flame active, LV.1, releases the pure flame of the vermilion bird, capable of incinerating all things, including souls. Consumes 700 spirit points. Acquired skill, Rebirth from Flames passive, LV.1, 30% chance to absorb fire-based damage and convert it into HP when struck. Bloodline affinity boost, fire element plus 50%. The gods erupted in cheers, congratulating Lin Yi on gathering the four symbols' power. How does it feel? Ao Guang inquired. This is incredible. I feel like I'm brimming with power. I could overturn a mountain with just a flick of my finger. Don't get too cocky, Fire Virtue Star Lord cautioned. You've only just grasped the four symbols' power. To truly harness their might, you'll need time to refine and adapt. Lin Yi nodded. Understood. I'll train diligently. But now that I possess the four symbols' power, does that mean I can awaken more Chinese deities? Ao Guang pondered for a moment. Theoretically, yes. But it requires a specific ritual and location. The most suitable place is the Hall of Deities in the Kunlun Mountains, the very birthplace of the Chinese pantheon. Just as they discussed their next plan, a dragon palace guard rushed in breathlessly, reporting to the Dragon King. An emergency. What is it? Ao Guang frowned. The joint fleet of the Western Church, Eagle Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation has approached Chinese territorial waters again. This time, their scale is more than 10 times larger than before. They've also delivered an ultimatum, demanding China join the Human United Defense Alliance within 12 hours, or they will launch an attack. What? The gods roared with fury. Those shameless scoundrels. Fire Virtue Star God roared. They're the ones secretly stirring trouble, yet they dare threaten us. Ao Guang's expression grew grave. It seems the Western Church's Ragnarok plan has reached its final stage. They intend to forcibly absorb China's divine power. Lin Yi clenched his fists. What should we do? First, we must buy time, Ao Guang deliberated. I'll have the Sea clans harass their fleet to slow their advance. Meanwhile, you must return to China immediately, brief the higher-ups, and prepare for war. The mountain god added, I've mobilized the mountain spirits. They stand ready to assist when necessary. Other deities likewise pledged their utmost efforts to defend Huaxia. Alright, it's settled, Lin Yi nodded, turning to Su Qingyan. We need to get back immediately. The two bid farewell to the assembly of deities and prepared to depart the Dragon Palace. Wait, Ao Guang called after them, pulling a small box from his sleeve. This is for you. The box opened to reveal an ancient-looking key inside. This is the key to the Kunlun Divine Hall, Ao Guang explained. With it, you can unlock the hall's gates and begin the awakening ritual. Lin Yi accepted the key and stored it carefully. Thank you, Dragon King. Leaving the Dragon Palace, Lin Yi and Su Qingyan flew directly toward the location of the Ministry of National Defense of China. Chapter 97. The Combined Fleet approaches China. They soon arrived at the Ministry of Defense, where Chen Jimu was already waiting for them. You're finally back, kid, Chen Jimu said urgently. Things are about to boil over out there. Lin Yi gave a concise report on the Dragon Palace situation and the acquisition of the four symbols' power, then asked, Old Chen, what exactly is going on with the Western Church? Chen Jimu's expression grew grave. They mean business this time. The combined fleet has assembled forces from the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Western Church, with support from smaller nations like the Polar Bear Nation. The scale exceeds 300 vessels of various types, including 10 aircraft carriers. This is the largest naval military operation in human history, no contest. Such a massive deployment? Lin Yi frowned. They're preparing for war. It's worse than that, Chen Jimu continued. According to intelligence intercepts, the Western Holy See has already completed the preliminary rites for Operation Ragnarok on Eagle's home turf. Now only the final step remains: extracting the power of the Chinese deities. Su Qingyan's expression darkened. They're doing this so brazenly? Because they believe we lack the capacity to resist, Chen Jimu replied with a bitter smile. Indeed, from a purely military standpoint, it would be extremely difficult for us to withstand a combined fleet of this magnitude. Lin Yi scoffed coldly. That's because they've never witnessed the might of the four symbols. Chen Jimu's eyes lit up. Right. You've gathered all 4 symbols' power, haven't you? Want to test its actual strength? Lin Yi nodded. Sure. Where should we test it? Follow me. Shen Jimu led the two to an underground facility within the Ministry of Defense, the Super Training Ground. This vast space could simulate various combat environments and was equipped with the most advanced measurement instruments. This facility can withstand the full power attacks of S+ rank practitioners, Shen Jimu explained. Go ahead and give it your all. Lin Yi stretched his limbs. I won't hold back then. He stepped into the center of the arena, drew a deep breath, and channeled the 4 symbols' power within him. 4 symbols' resonance. In an instant, 4 distinct colored lights surged from his body, forming the ethereal shadows of 4 divine beasts in the air: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They encircled him, radiating a terrifying aura of power. The training ground's monitoring instruments went haywire, several exploding outright as sparks flew from their circuits. What is happening? The monitoring technician exclaimed in terror. The energy readings have exceeded the instrument's maximum measurement range. Shen Jimu's eyes widened in astonishment. This is even more powerful than an S+ rank expert. Lin Yi concentrated the power of the 4 symbols into his right fist and delivered a light punch toward the specially designed target ahead. Boom! The entire training ground shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 7 earthquake. The target, along with over a dozen protective walls behind it, was shattered into fragments by a single punch. Holy crap! Shen Jimu stared in disbelief. That power is insane. This was just a casual strike, Lin Yi chuckled. If I'd gone all out, the entire underground facility would probably collapse. The technicians reported nervously. Based on residual data calculations, the force of that punch equaled the simultaneous detonation of 10 conventional missiles. Awesome! Lin Yi withdrew the 4 symbols' power, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. With this kind of strength, I don't see why we should fear the Western Church anymore. Shen Jimu excitedly slapped Lin Yi on the shoulder. This is fantastic. With you as our trump card, we finally have the confidence to stand up to those foreign powers. Just then, an officer rushed in. General Chen, emergency. The Western Church's joint fleet has launched its operation early. They're now only 100 nautical miles from China's territorial waters and are expected to arrive in 2 hours. So soon? Shen Jimu's expression darkened. Notify all coastal forces, enter maximum alert status immediately. He turned to Lin Yi. Kid, looks like you're stepping up sooner than planned. Got the guts to take on those foreigners? Lin Yi grinned. Why wouldn't I? This time, I'll show them the true power of China's divine might. Enough talk. Let's just get it done. Lin Yi brushed dust off his uniform and strode out of the training ground. Whether they bring 300 ships or 3,000, we'll fight them back. Shen Jimu pulled out a tablet and opened the satellite imagery. This is the latest intel. The combined fleet has accelerated and will reach our territorial waters within an hour. Old Chen, arrange for high-ranking officials to evacuate coastal city residents immediately. Minimize casualties. Lin Yi took the tablet with one hand and glanced at it. I'm going to meet these bastards. Let's see what they're really up to. Su Qingyan voiced her concern. Are you sure you can handle this alone? Should I come with you? No, Lin Yi shook his head. I'm faster alone. If anything happens, I can get out clean. Taking you along would just distract me. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. Oh, Mr. Hero, huh? Got your 4 symbols power and now you're getting cocky? Lin Yi grinned. Of course I am. What'd be the point of all this power if I didn't get a little cocky? He pulled out a small red jade pendant and pressed it into Su Qingyan's hand. Take this. I'll contact you if I run into trouble. Su Qingyan clenched the pendant and glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Don't try to be a hero. If you can't win, run. Got it? Ma'am. Lin Yi teased, making Su Qingyan both flustered and annoyed. Shen Jimu couldn't stand it anymore. Enough. If you keep this up, the enemy will be at our doorstep. Lin Yi, go and return swiftly. Report any changes immediately. Understood. Lin Yi patted his chest, leaped into the air, and shot through the floors, soaring straight into the sky. The 4 symbols' power surged within him, propelling him at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Hope that kid isn't too reckless, Shen Jimu said with concern. After all, we're facing over 300 enemy vessels. Su Qingyan remained calm. Don't worry. He's not as impulsive as he seems. Besides, with the 4 symbols' power protecting him, ordinary people can't really hurt him. Shen Jimu nodded. True. We should deploy defenses immediately, just in case. Above the East Sea, Lin Yi streaked across the sky like a golden meteor. Propelled by the wind dragon's power, his speed surpassed the speed of sound, covering hundreds of kilometers in less than 10 minutes. From afar, he could already see the dense cluster of warships on the sea surface. Holy crap, there's a lot of them, Lin Yi muttered under his breath. Looks like a New Year's market, they've all turned up. He slowed down, descended, and hovered above the fleet to observe. The entire formation stretched out in a massive arrowhead shape. At the very front were several Eagle brand aircraft carriers, flanked by Cherry Blossom Nation's destroyers and the Western Church's sacred class warships. These warships were equipped with specialized energy weapons, appearing from afar like miniature castles floating upon the sea. Chapter 98, Candle Dragon takes on the combined fleet. Linny sneered coldly, impressive. Such a grand display. Looks like the Western Church is dead set on stirring trouble in China. He held his fire, continuing to observe. Through the Candle Dragon's eye, he spotted a distinct black warship at the fleet center, shrouded in a faint purple energy field. That ship is suspicious, Linny frowned. It feels like some kind of ritual vessel. The key to the Ragnarok plan is probably there. With that realization, he hesitated no longer and flew directly toward the fleet. The fleet's radar systems instantly detected his presence, and alarms blared across the warships. Unidentified flying object approaching. Supersonic speed. Suspected descendant of the Huaxia Candle Dragon. All air defense systems, go to combat readiness. Notify General Alexander and the Pope. The entire fleet sprang into action, with weapon systems locking onto Linny. Linny showed no fear, landing directly on the deck of the foremost aircraft carrier. The moment he touched down, hundreds of weapons were trained on him. Wow, quite the welcome, Linny surveyed the scene and bellowed, who's in charge? Tell him to step out and explain what the hell you're all doing. No one answered, but the muzzles drew ever closer. Step aside, commanded a commanding voice. The crowd parted, revealing General Alexander stepping forward. Behind him stood an elderly man in ornate clerical robes and a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Cherry Blossom Nation attire. Well, the whole gang's here? Linny sneered coldly. General Alexander of Eagle Land, His Holiness the Pope of the Western Church, and Sakura Nation's Sea Demon Blade Kyagaku Idosai. All three bigwigs showing up in person? Looks like you really think China is a soft target to pick on, huh? General Alexander stepped forward. Linny, we have issued our final ultimatum. Will your nation of Huaxia agree to join the United Human Defense Alliance, or choose to become the enemy of all humanity? Linny spat contemptuously, what a bull alliance. You're clearly just using this as an excuse to plunder the power of China's divine beings. We've known about your Ragnarok plan for ages, stop pretending. The Pope's face twisted in shock. You? How do you know? Enough, Linny waved impatiently. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Now, I give you three choices. 1. Turn around and get the hell out immediately. 2. I sink your entire fleet. 3. Try to take me down before I make my move. Alexander's face darkened. Arrogant. You think you can challenge an entire fleet alone? What? Don't believe me? Linny grinned, taking 2 steps forward. Instantly, gunfire erupted, hundreds of bullets firing toward him simultaneously. Candle Dragon scales. Golden scales instantly covered his entire body, deflecting every bullet. They clattered and clinked as they fell onto the deck. Is that all? Linny brushed imaginary dust from his clothes. Are you here for a joke? Use the energy weapons. Alexander roared. Several specialized energy cannons locked onto Linny, firing purple energy beams. Xuanwu shield. A deep green shield materialized before Linny, effortlessly blocking every attack. My turn, Linny flexed his wrist. White Tiger Claw. His right hand transformed into a massive white tiger claw. With a single swipe, it tore a long gash across the deck, sending several energy cannons along with their operators flying into the sea. This. Alexander stumbled back several steps, his face contorted with shock and fear. Impossible. Kyagaku Akitsai drew his katana. Even a legendary tier professional couldn't be this strong. Linny roared with laughter. That's just your ignorance talking. Watch closely, this is true power. For symbols resonance. The divine powers of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise erupted simultaneously, forming 4-colored halos around Linny. An overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed the deck, causing ordinary soldiers to lose their footing and kneel in unison. This is the power of the 4 symbols, the Pope exclaimed in terror. How could you possibly gather the power of all 4? Linny countered with a question, wasn't your Ragnarok plan to absorb the power of our Chinese deities through that black worship? The Pope's face twisted in horror. Truthfully, I never intended to harm the innocent, Linny said coldly. But you forced my hand. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Soaring into the air, he surveyed the entire fleet. You have 1 minute to evacuate the warship. After that, I'll blow that black vessel to smithereens. Of course, you may choose to stay and be buried with it. Stop him. Alexander roared. Activate the Oracle system. Several specialized warships in the fleet began firing purple beams, attempting to form an energy net to trap Linny. Is that all you've got? Linny sneered. Dragon roar to the heavens. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from his mouth, its sonic waves forming visible shockwaves that capsized several approaching warships on the sea surface. The energy net instantly collapsed, purple beams scattering in all directions. Continue. Alexander refused to give up. All vessels, open fire at maximum power. Instantly, the weapon systems of hundreds of warships opened fire simultaneously. Missiles, shells, and energy beams intertwined into a deadly net, closing in on Lin Yi. Azure Dragon Transformation. Lin Yi's form suddenly became ethereal, like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly passing through all the attacks. The next second, he appeared above the black warship. Found you, Lin Yi sneered coldly. Vermilion Bird's true flame. A pure red flame surged from his palm, shooting directly at the black warship. The flame struck the hull and began to burn the metal as if encountering highly flammable material. No, the Pope shouted. Protect the Ark of the Gods. A dozen warships swiftly changed course, attempting to shield the black vessel, but it was too late. The Vermilion Bird's true fire burned ever brighter, swiftly engulfing the entire black ship. With a deafening roar, the black vessel exploded into a colossal fireball. Strangely, the fireball did not dissipate but transformed into a massive purple vortex, frantically absorbing energy from its surroundings. This is bad. The Pope's face drained of color. The energy is out of control. Alexander glared furiously at Lin Yi. Do you have any idea what you've done? You've destroyed the Ark of the Gods. The energy feedback will obliterate the entire fleet. Only then did Lin Yi grasp the gravity of the situation. What the hell is this thing? It's a vessel that condensed the power of countless believers, the Pope said, trembling. It was supposed to be stably controlled, slowly absorbing the power of the Chinese gods. Now that you've destroyed it, the energy is out of control. It will form a super energy vortex, devouring everything within 100 miles. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. Damn it, how sneaky. Doesn't that mean you're screwed too? Chapter 99 Beast Tide ravages the world, multiple nations fall. We have protective measures. Alexander sneered coldly. And as long as we can destroy China's coastal cities, any cost is worth it. Lin Yi roared with rage. Playing with innocent lives? I'll kill you. Without another word, he lunged at Alexander, clapping his hand around the man's throat. Where's the solution? There is no solution, Alexander gasped. The energy vortex has formed. No one can stop it now. Lin Yi stared at the purple vortex growing larger and larger, his heart racing with anxiety. Damn it, this is a huge problem. He released Alexander, pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Since it's an energy-absorbing vortex, let's feed it enough energy to make it overeat and self-destruct. Without hesitation, Lin Yi soared above the vortex, channeling every ounce of power within him, for phases unite, true form of the candle dragon. Take this. 5 elements collapse. He pressed his palms together, then violently snapped them apart. But he couldn't sustain the force for long. His body began to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared along the edges. It's going to explode. Everyone evacuate. Alexander shouted, but it was already too late. Boom! The purple vortex erupted like a super bomb across the ocean surface. The terrifying shockwave instantly obliterated the surrounding warships, leveling the entire fleet in an instant. In the final moment before the blast, Lin Yi mustered every ounce of strength to activate the Azure Dragon transformation, narrowly avoiding the direct impact. Yet the explosion's aftershock still hurled him dozens of kilometers away, slamming him unconscious onto the sea surface. After an unknown period, Lin Yi awoke to the sensation of being rot. He found himself lying on a small fishing boat, a wrinkled old fisherman watching him with concern. Young man, are you all right? The old fisherman asked. I was out fishing when I spotted you floating in the water and pulled you aboard. Lin Yi struggled to sit up, his entire body throbbing with pain. Thank you, old man. I'm fine. He looked around and saw no trace of the warship's wreckage, only scattered debris floating on the distant sea. There was thunder out there just now, the old fisherman said. It was terrifying. Never seen thunder like that in my life. The whole sea lit up. Lin Yi gave a wry smile. Yeah, it was a big one. He pulled out his communicator and contacted Chen Jimu. Old Chen, it's me. Lin Yi. Chen Jimu's excited voice came through. You finally woke up. Do you have any idea how long we've been searching for you? How long? 3 whole days. After that explosion at sea, you went missing. We sent out massive search teams looking for you, but there was no sign of you at all. Only then did Lin Yi realize he'd been unconscious for 3 days. What happened with the explosion? Total annihilation, Chen Jimu replied. Satellite monitoring shows every single one of the Western Allied fleet's 300-plus vessels was destroyed. What about the people? Any survivors? A small number were rescued by our search vessels, including General Alexander and that Pope. They're currently detained in the State Security Bureau's special prison awaiting trial. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Any casualties on the Huaxia side? Almost none. The explosion was massive, but it was directed out to sea and didn't affect the mainland. However, this has caused a huge international uproar. Countries are demanding an investigation into the truth. Like they don't know the truth? Lin Yi sneered. Who doesn't see through their petty schemes? True, Chen Jimu agreed. But there's a bigger problem now. What problem? The Secret Realm Fishers, Chen Jimu said gravely. While our attention was focused on the naval fleet, Secret Realm Fishers around the globe suddenly expanded simultaneously, causing the scale of the beast tide to surge dramatically. The worst hit are North America and Europe. Several major cities have already fallen. What? Linny exclaimed in shock. What about China? It's holding up for now. Perhaps due to the protection of China's divine beings, the expansion here is relatively slower. But that fissure in the northwest is widening too already. Numerous beasts have broken through. Linny clenched his jaw. Damn it, the enemy has set an ambush ahead. The fleet was a decoy. Their real killing blow is the secret realm beast tide. Exactly, Chen Jimu confirmed. Get back here immediately. We need to formulate a countermeasure. By the way, where are you now? Linny glanced at the old fisherman. I'm on a fishing boat. Can't pinpoint the exact location. The old fisherman immediately replied, we're in the East China Sea, about 40 nautical miles offshore. Alright, I'll dispatch a helicopter to pick you up immediately. Chen Jimu hung up after speaking. Linny turned to the old fisherman and said gratefully, old man, thank you for saving me. The old fisherman waved it off. No big deal. Are you military? How did you end up in the water? Linny hesitated, choosing not to elaborate. There was an accident during a mission. The old fisherman didn't press further and went back to mending his nets. Within half an hour, a military helicopter appeared over the sea. Linny bid farewell to the old fisherman and boarded the aircraft. Back at the Huaxia State Security Bureau, Linny was immediately escorted to the underground conference room. Senior officials from various departments had already gathered there, along with the human incarnations of several deities, including Ao Guang and Huada Xingjuan. Linny. Su Qingyan spotted him and rushed over. Are you okay? Linny shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Chen Jimu briefly explained the situation to Linny. The entire world is now engulfed in a beast-tide crisis, leaving governments everywhere overwhelmed. Though the Western Church's fleet was destroyed, their Ragnarok plan hasn't entirely failed. It seems they exploited that explosion to trigger some kind of special ritual, causing massive expansions in the secret realm rifts. So, Linny frowned, they deliberately set me up? Dragon King Ao Guang sighed. It's highly likely. That black ship was indeed the Ark of the Gods, but it wasn't merely a vessel to absorb faith energy, it was also a trigger. When it was destroyed, the released energy was channeled by the Western Church to widen the rift into the secret realm. The Fire Virtue Star Lord added, their goal was to use the beast tide to weaken the nations, especially those like China protected by native deities. Then, amidst the chaos, they could complete their true Ragnarok ritual. Linny slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! So I've been helping them all alone? Don't blame yourself, Chen Jimu consoled him. Who could have predicted they'd resort to such a suicidal tactic? What matters now is what we do next. Ao Guang pondered for a moment. For now, the only solution seems to be accelerating the awakening of more Chinese deities to jointly combat the beast tide. Right, Linny recalled the key. Didn't the Dragon King give me the key to the Kunlun Divine Hall? We can perform the awakening ritual there. The Fire Virtue Star Lord nodded. However, the ritual requires immense energy support and carries significant risks. If something goes wrong, not only will we fail to awaken the deities, but we might also cause the Four Symbols' power to spiral out of control. It doesn't matter, Linny declared resolutely. For the sake of Huaxia, no risk is too great to attempt. Chapter 100, this time, we're headed west to steal divine artifacts. Chen Jimu made the decision, it's settled then. Linny, you and Su Qingyan, along with several divine representatives, depart immediately for the Kunlun Mountains. The rest will handle defenses against the beast tide. After the meeting, Linny underwent a brief medical checkup in the infirmary. Confirming his body was unharmed, he prepared to depart. Su Qingyan asked anxiously, are you sure you're okay? Shouldn't you rest another day? Linny shook his head. I'm fine. With the Four Symbols' power protecting me, I recover quickly. Our top priority now is Kunlun Mountain. Any further delay will only make the beast tide worse. Alright, Su Qingyan nodded. I'll pack a few things and leave immediately. 2 hours later, a military helicopter carrying Linny, Su Qingyan, Ao Guang, and Huada Xingjuan soared deep into the Kunlun Mountains. On board, Linny pulled up the system interface to check his status. System status. Host, Linny. Class, Huaxia Candle Dragon Bloodline fully awakened. Level, 22. Experience points, 20,000 60,000. Attributes, Strength 1070, Agility 960, Constitution 1020, Spirit 1230. For Symbols Power, collected. Status, slightly injured, recovering. All that experience gained? Linny muttered in surprise. Looks like taking out an entire fleet was worth it after all. Ao Guang looked at him. Young friend, after you reach Kunlun Mountain, you may face challenges unlike any you've encountered before. Are you prepared? Linny nodded resolutely. No matter what I encounter, I will protect Huaxia. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, in a hidden cave, Linny was discussing strategies with several representatives of Huaxia's divine beings. Ao Guang, the Fire Virtue Star Lord, the Mountain God, and others sat in a circle, their expressions grave. That's the crux of the problem, Linny exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Our own divine artifacts have been stolen and hidden away by all manner of demons and monsters. Retrieving them is incredibly difficult. Stroking his long beard, the Fire Virtue Star Lord sighed, indeed. Over the past 3 centuries, the Western Church and various governments have plundered countless Huaxia artifacts. Especially that accursed Holy Grail, originally our cup for divine nectar. They stole it and renamed it that Holy Grail, now treating it as their own treasure. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The Holy Grail? The legendary cup that collected Jesus' blood? The mountain god scoffed coldly, Jesus' blood? Pure nonsense. That cup was forged from the multicolored stones left over after Manhwa patched the heavens. It contains innate 5 elements power and was specifically crafted to hold divine elixirs. After it was stolen, those Westerners concocted a story, claiming it as their holy relic. Lin Yi bristled at this. That's blatant robbery. Since it's ours, it should be returned to its rightful owners. That's true in theory, but the Holy Grail is now hidden in the Pope's private treasury in the Vatican. It's heavily guarded, not easy to get. Ao Guang shook his head. Lin Yi patted his chest. No big deal. Now that I've gathered the power of the 4 symbols, even a place like the Vatican is no match for me. How about this? I'll just go steal it back. Steal? Ao Guang gasped. Are you out of your mind? That's the Western Church's stronghold, swarming with masters. What if something goes wrong? What's there to fear? Lin Yi chuckled darkly. We've got the 4 symbols' power protecting us. Besides, they started this mess. If not for their Ragnarok plan, would the global secret realms have erupted with beast hordes? Those bastards screwed over so many people, it's about time they tasted their own medicine. The Fire Virtue Star God stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's true, but you can't act recklessly this time. You need a solid plan. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I've been a bandit for years. You've robbed before? Su Qingyan asked in surprise. Lin Yi slapped his forehead. Ahem, my mistake. I meant, I have experience. No, I mean I have a plan. Oh, Guang shook his head helplessly. Very well. Since your mind is made up, I shan't stand in your way. But besides the Holy Grail, if you could snatch a few more divine artifacts along the way, that would be even better. No problem. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's just an equipment collection quest. That's what I'm best at in games. The deities exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Lin Yi turned to Su Qingyan. You stay here and help the elders prepare the rest of the awakening ceremony. I'll be back soon. You're going alone? Su Qingyan asked anxiously. Shouldn't I come with you? No need, Lin Yi shook his head. I'll be more agile alone. I'll be quick. Besides, if I do run into trouble, I won't drag you down with me. Su Qingyan was about to protest when Lin Yi rose to his feet, ready to depart. Wait, Fire Virtue Star Lord called after him, handing him a palm-sized bronze mirror. This is the demon revealing mirror. Though it's only a fragment, it's still sufficient for discerning illusions and hidden magical arrays. Lin Yi took the mirror and stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks, old man. Be careful, Ao Guang cautioned. The Vatican may appear as a sacred site of the church, but it's actually riddled with traps and hidden guardians. Lin Yi nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. With that, he leapt into the air. Activating the Azure Dragon transformation, his entire body dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished from the cave. Propelled by the Wind Dragon's power, Lin Yi's speed was astonishing. The journey from Kunlun Mountain to Europe took less than 2 hours. It was late night in Rome. Bathed in the soft glow of lights, Vatican City appeared eerily quiet. Hovering above St. Peter's Basilica, Lin Yi surveyed the entire Vatican City below. This place is quite large, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Where could the Pope's treasury be? He retrieved the demon-detecting mirror given by the Fire Virtue Star Lord and shone it upon the Vatican. Instantly, a complex network of light patterns appeared on the bronze mirror, revealing hidden magical formations and energy shields. Wow, these defenses are incredibly tight. Lin Yi marveled inwardly. But, after careful observation, he spotted a small gap in the light network directly behind the papal palace. We've got an opening. Lin Yi stowed the mirror and quietly descended into a shadowy corner near the papal palace. It was a small garden, patrolled by several uniformed Swiss guards. First, take care of these minions. He approached the first guard silently, gave him a light tap, and the guard instantly collapsed, falling into a deep sleep. Lin Yi proceeded to take down every guard in the garden one by one, without making a single sound. Too easy. Just like the monsters in a beginner's village in a game. After dealing with the guards, Lin Yi reached the rear entrance of the papal palace. The door featured a complex electronic lock and a concealed magical array. This contraption is quite advanced. But can it really stop me? Chapter 101, Sacrificing Oneself to Save the World. The Awakening of Chinese Deities. Lin Yi stood before the Hall of Deities, surrounded by sacred artifacts plundered from the Western Church, the Eagle Nation, and the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the Holy Grail, the Sacred Bow of the Indians, the Yasukani no Magatama, and over a dozen other precious treasures. These were all treasures belonging to the deities of Huaxia, now finally returned to their rightful owners. Lin Yi, are you ready? Ao Guang asked. Once we begin, there's no turning back. Linny took a deep breath. I'm ready. For China, for all humanity, this is the only choice. Su Qingyan stood beside him. Must you truly do this? Is there no other way? No, Linny shook his head. The secret realm is completely out of control. 70% of the world's land has been overrun by the beast tide. Only by restarting the divine sequence can we seal the secret realm permanently. The Fire Virtue Star Lord sighed. It's unfortunate. Restarting the sequence requires a bloodline sacrifice. You will pay a terrible price. Worth it, Linny declared resolutely. Isn't this precisely why I chose to become the Chinese Candle Dragon? To slay gods and ascend to sainthood to protect China. Over the past 3 months, the situation had deteriorated rapidly. Though the Western Church had suffered severe blows, its Ragnarok plan had been activated. Secret realm fissures worldwide continued to expand, unleashing waves of terrifying otherworldly creatures into human society. Europe, North America, and most of Africa had fallen. The remnants of the Eagle and the Western Church were holed up in a few defensive strongholds, clinging to survival. Asia fared slightly better, but the situation remained precarious. Linny surveyed his surroundings. Beneath Mount Kunlun, hordes of monstrous beasts had begun scaling the slopes, held back only by the protective barrier before the Temple of the Gods. Time is running out, the mountain god said anxiously. We must begin immediately. Linny nodded, casting one last glance at Su Qingyan. Don't forget your promise. Take care of everyone for me. I love you. Su Qingyan fought back tears and nodded. Linny turned toward the hall, gripped the Kunlun key in his hand, and inserted it into the lock of the temple door. With a rumbling vibration, the stone door slowly swung open, revealing the deep, shadowy space beyond. I'll go in alone, Linny called back. Leave the outside to you. Ao Guang nodded. Rest assured, we'll do our utmost to defend the mountain gate. Linny stepped inside, the stone door slamming shut behind him. The hall was pitch black. System, activate interface. System status. Host, Linny. Occupation, Huaxia Candle Dragon Bloodline fully awakened. Level, max. Experience points, full. Attributes, Strength 1560, Agility 1430, Constitution 1350, Spirit 1720. For symbols power, perfected. Special status, in the process of Nirvana awakening. This was his ultimate state, having reached the pinnacle of human potential after 3 months of relentless combat. Linny walked to the center of the hall, where a massive stone platform stood. Following the method imprinted in the Candle Dragon's memory, he arranged all the divine artifacts at their designated positions within the formation. Come. Let us end this. With my Candle Dragon bloodline, awaken the slumbering gods of Huaxia. Linny bit his finger hard, letting a drop of his essence blood fall onto the center of the stone platform. Instantly, the entire platform blazed as bright as daylight. A colossal surge of energy poured in from all directions, flooding into Linny's body. Ah! Excruciating pain surged through him. Linny felt his body being torn apart, bloodline, bones, meridians, soul, every inch endured unimaginable agony. But he gritted his teeth and did not flinch. True form of the Candle Dragon. Golden light erupted as a colossal golden dragon materialized behind Linny, seemingly poised to break free from his body and solidify into physical form. For symbols unite. The divine powers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise erupted simultaneously, intertwining with the Candle Dragon's might to form an even more formidable energy field. The entire Kunlun Mountains trembled, as if some ancient, slumbering entity was stirring to life. Outside the hall, Ao Guang and the assembled deities sensed this disturbance, their faces lighting up with delight. It worked! The divine sequence is rebooting. Simultaneously, the fissures in secret realms across the globe abruptly halted their expansion and began slowly contracting. The beasts assaulting the city seemed summoned by some unseen call, turning back en masse toward the fissures. Inside the hall, Linny was now completely enveloped in golden light, his form indistinguishable. His consciousness floated in the void, as if able to see the entire world unfold across the land of Huaxia. Slumbering deities were awakening one by one. While in the otherworldly realms, countless rifts were healing. So this is the truth behind the reboot sequence. Linny realized with sudden clarity. It's not merely sealing the secret realm, it's resegregating the two worlds. A voice echoed in his mind, precisely. This is the mission of the Candle Dragon, to govern day and night, maintaining the world's equilibrium. The Great War 3 centuries ago shattered this balance, allowing the invasion from the otherworld. Who are you? I am the Candle Dragon itself. You have done well, exceeding my expectations. Now, it is time to complete the final sacrifice. Linny understood what this meant. He would vanish completely, becoming fuel for the reboot sequence. Yet in this moment, he hesitated not a second. I am willing for China, for all living beings. No, you misunderstand, the Candle Dragon's voice carried a hint of amusement. Sacrifice is not annihilation, but rebirth through phoenix-like renewal. Your physical form will transform into divine power, sealing the secret realm, while your soul shall inherit my essence, becoming the new Candle Dragon. This. Lin Yi was stunned. This is destiny's decree, and your choice. Remember, the dragon clan lives forever. The candle dragon never perishes. Go now and fulfill your mission. Lin Yi drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his will to push the energy within him to its absolute limit. Candle dragon rebirth. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as golden light engulfed the entire summit of Mount Kunlun. A pillar of light shot straight into the heavens, illuminating half of China. All could see a colossal golden dragon appear in the sky, coiling around Kunlun's peak and letting out a thunderous dragon's roar. Then, countless points of light scattered from the dragon's body, flying in all directions. Where each speck touched the earth, a deity of China awoke. The four symbols azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise along with ancient deities like Manhwa, Fuxi, Hotu, and Gonggong, and countless mountain spirits, earth deities, and celestial guardians all awoke. Simultaneously, all fissures in the secret realms closed completely. The tide of monstrous beasts receded, and the world returned to tranquility. Outside the Kunlun Mountain Hall, the crowd watched this scene with tears streaming down their faces. Wonderful! Lin Yi succeeded, exclaimed the Fire Virtue Star Lord, his voice trembling with emotion. He has restarted the divine sequence and awakened the gods of China. But, where is Lin Yi? Su Qing asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Ao Guang pointed to the golden dragon in the sky. Lin Yi has undergone nirvana and become the new candle dragon. From now on, he will protect China and safeguard the world's balance. Su Qingyan wept uncontrollably. Then, can he ever return? In physical form, it is impossible, Ao Guang sighed. But his consciousness and soul endure eternally, forever guarding this land. In the sky, the golden dragon slowly dissipated, leaving only a shower of golden light cascading down upon the earth. The next day, the Huaxia government held a special press conference, formally announcing to the world that the otherworldly crisis had ended and confirming the existence of deities. This caused a global sensation. Nations began assessing damages and rebuilding their homelands. The Western Holy See suffered devastating blows, its entire ecclesiastical system nearing collapse. The Eagle Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms also suffered severe setbacks, with their territory significantly reduced. Only China, protected by the gods, suffered relatively minor losses and swiftly emerged as the world's new leader. High above the heavens, a golden dragon spread its wings and soared, piercing through the clouds before vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. Its dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, heralding the dawn of a new era, the return of China's divine beings, forever guarded by the eternal candle dragon. The end. P.S. Thank you for your companionship, readers. The eternal guardian of China watches over you.